Chapter 178. Die. Air's eyes were cold, and he punched Kaido again. He looked at the pirates with a bloodthirsty smile on his lips. When these pirates saw this scene, their expressions changed greatly, and they fled frantically into the distance. Whoosh whoosh. Air's speed was so fast that Ultimate disappeared in the blink of an eye, followed closely by the cries of the pirates. No. Help. Please forgive us. The screams of the pirates came from afar. Cull. Air let go of his hand, and the pirates' bodies fell into the water again. I'm sorry, my favorite thing is to eradicate the roots. You all deserve to die. A cold arc appeared at the corner of Air's mouth, and golden light shone in his hand. Buzz. A pair of extremely sharp daggers emerged, and cold, murderous intent burst out from his eyes, and he stabbed towards the pirates. Spare my life. We're willing to give you money. We're willing to pay anything. The pirates screamed in horror. It's too late. Air exerted a little force on his wrist, and bright red blood dripped from his head one after another. Plop. A pirate fell into the water and fell silent instantly. I will kill all of you pirates and make the sea areas you rule my slaves. Ha. Air raised his head and roared with laughter that echoed across the ocean floor. No, they're back again. Run quickly, run quickly. They will definitely kill us this time. A group of pirates panicked and fled away. At this moment, Kaido also got up from the ground. He was covered in injuries and looked very miserable. Sent. Kaido's face was very ugly, and his eyes fell on Air full of resentment. Air, you will be punished. You will be hunted by the entire human alliance. Even if you kill all the pirates in the world, you still can't escape my pursuit, Tilda. When he said this, he had obviously admitted defeat and had no intention of resisting. Ha. Do you think I'm afraid? I am now a powerful person at the level of the 5 emperors. Even the Marine Admiral does not dare to provoke me easily. Who would believe your so-called pirates? As long as I leave naval headquarters, I can teleport. Who can do anything to me? HMPH, you are just one of the 5 emperors. There was a hint of mockery in Kaido's eyes. His identity is not only Marine Admiral, but also a strong man at the peak of Admiral. He has a secret treasure, and even if someone from naval headquarters comes, it will be difficult to catch him. It doesn't matter whether I am a human or not. What matters is that you guys are going to die. I want to kill all the pirates. Air sneered and charged towards Kaido. Boom! The two fought fiercely again. Waves of air swept across the seawater, setting off waves thousands of meters high. Damn bastards, how dare you kill us against Marine Admiral's will? Damn it. Kaido was furious. As a Marine Admiral, he was forced to retreat by a small pirate. This was simply a shame and humiliation. He knew very well that if he did not deal with this boy as soon as possible, His Majesty would be damaged. I'm going to make all of you pay a heavy price. I want all human races to surrender to me. I want to rule the world. Kaido roared with rage. Yeah. Then give it a try. Air had a cold smile on his face. While using martial arts to deal with Kaido, he also started to prevent his opponent from escaping. Although he did kill many pirates just now, and even killed a powerful admiral. But he knew very well that it was impossible for him to deal with so many pirates together. Do you think you can escape? It's so whimsical. I will cut you into pieces. Kaido roared angrily, his face twisted with anger and his eyes bloodshot. 13,604,105, Felu 230, 1,440, 1,421. Thunder and lightning surged out from his body, forming thunderballs suspended in the void to seal off the surrounding space. Lightning-style lightning cage. The thunderballs turned into lightning and rushed towards Air. The thunder continued to explode, completely covering the sea area with a radius of 100 meters. Damn Air. I'll fight with you. Kaido's figure suddenly appeared. He grabbed one of the thunderballs and threw it towards Air. Boom! When the thunderball hit where Air was standing, the seawater nearby completely evaporated. Air's figure also appeared, and he avoided the attack of the thunderball. Tornado storm. Kaido's eyes flashed with a fierce light, and his hands quickly formed lines of thick purple-black lightning that continued to gather. Da. A huge tornado swept towards Air, and the void collapsed wherever it passed. Boom! Two bolts of lightning fell into the seabed and set off waves hundreds of meters high, swallowing up large swaths of seawater. Air's figure appeared again, and his body was submerged. Kaido saw Air almost being hit by his own lightning, and showed a cold and ferocious smile. Air, your strength is too weak. You are no match for me. Your body has almost lost its color. I don't believe you can recover. I'm going to kill you, traitor. Air roared, and his body flew out from the tornado and rushed towards Kaido. He struck with a punch, and endless thunder and lightning surged from his body. Cracked! Kaido's thunderball blasted away and collided with Air's thunder fist. The explosion produced huge energy ripples that spread in all directions. Waves of ripples visible to the naked eye spread toward the surroundings, completely evaporating the surrounding seawater. What? He actually blocked my lightning strike. Impossible. Lee's Kaido looked in disbelief when he saw Air blocking his attack. I am the mighty 5 emperors. How can a mere pirate like you stop us? Air roared with madness in his eyes. I want you to die. Boom, boom, boom. As Kaido waved his palms, groups of thunderballs exploded continuously, sweeping toward Air. Damn guy. Since you're seeking death, I won't be polite. Air's lips opened, and balls of thunder and lightning spewed out from his mouth. Those thunderballs exploded one by one, canceling each other out with the thunderballs released by Kaido. For a time, the attacks from both sides collided continuously, and circles of ripples visible to the naked eye spread in all directions. The surrounding seawater was rolling, and some small boats were directly shattered. The battle between the two has attracted the attention of other people in the ocean. Many pirates looked towards the battlefield. Chapter 179. It's Kaido, Admiral, and one of the 5 emperors, Air. How could these two people fight if they are not from the same place? Why is that? They are strong men from naval headquarters. They must have some kind of deep hatred. No matter what the reason is, I feel that the war between the two of them will definitely involve us. Yes, once the two of them fight, they will be devastatingly destructive. The pirates watching the battle started talking about it. HMPH, I don't care who sent you here. You'd better just stay here and I can spare your life. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude to you. Don't think that with 3 marine warships, you can compete with me. Kaido's eyes flashed with a sinister look, and he warned every word. Haha, your strength is not bad, but I am also much taller than you. Air looked at Kaido with a calm expression, and he raised his arms suddenly. Boom! Behind him appeared instantly, huge golden light pillars solidifying all the surrounding sea water. Kaido's pupils shrank, and he felt a wave of fear. Boom! As Air's right arm was raised, countless golden dragons continued to rise into the sky and completely tear the sea water apart. I want you to become a dead soul under my feet. He roared and blasted towards 477 Air's chest. Boom, boom, boom. Air waved his arms to meet Kaido's attack, blocking all of his fists. Your strength is indeed extraordinary, but you will not be my opponent. Kaido's face is full of pride. His strength far exceeds that of ordinary admirals. And Air is just a person who has just broken through the 5 emperors, and he can't compete with him at all. Thor's wrath. Another lightning ball condensed in front of him. Thunder shines. Countless lightning balls also appeared in front of Air. I told you can never defeat me. Kaido's face was filled with deep disdain. He clenched his hands and blasted thunder and lightning towards the front. Bang, 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 bang. Each thunder ball was shattered by his thunder technique, turning into balls of energy that were absorbed into the body. His power is increasing. The more his strength grows, the prouder he becomes. This is the top pirate among the pirate kings. Kaido sighed with deep pride on his face. Are you proud? There was a hint of mockery on Air's face. What a pity, even if I get your power, I still can't change your fate of death. I'm going to chop you into charcoal. Air punched Kaido's body. Kaido's eyes were full of unwillingness. He didn't expect that he would be defeated so miserably. He could not resist the opponent's attack and could only defend passively. Bang, bang, bang. Kaido was continuously blown away and fell into the sea again and again, splashing huge waves. Everyone around was surprised when they saw Kaido's embarrassment. Impossible. How could Kaido Admiral lose? Air's strength reaches this level. He is one of the 5 emperors. How could Kaido win? Is there a mistake in One Piece's ranking? They all showed doubts. Kaido lay there gasping for breath, drops of blood dripping from his mouth. Every attack of air contains huge power. The clothes on his body also became torn. You are no match for me. I will strip away your fruit power. You will never have fruit powers. Kaido's eyes were full of hatred as he stared at air. He slowly got up from the ground and was covered with scars. Although he was severely injured, it was not fatal. Haha. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? So what about the king of pirates? I have the title of 5 emperors. Air looked at Kaido in front of him with a sneer and said, Do you think that since you are the admiral of headquarters, I won't dare to kill you? If you, Afe, dare to use the power of naval headquarters again, I guarantee that you will die miserably. I want you to know that even naval headquarters cannot be my opponent. I am powerful enough to destroy the entire world. Your power is just a speck of dust. Kaido's lips raised a hint of mockery. Layers of lightning snakes appeared on his arms, and terrifying energy surged. Air roared again and waved his hands fiercely, forming a stream of lightning and blasting towards Kaido. A huge ripple of energy spread out, and all the seawater above the sea areas evaporated. The fists of the two collided continuously, and each collision produced a roar. Everyone around them was shocked when they saw it. Is this the power of the 5 emperors? Too awesome, too awesome. As expected of the powerful 5 emperors. The faces of the pirates were full of awe. They never thought that Kaido could fight against the powerful 5 emperors without falling behind. A huge amount of energy shot into the sky. Kaido's body flew out directly and landed heavily on the sea. There was a trace of pain on his face, and the injuries on his body were even more serious. How so? There was an incredible look in his eyes. The strength of the 5 emperors is indeed extraordinary. It is not so easy to defeat. But you have to die, because I won't allow you to take my position. You do not deserve. Kaido stood up from the sea and walked towards Air step by step. Die. His fist struck hard at Air. The power of thunder continued to attack Air, causing his expression to change drastically. I am an undefeated survivor. No one can defeat me. A grin appeared on the corner of Air's mouth, and blasts of thunder blasted out and collided with Kaido's attack. Bang, 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 bang. A series of roars resounded continuously, and the attacks of the two people collided with each other, detonating endless energy fluctuations and spreading towards the surroundings. The surrounding marine soldiers kept retreating, avoiding the fight between the two men. Boom, 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 boom. The two people's attacks continued to explode, and fireworks shot into the sky, lighting up the dark night sky. The two figures were constantly fighting, and the pirates were being driven back one by one. The bodies of the two kept colliding with each other, making loud noises, and streaks of lightning continued to spread, making the surrounding marines look horrified. These two are really powerful. I have never seen such powerful pirates. My teacher once said that only the real 5 emperors can rival him. Chapter 180. One marine ensign couldn't help but sigh and said. The rest of the people all looked overjoyed when they heard this. Yes, this time the Marine Admiral finally has a character who can compete with Kaido. Now the Marine's honor will return to their hands. Everyone looked excited and looked at that figure. I don't believe you can last forever. I'm going to crush you completely. Kaido's body continuously releases streaks of lightning. Air's attacks continued to explode, his robes were severely damaged, scars were left on his face, and his body also suffered some trauma. He looked at the Marine soldier aside and said, Catch him. Yes. A group of Marine soldiers rushed towards Kaido quickly. Court deaths. Kaido shouted angrily. Bang, bang, bang. His body swayed to avoid the attacks of these Marine soldiers. The Marine soldiers were being pushed back one by one, with angry looks on their faces. Give me your lives. A Marine ensign roared and slashed Kaido's head with a giant knife. Kaido snorted and punched out. The power of thunder and lightning exploded continuously and spread towards the surroundings. Cracked. Ensign's body was instantly enveloped by the power of thunder and lightning, and his body continued to burn, with wisps of black smoke rising from his body. Aza. Help. The Marine soldier screamed, and his body was continuously torn into pieces of flesh. Kaido killed one person instantly with one move, causing everyone's expressions to change. They didn't expect Kaido to be so powerful. Kill. Pirates are not scary, but the power of united pirates is scary. You must kill this guy. The Marines suddenly shouted. My teammates, let's fight alongside Air. They are a pirate group, and they absolutely cannot let this guy continue to live. There was a ferocious look on Kaido's face. Good. Kill. The pirates shouted one after another, joining the battle circle one after another, and kept bombarding Kaido. Each of them moved forward bravely. Kaido shouted and waved his fists, and the power of thunder and lightning in his body continued to burst out. Boom! A Marine was blown away by a punch, and his body exploded into a mist of blood. Don't hit me in the face, it hurts so much. Ah, it hurts so much. His body was constantly trembling as he was bombarded by thunder, and he kept making miserable screams. His body was constantly covered by thunder and lightning, causing black smoke to continue to appear on his face. One of the pirates shouted, "Break it for me." Kaido's fists flew out again. Bang, 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 bang. His fists were blasting like cannonballs, and Marine soldiers fell to the ground one after another. Aza. A series of wailing sounds continued to sound. At this time, Air's body moved, and he rushed into the crowd again, shooting out the power of thunder and knocking away the pirates one by one. Damn bastard, how dare you kill Marines, people? Air continues to emerge with powerful fruit power, and he is ready to kill Kaido with one blow. Kaido also sensed that the power of thunder on Air was constantly erupting, and he couldn't help but frown slightly, and then his eyes flashed with cold light. Thor's wrath. Kaido's body released an astonishing power, and a terrifying air wave continued to spread. A low growl came from Kaido's mouth. Boom! Thick purple-red thunder snakes continued to sweep towards Air. Damn it, get out of here. Air punched out, and the power of thunder collided with the thunder snake, and the two terrifying powers continued to explode. His body was shaken, and he took several steps back after being hit by the power of thunder and lightning. 013604105, Felu, 230, 1,451,051. Hahase. Let's see who dares to stop me. A smile appeared on Kaido's lips. Damn bastard, I want you to die. Air gritted his teeth and his eyes flashed with a solemn look, and he took a step forward and disappeared instantly. The next moment, Kaido appeared in front of him and slapped him with a palm. The violent power of thunder raged crazily, instantly evaporating the seawater in the void. Get out of my way. Kaido yelled and punched him, and the power of thunder and lightning continued to gather towards Air. The two forces collided, and violent thunder and lightning exploded, completely submerging a space, and Uzumaki emerged one after another. 0. Air and Kaido retreated quickly, and the power of thunder from their bodies continued to surge out, forming strong winds. Die! Air roared and charged forward again. He was extremely fast and kept bombarding Kaido. Thunder after thunder continued to explode, and the power between them continued to wash away and explode. Pieces of oceans were destroyed, and huge trenches were blasted open. Bang, 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 bang. Every time Air attacks, almost a Marine's life will be taken away. In just half an hour, he killed all the 120,000 pirates. Boom, boom, boom. 0. Kaido's body kept retreating, and a trace of bitterness appeared on his face. The round of Thunder God's wrath just now had consumed a lot of his thunder and lightning power. But these pirates kept emerging, making it impossible for him to stop. He knew that if he continued like this, his strength would have to be exhausted. He must find a way to deal with this group of Marines. Thinking of this, Kaido couldn't help showing a solemn expression. Damn Kaido, your power is exhausted. I'm going to send you to hell, ha 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 ha. Air looked at Kaido and laughed. Yeah. Then how about we have a competition? Let's see who runs out of power first. Kaido said coldly. Are you serious? Certainly. What's that like? Let's see who is faster. We compete in endurance. How dare you? Okay, I promise you. Air gritted his teeth and nodded. Very good. In that case, let's go to the beach and have a duel. Whoever wins can leave here, Kaido said calmly. His eyes sparkled with strong confidence. What he possesses is the heart of thunder and lightning, and his power of thunder and lightning is also very powerful. Although Air also possesses the heart of thunder and lightning, he is only at the peak of the first level and has no comparison with Kaido. He is also not as fast as Kaido. Moreover, he has to guard against the power of Thunder God's wrath, which is impossible to use. Chapter 181. HMPH, do you think I will be fooled? Air said disdainfully upon hearing Kaido's proposal. He would never go to the beach to compete with Kaido. His Thunder God's heart has been successfully repaired by himself, but he doesn't believe that Kaido's power of thunder and lightning can match his. So he chooses not to compare with Kaido. I have a lot of endurance. If you don't dare to go, then I'll win. Let's fight for the final victory. How about it? Damn it. Air cursed secretly in his mind. He knew he couldn't lose no matter what. After all, if he loses, he will be driven away, and he will never be willing to do so. Let's go to the beach. Snort. He glared at Kaido fiercely and said, I want to see how much endurance you have. If you beat me, I will admit defeat. If not, I will definitely make you pay the price. After saying this, Air's figure disappeared instantly, and the next moment his body appeared in front of Kaido. Boom, boom, boom. Air blasted out a palm wildly. One after another, violent thunder and lightning power exploded and hit Kaido. 778. Kaido yelled and clapped his hands suddenly. 5. The violent thunder and lightning power exploded continuously, and huge flames bloomed one after another. Bursts of roaring sounds echoed throughout the world. The entire void was constantly trembling, cracks spread one after another, and violent power exploded crazily. Kaido's figure quickly retreated, and a mouthful of blood spurted out, white smoke rising from his body. His body injuries were severe. I will never lose. Air's eyes were fixed on Kaido. The battle between the two became more and more intense, and waves of terrifying power continued to erupt. Some of the surrounding buildings were destroyed. The water is constantly churning. Although Air is much weaker than Kaido, he has a thunder heart that can continuously replenish his strength. If such a battle lasts for a long time, the opponent will inevitably be exhausted. When the time comes, you can easily defeat him and kill him. A ferocious smile appeared on Air's face. The two were fighting crazily, and waves of terrifying thunder and lightning power continued to explode. The area they were in had become riddled with holes, with broken buildings everywhere, and a terrifying energy remnant everywhere. Ha ha ha, damn bastard, your lightning power is nothing more than this. You are no match for me. Air kept taunting Kaido. There was a sarcastic expression on his face. Then let's see who has the last laugh. Kaido's body was flying quickly. Boom, 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 boom. One after another, the power of thunder and lightning exploded continuously, sweeping all around. The two of them quickly moved towards the distance. The two of them were moving very fast, one behind the other, flying thousands of meters away in the blink of an eye. Ha 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 ha. Watch where you run. Air laughed maniacally. He felt very happy. Because Kaido is exhausted, there is no way to escape his pursuit. Kaido kept snorting coldly, his eyes flashing with a cold light. A sinister smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and then he suddenly rushed back. He actually headed straight for the coastline. Humph, want to escape? Air's eyes flashed with strong disdain. The power of the thunder god, the fury of thunder. A violent thunder and lightning force exploded crazily. Kull. The power of thunder and lightning turned into a huge tornado, bombarding Kaido wherever he passed. Break it for me. A sneer appeared on Kaido's lips. His fists were constantly being released, and violent thunder and lightning force struck hard at Air's offensive. Boom! The two terrifying forces kept colliding, and the two kept exploding. Boom! The figures of the two people flew quickly again, and in the blink of an eye they were still some distance apart. They are all the trump cards in the Thunder Temple, and every move contains terrifying energy. One after another, violent thunder and lightning power continued to explode and swept away. Suddenly, the entire sea surface became a mess, and countless rocks collapsed. Hateful! Asshole! Kaido roared angrily. He has used the power of lightning twice in a row. But Air remained unscathed. Thor's wrath. Kaido kept shouting angrily, and kept releasing violent thunder and lightning from his fists. Thunder and lightning continued to strike Air. Ha ha ha, the power of thunder and lightning. You want to defeat me, you're talking nonsense. Air smiled disdainfully, and terrifying thunder and lightning power continuously erupted from his hands. He also kept punching out and colliding with Kaido. The two of them kept fighting and launching terrifying attacks. Bang, bang, bang. The two figures kept dodging, constantly colliding. Damn it, why isn't it over yet? A trace of anxiety appeared in Kaido's eyes, and he could already feel the power in his body draining away. Since breaking through the realm of Thunder God's heart, he has not used the power of thunder and lightning for a long time. Moreover, during this period of time, he continued to evolve the Thunder Fruit, and the number of times he used the Thunder God's power 10 was also very few. But now he was forced by Air to use the power of thunder and lightning. He was very angry and couldn't hold on anymore. The figures of the two people kept galloping and fled into the distance quickly. The speed of the two was as fast as ultimate, and they were constantly dodging attacks from all around. Damn bastard, why are you so fast? When did you get the power of thunder and lightning? What's going on? Did your fruit ability go wrong from the beginning? Impossible. My fruit ability was correct from the beginning, there is no problem at all. Huh, don't talk nonsense. Since you already know that I have the power of lightning, then just beat me to death. Power of thunder and lightning, thunderstorm. The corner of Air's mouth curled into a cold arc. A terrifying aura was released from his body, and he was flying quickly. His figure instantly appeared next to Kaido, and his right foot shot out quickly. The thunderstorm struck Kaido hard in the chest. Catcha! The two of them hit each other hard, making a deafening sound. The two figures separated quickly and continued to fly towards the rear. So strong. As expected of the power of the God of Thunder, it is truly terrifying. As expected of Mo, he is the most powerful one. Chapter 182. Air's face changed slightly, and there was a look of fear in his eyes. His expression was extremely serious. He and Kaido had punched each other just now, and he felt that Kaido's power was stronger than him. His body became even heavier, and a sharp pain spread from his body, making his body tremble uncontrollably. His legs kept trembling, and he almost lost his balance. Damn, his body is so strong, I can't believe it. He gritted his teeth, and his eyes were filled with deep resentment. His body released streaks of bright golden light, and a terrifying power of thunder and lightning surged out of his body. His figure kept flashing, and his fists struck Kaido's body crazily. Kaido's speed is not slow either, but his figure is limping. His body kept flashing, constantly dodging Air's attacks. He was already exhausted, and his body was shaking constantly. The power of thunder and lightning. The two were fighting madly again. There is a trace of bloodline on Kaido's body, which is constantly dripping down. Their bodies were covered with scars, and blood was constantly flowing down. But they didn't stop fighting. His body was exuding rich black thunder and lightning. Both of them carried terrifying lightning on their bodies, constantly bombarding each other's bodies. Boom, boom, boom. The bodies of the two people kept roaring and speeding forward. A group of terrifying thunderballs kept bombarding. Thunder blast. Waves of earth-shattering noises roared continuously, and the entire sea area seemed to be trembling. Their clothes were completely torn. The power of thunder and lightning is impossible. Air's brows furrowed. His eyes flashed with horror, and the power in his body continued to blast out. His face was covered in cold sweat. Damn bastard. Where is my power? How could I lose so much power? How is this possible? Did you sneak attack on me? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Kaido's cheeks twitched involuntarily. He felt his power disappear. How can this be? Hahata. This is the fruit power that I have been preparing for many years. And I happen to have the power of the Thunder God fruit, so Kaido, you can only be beaten by me. Air looked at Kaido with excitement. He didn't expect that his plan would succeed. His power has disappeared, and Kaido is under his control. I will lose you. Kaido's face kept twitching. The power in his body continued to be consumed, and his body continued to tremble. He felt a deep sense of helplessness. He didn't expect that he would lose so miserably. He originally thought that his body could resist the power of thunder and lightning, but the reality told him that the power of thunder and lightning could easily destroy his body. Why did my power suddenly disappear? What exactly have you done to me? Kaido's face turned livid. I said that your power is not strong enough to withstand my thunder and lightning. This is the power of our each other's thunder and lightning. Air had an indifferent smile on his face. How could my lightning power not be strong enough? Don't forget that my strength was comparable to that of the 5 emperors. Kaido released a burst of dazzling thunder and lightning power, as if he wanted to prove his power. Do you think this can prove your strength? Then you mistakenly blame my power of thunder and lightning. Although your power of thunder and lightning is powerful, your power is still not enough. You can't compare with me at all. You're just a reptile. Air looked at Kaido with contempt. Damn reptile, you're looking for death. Kaido's eyes were extremely red. But you are indeed very powerful. You can actually use the power of thunder and lightning so well. It's not easy for you to fool even me. But this can only fool you for a while after all. You still can't beat me. And although your power of thunder and lightning is powerful, your power cannot sustain it for long. I will kill you completely. A cold smile appeared on Air's lips. Then I want to see how long your lightning power can last. Get out of my way. Thunder God's Spear. A burst of terrifying power suddenly erupted from Kaido's body. His eyes flashed with a brilliant light, and the golden sword in his hand instantly burst into golden thunder. Boom! Great golden thunderbolts struck Air. Air's expression changed drastically, and he dodged to avoid the attack of thunder and lightning. Brontosaurus. Come out. A terrifying Brontosaurus charges towards Kaido. This thunder dragon is thousands of meters long, exuding monstrous power and terrifying power. Kaido's face became extremely solemn, and his eyes flashed with panic. Not good. My power is almost gone. Kaido screamed in his heart that it was bad, and quickly activated the power of thunder and lightning to resist Air's attack. Boom! Air's thunder dragon collided with Kaido's lightning power. Both of them tried their best. Bang, bang, bang. 2 loud noises continued to bombard. Kaido's strength became weaker and weaker, and his face turned pale quickly. His face was full of intense fear. You are no match for me. You'd better surrender obediently. Otherwise, you must be killed by me. A sneer appeared on the corner of Air's mouth as he looked at Kaido. Damn it, go to hell. Kaido roared in his mouth, and the power of thunder and lightning on his body exploded with earth-shaking power. Break it for me. The power of thunder and lightning explodes. Kaido drank in a low voice, sending out waves of terrifying energy. A bolt of thunder struck Air's body hard. Air looked at thunder power with a look of disdain on his face and sneered. Thunder continued to bombard Air's body. Air's expression couldn't help but change. He didn't expect Kaido's thunder power to be so powerful. A series of explosions continued to sound, and Air's body continued to collapse with blood spraying out. How can it be? How could it be so powerful? Air's expression couldn't help but change. A gloomy smile appeared on Kaido's face, and he moved towards Air. A booming sound sounded. Kaido stared at him with a ferocious expression. Reality tells me that you can never win. Today you must die. Because you offended my dignity. Kill him for me. Chapter 183. A violent roar continued, and thunder and lightning continued to bombard Kaido's body. No. Kaido's body continued to collapse, and his eyes were full of ferocious smiles. Stop struggling. You will never be my match. And Kaido's body was constantly trembling, and his entire body had turned into nothingness. His life force continued to fade. Kaido had a sad look on his face. How dare you lie to me and make me hurt? I will tear you into pieces. Go to hell. But I won't let you die so easily. You will be my slave for eternity of pain. Be my pet. A ferocious smile appeared on Kaido's face. I cannot be reconciled. Why would I lose to you? I am the proud son of heaven. Why is this happening? Kaido's face was extremely distorted. You forced me to do all this. Reality is so cruel, and I want you to pay the price. Thunderstorm. Boom. A huge roar echoed continuously. The thunder god's wrath continued to bombard Kaido. Ugh. Kaido spat out a mouthful of blood, with a ferocious smile on his face. I will make you regret what you did today, and I will torture you to death. You beast! Kaido's face showed boundless anger. He didn't expect this guy to be so crazy. Snort! Air waved his hand. The power of thunder and lightning. The surface of his body instantly burned with blazing flames, turning into blue flames that filled the sky and poured into the thunder dragon's body crazily. T1. Kaido let out a heartrending cry, and his whole body collapsed instantly. Ha. Even if I die, I won't make it easy for you. Kaido laughed maniacally. You'll pay for this. Kaido had a ferocious smile on his face. Boom, boom, boom. The Brontosaurus roared and charged towards Kaido. No, don't. Air, please let me go. I won't let you go. Kaido had a look of madness on his face. Boom. The Brontosaurus struck Kaido's body hard. Bursts of loud explosions continued to sound. Kaido let out bursts of shrill screams, and his whole body was instantly overwhelmed by the thunder dragon. The power of thunder continued to bombard. Kaido's entire body was torn apart by the bomb. Countless blood fell from the sky and dyed the ground red. Air laughed maniacally. His face was full of pride. My thunder and lightning power can not only restrain your thunder and lightning power, but also destroy your soul. You are a useless person. Let's see what else you can use to fight me. Air looked crazy. After Kaido died, he looked towards Fangyi beside him. His eyes were filled with extremely malicious look. You damn bastard. How dare you impersonate me? Air's eyes were full of anger and murderous intent. He simply didn't believe that he would lose to this guy. This guy is just a fake. How could he have such powerful lightning power? I said you must die. Air looked at Fangyi with a ferocious expression. I will never lose to you. I'm going to make you pay. I will let you know how stupid it is to offend me. Waves of bright blue thunder radiated from his whole body. Your body has been completely destroyed by me, and only a few points of your lightning power are left. With your little power of thunder and lightning, you can't do anything to me. Air's eyes were full of arrogance. Really? Then we'll see. The indifferent voice of Buggy, the clown, sounded slowly. We'll see. Do you think you have a chance? I control the super fruit power. You will not be my opponent. A ferocious smile formed on the corner of Air's mouth. Yeah. Get away from me, you ungrateful thing. Buggy the clown punched Air hard. His figure flashed with speed, as fast as a shooting star. But his body was directly blown away. A stream of blood spurted out from his mouth, and his body flew backwards and fell heavily to the ground. His chest was sunken, and his body was covered in blood. His body twitched slightly, and his face was full of pain. KRs. I don't accept it. Buggy the clown's eyes are filled with endless anger. Bang bang. His body kept struggling to stand up, but his body was shaky and unable to stand up at all. You bastard, go to hell. A flash of madness flashed across Air's eyes, and his body suddenly grew larger and was covered with thunder and lightning. I will let you die without a burial place. The power of thunder and lightning on his body burst out fiercely, and the whole person was like a cannonball hitting Fangyi. A bolt of lightning struck Buggy the clown hard. Buggy the clown turned pale instantly. His whole body seemed to have lost control, and he slammed into the wall beside him. Boom! A huge stone house was directly knocked down. An arm even hung down from the stone house. The power of thunder and lightning on Air's body kept bombarding the body of Buggy the clown. Ah! Asshole! Buggy the clown let out a painful roar. All the muscles in his body had become weak, and all the bones in his body had been broken. He lay on the ground and twitched constantly, looking at Air with a ferocious expression. All of these people here must be buried with me. A ferocious smile appeared on Air's face. I won't lose to you. My strength is 1,000 times stronger than yours. You can't defeat me. You can't be. Buggy the clown kept roaring, his body kept shaking, and he kept struggling but to no avail. All his bones were broken, and he couldn't stand up. Moreover, the power of thunder and lightning on his body was constantly eroding towards his body. The stronger your power is, the more I can gain. You are dead. The smile on Air's face became brighter and brighter, and he looked like a devil. His eyes were on Buggy the Clown. It was as if he had foreseen the outcome of the other party being played by him. No matter how many people you kill, what's the use? The corners of Buggy the Clown's mouth slightly raised, revealing a sarcastic smile. Air snorted coldly, and endless blue thunder and lightning emerged from his body. The power of these thunder and lightning moved crazily towards Buggy the Clown and swallowed his body. Buggy the Clown wails helplessly. Chapter 184. Air's face was full of madness, looking at Buggy the Clown as if looking at another corpse. Buggy the Clown, your friend is dead. Your friend is dead. Air looked at Buggy the Clown with a crazy look on his face. Yeah. Kaido will not be killed by you. Buggy the Clown sneered. His eyes scanned the surroundings and found a lot of debris on the ground. His face was slightly silent. Air's words made him feel a little confused. Tilda. How could this Air be Kaido's opponent? How could his power be so powerful? Has Kaido's power really returned to its peak? All your friends are dead. I'm going to cut you into pieces. Countless blue arcs of electricity emerged from Air's body and bombarded towards Buggy the Clown. Buggy the Clown's body also grows larger. Do you think you can kill me easily, because I am your defeated general? Dream! Buggy the Clown roared. A hard punch was thrown. The two collided hard together, and the violent collision erupted with extremely terrifying power. Both of them were shocked and stepped back. The clown Buggy kept retreating, and a trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. Ha. Let me see how you die. Air laughed. Although your power is very strong, you cannot defeat me. There is no way you can hurt me. Not only will I not die, but I will be able to kill you. The clown Buggy kept retreating. His clothes were torn and his body was covered with countless scars. But there was still a hint of madness in his eyes. Impossible. I can control the power of thunder and lightning. How can you resist my power? You can only let me slaughter you. My power will keep engulfing you. You will die. I will become the darling of my thunder god fruit power. Air's voice was full of madness, and his whole body rushed towards Buggy the Clown again as a crazy attacker. You are very powerful, but you can't defeat me. You can't beat me. Buggy the Clown yelled crazily. Thunder and lightning emerged from his body, bombarding Air's body crazily. The forces of the two are constantly competing. Rumble. A series of terrifying explosions sounded. Circles of extremely powerful fluctuations continued to spread. The surrounding air was distorted, as if everything was about to be torn apart. This terrifying pressure caused the ship to shake a little, and cracks even appeared on the ground. Boom! Buggy the Clown's body was violently thrown away. His body smashed into the ground, and stripes suddenly appeared on the ground. His body got up again. His clothes were in tatters, his skin was covered with dense cracks, and his body had been burned. He looked like a beggar, but his eyes were extremely bright. I already have enough power to kill you. Haha, you almost die. The clown Buggy looked up to the sky and roared, and he rushed towards Air crazily. He grabbed the void with his palm, and endless black flames emerged instantly. This black flame, carrying the aura of destruction, rushed towards Air. This power... Air's pupils narrowed. His body quickly retreated towards the rear. But his body had already taken a step into the night, and was wrapped in black flames and burned instantly. Buggy, the clown, looked at the black flames around him, with a hint of joy on his face. Kaido, I have completed my sacrifice to him, and my power will be completely enhanced to its optimal state. I will be the most powerful person in the world. No one can defeat me. Buggy the clown burst out laughing wildly. Air, I will definitely make you crawl on your knees and surrender. I will trample you and kill all the Marines in this country. The voice of Buggy, the clown, kept spreading. The surrounding sea water boiled. There's no chance for a loser like you to succeed. You're just an ant. Even if you release all the power of the world in you, it is impossible to kill me. There's no way I can lose to you. There's absolutely no way I can lose. Air's eyes flashed with sparks of anger, and his entire body turned into a stream of light and rushed into the sea and disappeared. Did you think I would let you escape? I must kill you today. 0, please give me flowers 0. Endless flames emerged from Buggy the Clown's body, and he quickly pursued him with one step. He's going to kill Air. Air's figure disappeared in an instant as fast as thunder, and his figure appeared above the sea level. Air was standing about 40 or 50 meters away from the sea level, but his body was suspended. I will kill you. Buggy the Clown roared crazily and rushed towards Air. Do you think that as your strength increases, you can kill me? I'm telling you that's impossible. No matter how powerful you are just an ordinary beast. I can absorb your power and then kill you completely. Trash like you has no right to compare with me. Die. The voice of Buggy the Clown came from afar. His figure appeared again, rushing towards Air quickly. He slapped Air hard with his palm. Snort. Air snorted disdainfully, and golden rays of light appeared on his body. Kaido's power fruit ability Thunder Strike. Air's body shot up into the sky, his arms suddenly raised. Thunder clouds appeared in the sky, and a huge bolt of lightning struck down and fell towards Buggy the Clown's body. The clown Buggy's body was directly hit, and his whole body flew out. Air's body suddenly appeared in front of Buggy, the clown, and he made a seal with his hands and uttered obscure spells. Dark beads emerged one after another. Powerful energy emerged from Air's body, and these black beads kept trembling and buzzing. These black beads quickly shrouded Zaya Ocean Buggy. Ah! Buggy the Clown screamed crazily, with smoke billowing from his body. Above his head, lightning symbols appeared one after another. Boom! Air's palm kept changing marks, and countless thunder and lightning bombarded Oda Buggy into the cage. These thunder and lightning contained terrible destructive power, bombarding the body of Buggy the Clown. Boom! A muffled sound sounded from Buggy the Clown's body. Strong electric currents continuously erupted from his body, and Buggy the Clown's face was full of pain. Chapter 185. Damn it, what kind of power is this? Aza! You bastard! I will cut you into pieces. Buggy the Clown let out a hysterical scream, and his injuries became more and more serious. This is the retribution you deserve. A cruel smile appeared on Air's lips. This was his revenge. All of this was caused by the stupidity of the pirates. If he hadn't been greedy, he might not have ended up like he did now. But he didn't repent and dared to provoke himself. This was his fate. These pirates must die. The clown Buggy's body was constantly swallowed by the ark, and was soon turned into coke. Die! A series of low growls came from Air's mouth. His hands formed seals quickly, and he kept chanting obscure mantras. A dark cloud appeared above his head at the 393 side. The dark cloud was rolling and lightning quickly gathered in the dark cloud. Boom! The dark clouds kept rolling, and the lightning kept falling, and every lightning carried terrifying energy. Boom, boom! The dark clouds were getting bigger and bigger, and bolts of lightning fell from the dark clouds. The whole world seemed to be plunged into darkness, and the clouds blocked the sunlight, making the area eerie. No, this is a thunderstorm. Run away. When the pirates saw this scene, they immediately fled in panic. They simply could not withstand such a thunderstorm attack. This is the power of a super fruit. The power of God cannot be violated. Buggy the Clown was overwhelmed by the lightning, and his body shriveled up quickly. There were wisps of black smoke rising from his body. I cannot be reconciled. Ah! Buggy the Clown let out a mournful cry, and his whole body was instantly blown up by lightning. But his body possesses a fruit ability that can instantly repair injuries. But it can't stop the body from drying up. If this continues, Buggy the Clown's body will gradually wither and eventually turn into a mummy. You want to die, but I can't bear to do it. You bastard dares to provoke me, and you will have to pay the price. Before you die, I will send you to hell so that you will never be reincarnated. The mark on Air's hand changed again, and lightning struck down quickly. Help! I don't want to die, I'm not alive yet. Let me go, I'm willing to do anything to repay you. Please let me go, I am willing to serve you. One by one, the pirates let out shrill wails and fled quickly. But it was too late and too late. This moment, all the pirates felt death coming. The marks in Air's hand became more dense. Terrifying thunder and lightning continued to fall, hitting Buggy the Clown one after another. The clown Buggy's body, once again, burned with blazing flames. The clown Buggy let out a shrill roar, and he also quickly used his fruit ability. I am the Pirate King. Marine must surrender to me. Destroy me. I am the most powerful man in the world. I want to rule the whole world. A roar came from Buggy, the clown's mouth. Next moment, his head began to swell, and two heads actually grew on it. His eyes turned red, the muscles on his body began to beat wildly, and a powerful breath burst out from his body. What power is this? How did his body become so huge? How come this guy has two heads growing on his head? Air looked at Buggy the clown's sudden change, with a look of horror in his eyes. No matter how powerful you are, I will never lose to you. Thor's hammer. Boom, 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 boom. Buggy the clown's muscles began to grow continuously, and his height was covered with muscle bulges. 13,604,105, Felu 230, 1,460,1,161. The two heads of Buggy the clown open a pair of wings and two legs respectively. This is... Air's eyes froze. Buggy the clown's body transforms into a giant sea beast, and his body is covered with lightning. Go to hell. The clown Buggy roared from his mouth, flapped his wings and rushed towards Air quickly. This is impossible. This is the power of pirates. How could he have such a powerful ability? Air's heart was filled with shock and fear. This pirate was so terrifying, completely beyond his imagination. No matter what you do, you will never be my opponent. I am the master of this world. Just die. Buggy the clown pounced on Air, his huge claws slapping out 0. Thunderstorm technique. Air's body retreated quickly, and a light blue protective barrier appeared around his body. Buggy the clown's body was hit hard. The protective barrier collapsed instantly, and Buggy the clown's body hit Air's body hard. Buggy the clown's body was knocked upside down and flew out. He smashed several houses and rushed out from the ruins, with layers of cracks appearing on his body. A ball of blood spurts out of Buggy the clown's mouth. His body fell to the ground again, with shocking scars appearing on his body. His body was covered with blood holes, and the scars were terrifying. But the clown Buggy rushed towards Air again, grabbing countless black rays of light with his hands and shooting them towards Air. Air kept avoiding these black lights, and his body kept retreating. Do not come. The clown Buggy's face turned pale, and he felt the terrifying aura coming from Air. Boom! Green smoke kept coming out of his body, and blood flowed from his chest. The surface of his body is covered with numerous cracks. I can't lose. The clown Buggy roared angrily, and his clothes were in tatters 1-6. But he didn't admit defeat. I am the king of the world. How could I lose to a pirate like you? You're nothing but a loser. Buggy the clown's eyes widened, and his aura continued to rise. There was a strong murderous intent exuding from his body. Air's right hand quickly formed seals. Air's aura reached its limit, and a terrifying thunder and lightning erupted from his body, raging continuously. Bang, 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 bang. Thunder and lightning continued to spread in all directions. A thick thunderbolt fell and directly enveloped Buggy the clown. No. Buggy the clown let out a miserable cry. His body quickly burned with flames, and a large number of blood holes constantly appeared on his body. This is the end of you. Die. Chapter 186. Air's eyes burst out with murderous intent. He held a giant hammer with flashing lightning in his hand and knocked it down hard on Buggy the clown. Boom! A violent collision resounded, and terrifying fluctuations continued to rise in the air. The power of thunder and lightning and blood continued to splash out. No, I don't want to die. Buggy the clown's body was shaking constantly. There was a look of despair on his face. I shouldn't have listened to those pirates. I shouldn't pursue that kind of life. Do not kill me. Please. Let me go, please. Buggy the clown kept retreating, looking at Air with despair in his eyes. You shouldn't have provoked me. You made a big mistake. I won't let you go. Air held Mjolnir in his hand, and his eyes flashed with an icy cold light. Thor's hammer. The hammer of Thor in Air's hand kept swinging. Thick thunder and lightning continued to bombard 5 clown Buggy. Boom, boom, boom. Buggy the clown's body kept flying backwards, and his body was covered with a lot of blood and deep wounds. The Thor's hammer in Air's hand was swung rapidly, and huge lightning beams kept hitting the clown Buggy's body, and blood kept dripping down. F. Buggy the clown kept screaming, his eyes filled with despair as he roared shrilly. A group of pirates couldn't help but exclaimed when they saw this scene. How can this be? He actually beat Buggy the clown. Can it be said that he really surpassed the 5 emperors? The bodies of many pirates could not help but tremble. This is impossible. How could he have such powerful fruit abilities? How come? He's obviously just a pirate. The clown Buggy's body has been injured by Air. His body kept flying backwards. His face was filled with grief. He knew he had to run away, otherwise he would be beaten to death by Air. He stood up quickly and ran forward quickly. There were still many wounds on his body, and the blood dyed his skin blood red. You bastard, I will definitely settle the score with you. The clown Buggy looked at Air in the distance with a look of resentment in his eyes and shouted loudly. Hee. You are simply wishful thinking. I hope you can remember today's lesson and be a good person in the future, and don't mess with people you can't afford to mess with. Air looked at Buggy the clown and said with a smile. Buggy the clown has a malicious light in his eyes. He quickly ran towards the back without any hesitation. The blood on his body continued to drip down, and his body became weaker and weaker. Buggy the clown had a look of despair on his face. Ha. My power, everything about me will be mine. Ha. A burst of crazy laughter broke out from Buggy the clown, and his body suddenly expanded. A large amount of black halo appeared on his body, and his body shrank rapidly, and finally returned to its original shape and returned to a normal person. At this moment, all the pirates were stunned. They all watched blankly as Buggy the clown transformed back into his original form. The clown Buggy's face was pale, with a look of extreme fear on his face. His eyes stared at Air in the distance, full of fear and resentment. Now, I will definitely return today's shame to you twice as much. Buggy the clown has a look of resentment on his face and a fierce look in his eyes. Snort. I hope you can remember today's lesson clearly. Air snorted and swung Mjolnir in his hand. Whoosh! Streams of terrifying thunder continued to fall from the sky, hitting Buggy the clown. Ah! Buggy the clown let out a painful cry, and his body kept falling backwards. Terrifying attacks kept bombarding Buggy the clown, and his flesh and blood peeled off quickly. 13,604,105, Felu 230, 1,461,281. Help! Buggy the clown desperately escapes. But Air has already noticed the suspicion of Buggy the clown, and he has already prevented Buggy the clown from escaping. So he kept releasing it, and the thunderbolts kept bombarding him. The muscles on his body were almost beaten to pulp. You devil, you devil. Buggy the clown kept screaming. He kept struggling but could not escape the thunder and lightning. I cannot be reconciled. I won't give up, I won't let you succeed. I want to use your flesh and blood to pay tribute to my blood, and I want your soul to remember this shame today forever. Buggy the clown roars like crazy. His body continued to tremble, and his body continued to break apart and disappeared into blood mist. Blood flowers bloomed one by one. One after another, hideous and terrifying teeth emerged from the flesh, constantly absorbing the blood in the air. His body was covered with dense wounds, and his body kept crawling outward. Tears flowed from his eyes, and the corners of his mouth were stained with traces of blood. Buggy the clown did not dare to stay and limped away towards the distance. You still want to escape. You can't escape. Air's figure appeared and threw lightning towards Oda Buggy. Buggy the clown howled miserably, and his body kept shaking. Air looked at 73 Clown Buggy with a mocking smile on his lips. Do you think you can escape like this? It's simply whimsical. Suffer death. The taste of death is so good. Let you try out what real death is like. A bloodthirsty smile appeared on Air's face. His body swayed and he came to the Clown Buggy in an instant, and the electricity in his hand kept bombarding the Clown Buggy. Help, help! Buggy the clown roared crazily and kept dodging. The thunder and lightning in Air's hand continuously bombarded Buggy the clown, tearing his skin and flesh apart. He howled hysterically. A series of screams sounded, and the clown buggy was bombed into pieces by lightning. I finally killed that guy. It's so cool. An excited smile appeared on Air's face. He looked at the pirates around him and said, "Pirates, you've seen it. What will be his fate?" Air's face showed a proud smile and said, "This is the fate of betraying me. His fate is death. And you are his fate, your fate." After hearing Air's words, all the pirates had expressions of despair on their faces. Chapter 187. They did not expect that they and others would encounter such treatment. There were sad looks on their faces, and they prayed secretly in their hearts. If God can take care of us, their deaths will not be so miserable. Lord Air, please let us go. We realize our mistake. A pirate fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face. Lord Air, please let me go. The other pirates also knelt down, kowtowed to Air and prayed. Please, please. Don't kill me. Ooh, don't kill me. A group of pirates cried and kowtowed. But at this moment, Air will not be soft-hearted at all. He has decided to kill and silence. The corpses of the pirates were thrown into the sea by him. You damn ants. I will definitely kill you myself. But I have to wait until I win before I do it. Two balls of fire shot out of Air's eyes, with a crazy look on his face. Ha 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 ha. Let's defeat this devil together. Yes, kill the devil. Let him die. At this time, Kaido roared loudly, and his figure instantly rushed towards Air. Well done. A cold smile appeared on the corner of Air's mouth, and his body quickly rushed towards Kaido, who was rushing towards him. He punched Kaido hard. Rumble. A huge shock wave erupted from the place where the two men met. The two collided with a harsh friction sound. You're so slow. You'd better surrender obediently. Otherwise, you will be in great pain. There was a cold smile on Air's lips, and he kicked the ground with his right leg. The whole person shot towards Kaido like an arrow from a string. You want to kill me? What a dream. Kaido's body dodged to the side, his hands holding the spear tightly, and he rushed forward. The two figures collided, and a strong wind swept around. A series of dark space cracks, constantly tearing at the surrounding void. Bang, bang, bang. The two bodies collided violently. Letter 3005. Damn it, how can you be so strong? I don't believe it, I don't believe it. A look of shock appeared on Kaido's face. His eyes were wide open. He simply didn't believe that he would lose the game. This is completely impossible. But when the facts were put in front of him, he had to believe it. You're not bad either. As expected of the top strong man, his strength is not weak. Air's body kept retreating. There was a strong fighting spirit in his eyes, and he narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Kaido. Snort. You are no match for me. Kaido's body swayed and he came to Air in an instant, and his arms slammed into Air's chest. Get out of my way. You guys all go to hell. Ha-ha-ha. The corners of Air's mouth curved, his body flashed, and he quickly retreated back. Wanna run? It's not that easy. Kaido had a fierce look on his face. Air's body stood motionless, and his right leg suddenly kicked forward. Boom! There was a muffled sound, and Air's right leg kicked Kaido hard in the abdomen, sending him flying out of the hospital. Cough, cough, cough. You. Kaido lay on the ground, foaming at the mouth, holding his stomach and screaming in pain. He felt like his intestines were about to be kicked out. His eyes stared at Air with hatred. Air walked slowly towards Kaido. Go to hell. A crazy look appeared in Kaido's eyes, and his body rushed towards Air. The two bodies collided, and 10 huge waves of air swept away in all directions. 013604 105 Felu 230 1,461,391. Go to hell. Die, die, die. You devil. Kaido's body exuded strong, murderous intent, and he continued to attack Air regardless of his injuries. The two bodies collided quickly, and violent explosions were heard from beneath their feet. Damn it. Kaido kept waving the spear in his hand. The two of them fought quickly, and strong children's voices continued to ring around. Go to hell, devil. There was endless resentment in Kaido's eyes, and he kept attacking Air with the spear in his hand. A crazy look appeared on his face, and the spear in his hand attacked Air fiercely. The figures of the two people were constantly intertwined, and the sound of violent, jumping children kept resounding. Kaido's body kept sliding towards the back. How can you have such terrifying power? There was a look of disbelief in Kaido's eyes and a ferocious look on his face, with bloodshot eyes and a look of reluctance on his face. Letter 2 CB, I won't lose. I am the king of pirates. You are just a demon, how can you defeat me? Kaido grabbed the spear in his hand with both hands and rushed forward. Poof! A spear pierced Kaido's chest fiercely, and blood spurted out from Kaido's mouth. You can't beat me. Because I have eternal blood in my body, but you are a dirty devil and can never defeat me. Aza! Kaido let out an angry roar and kept pushing his hands forward. T. Kaido roared hysterically. I will take away your blood, your strength, and your soul. Kaido's body quickly pulled up, and the scars on his body gradually healed. But the expression on his face became more and more ugly, and it could even be said to be a little distorted. Because his wounds continued to expand, many terrifying cracks appeared on his body. Click, click, click. Pieces of skin began to fall off, and bright red blood flowed from his body. What happened? How could I be so seriously injured? Kaido had a look of infinite horror on his face. His body rushed forward violently. He quickly came to Air. I want to be the new Marine Admiral. Kaido had a crazy light in his eyes. He held the spear tightly with both hands and rushed towards Air, trying to kill him in one fell swoop. Your strength is indeed very powerful, but it is not enough to make me afraid. Air saw Kaido's movements and retreated slightly to avoid a head-on fight with Kaido. A crazy look appeared on Kaido's face, and his body turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed towards Air. Go to hell. Chapter 188. I will tear you apart. Kaido rushed towards Air quickly, his eyes full of hatred. Whoosh! Air's speed suddenly increased, and he quickly retreated towards the rear. You can't escape. Even if you are forever powerful, I will never allow other clans to threaten my status. Go to hell. A cold look appeared on Air's face. His fists were clenched tightly, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Go to hell. His body turned into a stream of light and quickly rushed towards Kaido. Damn it. Your fruit power is too evil. Kaido's body kept sliding backwards, his expression extremely ferocious. The spear in his hand stabbed Air fiercely. Rumble. The roaring sound continued, and the spear in his hand pierced through hard. My eternal blood is absolutely irresistible to you. A ferocious smile appeared on Air's face, and his fists clenched tightly towards the spear in Kaido's hand. Ah! A scream. Kaido's body was hit hard by Al-273, and he was thrown away hard. A stream of blood spurted from his mouth. Bang bang. His body hit the ground hard, and his body was shaking constantly, with a trace of blood hanging from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were full of unwillingness. I am the king of pirates. I am the strongest pirate king in the world. Your fruit ability is nothing more than this. It can't pose any threat to me at all. Air's figure appeared in front of Kaido. His eyes were fixed on Kaido, who was exuding a faint golden flame, and a terrifying high temperature filled the air from his body. There was a cold light in his eyes. You are a despicable pirate. You actually try to challenge the title of the strongest person in the Grand Line. You are simply looking for death. Air's body was filled with terrifying heat. He reached out and grabbed Kaido's neck and pulled hard. Boom! There was a dull sound, and Kaido's body was thrown away and fell several meters away. He was lying prone, his body was twitching constantly, and his face was covered with blood. How is it possible? Kaido stared at Air in disbelief with wide eyes, a look of horror on his face. How could he do it? How is it possible to do this? He has obviously completely integrated the power of the Yin bloodline fruit. You don't understand my power at all. I'm going to take everything away from you. Air's figure quickly rushed towards Kaido. His face was filled with intense hatred. He was just a pirate, but he actually wanted to compete with him for the world tree. It's simply wishful thinking. Air's eyes were filled with cold light, and he punched forward fiercely. My blood is eternal. Even if I die, I won't give up. An angry roar came from Kaido's mouth, and he swung his arms forward and quickly dodged away. Air's eyes showed strong murderous intent. His figure attacked Kaido again, with a gloomy look on his face. I won't let you succeed. Kaido had a ferocious look on his face, and his figure quickly avoided Air's attack. Hateful. Kaido felt a strong kick on his chest, and his body took a few steps back uncontrollably. Air quickly caught up and kicked out his right leg, hitting Kaido's body hard. Kaido was kicked hard and flew away. His body fell violently several meters away, and a ball of black blood spat out from his mouth. A look of disbelief appeared on Kaido's face. When he raised his head and looked at Air, his eyes were full of shock and unwillingness. He never imagined that he would eventually be defeated by a pirate. This is something he absolutely doesn't want to see. This is something he absolutely cannot admit. Damn it, go to hell. Air had a cold expression on his face, and his figure instantly flew towards Kaido, and his palm quickly slapped Kaido's head. Poof! Blood kept pouring out. A huge head slowly rolled down. Kaido's body fell to the ground hard. His body lay on the ground, with strong unwillingness in his eyes. He just fell away. He couldn't figure out who he lost to. He looked towards Air. How on earth did this guy do it? His power is stronger than mine. Kaido had a look of disbelief in his eyes. He didn't believe that he would lose. He is the king of pirates. How could I lose? Kaido's figure slowly stood up, the armor on his body trembling continuously. There was a cold look in his eyes. He has not yet fully integrated the power of the fruit, and needs to continue to integrate before he can truly reach the next day. Otherwise, you will never be able to match the opponent. But what kind of fruit power does Air have that makes him unable to resist? He absolutely does not believe that the other party can do it. Kaido's body swayed and came directly in front of Yi Zai and Claudio. How dare you bully my friends? I will make you two pay the price now. I want you to know what real power is. Rich hatred flashed in his eyes. He released a terrifying aura, and the air in the entire room became oppressive. You two must die. His fists were clenched tightly, and streaks of thunder spread out from his fists, and his figure quickly impacted in the direction of Yi Feng and Claudio. So strong. A flash of light flashed in Claudio's eyes. The person in front of them was much more powerful than they imagined. Kaido's eyes were extremely cold. His fists carried the terrifying power of thunder, and went straight to the faces of Yi Feng and Claudio. You want me to die? Only you. I want to see who dies first. Yi Feng snorted and suddenly swung out the lightning in his hand, and the lightning struck Kaido's fist fiercely. Boom! The thunder and lightning struck Kaido's fist hard, making bursts of explosion sounds. The violent power of thunder continued to rage, causing the room to become distorted. Break it for me. Yi Feng let out an angry roar, and his fists continuously struck the void in front of him. Thunder and lightning were raging crazily, tearing apart ferocious scars in the surrounding air. Break it into pieces. Kaido let out a scream and slapped his right hand forward fiercely. Chapter 189. Kaido let out a scream and slapped his right hand forward fiercely. A terrifying energy swept out quickly and turned into a huge palm that slapped hard. Click! Air's fists kept hitting Kaido's palm, but that palm was so hard that it completely blocked Air's ability. You cannot. You can't compete with me. Waves of roaring sounds came out of Kaido's mouth, and his body exuded waves of terrifying majesty and tyrannical power. His power seemed to be endless, constantly bombarding Air in front of him. Go to hell. Kaido growled again. A trace of scarlet blood appeared in his eyes, and an even more terrifying power erupted from his body. Dense veins appeared on his arms, and terrifying air currents gathered quickly. His body exuded rays of terrifying light, as if it could destroy the heaven and the earth. Impossible. You are no match for me. I am the Pirate King. How could I lose to you? Air's mouth emitted waves of hysterical roars, and the aura on his body became more and more terrifying. His body also gradually grew larger. The body that was originally only the size of a palm has now grown to several feet tall. No matter who you are, I want you to die today. Die! Kaido roared again, and a layer of light blue light surged above his body. Marine 6 style's roaring waves. Break it for me. Kaido let out a roar, and his hands condensed into a series of marks, hitting Air's body hard. His body expanded rapidly, as if it had turned into a huge mountain of flesh, and his hands condensed into a huge water column that hit Air hard. His body moved very fast, and he was in front of Air in the blink of an eye. His fist hit Air's face hard. "Crush it for me." Air's mouth let out bursts of crazy roars, and streaks of blue thunder and lightning appeared on his body, rushing toward Kaido in front of him crazily. A ferocious smile appeared on the corner of Air's mouth. "It's broken." His fists continuously hit Kaido in front of him with blue energy attacks. Wave after wave of blue energy appeared in front of Kaido, constantly hitting his fist. Boom, boom, boom. Every collision made bursts of earth-shattering explosions, causing waves of vibrations in the room. Air's fist attacked crazily, knocking Kaido away. Kaido's body fell heavily, shattering the floor. "Your strength is really bad. You want to kill me to this extent. I see you don't know what despair is. Die to me." Waves of angry roars came from Air's mouth. His figure once again attacked Kaido in front. More terrifying energy erupted from his body, and streaks of blue energy spurted out from his fists, slamming into Kaido in front of him. A violent explosion sounded, and his fist collided with the water column in front of him. Boom! The water column was blasted to pieces by him. Air's body kept crashing into Kaido in front of him. Violent energy bombardments resounded, causing all the surrounding glass to collapse and everything turned into ruins. "Go to hell." Air's face was full of anger and hatred. He smashed his fist hard at Kaido in front of him. He wanted to hammer Kaido in front of him to death with his fist. Dead. Kaido is dead now. We win. Many teenagers around showed excited expressions, watching Kaido being bombarded by air, with excited smiles on their faces. Snort. So what if your fist is powerful? You still can't resist my attack. A cold voice came out of Kaido's mouth, and a monstrous momentum burst out from his body again. The clothes on his body were in tatters, and blood was constantly seeping out of the tattered clothes, making him look extremely miserable. "Get out of my way." He shouted loudly, raised his fist again, and hit Air hard. Bang, bang, bang. His fists kept hitting Air's chest. His fist slammed into Air's chest. Damn it. How could this be possible? I cannot be reconciled. Kaido let out angry roars one after another, and an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. His body kept moving backwards. I do not believe. I am the invincible Pirate King. Kaido made a sound of reluctance, and his body rushed towards Air again. A cold, murderous intent flashed across Air's eyes. Die. He slammed his fist hard at Kaido in front of him. His fist carried a powerful pressure, causing the surrounding space to vibrate slightly. The two fists collided together again. A series of collisions continued to sound. You go to hell. Kaido suddenly let out a roar, and his fist struck Air in front of him with an extremely fierce force. Kaido's fist kept hitting Air in front of him, and each collision erupted with violent roars, causing the entire floor to collapse. My strength is far greater than yours, how could I lose? So what if you have the power of the Pirate King? Still no match for me. Kaido's mouth came out with extremely arrogant words. You're just cannon fodder. Kaido's fist collided hard with Air's fist in front of him again. His body was instantly blasted out and hit the wall hard. I'm going to kill you myself, I'm going to crush your head on. There were bursts of crazy roars from his mouth, and he once again released waves of unparalleled power to bombard Air. Rumble. Air made crazy roars from his mouth, and his fists kept hitting Kaido in front of him. Violent sounds resounded one after another, and the two men continued to fight fiercely. Their fists kept hitting each other, and the skin on both of them cracked. Blood flowed from their skin. Chapter 190. I told you, you are no match for me. So what if you have Marine's power, you are no match for me. Air kept roaring, and more powerful power burst out from his body again. Boom! His fist hit Kaido's body hard, making a deafening sound. Die! A trace of bloodthirsty arc appeared at the corner of his mouth, and his face was filled with a look of madness. Die! Air let out a crazy roar, and struck Kaido in front of him with his fist again. Boom, boom, boom. The two fists collided continuously, making dull sounds one after another. Kaido's body kept moving backwards. Poof! A large mouthful of blood spat out from his mouth. How can it be? His eyes were filled with incredible light, and his body was continuously bombarded by airs, 850. Every time there was a collision in the chest, there would be a burst of tearing pain, as if the sternum was crushed directly by the opponent's fist. His body was blasted several meters away by air. Hahata! Aren't you very strong? Aren't you very strong with your fists? Come! Air made a sound of disdain, and his fists kept hitting Kaido in front of him. Huge sounds were continuously transmitted, turning everything around into ruins. Kaido kept coughing out a large mouthful of blood. His body swayed, and he took a few steps back. Kaido's footsteps hit the ground heavily. Air stamped his feet hard, and his feet immediately sank into the floor. His entire body disappeared from the spot, and when he reappeared, he was already standing next to Kaido. His cold eyes stared at Kaido, and he said coldly, "You can't escape because you are trapped by me. No matter what it is, don't even think about escaping." An angry roar suddenly came from Air's mouth. Not good. Air actually did this. Too awesome and powerful. The pirates around him couldn't help but exclaimed. Kaido was also stunned by Air's actions. His face was filled with expressions of disbelief. Air was actually able to escape from his fist. Is his fist really that powerful? Go to hell. Aren't you awesome? Aren't you the most powerful pirate king? Let's see how you can escape this time. A ferocious look appeared on Air's face, and a black electric snake appeared on his arm. The color of this electric snake is getting darker and richer. Want? Do not hurt me. Please don't kill me. Looking at the black electric snake, Kaido's expression changed drastically, and he let out a hysterical scream. Click! His body made a fragile sound, and his body was crushed by the huge black claw. Rumble! The giant claw slammed down to the ground, causing the entire sea to tremble. The sea water kept rolling. A smile appeared on Air's lips. This is just the beginning. My fist will not give in so easily. A reluctant sound came from Air's mouth. Every time he punches down, violent waves will rise on the sea surface. He is like a tireless machine. His fist slammed into Kaido's chest. Kaido's chest was pierced by his fist again, and blood kept pouring out of it. T. Kaido couldn't help but make a miserable sound. Soul. You despicable bastard. You actually insulted my identity in this way. I will make sure that you are never reincarnated. Even if I become a ghost, I will never let you go. A roar came from Kaido's mouth. He kept forming seals in his hands, and bombarded Air with fruit abilities one after another. Air's eyes flashed with a cold light. His body turned into a stream of light, constantly chasing Kaido's figure. Damn it! I'm going to defeat you. I want everyone to surrender to me. Kaido let out crazy roars. He continued to use the fruit's ability, and clouds of pitch-black smoke condensed from his hands. But every time Air rushes in front of him, Air will use various attack methods to fight back. His body was constantly dodging the terrifying ability, attacks one after another. Air punched the ground hard. The air around his body suddenly distorted, making violent sounds. Aza! Shut up, all of you. If anyone dares to continue mocking me, I will cut out his tongue. Give me peace. An angry sound came out of Air's mouth, and Lee's fist fell like a wolf. The power in his body burst out instantly, and the space around his body was immediately shattered by the bombardment. The energy that was spreading in all directions was suddenly blocked by an invisible force and could no longer spread out. Kaido let out waves of angry roars, and his body quickly retreated backwards, trying to put as much distance between him and Air as possible. A sudden roar came from his mouth, and a black thunder fell from the sky. A roar came out of Air's mouth. He also roared one after another, and purple light pillars shot out from his fists and bombarded forward. His body turned into an afterimage and rushed forward quickly. His fists carry endless power. Black beams of light struck forward. Bang, bang, bang. A series of explosions continued to ring out from the sky, and the air also made bursts of crackling explosions, and the space was bombarded with cracks inch by inch. Those space cracks continued to spread, and the ground shattered into pieces. Retreat quickly. These two guys are too powerful. If this continues, we will all die. Leave this island quickly. Otherwise, we'll be in big trouble. The surrounding pirates made panicked sounds one after another. A look of fear appeared on their faces. They also knew in their hearts that if they continued to stay, they would definitely not survive. Whizzing. Streams of light continued to shine out, and they quickly fled outside. Damn it, you despicable pirates, get out of here. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. Chapter 191. Kaido saw the people behind him running away into the distance, and an angry look flashed in his eyes. Stop them. Kill. A roar came from Kaido's mouth. His body turned around suddenly, and black flames burst out from the black armor on his body. Countless black runes also emitted from his body, and each black special rune shone brightly. Those black runes created streaks of brilliance and gathered into a giant axe in an instant. Die. His body turned into a stream of light and slammed into the space in front of him. There were waves of deafening sounds. Black streams of light spread in all directions, and wherever they passed, terrifying cracks appeared on the ground one after another. Those pirates had no resistance at all. Their bodies were shattered one after another. Rumble. A series of dull sounds continued to come out. One after another figures fell from midair. A series of miserable howls continued to resound 5, and mushroom clouds continued to rise. The bodies of these pirates continued to explode. The splashing pieces of meat and bright red blood were constantly spilling. Their robes had also been torn to pieces, revealing strips of naked bodies. These naked pictures make people's eyes sting. These Marines let out waves of unpleasant screams. Asshole! Kill that guy quickly. Kaido also felt that his aura was suddenly suppressed, and the anger in his heart became stronger. His figure rushed towards air again. Go to hell. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and the giant axe in his hand was raised high. Rays of light flashed across his eyes, and waves of terrifying power filled the air from his body. His figure rushed towards air, and the giant axe in his hand made a terrifying sound of breaking wind and slashed towards air fiercely. Do you really think you can hurt me? Air looked at the attacking Kaido, with a disdainful smile on his face. He clenched his right hand tightly, and golden flames suddenly burned from his body. Go to hell. Another roar came from Kaido's mouth. He swung his giant axe and slashed hard at air. His giant axe slashed hard at air with streaks of golden flames. Air's body kept retreating backwards. Countless golden flames appeared around his body. Impossible. How could this be possible? No, I don't believe it. This is impossible. Kaido kept roaring, his eyes were red, and his face was full of resentment and anger. He kept waving the giant axe in his hand, and ferocious expressions appeared on his face. Air's body kept retreating, but there was still a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. His eyes sparkled with amusement. Do you really think you can defeat me with these little tricks? It's just a joke. You do not deserve. Kaido's eyes flashed with fierce killing intent. His body turned into streams of black light, constantly attacking air. Kaido's body is constantly changing. Attack after attack was inspired from his body. The aura emanating from him became more and more terrifying, and those black streams of light continued to attack air. These little tricks. You are not strong enough to defeat me. He let out waves of angry roars and continued to attack air one after another. Air's body also continued to release terrifying rays of light. Those golden flames continued to condense and finally turned into a huge light group, emitting countless rays of golden brilliance. 13,604,105, Felu 230, 1,471,331. One after another, terrifying air waves rushed towards Kaido. What? How could his ability be so powerful? How can this be? Seeing that Air's body was able to block Kaido's attack, the pirates all widened their eyes and looked like they had seen a ghost. They have absolutely no way of understanding this. Kaido's body released waves of terrifying power. But every attack is like scratching an itch for air. Those terrible powers cannot harm air at all. Damn thing! The light on Kaido's body kept changing, and terrifying power spread out in all directions. His whole body was as dazzling as a star, with terrifying power erupting continuously. There was a terrifying cold light in his eyes. Is this my power? He couldn't help but feel a strong desire in his heart. I want to try it too. Kaido's eyes flashed with crazy killing intent, and streaks of light continued to surge out of his body. His body walked towards air step by step. The surface of his body continued to exude a terrifying aura. Damn bastard! Kaido's mouth kept roaring, and terrifying power erupted from his feet. His figure kept flashing and rushed towards air. Bang, bang, bang. His attacks kept falling on air's body, making terrible collision sounds. Waves of terrifying air waves continuously shot out from his body, sweeping up the surrounding pirates. Boom, booms, boom. Streams of terrifying aura swept out continuously, and many pirates were involved in it, and were killed in an instant without even the scum left. His eyes flashed with a cold look, and the giant axe in his hand slashed towards air again. This axe contains all the power in his body. That terrifying power kept rolling. Air's eyes were slightly narrowed, with a hint of disdain in his eyes. His body trembled, and his right fist continued to strike, and a golden flame burst out from his hand. Kaido kept roaring, and terrifying golden flames blasted out fiercely. Boom, boom, boom. Waves of loud noises continued to spread, and the surrounding marine soldiers were knocked out one by one. Air's eyes were cold. The black light on his body flashed continuously, and golden beams of light bombarded out. Two huge energies collided fiercely. Chapter 192. The terrifying energy ripples exploded continuously, and the energy ripples spread around in circles. Puff, puff. The surrounding pirates were sent flying backwards by the impact. Their bodies continued to vomit blood, their bones continued to break, and blood continued to spurt out. The terrifying energy aftermath spread toward the surroundings, turning everything in its path into nothingness. Air stopped struggling. Kaido shouted loudly, and his body continued to attack air. On the surface of his body, layers of power emerged and impacted continuously. Black rays of light burst out from his body and swept towards the surroundings. The terrifying shock wave swept away in all directions. Go to hell. Kaido made a terrible sound again. More powerful power continued to emerge from the surface of his body. Terrible power swept away in all directions. Pieces of terrifying light flashed continuously. Waves of terrifying power continued to rage, spreading towards the surroundings. Rumble. Waves of violent roars resounded from all around. His power continued to sweep away from all directions. Aza. How can this be? What's going on? Kaido looked at air in front of him and couldn't help but exclaimed. The strength in his body was almost exhausted, and his body also suffered a terrible impact. He couldn't help but retreat backwards, his face filled with shock. How could this happen? Did this guy's power actually rise to this level? Kaido's face was full of shock. He felt that he could no longer hold on, and his body could no longer bear the terrible impact. Your strength is pretty good. It's a pity that meeting me is still a waste of effort. Die to me. A harsh sound erupted from Air's mouth. Then he waved his right fist out again, and a terrifying beam of light continued to hit Kaido's direction. Kaido felt the terrifying pressure coming from all around, and a terrifying light burst out from his eyes, charging towards air. Boom, boom, boom. His legs moved violently, and he rushed towards air. Waves of terrifying energy continued to explode. Go to hell, Tilda. There was terrifying power in his palms, and he struck hard at air. My strength has returned to its peak. There is no way you can defeat me. His eyes kept flashing with a terrifying light, and his hands kept slapping forward. Daeon's 10 terrifying impacts kept blasting towards air. Bang, bang, bang. Terrible forces pounded air. The forces of the two are intertwined and constantly torn apart. Air's fists were constantly bombarding, and waves of terrifying power were constantly bombarding him. The power between him and Kaido was constantly torn apart, and terrifying power continued to impact. Damn bastard, go to hell. A ferocious smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. His hands struck hard at air. Terrible power continued to impact, crushing in all directions. Waves of terrifying power swept towards the surroundings, and the terrifying power continued to impact towards the surroundings. His fists kept hitting air, and the terrifying force kept crushing the surroundings. Air's fists also continued to attack him. His face was full of ferocious expression, and he struck Air fiercely with both fists. The fists of the two people struck fiercely, and terrifying power burst out continuously. Waves of terrifying roars continued to resound. "I'll fight you." His mouth opened, and he let out a roar, and the bright power in his arms continued to surge. The two men's fists clashed together again. "These damn pirates." Air couldn't help but have a look of anger on his face. "Shameless thing." A cold voice burst out from his mouth, and his fists contained terrifying power, and he struck hard at Kaido again. The fists of the two people struck hard again, and the two groups of terrifying power continued to explode forward. Boom! The two groups of terrifying forces collided fiercely, erupting into waves of terrifying shock waves. How can this guy be so powerful? His power is many times stronger than before. What exactly is this guy's power, and why is it so powerful? Damn it! He looked at Air in front of him, who kept pumping his fists and roaring violently. "Haha, go to hell." A wild roar burst out from Air's mouth, and terrifying shock waves continued to rise into the sky. Kaido's power was shattered by Air, and his whole body was bombarded by Air's terrifying power and kept going backwards. His face was full of shock and horror. Why did your power increase so much?" He looked at Air in front of him, with an expression of disbelief on his face. "This is all your fault. You must die." A ferocious look appeared on Air's face, and a terrifying light emitted from his eyes. "Do you think you can really kill us? Even without you, we can still kill him. We are called Marine Admiral, and we will be something you can deal with." An angry roar erupted from Air's mouth. Wave after wave of terrifying shock waves continued to rise into the sky and impact all around. He looked around and landed on a good boulder, and a cold light burst out from his eyes. "Since you're seeking death, don't blame me for being cruel." Air looked at Kaido in front of him and roared, and a terrifying shock wave continued to erupt. Damn it, how is this possible? The faces of the pirates who saw this scene couldn't help but change, and they were all shocked. They saw Kaido being directly punched by Air. Their eyes widened, and their faces were full of disbelief. Air's strength has obviously been weakened. How could his strength be improved so much? How far has his strength reached? Kaido's eyes were wide open. Looking at the scene in front of him, he seemed to be dumbfounded. His eyes were widened with an expression of disbelief. How can this be? How come he still has so many fruit abilities? How on earth did he do that? A group of pirates were filled with deep doubts. Chapter 193. We don't care about this. Kill him quickly and take away all his power. This kid's strength has increased so much, we must absorb all his power. Otherwise, we will be in danger. A group of pirates attacked Air. Air's strength has indeed improved too much, which makes all the pirates feel very afraid. Once he is allowed to grow, his strength will definitely increase a lot. Even if they can kill it by then, their forces will surely suffer heavy losses. You want to take away my fruit power, you trash are still young. Air's mouth curved with a hint of bloodthirsty, and he snorted coldly as he looked at the many pirates in front of him. Kill. A group of pirates rushed towards Air, their faces full of fighting spirit. A ferocious smile appeared on Air's lips. The power in his body surged out quickly. His fists flashed with terrifying power. His fist struck out with a sudden punch. Boom! A terrifying force continued to impact and bombarded away fiercely. His fist smashed a pirate away in an instant, and one punch hit a pirate's chest, and terrible power burst out. Click! The pirate's chest dented instantly, and his bones were shattered into pieces. Poof! A large mouthful of blood spurted out from his mouth, and he flew backwards and fell hard to the ground. Bang, bang, bang. He stepped hard with his feet, and waves of terrifying power continued to erupt from his feet. One after another, the pirates were trampled by him and fell to the ground. Blood was spitting out from their mouths, and they fell unconscious. Damn it! His power is so terrifying. His power is hundreds of times stronger than before. This is not the power that humans should have at all. What kind of monster is he? When the other pirates saw this scene, their eyes widened with disbelief. They had never encountered this situation before. Why did Air's power suddenly become so terrifying? Your strength has increased too much. I am no match for you. But you will never be able to stop our offensive. As long as you die, then we can get your power and gain more terrifying power. Air kept whispering in his mouth. I said I will never lose to you. A terrifying light bloomed in Air's eyes, and then he suddenly transformed into a stream of light and fled away into the distance. Boom, boom, boom. A group of pirates let out angry roars from their mouths, and they chased Air crazily one by one. Their speed was extremely fast, and they almost disappeared in the blink of an eye. Hateful. Air looked at the scene in front of him with a solemn look in his eyes. His heart was filled with endless anger, but now he had no choice but to continue running away. You all stop. If you dare to chase me again, then I will let you all die. I do what I say. Angry roars came from Air's mouth. Snort. Since you don't know how to commend yourself, we will confine you to the west. After hearing Air's words, a group of pirates had a sneer on their faces. Their speed suddenly increased, and they quickly pursued Air. Asshole, you can't hurt him, otherwise I will definitely kill you. Looking at the scene in front of him, Air's eyes shot out with terrifying cold light. Haha. You are like a lost dog now, with no power to resist at all, so you just surrender without hesitation. No matter how powerful you are, what can you do? Your speed is simply not as good as ours. And our current number exceeds yours several times. Do you think you can escape? You'd better surrender and give us your power. Otherwise, we will definitely make your life worse than death. Do you know who we are? We are the strongest force on the sea. We are powerful enough to crush you. You'd better surrender and give us your power. Otherwise, we will definitely crush you to death. Dialza. A group of pirates laughed arrogantly, their eyes full of arrogance. A bunch of trash. Air looked at a group of pirates and sneered. A look of disdain flashed in his eyes. You alone are worthy of me surrendering. It's just a dream. Air's eyes were cold, his tone was cold, and his tone was filled with endless haki. In that case, don't blame us for being rude. A cruel smile appeared on the lips of a group of pirates, and then a group of people started to kill Air. 778. Air let out a low drink, and then a terrifying force was continuously released from his body. The terrifying power swept directly around, knocking back the pirates who rushed forward. How can it be? When the pirates saw this scene, their faces were full of disbelief. They never expected that their attacks would be of no use to this guy. They couldn't even touch his clothes. How could this guy's physical defense be so strong? Anyway, let's go together. After a pirate saw this scene, he let out an angry roar, and then he led many pirates to attack Air. The speed of a group of pirates is very fast, and the terrifying speed appears instantly. The attack immediately came in front of Air. Get out of my way. Air's fists were clenched tightly, and circles of terrifying punch force continued to explode from his fists. His speed was very fast, and he punched out the pirates directly. Thump, thump, thump. A group of pirates flew out one after another, and each of them crashed through the mountain wall and fell down. You all get out of my way and don't come near me. Air glanced coldly at the group of pirates and made a cold voice. Don't force me. Air's face was cold, and there was a hint of cold, murderous intent in his tone. KRs. When a group of pirates saw that Air was so fierce, their faces became extremely embarrassed. Don't think that just because you have strength, you can really do what we do. Chapter 194. Let me tell you, we have the support of the entire pirate group behind us. As long as you dare to hurt us, the entire pirate group will hunt you down until you are killed. One of the pirates sneered and made threatening sounds. Haha. Your marine is so brave, you actually want to arrest me. I think they are just dogs trying to meddle in other people's business. Air's face was as gloomy as water, and his pair of dark eyes exuded a terrifying cold light. A mocking smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Do you guys really think I'm a fool? I don't think your pirates will send a large group of Marines to my place. You losers have no qualifications at all. A cold voice came from Air's mouth. I am the Marine Admiral. Your Marines are just a bunch of trash. I don't think your pirates would believe that a waste like you would say such a thing. My strength is very strong. Air snorted and spat out these words. Hee hee. A look of disdain appeared on the faces of the group of pirates, and mocking laughter burst out from their mouths. Who do you think you are? Aren't you just a piece of trash among pirates? How could your marine believe you? A pirate sneered and said in a disdainful tone, Haha, you're right. What you said is indeed true. But I will not succumb to your power just because of your few words. I advise you to get out of here as soon as possible, otherwise I will not show mercy. Air said with a cold and disdainful expression. You. Okay, since you want to die, then we will make it happen for you. Guys, fuck me. A group of pirates roared from their mouths, and then they rushed towards Air. Since you want to die, then I will help you. Air's face was extremely cold, and his eyes released icy cold light. Then Air's feet moved slightly, and his whole body turned into a stream of light, quickly attacking the group of pirates. Court death. A group of pirates roared one after another. Their eyes released sharp cold rays, and then they no longer retained their strength and directly erupted with more terrifying power. Bangs, bangs, bang. Loud noises were heard. The group of pirates attacked Air crazily. But it had no effect. Air was not afraid of the attack of this group of pirates at all, and he continued to charge. Hateful. You are so arrogant. When a group of pirates saw this scene, a look of anger appeared on their faces. Go to hell. You must kill him together. One of the pirates had a ferocious look on his face, and the anger in his eyes burned even more fiercely. He then waved his hand, and suddenly a large black wave hit Air fiercely. The black wave seemed to be a dark beast, sweeping towards Air with a terrifying aura that destroyed the world. Wherever the black waves passed, the space collapsed inch by inch and turned into nothingness. Break it for me. Air made a cold sound from his mouth, and his right leg suddenly kicked out, instantly kicking out the black wave. Air's face was gloomy, and then he suddenly raised his right leg again. Click. Air kicked out his right leg hard, and then kicked hard at the group of pirates. The group of pirates were kicked by this kick, and their whole bodies were immediately kicked out and smashed into the sea. Puff puff. Blood sprayed from their mouths, and each of them looked at Air with extremely ugly expressions and eyes filled with horror. They had no idea that a pirate's combat power could be so terrifying. Impossible. How can this be? The faces of the group of pirates became extremely pale. 13,604,105, Felu 230, 1,480, 1,121. They did not expect that their companions were not the enemies of Air. This strength is too terrifying. Such a pirate is simply not something pirates like them can deal with. Once you are met by them, you will definitely lose. A sense of despair arose in the hearts of a group of pirates. Let's go. A pirate looked at Air with a gloomy expression and finally said through gritted teeth, Wanna leave? It's not that easy. An evil smile appeared on Air's face, and then he took a step forward. There was a sneer on Air's face, and then a dazzling light was released from his right fist. Boom! The next moment, Air's right fist struck hard, and brilliant golden light flashed out. A golden fist shadow tore through the sky directly, carrying a force that could destroy the world and hit the pirate's chest fiercely. A low roar came from Air's mouth. This punch carries an unparalleled power and strikes directly with a devastating momentum. When a group of pirates saw this scene, their faces turned pale and they let out a shrill cry. 0. The next second, Air's golden fist shot out fiercely, directly hitting the chests of the group of pirates. The faces of the pirates suddenly turned extremely pale, and then they spat out a mouthful of blood. The whole person flew out upside down. Damn it! What kind of fruit power do you have? How could you have such great strength? The faces of a group of pirates became ugly. Their faces became extremely ugly. They never thought that the group of pirates on their side were completely different from each other. Who is this pirate? He actually has such great strength. A trace of bloodthirsty smile appeared on Air's face, and he took direct steps towards a pirate. Don't want. The group of pirates felt Air's terrifying aura, and they all showed frightened expressions. They knew that if they were caught up by Air, they would definitely die. A murderous intent flashed in Air's eyes. He directly grasped his right fist with his left hand and struck hard at the heads of the pirates. No. XAP. Help. When the group of pirates saw Air's fists coming, they all shouted for help. Pity. It's already too late. The pirate's head was directly exploded, and his whole body was blown into powder and disappeared. Chapter 195. When the other pirates saw this scene, the expressions on their faces became extremely horrified. Their pupils couldn't help but shrink, and their eyes were full of fear. They never expected that air would possess such terrifying combat power. A deep sense of powerlessness arose in their hearts. What kind of fruit power do you have? How dare you kill us? Aren't you afraid of the people behind us? A roaring sound came from a pirate's mouth. I'm really scared. After all, I'm just a little shrimp. How can I possibly offend big guys like you? 2. Since I dare to come out, I won't be afraid of anyone. Besides, even if I can provoke you, so what? What do you think the forces behind you can do to me? I just need to tell them that I am not the 380 type of pirate they imagined. I think they will choose to shut up. There was a mocking smile on Air's face, and then he continued to move forward. After this group of pirates saw Air's actions, their faces were suddenly full of horror. They didn't expect that Air would be so bold. Behind them lies the survival of the 4 emperors. If this matter were known to the 4 emperors, they would definitely eat it up and walk away. Don't run. You can't escape. When the group of pirates saw this scene, their faces became more and more ugly, and then they shouted loudly. Run away? Why should I run away? Do you think I will be afraid of you? I just want to get rid of you. Air glanced at the pirates indifferently. His face was as cold as a hard rock. You want to die. How dare you challenge the 4 emperors? Do you know the price of offending the 4 emperors? A marine's eyes shot out 2 rays of light. His expression became extremely ferocious, and a terrifying murderous intent spread out of his body. Yeah. Do you think I'm scared? There was a mocking smile on Air's face, and then a cold light burst out from his eyes, shooting towards the marine. Boom! Air's fist struck out hard. His fist struck the marine with a devastating pressure. Not good. Hide quickly. After the marine saw Air's attack, his expression suddenly changed, and then he quickly turned his head, trying to avoid Air's attack. But as soon as he turned his head, that terrifying fist shadow had already struck in front of him. Boom! The marine's entire body was blown away, and then he hit the ground hard, making a huge dent in the ground. His whole face turned pale, and his eyes were full of fear. What kind of freak is this guy? He actually has such terrifying fighting power. The difference between our strength and his is too far. When the group of pirates saw this scene, their faces became extremely pale. No. You can't kill us because we were sent by the 4 emperors to protect you. So you'd better just stay put. One pirate gritted his teeth and said, otherwise, the forces behind us will definitely avenge us. Ha 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 ha. What about 4 emperors? Do you think they can protect you for the rest of your life? And do you think I will be afraid of them? The corners of Air's mouth raised slightly, revealing a sarcastic smile. I don't believe you are really not afraid of the 4 emperors. If you don't believe it, just try it. Air snorted coldly, looking completely disdainful. Court deaths. After seeing Air's performance, the pirate's face suddenly turned livid. His expression suddenly turned gloomy, and then he slapped Air with his palm. The pirate's face was gloomy, and his attacks became more violent every time. He kept bombarding down and kept attacking Air. 13,604,105, Felu 230, 1,480, 1,241. Do you really think I'm a soft persimmon? Pinch if you want. Air had a look of impatience on his face. Die. When the pirate saw this scene, a ferocious look appeared on his face. His palm struck down again, and at this moment he seemed to turn into a demon king. Not bad. After Air saw the marine's attack, a look of surprise appeared on his face. It seems that I still underestimate your background. No matter how powerful you are, you can only die today. Go to hell. After the marine heard Air's words, his expression suddenly changed, and his face was filled with ferociousness. He attacked Air again. There was a look of disdain between Air's brows. Die to me. His fist came down hard again. His fist punched out hard and collided hard with the marine's fist. The marine's fist was hit hard by Air's fist, and he flew backwards, spitting out a large mouthful of blood. The whole person fell down and lay motionless on the ground. DOUT. So strong. When the people watching around saw this scene, they couldn't help but take a breath. He was actually able to smash that pirate into pieces with one punch. What kind of strength is he? The pirates who were watching all had their eyes widened with shocked expressions on their faces. You, what exactly are you? How can you have such strong fighting power? Are you really one of the 5 emperors? The Marine struggled to get up from the ground, and then he looked at Air with a shocked look in his eyes and said with disbelief, "Yes, I am Air, one of the 5 emperors." 2.4 Air stared coldly at the pirates around him. His eyes were filled with endless anger. These guys actually dared to destroy their entire pirate group, and they dared to track his whereabouts. It's so disgusting. His heart was filled with overwhelming rage, and he wanted to kill all these guys. What? You are one of the 5 emperors, Air. That's a legendary superpower. After hearing Air's words, the expressions on the faces of the pirates suddenly solidified. A legendary level strongman. That was a strong man standing at the top. Who sent you here? A trace of cold, murderous intent appeared on Air's face, and he stared at the pirates around him with cold eyes. No matter who you are, you must die today. Your life is mine. I will use any means to kill you. Chapter 196. The pirate looked at Air with a crazy look on his face. His right hand suddenly reached into his arms, took out a long knife from his arms, and then he rushed down towards Air. There was terrifying thunder and lightning flowing on the long knife. Thunder and lightning slash. Boom! The thunderbolt slash came down instantly, and the bearer slashed down hard at Air with astonishing speed. When Air saw this scene, he couldn't help but sneer on his face. You want to kill me even with your strength? Dream. Air sneered, then stepped out with his right foot and kicked him hard. The terrifying force directly smashed the pirate's thunder and lightning chop, and at the same time kicked him out and took a few steps back. The pirate was kicked out, his face instantly turned extremely pale, and a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth, his eyes filled with shock. You, what is your ability? Has your combat prowess reached the legendary level? How could you have such terrifying strength? The pirate looked at 5 Air with a shocked look in his eyes, and looked at Air in disbelief. My strength has broken through. No one here is my opponent. Why do you still want to kill me? Air looked at the pirate and said with disdain. The words fell. His fist pumped out again. A huge thunder dragon tore out of the void and slammed into the pirate's chest. Cracked. The bones on the pirate's chest were directly shattered. Impossible, I already have such a strong fruit ability. Why am I not his opponent? The pirate looked at Air in disbelief, with a look of despair on his face. Your abilities are indeed special, but my combat power far exceeds yours. You can't even block one of my moves, let alone kill me. Air looked at the pirate and sneered, then stepped out fiercely. When the whole person disappeared and reappeared, he had already arrived in front of the pirate. Not good. When the pirate saw Air appear, his pupils suddenly contracted and he reacted quickly. His arms shook and a tyrannical force burst out, and then he slashed hard at Air with his long sword. Air raised his hand and punched out, hitting the sword hard. Catcha! The sword shattered inch by inch. Ah! The pirate screamed, and then his right arm was directly severed. You, what kind of strength are you? The pirate looked at Air with a shocked expression on his face, and his eyes were full of horror. My strength has surpassed that of the 5 emperors. If you want to kill me, you are just wishful thinking. Air looked at the pirate and said disdainfully. What? Beyond the 5 emperors? Impossible, you can't be that powerful, you must be pretending to deceive us. The pirate looked at Air and said with a ferocious expression. Snort. You pirates will definitely die today. Air snorted coldly after hearing the pirate's words, and then he went straight towards the pirate to kill him. Kill. The pirate's expression changed as he looked at Air. Terrible thunder and lightning flowed from his fist, and he hit Air's chest hard. The moment the thunder and lightning collided with the fist, there was an earth-shattering sound. Air directly punched the pirate away. A trace of bright red blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. Impossible, how can I be so much weaker than you? The pirate looked at Air with an expression of disbelief. It's just relying on some weird abilities. Air looked at the pirate and said indifferently, "Now, I will show you how powerful I am." Two beams of cold lightning burst out from Air's eyes. A bolt of lightning fell from the sky and struck down hard, hitting the pirate's head. 13,604,105, Felu 230, 1,480, 1,371. F. The pirate's mouth opened slightly, and he made a reluctant sound. His body fell hard. "How dare you bastards kill my brother? I'm going to kill you, Air." A group of pirates roared angrily when they saw the pirate being killed instantly by Air. "Come together and kill this guy." A pirate looked at Air and yelled, and then a group of pirates rushed towards Air and attacked him. Boom! A series of terrifying thunder and lightning fell, and a series of terrifying power explosions caused the surrounding floors to shatter and turn into dust. This is impossible. How is it possible in this world that there is such a powerful fruit ability? How could your ability be so strong? The pirate looked at Air with a look of disbelief in his eyes. "My ability is indeed very powerful, but if you want to kill me, it is just wishful thinking." Air looked at the group of pirates and said coldly, "Don't get involved with his nonsense. The only way is to kill this guy." After hearing Air's words, the faces of the pirates couldn't help but become ferocious. "Since you are seeking death, don't blame us for being rude. Kill him together." A pirate took the lead and rushed towards Air. The rest of the pirates rushed towards Air. Storm Blade. Air looked at the group of pirates with a cold smile and stamped his right foot hard on the ground. The whole person turned into an afterimage and rushed towards the group of pirates, and instantly started fighting with several of them. Bang! A pirate's weapon slammed into Air's chest, and a terrible force burst out, knocking Air away and falling into the sea. The moment Air fell into the sea, a huge water column rose into the sky. Die! The pirate looked at Air, and a ferocious look appeared on his face. A hint of ferocity appeared at the corner of his mouth. Ha-ha-ha! A group of pirates laughed and walked towards Air's position, preparing to surround and kill Air. Just when ferocious smiles appeared on their faces, a huge roar came from the bottom of the sea. A terrible light burst out from the sea. How so? Seeing what happened at the bottom of the sea, the group of pirates stopped involuntarily and looked in Air's direction with expressions of disbelief. Dazzling firelights bloomed continuously. "Damn it, how dare you destroy our ship? Do you know the consequences of doing this? You're dead." When the pirates saw the raging flames burning on the sea, the ferocious expressions on their faces instantly froze. Chapter 197. Air actually destroyed their ship. Am I doomed? It's so funny. I want to see what you do to me. Die. Air rises from the bottom of the sea. The terrifying sword energy tore through the air and slashed towards the group of pirates. Boom! A series of dull sounds continued to resound, and the group of pirates were slaughtered crazily by Air. A pirate was cut in half by Air's sword energy and died on the spot. "You pirates aren't that good either. You can't kill me yet." Air stood in the air, exuding a cold and ruthless aura, looking down at the group of pirates below like the king of hell. Arzar. The pirate looked at his fallen companion with a look of despair on his face. Looking at Air, his eyes were full of unwillingness. He didn't believe that there were 70 or 80 people on his side, and he could be defeated so quickly against one person. He didn't believe it. Air spat out a word coldly, and a violent energy surged out of Air's body and instantly rolled south towards the sheep pirate below. The group of pirates below all flew backwards, spitting out mouthfuls of blood and looking pale. KR. When the pirates saw this scene, their faces were filled with incredible looks. They simply couldn't understand how Air did it. Air swung Mjolnir again and struck it hard, smashing a pirate to pieces. This guy is so evil. We are no match for him. Seeing Air's fierce look, the remaining pirates wet their pants. Escape. We retreat. When the pirates saw Air's terrifying fighting power, their faces turned pale and disappeared without a trace in an instant. Air couldn't help but shake his head when he saw the scene. Are there really people in this world who can survive beyond the next level? If that's the case, then if I can reach that level, wouldn't I also be a superhuman strong person? A hint of amusement appeared on the corner of his mouth. Whoops! At this moment, the leader, Major Marine, was breathing heavily and looked extremely ugly. We must find a way to kill him, otherwise we won't have a chance to leave the city. He looked at the group of pirates and said. The other pirates couldn't help but nodded when they heard this. I don't believe we can't deal with him. The Marine Major's eyes flashed sinisterly. But how to deal with him requires a perfect plan. This guy is not easy to deal with. His eyes glanced around. Which of you has a good brain? If you have a good idea, just tell me. It would be even better if you can kill that person. The Major Marine looked at everyone with a glint in his eyes. Hey. The Marine Ensign's mouth opened slightly, with an excited look on his face. You. The Marine Major looked at the Marine Ensign with a suspicious expression. What, don't you believe me? The Marine Ensign's face turned gloomy. Even if you don't believe me, I've already taken on this mission anyway. I will definitely help you kill that bastard. A determined look came over his face. Good, very good. A smile appeared on the face of the Major Marine, and then he glanced at the other pirates. You can put forward any ideas you have. As long as we can kill that person, there will be a reward for all of us. Yes. I think we can use this mission to kill him. If we can kill him, we can get more bounties. It is even possible to obtain higher-level fruits, which is simply a great thing. The ensign's face suddenly showed a hint of excitement as he listened to the discussions of the pirates around him. I think it's not bad. That heir, I have wanted to kill him for a long time. He is the most hateful pirate I have ever seen. He is simply a pervert. If I can kill him, I can exchange for a more generous bounty. The other pirates looked at Ensign with a look of envy in their eyes. If they can get heir's appreciation, they might also be able to get this generous bounty. At that time, you can buy more fruits, and you may even directly break through the realm and become a powerful marine. After all, heir has superhuman fighting power. This tyrannical strength makes all pirates feel shocked and awe. Very well, since everyone says so, let's do it. You all go back and prepare first. I will contact other teams to attack together, kill this guy and get a generous bounty. Ensign's tone was filled with arrogance. Chinese letter to CBYES. The pirates shouted in unison and left one after another. Although they are afraid of heir, they are very confident in their hearts. Because they were both born as Marines, and their extraordinary strength was beyond what heir could resist. Snort. The ensign snorted and turned away. There was a sneer in his eyes, and he thought to himself, boy, your death is coming soon. Heir watched the pirates around him leave with a look of disdain on his face. He looked at the Thor's hammer in his hand, and there was a hint of brilliance in his dark eyes. I really didn't expect that my power could reach such a terrifying level. There are probably only a handful of strong people in this world who can do this. If I let that guy know that I'm so good, will he get angry? The corners of his mouth were slightly raised, with a somewhat playful look. Heir was also very curious in his heart about how powerful his power could be. If I could have more power, I might be able to blow up this starship directly. But this is impossible, because the owner of this mothership is not a simple person. He has a life and death that transcends legend, and possesses power that is terrifying to the ultimate. Even I can barely contend. But I already have many powerful skills. For example, my speed is comparable to the legendary strongman. When the time comes, even those powerful men at the peak of legend will not be able to do anything to me. Dia. Heir threw his head back and laughed. The corners of his mouth curved into a bloodthirsty arc, and his heart was filled with excitement at the thought of being able to defeat a strong man at the pinnacle of legend. Swish swish. Not long after the interstellar battleship left, huge battleships appeared one after another. These warships are very large in size, and each warship has huge artillery. Chapter 198. These battleships exude an icy cold light and emit terrifying fluctuations. One warship after another docked at this planet. We finally found the location of this battleship. We are pretty lucky. A man wearing a white trench coat stood on a huge mechanical chariot. There was a cold smile on his face. This person was clearly Hawkins, and his eyes were looking around for traces of the battleship. It's time to show our fangs and hunt down the strong human named Heir. As long as we kill him, we can get a huge reward. Hawkins looked towards the sea in the distance. There is a floating island in that sea area. Surrounding the suspended island are huge abyss with rolling waves. Those huge waves crash against the edge of the suspended island. Boom! A roar like a tsunami came from the bottom of the suspended island. Huge waves emerged from the bottom of the sea. Those waters form the huge Uzumaki, forming a vast ocean. That guy named Air must be trapped. We will rush to the suspended island now and kill Air then. Hawkins looked at the abyss with a hot look in his eyes. There is the floating island. Yes, 167, let's go to the floating island right now. The pirates all looked excited, and then they boarded the floating island one after another. At the same time, somewhere on a suspended island, Air sat cross-legged. He held Mjolnir in both hands, and the thunder and lightning in his body continued to pour into it. The roaring sound is endless. The huge thunder hammer emitted dazzling light of thunder and lightning. Cracked. It was as if a shackle had been broken free, and the Thor's hammer burst out with dazzling light. Roar! Ouch! A low roar echoed through the void. Surrounding Thor's hammer, thunder snakes continuously circled to form a terrifying lightning and thunder. Those thunders twisted and rotated crazily, forming a huge whirlwind. Air's eyes also showed a strong fighting spirit. Thor's hammer come out. He roared loudly. As his voice fell, endless electric snakes appeared on his body surface again. Thunder snakes continued to condense and converge on the top of Thor's hammer. Bang, bang, bang. A series of violent collisions were heard one after another from the Thor's hammer. Waves of roaring sounds like thunderous waves continued to be heard. Those violent thunder and lightning kept hitting the top of Thor's hammer. The entire appearance of Thor's hammer was covered by thunder and lightning, and terrifying thunder and lightning intertwined into a picture, emitting astonishing power fluctuations. Air's eyes shone with a fiery look. He looked at the top of Mjolnir and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. He slowly raised his right hand, and a lightning spike on Thor's hammer suddenly burst out with a dazzling light. For a moment, the Thor's hammer turned into a stream of light and flew forward in an instant. A violent shock was heard, and astonishing thunder and lightning swept in all directions. Some warships that were unable to evade were directly shrouded in thunder and lightning, and then exploded into pieces. Not good. Get out of here quickly, or you will die. Damn it, what is it? What happened? Inside the hiding warships, many pirates made panic sounds. Just when the pirates screamed in surprise, terrifying sounds of piercing the sky suddenly came from all directions, and thunder and lightning pierced the sky. Those thunders and lightnings kept coming, and every thunder and lightning contained astonishing power of thunder and lightning. Those warships screamed when struck by lightning, and then exploded. Thunder and lightning continued to strike. Everywhere it passed was a mess. 013604105 Felu 230 1,490 1031. The corpses of the pirates were charred black. Run quickly. The pirates let out a cry of terror, of fad. They ran wildly in all directions, and thunder and lightning streaked across the sky and chased them. Thunder and lightning struck out. A huge meteorite fell from the sky and hit the pirates hard. In an instant, some pirates' heads were smashed to pieces. Let's go. Don't get hit by this lightning. The pirates roared in panic and fled desperately. Those huge meteorites keep falling. Damn, what the hell is this? Is this Air's fruit ability? Hawkins narrowed his eyes when he looked at the meteorites. There was a hint of fear in his eyes. As expected of the rumored Air, he is really powerful. It's just a pity that he met me. I am the Marine Admiral of this class. You are destined to be no match for me. Hawkins's eyes burst with endless desire to fight. His body's surface shone with wisps of thunder and lightning, and he also had a pair of wings on his back. Those were the thunder and lightning wings that he had cultivated, and they contained extremely powerful thunder and lightning power that was comparable to the strength of a saint. He was like a thunder god, rushing towards Air with an aura of destruction. Thunder God's spear. Hawkins uttered a word, and he stabbed Air fiercely with a huge war spear. Hawkins shouted. He used all his strength to display a unique combat skill, and his thunder spear was filled with terrifying power of thunder and lightning. The huge war spear carried a destructive force and pierced Air fiercely. All the marine admirals had ferocious smiles on their lips. Their mouths opened, and terrifying attacking wolves swept towards Air. A barrage of horrific attacks bombarded Air. His eyes suddenly narrowed into a thin line, with wisps of sharp light flashing in his eyes. His left arm flicked suddenly, and a terrible attraction instantly emerged. A huge suction force burst out. A series of terrifying attractions formed instantly. Those terrifying attacks immediately hit Air, and he was instantly swallowed up by the attraction. Huge pirate ships kept falling. The corpse of a pirate was swallowed up by the suction force. Thunder shield. A word came out of Air's mouth. A thick thunder shield appeared around him, blocking one terrible attack after another. Air's fists continued to blast out, and thunder and lightning continued to bombard the lightning shield. The lightning shield continued to appear, and terrifying cracks immediately shattered. Thunder shield collapses. The thunder spear struck hard and burrowed into Air's chest. Chapter 199. Air's right hand holds Mjolnir tightly. He looked at the small hole on his chest and frowned slightly. Just now, he used the thunder shield to block Hawkins' attack and was not injured. But it was eroded by Hawkins' lightning power. The power of thunder and lightning entered Air's body and wreaked havoc on his meridians. There was a hint of pain in the corner of his mouth. He felt that within his body, the power of thunder and lightning was raging crazily. The power of those thunder and lightning seemed to have wisdom, constantly biting Air's meridians and flesh, trying to destroy it completely. His face couldn't help but become extremely pale. No, we must find the thunder god's heart immediately. Otherwise, I will be tortured to death by this power of lightning. Once I die, I will fall into a deep sleep even if I am resurrected. We must get the heart of thunder god as soon as possible. A drop of blood flowed from the corner of Air's mouth. His face was full of anger and murderous intent. Damn Hawkins! I will definitely cut you into pieces with 1,000 knives and cut you into pieces. A growl came from Air's mouth. A terrible murderous aura filled the air. Whoosh! Air stepped forward, jumped into the air and fled into the distance. He's as fast as Ultimate. His legs suddenly stepped on the sea surface, causing huge waves. Air's entire body turned into a stream of light and quickly swept towards the coast. Damn Air! Do you think you can still escape? Hawkins sneered. His eyes narrowed slightly, and wisps of extremely pure thunder and lightning power burst out from his body. The power of these thunder and lightning turned into thick thunder dragons, rushing forward crazily. Booms, boom. Brontosaurus collides with the ocean in the sky. The space is constantly shaking. Terrifying shock waves spread crazily, destroying everything nearby. The houses on the island also collapsed and became ruins. Terrifying thunder and lightning shot up into the sky, destroying everything. All the marine admirals retreated to avoid those cowards. Hateful! A series of angry curses resounded, and all the marine admirals looked into the distance angrily. Their eyes were full of annoyance. Damn it! He actually dared to sneak attack His Excellency Admiral, which is simply unforgivable. I arrested him repeatedly on behalf of Your Excellency Admiral. A marine admiral said angrily. With a wave of his palm, a terrifying battle axe flew into the distance. A series of terrifying attacks instantly struck into the distance. Boom! The tomahawks struck the island fiercely. The small island was suddenly bombarded to pieces and turned into a pile of rubble. How dare you sneak up on me, Lord Admiral? I won't stop until I kill you on the spot today. The faces of all the marine admirals were full of anger. They all stared angrily at Air. Their eyes were filled with murderous intent. That guy unexpectedly attacked Admiral, which was an unforgivable crime. Their attack once again enveloped Air. They are all Admiral-level superpowers. Their attacks are extremely powerful. Air's face was solemn. His eyes were full of murderous intent, and he watched helplessly as these terrifying attacks bombarded him. But he couldn't move at all. Boom! Terrible thunder continued to bombard down, and the power of thunder continued to bombard his thunder shield. His thunder shield kept trembling. Get out of here. Go away. Air roared crazily, and he frantically used the power of thunder and lightning in his body to bombard the surroundings. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying power of thunder kept hitting his thunder shield. A burst of violent explosions resounded continuously, cracks appeared on the thunder shield, and terrifying arcs continued to spread. Cracked. In the end, the thunder and lightning shield could no longer withstand the terrible thunder and lightning bombardment, and cracks spread out. Crack, click, click. There are more and more cracks on the thunder shield. Air's face looked extremely pale. How can it be? Air looked at his thunder shield, his face full of horror. His thunder shield is his greatest support, possessing unparalleled defensive power. But now, there are fine cracks on thunder and lightning. 013604 105 Felu 230 1,490 1151. This was unacceptable to him. This is impossible. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Air's eyes widened. His eyes almost popped out. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Zero. Why is this happening? A series of roars came from his mouth. Die to me. A flash of gloom flashed across Hawkins' face. He raised his hand, and a long sword appeared instantly. The blade of this long sword is covered with sharp serrations and exudes an icy cold light. A terrible chill burst out from the sword blade. He held a long sword and stabbed Air fiercely. The long sword cut through the void and appeared instantly. The long sword turned into a phantom and headed towards Air to assassinate him. Loud noises resounded continuously. The terrifying sword light appeared instantly. The speed of that sword light is truly astonishing. Air watched the long sword arrive in an instant. Zero. He had no time to dodge and could only resist the long sword. OJ. A crisp sound sounded. The long sword hit the thunder shield hard. Terrible power continues to explode. A terrifying ripple kept rippling. An earth-shaking loud noise came. The long sword pierced the thunder shield fiercely. I'm going to kill you. Several Marine admirals roared. They all displayed various abilities and bombarded Air. Each of those weapons is enough to easily kill an admiral. The weapons came crashing down on Air. Bang, bang, bang. Those weapons smashed down hard, fell hard onto the barrier formed by the power of thunder and lightning on Air's body, and exploded hard. The power generated by those explosions exploded instantly, causing Air's thunder shield to tremble violently. I will cut you into pieces. I will crush you to ashes. The faces of those Marine admirals were full of anger and hatred. They roared angrily. They frantically bombarded Air. Those terrible attacks kept falling. The island was in a mess. Terrifying cracks spread out. The entire sea was constantly surging, and the seawater rolled and roared. How dare you sneak attack on me? Chapter 200. Air's eyes were filled with intense anger, and his face was filled with ferocious color. He roared crazily and used his fruit ability. He wanted to use his thunder and lightning power to block these terrible weapon attacks. But the terrifying power kept bombarding out. The terrifying thunder and lightning kept erupting, wildly bombarding his thunder shield. Bang, bang, bang. Air's thunder shield continued to collapse, and cracks spread. The longsword kept tearing open and slashed towards Air crazily. Blood kept spraying. A deep sword mark was cut on his chest. His whole body flew out and fell hard to the ground. Damn bastard, you dare to hurt me, I will cut you into pieces. Don't you know what you mean by doing this? Air's eyes showed a 847 malicious look, and he looked at Hawkins with anger written on his face. Snort. Hawkins's face was extremely gloomy, and his eyes looking at Air were cold. He was filled with rage. He never thought that the pirates he had trained so hard would be defeated so miserably. I'm going to cut you into pieces. Air looked at Hawkins and roared through gritted teeth. You damn ant, I'm going to make your life worse than death. A fierce light appeared in Hawkins' eyes. The longsword slashed towards Air crazily. He wanted Air to experience being torn into pieces. Die. Go to hell. A series of terrifying attacks bombarded Air. Damn it. Looking at this terrible attack, the anger on Air's face became even stronger. His fists were clenched, and his eyes showed endless anger. He wanted to resist. Boom. One after another, shocking roars resounded continuously. The terrifying longsword kept bombarding. He felt that he could no longer withstand the terrible attack, and there was a terrible muffled sound in his body. Blood continued to flow from the corners of his mouth, and his entire face became extremely haggard. His eyes were filled with endless sadness. He didn't expect that he would fail like this. He was unwilling to give in. Not willing to be defeated like this. "I don't accept it, I don't accept it." He yelled and struck out with both hands, slapping the long sword hard. Boom! The long sword struck down hard and hit his palm hard. Hawkins couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His face became extremely ugly, and his whole person became older. He did not expect that his strength was still too weak to withstand these terrible attacks. "So what if you don't give in?" A sneer appeared on Air's face. "I'm going to cut you into pieces, and I'm going to cut off your flesh piece by piece and feed it to the dogs." He stared at Hawkins with resentment in his eyes, as if he wanted to devour him. Okay, okay. I am waiting." Hawkins looked at Air and sneered. There was a hint of teasing in his eyes. He knew that he was no match for Air. But he had no intention of escaping, because he knew that running away would be of no use. In this case, he might as well wait for Air to be cut into pieces. "What are you still waiting for? Kill him quickly. Make him pay." A fierce look appeared in Hawkins' eyes. "Yes." The group of Marine admirals rushed forward and attacked Air. A ferocious smile appeared on their faces, and they looked at Air with sinister eyes. This terrible breath filled the air. The hearts of these Marines are filled with endless murderous intentions. They have only one goal. That's killing Air. Court death. I won't let you succeed. Air's face was full of anger, and there was a terrible killing intent in his eyes. Next moment, he frantically activated the fruit abilities in his body, wanting to kill all these guys in front of him. Those Marine attacks severely bombarded Air's thunder shield. Terrible power kept bombarding out. His expression became more and more ferocious. Horrible. What a terrible attack. Air couldn't help but let out an exclamation of surprise. He felt this terrible power, and a look of panic appeared on his face. The strength of these guys was too strong, which made him feel very desperate. The soles of his feet suddenly stepped up and disappeared as fast as lightning. He showed up already next to Hawkins. His right leg kicked Hawkins hard in the head. Hateful. When Hawkins saw this scene, his expression couldn't help but change, and he quickly ducked to the side. His head hit the far wall hard, blasting a hole in the hard wall, and his head fell directly into it. Air looked at Hawkins with anger in his eyes. His right leg kicked out hard again. The terrible force kicked Hawkins hard again. He was kicked so hard by Air that his whole head was completely numb from the shock, and the look in his eyes gradually dimmed. His eyes rolled back and he lay down straight, completely unconscious. Air couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw this scene. He collapsed and sat down on the ground, breathing heavily. Finally got rid of this guy. Ha ha ha, it's really great this time. I finally defeated a powerful enemy. Finally, I don't have to worry about this guy's threat anymore. He looked at Hawkins, who fell to the ground and laughed. His eyes were full of madness, and he looked extremely excited. You are happy. Suddenly, a cold and deep voice came over, making him tremble all over. He looked up and saw Hawkins, standing in the void looking at him. 2.9. Why are you not dead? When he saw Hawkins jumping around, his eyes almost popped out of his head. Die? Do you think I'm going to die? Hawkins snorted and looked at Air and said coldly, Your power is not strong enough and you can't do anything to me. I want you to die without a place to die. Hear this. Air's heart continued to sink, and a look of despair emerged in his eyes. How on earth did you do that? Air looked at the Marine Admiral with a look of fear in his eyes. It does not matter. The important thing is that you must die today. A cruel look appeared on Hawkins' face. After Air heard this, his pupils shrank and his face became cautious. He never thought that Hawkins would have such ability and be so difficult to kill. Chapter 201. But he still didn't believe he would lose. Although Hawkins is indeed very powerful, he does not believe that he will lose. I am one of the 5 emperors, yet you want to kill me. Air looked at Hawkins and shouted, waving his fists fiercely. His power surged with terrifying power. Boom! Terrible power surged from all directions. This space seemed to explode. How is this going? How come his power is so strong? The Marines felt the power released by air, and their faces showed extremely shocked expressions. How is this possible? His power is so strong. Their eyes widened one after another, and their faces became extremely solemn. Hawkins had a sneer on his face. You want to kill me even with your own strength. It's just nonsense. Next moment, Hawkins' fist came down hard and hit Air with terrifying force. This terrifying force hit 5, causing Air's heart to twitch. His face became extremely pale. Damn it. No, it can't be done. How could his power be so terrifying? Air roared with unwillingness in his heart. He felt the terrifying power released by Hawkins, and he couldn't resist it at all. A punch landed hard on Air's chest, but Air's body flashed with thunder to block it. HMPH. It looks so fancy, but it turns out to be such a useless attack. Air looked disdainful. He thought this attack was so powerful. You, don't be arrogant, this is just the beginning. Hawkins watched Air roar. 2 more punches fell hard. What? How is this possible? How can it be so strong? There was an expression of disbelief on Air's face, and his heart seemed to be about to stop beating when he saw the scene in front of him. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. How so? Why is this happening? He looked at the 2 huge potholes, and his face turned extremely pale. Boom! Hawkins looked at Air's expression, with a mocking look on his face, and continued to punch him hard twice. Air's face became extremely serious. What exactly is going on? Air's heart was full of disbelief. His strength is obviously strong enough. How could he be defeated so easily by his opponent? What the hell is this? Why is it so scary? Air's face became extremely embarrassed. He had no idea why Hawkins could defeat him so easily. Your biggest shortcoming is that you are too conceited. I admit that your power is indeed very strong, but it's a pity that you are too conceited and you are doomed to perish. You can't kill me at this stage. Because I have the ability to be immortal, you cannot kill me. Hawkins shook his head and looked at Air coldly. Immortal? Air's face became more and more gloomy. His hands were clenched, and his eyes were filled with endless reluctance. He didn't expect that Hawkins in front of him had such tyrannical strength. I can't be defeated. I am Marine Admiral. Even if I can't defeat you at this stage, I will defeat you one day. I can definitely defeat you. Dialza. Air looked at Hawkins in front of him and laughed wildly. Really? Then let's wait and see. Hawkins looked at Air and sneered, then turned to the Marines and ordered. Catch Air. Yes. The group of Marines immediately attacked Air. Not good. They actually want to take me away. When Air saw the situation in front of him, he was filled with anger and unwillingness. 9. His fists punched out hard, colliding hard with the fists of the Marines. Cracked. The group of Marines were punched away by Air, and blood flowed from the corners of their mouths. Hateful. How is this possible? The power is even more terrifying. Air looked at the situation in front of him with surprise. His strength was much more powerful than before. The soles of his feet stomped the ground so hard that the entire sea surface was shattered by his stomps. You are all going to die. Air looked at the Marines in front of him and roared, rushing towards the Marine on the opposite side. He punched down hard, instantly beating a Marine into powder. The guy who doesn't know how to live or die. Air's face was full of disdain. His fist came down hard again, killing another Marine next to him. None of you can escape. I can definitely kill you. Get out of my way. Air looked into Hawkins' eyes, full of ferocity and resentment. Don't overestimate your capabilities. You can't defeat me. Hawkins looked at Air and said with a sneer. Yeah. Then just take a look. Air looked at Hawkins with confidence in his eyes. His power became more and more tyrannical, and every time he bombarded, he could easily break the opponent's defense. Air punched 3 times in a row and knocked Hawkins away. This guy's power seems to be stronger and more terrifying. Damn it, I'm not convinced. Boom 957. Hawkins looked at Air, who was kicked out, with a crazy look on his face and a look of unwillingness in Air's eyes. He didn't want to be defeated by a child just like that. His fist kept punching out and collided hard with Air's fist. A series of extremely strong forces collided together, making a deafening sound. Ahem. Hawkins spat out a mouthful of blood, and he felt as if his chest was about to be torn open. His face turned extremely pale, and his mouth hung open. Teeth were falling out one after another, and blood was dripping from them. I can definitely kill you. I can definitely kill you. I'm going to tear your body apart piece by piece. I want you to know my horror. Hawkins's eyes were filled with a crazy look. His face was extremely ferocious, and he was roaring loudly. Air looked at the other person's crazy look, his eyes full of coldness and malice. I will never allow you to hurt my companions. I will definitely make you pay the price. Air roared crazily, his eyes full of unwillingness. You damn Junior, please stop being so arrogant and wait until I find a way to deal with you. At that time, you will completely understand how wrong you are. Hawkins looked at Air and said coldly. Chapter 202. His fists struck out fiercely, and streams of terrifying power shot out. You old dog, I will definitely kill you. Air looked at Hawkins in front of him and roared, and punched him hard. Boom! He and Hawkins collided again. Their fists struck each other, and a huge beam of energy suddenly erupted, shattering the air around them. Impossible! Hawkins felt the power transmitted from his fist, with a look of horror and disbelief on his face. How could this guy be more powerful than me? How can this be? How could my power be suppressed by yours? Hawkins had a look of disbelief on his face. He didn't believe any of this was true. How could he lose to Air in strength? He doesn't believe it. You can't defeat me at all. Air looked at Hawkins with a mocking smile on his face. Damn it, I'm going to kill you. When Hawkins heard Air's words, his face was full of ferocity, and he roared loudly. He rushed towards Air, trying to knock Air away with a punch. Air's strength increased again, and he collided hard with Hawkins again. Hawkins was beaten until he vomited blood and fell back, his face looking very painful. How could you have such great power? Hawkins looked at Air in front of him with an incredible look on his face. How did Air's strength suddenly become so powerful? His heart was filled with confusion. 9. This is my power. I will use my own power to destroy this sea. Air looked at the other party and said coldly. This is impossible, absolutely impossible. Your power will only get weaker and weaker, and eventually you will be killed by me. Hawkins looked at Air shouting loudly, but the deputy didn't believe Air. Boom! Air looked at Hawkins' face in front of him with a look full of resentment and stepped out with his right leg. Air's right leg kicked Hawkins hard in the stomach. Hawkins's abdomen collapsed instantly, his eyes were full of disbelief, and Air's face turned pale as he looked at him. You can't win. You will fail. Ha. Air looked at Hawkins's face and laughed. You want to kill me just because you're dreaming. There's no way you can defeat me. Air looked at Hawkins in front of him with a look of disdain in his eyes. Hawkins vomited blood from his mouth and backed away into the distance. He knelt on the ground and looked at Air with an incredulous expression. I do not believe. You must be using some secret fruit to have such powerful power. Hawkins looked at Air in front of him with a look of resentment in his eyes. He didn't believe that the boy in front of him was powerful enough to compete with him now. My power is real. You must be no match for me because you don't deserve to stand at all. Air looked at Hawkins with a mocking look in his eyes. Hawkins shook his head and roared loudly, his face very unwilling. He didn't believe what he saw before him, and he didn't believe that Air could be stronger than him. Then just give it a try. I'll prove it to you. Air looked at the opponent with a cold look in his eyes, and he kicked out the wolf's bombardment again and hit Hawkins' abdomen. Hawkins's face instantly turned pale, and he flew backwards and crashed into the sea behind him. Hawkins yelled crazily, his eyes full of anger and unwillingness. He doesn't believe any of this is true. He absolutely doesn't. No, I don't believe it. Hawkins struggled to get up, with a look of unwillingness on his face as he looked at Air, who looked extremely angry. Hawkins waved his fist and attacked fiercely again, and an extremely powerful force struck out. The two huge energies bombarded together, causing a violent explosion, setting off waves of huge energy storms, causing some surrounding buildings to collapse and shatter. You're going to lose. Air looked at Hawkins in front of him and rushed out again with a cold expression. Hawkins was beat until he vomited blood. He was beaten so hard by Air that he couldn't even resist. His internal organs were cracked, and he even suffered serious internal injuries. Air watched Hawkins in front of him keep punching. Each of his punches contained huge power, directly breaking Hawkins' bones. Make Hawkins' bones fall apart. You despicable bastard. You actually used such a method. I want to kill you, I want to kill you. Hawkins' face was very angry, and his eyes were filled with anger and unwillingness as he looked at Air in front of him. Didn't you say you are very powerful? I'm going to show you today what the real fruit power zone is. Air looked at Hawkins in front of him and shouted loudly, with a cold look in his eyes. Aza. Hawkins roared loudly when he heard Air's voice, with a look of unwillingness in his eyes. He was not willing to die like this. His power has not yet been fully demonstrated. How could he die so easily? He yelled crazily as the power surged through his body. His chest was pierced by a huge force, and he flew backwards and fell hard to the ground. Hawkins kept coughing, and blood spurted from his mouth. His eyes became extremely dim, and he stared at Air with an unwilling look in his eyes. He didn't expect that he would be defeated by this humble ant in front of him. And lost so much. You can't be so strong, you must have some means. You must not kill me, otherwise. Hawkins looked at Air in front of him, his eyes full of unwillingness and fear. He didn't know what method Air used to improve his strength, but the strength Air showed now really frightened him. Even if you have some trump cards, the gap between your strength and mine is too great. It's impossible to defeat me. Although Hawkins has some strength, he simply did not meet his expectations. He doesn't need to use any trump cards at all. Shut up, if you keep talking nonsense, I'll kill you immediately. Air looked at Hawkins and yelled with anger on his face. Hawkins' eyes widened, and he looked at Air's resentful look in front of him. There was blood flowing from the corners of his mouth, and his eyes were full of anger. Chapter 203. He never thought that he would fall into Air's hands. Just wait, one day I will step on you. Hawkins looked at Air in front of him and said coldly, I'm always ready for your challenge. But I hope you can escape today. I'm going to kill you, kill you. Ha 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 ha. Hawkins looked at Air in front of him and smiled wildly. Air looked at Hawkins with a mocking look in his eyes. Are you so confident that you can defeat me? I tell you, even if you use secret techniques, you can never defeat me. My power far exceeds yours, and the gap between us is no problem at all. You are just a grasshopper, you will never reach high. Air looked at Hawkins in front of him and said indifferently, What did you say? How dare you insult me? Hawkins's eyes were full of anger, and he roared loudly when he looked at Air in front of him. I just said you are a grasshopper, what can you do to me? You despicable ant, I want you to die. I want you to die. Hawkins looked at Air in front of him, his eyes full of unwillingness, and he felt like he was about to explode with anger. His face turned red, and he looked at Air in front of 473, with a look of unwillingness in his eyes. Shut up. It's just a waste. No matter what fruit power you use, you can't kill me. Besides, you haven't recovered from your current state, and you have no way to compete with me in terms of strength. Hawkins looked at Air in front of him and said with a look in his eyes. Hawkins has seen that his current strength has not been completely restored. So there was no way to defeat the Air in front of him. But he is not willing to fail like this, not willing to fail like this. You are so wrong. I don't care how much power you have now, I will kill you today. Air said indifferently, looking at Hawkins in front of him with a cold light shining in his eyes. He won't give up. Even if he dies, he will drag this piece of trash with him to be buried with him. He must kill this waste. Do you think you can defeat me? You underestimate my power. You are seriously injured now. How much strength can you still use? Your power has been exhausted. Hawkins heard Air's words and stared at Air in front of him with a mocking look in his eyes. Afp. Yeah. But you couldn't be more wrong. My power is still not exhausted. Air smiled coldly when he heard Hawkins' words before him, looked at Hawkins in front of him and sneered. What do you mean? Do you have other trump cards? Hawkins looked at Air in front of him with doubts in his eyes. You'll know the answer right away. Air's eyes were full of coldness and arrogance when he heard Hawkins' words. Air looked at Hawkins in front of him and said, I am the trump card. What trump card? When Hawkins heard Air's words, His eyes were full of curiosity. You do not need to know. Because I will kill you with my own hands. Air looked at Hawkins in front of him and said coldly. Hawkins was stunned when he heard Air's words. He didn't understand what Air meant. Boom! Just when Hawkins was about to ask what Air meant, a violent explosion sounded. I saw the air in front of me suddenly moving towards Hawkins. He launched an attack with unparalleled force and swept out crazily to wrap Hawkins. Hawkins saw Air suddenly taking action in front of him, with a shocked look on his face. He never thought that Air would take action. Boom! Hawkins felt himself being attacked by Air, and blood spilled from the corners of his mouth. He was knocked away by Air. Hawkins' eyes were filled with disbelief. He didn't expect that he would be knocked away by Air so easily. Hawkins looked closely at Air in front of him, with a look of shock in his eyes. You are so strong. Why is your power so strong? Why are you stronger than me? Hawkins looked at Air in front of him, with a look of disbelief in his eyes. Because I've broken through. Air looked at the cold look in Hawkins' eyes and said coldly. You have actually exceeded the limit of your fruit's ability. How did you do it? How can this be? Hawkins' eyes were filled with disbelief as he looked at Air in front of him. Why? Why do you grow up so fast? You shouldn't have the power you have now. You shouldn't be at the level of the 5 emperors. Why are you so strong? Hawkins looked at Air in front of him and roared loudly, his eyes filled with disbelief. Because you are too weak. You are so weak that you are no longer worthy of being my opponent. Air looked at Hawkins in front of him and said indifferently, with a cold look on his face. I really underestimated your power. You exceeded the limit of your fruit's ability so quickly. You were able to defeat my fruit power. Hawkins looked at the Air in front of him with a look of disbelief in his eyes, with a look of shock in his eyes. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. I said you will pay the price. I said there is no way you can defeat me. Now I am the most powerful survivor and your terminator. Air looked at Hawkins in front of him with a cold look in his eyes. Haha, do you think you can kill me? I'm no ordinary waste. When Hawkins heard Air's words, he looked at Air with a cold smile on his lips. Really, I'm curious about how you can fight against me. Air heard Hawkins' arrogant words and looked at Hawkins with contempt in his eyes. Snort. You'll find out soon enough. When you turn into a corpse, I will naturally let you know. Hawkins looked at Air in front of him and said with a confident expression. Since you are stubborn, I will send you on your way. Let you see my true strength. Air looked at Hawkins and said with a cold look on his face. Haha, do you think you really have a chance? I'm not an ordinary waste. Do you really think you can kill me? No matter how powerful your current fruit power is, you can't kill me. Hawkins looked at Air and said with an arrogant smile. Just wait. I will make your death miserable. Die. Air looked at Hawkins, said indifferently, and his figure turned into a black circle and rushed towards Hawkins. The two fought again. Chapter 204. I don't believe you can beat me. Even if your fruit power reaches its peak, you still can't defeat me. Hawkins looked at Air, who was rushing towards him, and said coldly. Hawkins' body burst out and instantly appeared in front of Air, kicking his right leg directly into Air's abdomen. Boom! The two kept attacking together. Air kept taking action and waving his fists, each swing carrying terrifying force, knocking Hawkins out. Hawkins was knocked back by Air's fist and retreated several hundred meters continuously, his face pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. You are indeed better than me. But that's all. Hawkins wiped away the blood from the corner of his mouth, and his momentum soared crazily. You are really strong, but you are still no match for me. Although your fruit ability is extremely powerful, the gap is too big after all. So you must die. Hawkins' eyes were fixed on Air, and the power in his body poured into his feet crazily, heading towards Air's wolf stampede. Hawkins was extremely fast, and instantly crossed the void and came in front of Air and stepped down hard. Air looked at Hawkins, who was rushing towards him, raised his left arm to block his chest, and hit them together hard. A huge countershock force instantly burst out from Air's arm. Hawkins' body couldn't help but take a few steps back. Your fruit ability is very good, but it's a pity that you met me. Hawkins looked at Air and said, his body quickly returning to its original state. Yeah. Then accept the move. Air looked at Hawkins across from him, appeared in front of Hawkins in a flash, and swung his right fist to hit Hawkins' head hard. Hawkins' head was hit hard on the ground by Air's fist, instantly shattering the marble floor. Hawkins' head sunk directly in, and bright red liquid flowed down his head. Hawkins looked at the collapsed wound on his head, his pupils shrinking continuously. Impossible, how could you be so powerful? How can it be? Hawkins looked at Air unwillingly and roared. Because I am stronger than you. So you are doomed, it's just a matter of time. There's no way you can beat me. Air looked at Hawkins' cold voice and said. Hawkins looked at Air's cold expression, a ferocious expression on his face. No matter what, I can't lose to you. Go to hell. Hawkins' figure instantly turned into an afterimage, came in front of Air and punched him hard. An excited smile appeared on his face, and his ferocious expression was clearly revealed. Hahata. Your end is coming. Accept my punishment. Hawkins looked at Air and said coldly. Then I will let you see clearly who is the real winner. Air looked at Hawkins' face and said gloomily, and his figure quickly flashed in front of Hawkins. Air's right palm slapped Hawkins hard on the cheek and slapped Hawkins away. Cracked. 5 fingerprints immediately appeared on Hawkins' face. Ah. My face, my face. Hawkins watched his face being smashed into pieces by Air's slap, with endless anger on his face. You ruined my face. Hawkins stared at Air angrily and said, with a ferocious look on his face. You want to kill me, then be prepared to pay the price. Air looked at the ferocious-looking Hawkins, with a cold arc showing on his cold face. Hawkins' body flew out instantly, fell to the ground and twitched. Air stood there and looked at him coldly. Hawkins' face was very ugly, and the muscles on his face were trembling violently, making him look extremely ferocious. Impossible, how can you be so powerful? How could you defeat me so easily? Hawkins looked at Air in front of him in disbelief, with a look of disbelief written on his face. I have Super Saiyan fruit power, and I have an extraordinary physique. How could I be defeated so easily? Absolutely impossible. Hawkins had a look of unwillingness on his face. Your fruit ability cannot be so powerful. Impossible. You must be using some evil secret method. Hawkins looked at Air ferociously, with an angry look on his face. He didn't want to believe that he had failed in the hands of one of the newly promoted 5 emperors. When Air heard Hawkins' words, a faint, sarcastic smile appeared on his lips. 0, please give me flowers. If that's the case, let's keep trying. Let's fight one more time. Air looked at Hawkins and said coldly. Don't even think about it. Everything today is mine. You can only be mine. Be mine. More tyrannical pressure erupted from Hawkins' body, and he fiercely attacked Air. Air's body erupted with endless thunder and lightning, and his figure quickly dodged Hawkins' attack. Your speed is too slow, you can't keep up with my speed. I'll show you what despair is. You will understand how stupid everything you have done is. Hawkins looked at Air in front of him with a crazy look on his face. 0. Snort. Air looked at the crazy Hawkins and snorted coldly, and disappeared instantly. Hawkins was instantly punched in the stomach by Air, and his whole body flew out and smashed into the ground. Air watched Hawkins' body slowly stand up, with a bloodthirsty smile on his cold face, and then kicked Hawkins hard on the chest. Hawkins' body was kicked directly to the ground. Air grabbed Hawkins' collar and lifted it up with a cruel smile on his cold face. Hawkins, I told you there was no way you could defeat me. I'll let you admit for yourself what a ridiculous thing this is. Air looked at him with disdain. Ha. Hawkins looked at Air and laughed crazily. You are talking nonsense. Do you think I will let you win? You are talking nonsense. I still have a trump card, Air, just wait. As soon as my trump card is revealed, your end will come. I want you to remember it forever. What is a true strong man? Hawkins said, looking at Air. The real strong man. Then let me see if you're qualified to say that. Air looked at Hawkins and said coldly, his cold face filled with cold, murderous intent. You wait. I will soon let you understand what a true strong man is. Hawkins looked at Air and said ferociously, and his figure disappeared in a flash. Chapter 205. Air frowned slightly, showing doubt. Strangeness. Why did he disappear suddenly? He looked at Hawkins and murmured in confusion. Hawkins' figure flashed extremely fast around Air. Is this guy getting faster? Air looked at the flashing Hawkins and murmured. Hawkins' speed was far beyond his capabilities, and Air was also surprised. Air's eyes glanced around, and there was a solemn look on his face. No, there he is. Air suddenly saw Hawkins in the distance, and a trace of surprise appeared on his face. Why did your speed increase so fast again? Hasn't your energy been absorbed by me? Air looked at Hawkins and asked with confusion in his tone. How could Hawkins become so fast? That's 400 because. Hawkins looked at Air's ferocious face, and a strange smile suddenly appeared. It's because you absorb too little ability, that's why my speed becomes so fast. You are such a waste that you can't even absorb this ability. You are simply a waste. Not only is the absorption ability so poor, but it is also suppressed by others all the time. It is really a disgrace to our demon clan. Hawkins looked at Air and roared ferociously. Air heard Hawkins's roar, and his face showed deep anger. Damn guy. I want you to die in my hands. Air's eyes exuded bursts of cold light, and his body instantly rushed towards Hawkins. Hawkins looked at Air's rushing figure, and a powerful pressure burst out of his body. Boom! The terrifying pressure instantly enveloped Air. The Brontosaurus roars. Thunder and lightning collided with the giant fist, and terrifying energy fluctuations continued to spread out. Boom, boom, boom. The two figures clashed together again and again, bursting out with deafening sounds. The two of them continued to fight, and terrifying energy exploded at the moment when the two of them fought, stirring up dust and rocks all over the sky. Cracked. The two collided together again, and the terrifying energy instantly slammed their bodies together. Both of their bodies were knocked upside down by this energy and fell to the ground. Hawkins turned pale and vomited blood. Air's face also turned pale. Damn it. How could he become like this? Air felt very puzzled. The moment they fought just now, Air clearly felt that Hawkins was much stronger than before. How could he become so strong? Isn't he supposed to be just a loser? Why does he have such great strength? Various doubtful thoughts kept flashing through Air's mind. Hawkins looked at Air, who fell on the ground, and the ferocious smile on his face became stronger and stronger. Air, you have today too. I want you to know that in the face of absolute strength, any fancy moves are useless. Even if you are stronger than me, your strength is not my opponent. So you are destined to be defeated in my hands. Hawkins looked at Air standing there, with a ferocious look on his face. Yeah. Air looked at Hawkins coldly. Are you kidding? You think I'm going to let you succeed? I will let you understand what true ability is. Air looked at Hawkins and said ferociously, looking at everything around him. He looked at Hawkins with cold, murderous intent. You want me to see your true strength, right? Then get ready. Air looked at Hawkins and said coldly. He moved his body and rushed towards Hawkins instantly. Air appeared behind Hawkins in an instant and hit Hawkins back with a Japanese punch. Hawkins felt the severe pain coming from his back, and a touch of bright red blood overflowed from the corner of his mouth. He didn't expect that he would be attacked by Air. Air looked at the blood at the corner of Hawkins' mouth, with a faint look of ridicule on his face. How about it? You are still too weak. Vulnerable. You should just stay where you are. Otherwise, I will kill you. Your strength is not worthy of being my opponent. I'll show you that you're nothing but trash. Rubbish. Air looked at Hawkins and shouted ferociously. Air, you talk too much. Court death. Hawkins felt Air's rampant attitude, and a ferocious expression instantly appeared on his face. Hawkins turned around, suddenly waved his right hand, and hit Air on the head. Air looked at the right hand that hit his head, with a cold arc at the corner of his mouth. Bang! Air's right fist collided hard with Hawkins' fist. Hawkins only felt a terrifying force coming from his fist. A mouthful of blood suddenly spurted out from his chest. How can it be? Hawkins looked at his injured fist with a look of disbelief on his face. How dare you call me trash? It's just looking for death. Hawkins laughed crazily, with a ferocious look on his face. Impossible. How could you be stronger than me? How did you do it? No. You're lying to me. Hawkins had a crazy look on his face, and his face was full of ferocity. Do you think you can defeat me? You are so wrong. I will definitely trample you under my feet. You won't stand a chance. Ha 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 ha. Hawkins looked at the injured fist with a crazy smile on his face. Air looked at Hawkins' crazy look with a sneer on his face. Then give it a try. Let's see how powerful you are. Air said coldly. An extremely huge amount of spiritual power erupted from his body, pouring crazily into Hawkins' mind. There was a sharp sting in Hawkins' mind, which made him scream. Don't use these things to control me anymore. I tell you, I will never give in to you. You trash. Hawkins looked at himself being controlled by air, and the ferocious look on his face became even more intense. Don't try to struggle, otherwise I will make your life worse than death. I will definitely beat you into a fool. Even if you are the top genius in the dark world, you will still be a waste. Air looked at the ferocious look on Hawkins' face, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a cruel look. Then I'll show you what real strength is. After Air said that, he punched Hawkins hard. Chapter 206. Hawkins looked at the fist hitting him, and his body instantly retreated to avoid Air's attack. Are you just going to hide? Are you just going to run away? Air looked at Hawkins with a sarcastic look on his face. HMPH, do you think you can escape my attack by avoiding me? I'm telling you, there's no way I'm going to let you succeed. I'll beat you to nothing. Hawkins looked at Air with a cold smile on his face. His body exploded towards Air again, and the dagger in his hand slashed hard towards Air's throat. Air looked at Hawkins, who was approaching him quickly, with a look of disdain on his face. I'll show you what real strength is. DA. Air's body suddenly disappeared from the spot and appeared next to Hawkins the next moment. Bang! Air raised his right leg and kicked Hawkins hard on the chest. Hawkins' body was suddenly kicked out and landed on the ground in the distance 5. KJ. Hawkins let out a shrill howl with a look of pain on his face. His chest collapsed and blood continued to flow from it. Ahem. Izzy. Hawkins' body kept coughing, and streams of blood continued to pour out of it. His face was extremely pale, and the smile on Air's face turned extremely gloomy. How? Aren't you still resigned? But that's all you can do. I advise you to admit defeat obediently. Otherwise, you will be beaten to death. Air looked at Hawkins with a mocking look on his face. I will not give up. I will never give up even if I die. Hawkins looked at the ridicule on Air's face, and his face became extremely ugly. Since you want to die, I will send you on your way. Let you know who the real trash is. Making you completely desperate. Go to hell. Hawkins roared and rushed towards Air, slashing out the dagger in his hand. BBY. The dagger split the air fiercely and slashed towards Air with a whistling sound. Boom! A strong wind whipped up violently, overturning the surrounding trees. Air looked at the dagger in Hawkins' hand with a mocking look on his lips. He jerked his body to avoid Hawkins' attack. Hawkins' dagger struck the ground hard, immediately cutting a 3-meter ravine into the hard ground. This scene. A look of disbelief filled Hawkins' face. He looked at the knife he had made with a look of fear on his face. This is impossible. You actually escaped my attack. How so? Hawkins looked at the ridicule on Air's face, and the look of disbelief on his face became more and more intense. You can't avoid my attack. How could you dodge my attack? Impossible. Hawkins looked at Air's figure, and a series of questions popped out of his mouth. Nothing is impossible. I said this is my power. And I am the only king in the dark world. I said all this belongs to me. Air looked at Hawkins with a mocking look on his lips. I'll let you see something clearly. What is true strength? What is the ultimate victory? Air looked at Hawkins after he finished speaking, and the look of ridicule on him became more intense. Hawkins looked at Air, whose face was full of ridicule, and his heart felt cold. How could you avoid my attack? You are obviously just an ant-like existence. How could there be such power? Hawkins was shocked when he saw the mocking look on Air's face. Air looked at Hawkins with a trace of disdain on his face. You are so weak. You are not qualified to fight with me at all. After Air said indifferently, He moved his right hand, and the dagger in his hand flew out instantly. Air's figure suddenly appeared behind Hawkins, and the dagger in his hand stabbed into Hawkins' back. Hawkins' body shook, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. No. I can't lose. I must defeat you, I must kill you. Hawkins looked at Air's face full of resentment, and his eyes turned red. You can't win. You don't deserve to win. Hawkins roared wildly. There was a ferocious expression on his face, and the bones all over his body made a crisp sound. The blood in his body burned quickly, and a trace of black smoke emitted from his body. Air looked at the sudden change of Hawkins, with a look of disbelief on his face. No, impossible. How could you possibly break through? You shouldn't have a chance. Air looked at the changes in Hawkins with a surprised look on his face. He had no idea what kind of secret technique Hawkins had used to be able to instantly increase his strength. How could you be so powerful? Air looked at Hawkins, whose face turned ferocious, with a look of disbelief on his face. He didn't expect that Hawkins could still defeat him despite his all-out efforts. A ferocious smile appeared on Hawkins' face, and his whole body swelled up instantly. Hawkins' body continued to grow, and soon he became more than 2 meters tall. The body, which is more than 2 meters tall, exudes powerful and terrifying power fluctuations. His whole body stood there, like Mount Tai, giving people an invisible feeling of oppression. This is... Air looked at Hawkins' huge body with a look of disbelief on his face. How can this be? What method did he use to make his body grow bigger quickly? Air looked at the huge body in front of him with a look of shock on his face. This is the difference between us. I have exceeded your limits without limit. But you will never reach my level. You are just a humble ant, an ant that is worse than an ant. So you must die. I will tear you apart and make you disappear from this world forever. Hawkins looked at Air's figure with a crazy look on his face. His body continued to grow, and the muscles on his body also swelled. Boom! Hawkins' body continues to grow larger, and the muscles on his body become stronger with each change. Chapter 207. He was like a giant, standing there in awe. Air looked at the huge Hawkins with a look of shock on his face. No. This is absolutely not true. Air looked at Hawkins, who had become even bigger, with a look of disbelief on his face. Today is the day you die. I want you to know what true despair is. Hawkins looked at Air, whose face was full of shock, with a crazy smile on his face. Death Scythe. Go to hell. After Hawkins finished speaking, he swung the dagger in his hand down instantly. Call out. A huge black dagger stabbed Air in the chest. Boom. Hawkins' body fell heavily to the ground. Puffed. Ath. Hawkins looked at the injury on his chest and spit out a mouthful of blood unwillingly. Air looked at Hawkins on the ground with a sneer on his face. I'm going to shut you up forever. Leave you speechless. Air looked at Hawkins on the ground with a crazy look on his face. He stretched out an index finger and pointed directly at Hawkins on the ground. Hawkins felt Air point his index finger, and a look of panic appeared on his face. His body struggled violently on the ground, trying to escape Air's control. You are no match for me. You can't resist me at all. Go to hell. Die. Air had a ferocious look on his face, and he looked at Hawkins on the ground and said every word. I will never let you go. Absolutely not. Air's body kept changing positions in midair, and the black short blade kept piercing Hawkins' body. Drops of blood poured out of Hawkins' body, one after another. Air looked at the blood being absorbed, with a cold smile on his face. Hawkins looked at the black short blade in Air's hand with a crazy look on his face. Aren't you going to kill me? Why don't you kill me? I'm not willing to give in. Hawkins looked at Air with a look of madness on his face. His voice fell on Air's ear, and Air's face suddenly became magnanimous. What did you say? Air looked at Hawkins on the ground, and a bad premonition emerged in Air's heart. Why don't you kill me? Are you afraid of me? How is that possible? I am the most capable person in the world. How could you be afraid of me? Hawkins looked at Air's face and said with a crazy look. Shut up. Listening to Hawkins' crazy tone, Air suddenly showed a trace of anger on his face. He looked at Hawkins, who was constantly struggling, and his abilities were crazily injected into the black short sword minister in his hand. His target was Hawkins' head. Air's voice sounded, and he looked at the struggling Hawkins with a crazy smile on his face. "You despicable bastard. Why did you sneak up on me? I will kill you." Hawkins had a crazy look on his face. He felt the terrifying ability coming from Air's body, with a look of anger on his face. He felt the crazy power pouring into his body around him, and a crazy look appeared on his face. Hawkins looked at the short blade in Air's hand and hit Air's body hard. Cracked. Air looked at the spear hitting his body, and the look on his face suddenly changed. He simply couldn't avoid Hawkins' blow. No. The look on Air's face turned pale instantly. He looked at the spear that was smashing towards his body, clenching his fists with a crazy look on his face. Bang! His spear hit Hawkins' chest hard, and Hawkins' body flew dozens of meters away, hit the wall hard and fell to the ground. Plop! A look of pain appeared on Hawkins' face. I will kill you. He struggled to get up from the ground, looking at the wounds on his body with a look of resentment on his face. Hawkins looked at the blood flowing from his body, and the expression on his face became ferocious. He looked at the blood flowing continuously on his body, and the expression on his face became more ferocious. I must take revenge. I must kill you. Kill you. Hawkins looked at the blood on the ground with a crazy look on his face. His body slowly walked towards Air with a crazy look on his face. Hawkins walked towards Air step by step, endless power pouring out of his body. Ah! Hawkins had a crazy look on his face, and his body rushed towards Air. He looked at Air walking step by step, and the look on his face became crazy. At this moment, his body suddenly flew backwards. His body hit the ground hard, making a deep pit in the ground. Easy. Hawkins looked at his body with a crazy look on his face. He looked at Air with a look of reluctance on his face. There were countless cracks on his body, and blood was constantly pouring out of the cracks. KR. Hawkins looked at himself with blood constantly flowing out of his body, with a crazy look on his face. Hawkins looked at Air walking towards him. The look of madness on his face became more intense. Aza. Hawkins looked at Air walking towards him, with a crazy look on his face. He watched Air keep rushing towards him. Whoosh! Air's body disappeared from the spot, and a black light flashed, and a short blade was stabbed into Hawkins' abdomen. Hawkins looked at the dagger inserted into his abdomen, with a look of unwillingness on his face. Hawkins had a crazy look on his face, and his body fell to the ground hard. Air looked at Hawkins on the ground, with a look of disdain on his face. I said, you're not worthy of being my opponent. Your strength is too weak. So what if your ability is stronger than mine? Your abilities are still so rubbish in my opinion. I want your life. Air looked at Hawkins, who had no life left, with a cold look on his face. No matter who you are, I'm going to kill you. The look on Air's face turned completely gloomy. He looked at Hawkins, who had no breath on the ground, with a look of disdain on his face. Chapter 208. What a waste. Air looked at Hawkins, lying on the ground, with a look of disdain on his face. He looked at the corpse on the ground, and the expression on his face turned completely cold. But since I have killed you, you can stay in this world forever. This is the price you deserve. Thinking of this, Air's face turned completely gloomy. I will not allow anyone to threaten me. So you must die. Must. 2 rays of light shot out of Air's eyes, and a cold look appeared on his face. He looked at Hawkins lying on the ground, with a look of indifference on his face. Hawkins felt like his whole body was about to fall apart, and there was a sharp pain all over his body. He looked down at his right leg and saw a huge wound on his right leg. Hiss tilde. The expression on Hawkins' face became ferocious. He did not expect that he would be assassinated, and his right leg would be cut off by Air. Aza. He looked at his mutilated right leg, his face full of anger. It's you. You did it, I'm going to kill you. Hawkins' face was filled with anger. He looked at Air, who was standing not far away, with an angry look on his face. Haha, 643 Air looked at Hawkins with a mocking look on his face. Do you want to kill me just because you want to? How ridiculous. You are just an ordinary ability user. Why are you compared to me? Air looked at Hawkins rushing towards him, with a look of contempt on his face. You're just a useless piece of trash. I don't know what's good or bad. I will send you to death now. You lowly fellow. Aza. Air looked at Hawkins rushing towards him, with a cold look on his face. Boom. He stabbed Hawkins in the chest with a knife, a look of disdain on his face. It's so stupid for a loser like you to still think about revenge. Even if I die, I will never let you go. You despicable villain. Hawkins looked at Air, who was stabbed in the chest by himself, with a trace of unwillingness on his face. I must kill you. I won't let you go. Hawkins looked at Air with disdain, and a surge of hatred surged into his heart. Snort. Just because you want to kill me. Air had a look of disdain on his face when he heard Hawkins' words. 2 rays of light shot out from his eyes, and his body rushed forward. No. You shouldn't piss me off. I will kill you. Air looked at Hawkins, who looked in disbelief, the cold light in his eyes getting stronger and stronger. I am invincible. Unbeatable. Air looked at Hawkins, who looked in disbelief, with a cold look on his lips. I will take your life. I must let you taste death. I will let you understand the gap between you and me. I'll show you that I'm the strongest. I am the strongest. Air looked at Hawkins, who was in disbelief, with a sneer on his face. You are no match for me. Hawkins looked at Air walking towards him, with a look of fear in his eyes. I will never lose to you. Hawkins looked at Air walking towards him, with a look of savagery on his face. I will kill you with my own hands. Air looked at Hawkins, who looked ferocious, with a look of disdain on his face. I will let you know the gap between you and me. Let you know the gap between you and me. Air looked at Hawkins, who looked ferocious, with a cold look on his face. He looked at the ferocious-looking Hawkins, with a affy cold look on his face. 13,604,105, Felu 230, 1,511,171. Yeah. It's a pity that I'm not the same person now. I will never get hurt again. You are not worthy of being my opponent at all. I will make you disappear from this world. Disappear cleanly. Air listened to Hawkins' words with a look of indifference on his face. Even if I die, I won't make it easy for you. Hawkins looked at Air with a ferocious look on his face. Don't overestimate your capabilities. Do you think I'm one of your pirate boys? You can only be a deserter in front of me. Air looked at Hawkins, who looked ferocious, with a sarcastic look on his face. I won't give you this chance. You will definitely die today. Ha. Air looked at Hawkins with a ferocious face, a look of disdain on his face. Do you think you have a chance to get out of here alive? What a fool. You humble ant. Air looked at Hawkins, who had a ferocious face, with a sarcastic look on his face. I will definitely let you know what kind of gap there is between you and me. You will regret this. Hawkins listened to Air's words with a look of resentment in his eyes. Even if I die, I won't let you go. I'll make you regret it. Hawkins listened to Air's words with a ferocious look on his face. You will regret it. You can only be a turtle with your head shrinking. You can't even escape. I'll let you know how big your gap is. Air looked at Hawkins, who looked ferocious, with a sneer on his face. Your strength is not on the same level as mine. Air looked at Hawkins, who looked ferocious, with a mocking look on his face. Just don't struggle or anything. You have no hope at all. What you do can only bring about your own destruction. Air looked at the ferocious-looking Hawkins and said with a sneer. His voice was filled with a hint of coldness. You will definitely pay the price. Hawkins looked at Air with a sarcastic look on his face and rushed towards him with hatred in his eyes. How dare you be so arrogant even when you are about to die? What a desperate thing. Since you are looking for death, I will grant it to you. Air looked at Hawkins with a ferocious face, a look of disdain in his eyes. Chapter 209. Go to hell. You lowly thing. I'm going to make you live in pain forever. I want you to pay the price. Air looked at Hawkins, who looked ferocious, with a look of disdain in his eyes. You damn thing. I'm going to make you suffer forever. Let you know what life is worse than death. I'll make you regret it forever. Let you know how powerful I am. Air looked at the ferocious Hawkins with a sarcastic expression. You are no match for me. I will never lose. Don't think that just because you are a pirate, you can do whatever you want. You poor guy. Air looked at Hawkins, who looked ferocious, with a sarcastic look in his eyes. You overestimate your capabilities. Whoever wants to touch my brother must pay the price. Air looked at Hawkins with a ferocious face, a look of disdain in his eyes. You will never be my match. You damn guy. Hawkins looked at Air, who looked disdainful, with a look of resentment on his face. Don't be too proud. You will regret it one day. I will definitely make you pay a heavy price. Do you regret it? Air listened to Hawkins' words with a sarcastic look on his face. I will never regret it. Not even Uranus Laozi can stop me. Air looked at Hawkins with a ferocious face, his eyes full of ridicule. You stupid thing. I'll make you pay for what you've done. I won't let you live in this world. I will make your life worse than death. Air looked at Hawkins, who looked ferocious, with a sneer on his face. You'll be glad you were stupid. I'll make you pay dearly. I will definitely make your life worse than death. Hawkins looked at the sarcastic Air, with a ferocious look on his face. Just because you're such a loser. It's not your turn to teach me a lesson. You pathetic guy. Hawkins looked at the mocking Air, with a ferocious look on his face. Stop being so harsh. You can't escape. I want you to pay a heavy price. I will completely refine your soul. Let you suffer forever. I want you to remember it forever. Hawkins looked at the indifferent Air and roared ferociously. I'll show you how powerful I am. You will pay a heavy price for everything you did today. I will definitely kill you. Hawkins roared, and a terrifying pressure erupted from his body. Die. Hawkins looked at Air with a cold and arrogant face, and the minister's spear suddenly stabbed Air. Hawkins looked at Air, who looked cold and arrogant, with a ferocious look on his face. You loser. Even if I die, I won't make it easy for you. Air looked at Hawkins rushing towards him, a sneer flashed on his face. You disgusting piece of trash. Do you think you can defeat me? You pathetic piece of trash. Air looked at Hawkins, who looked ferocious, with a mocking expression on his face. Today, I will let you see what the power of the strong is. I want you to understand what despair is. I'm going to make your life worse than death. Air looked at Hawkins, who looked ferocious, with a sarcastic expression on his face. Air looked at Hawkins with a ferocious face, a look of disdain flashed in his eyes. Just you. Even if Marine comes, he can't save you. In front of me. You are nothing at all. You're like an ant. Air looked at the ferocious-looking Hawkins and said coldly and arrogantly, I'm not an ant, I'm not an ant. I will definitely let you know what life is worse than death. I won't let you go. I'm going to tear you apart. Let you taste all kinds of flavors. Yeah. Then you can try it. Air looked at the ferocious-looking Hawkins with a mocking look on his face. Zero, please give me flowers. Zero. Why do you want to kill me? It's just wishful thinking. You're still young. Air looked at Hawkins, who looked ferocious, with a look of disdain on his face. Then I'll let you see with your own eyes what it means to be strong. Hawkins looked at Air, who looked cold and arrogant, with a crazy look on his face. You will regret this. It's you who regret it. Air looked at the crazy-looking Hawkins with a mocking look on his face. Just wait and regret it. I won't lose. 0-0. I will tell you with my strength. You are not worthy to be a member of our pirate team. Not worthy of the glory of our pirate group. I do not deserve. Then go die. Hawkins looked at Air, who had a cold and arrogant face, and suddenly the aura of the fruit's ability emanated. Die to me. Hawkins looked at Air, who had a cold and arrogant face, and bursts of dazzling light burst out from his body. It's up to you. Not even close. I advise you to admit defeat. If not, I will let you taste the pain of the world. Let you never dare to step into the pirate group again. You will understand that you are not qualified to join our pirate group at all. Our pirate group doesn't need waste. Hawkins looked at Air, who had a cold and arrogant face, with an arrogant look on his face. I'll make you understand. What does it mean to be truly strong? Let you understand what true despair is. Let me show you what true despair is. What is real fear? I will show you what great power is. I said, you're not worthy of being my opponent. You are not even qualified to fight with me. Chapter 210. Air looked at Hawkins, who looked arrogant, with a deep sarcasm in his eyes. Your strength is not worthy of me at all. Elks. Go to hell. I will definitely let you taste despair. Hawkins looked at Air, who looked cold and arrogant, with a ferocious look on his face. You are so ridiculous. It's so reckless. Not only am I not afraid of you, I'm going to kill you too. Let you know what true despair is. Air looked at the arrogant Hawkins, with a cold and arrogant look on his face. You are no match for me. Even the Marine Admiral is no match for me. You don't deserve to fight me. So go die. Air looked at Hawkins with a ferocious expression. The two of them immediately used their fruit abilities to fight together. Boom tilde. The two 867 people suddenly fought fiercely together. Bang bang bang. Air punched Hawkins hard in the chest. Cracked. When Hawkins heard Air's words, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and then he spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. How about it? Air looked at the pale Hawkins, with a mocking smile on his lips. Do you know what a real strong person is now? Your strength is far from enough. You're still far behind. You poor loser. You don't deserve to fight with me at all. Hawkins looked at Air, who looked cold and arrogant, with a crazy look on his face. I won't lose to you. I will kill you. Hawkins looked at Air, who looked cold and arrogant, with a crazy smile on his face. Yeah. I'll make you understand. What is true despair? Air looked at Hawkins, who looked ferocious, with a disdainful smile in his eyes. I will make you regret coming into this world. Air looked at Hawkins, who looked ferocious, with a cold expression on his face. You pathetic guy. Air looked at Hawkins, who looked crazy, with a sarcastic smile on his face. Air looked at Hawkins, who looked crazy, with a cold smile on his face. Only you. You're not even worthy of carrying my shoes. I want you to die. You loser. Air looked at Hawkins, who looked crazy, with a mocking sneer in his eyes. Don't overestimate your capabilities. Scumbag like you. You don't deserve to live in this world at all. Die. Let me send you to hell. Air looked at Hawkins, who looked crazy, with a cold glint in his eyes. The two fought together again. Boom, boom, boom. Loud noises were heard, and the battle between the two immediately set off a violent explosion. Boom. Deafening loud noises were heard immediately, and the entire mountain peak was destroyed instantly. You are so weak. It's not worth my while. Hawkins looked at Air, who looked cold and arrogant, with a ferocious smile on his face. Today, I will let you die without a burial place. You loser is not worthy of fighting with me. Hawkins looked at Air, who had a cold and arrogant face, with a ferocious smile in his eyes. Boom! A loud thunder-like sound resounded, and the entire void suddenly trembled. You pathetic loser. Air looked at the arrogant Hawkins, with a cold smile flashing in his eyes. A series of thunders fell from the sky, exploding between heaven and earth. 013604 105 Felu 230 1,511,431. Damn it. This damn guy. Damn bastard. Air looked at Hawkins with a crazy look on his face, and the corners of his mouth formed a curve. Just like a clown. Let me tell you what true despair is. Air looked at Hawkins, who looked crazy, with a cold smile flashing in his eyes. I will personally end the life of you, a despicable waste. Air looked at Hawkins, who looked crazy, with a mocking smile on his face. Waves of thunder fell and struck Hawkins' body. Hawkins was hit by lightning, and his whole body was scorched black, and his heart was filled with unwillingness to fight back. Hawkins kept waving his arms, and thunder and lightning struck him one after another, making his whole body black. We can't continue like this. Hawkins looked at Air, whose whole body was charred, with a trace of chaos in his eyes. Air's strength has surpassed him by far. If this continues, he will be killed here by Air sooner or later. Hawkins looked at Air with a cold and arrogant face, his eyes full of resentment. Since you want to die so much, then I'll make it happen for you. Hawkins looked at Air with a cold and arrogant face, his eyes filled with anger. You loser, go to hell. After Hawkins finished speaking, he quickly gathered the fruit's power with his hands. Bursts of violent explosions suddenly came out. I saw streaks of lightning rushing towards air, wrapping air in an instant. Not good. Air's expression changed as he saw himself surrounded by thunder and lightning. A deafening loud noise suddenly sounded, and thunder and lightning swallowed air into it. You all go to hell. Air looked at the people standing aside, his eyes filled with intense anger. Air looked at the people standing aside, punched them, and the terrifying energy exploded in the void. A series of shrill screams suddenly sounded, and one by one was seriously injured and flew out. You dare to hurt them. Hawkins looked at Air, who was wrapped in thunder and lightning, his eyes filled with anger. 4.3, I'm going to make you pay. Damn guy. Hawkins looked at the angry Air, his eyes filled with crazy light. A terrifying energy formed in the sky. The terrifying energy instantly transformed into a huge demon, blasting towards Air with a terrifying aura. Die. Air punched Hawkins in the sky, instantly bombarding him with his ability. Terrifying shock waves spread out in all directions, destroying all the nearby trees. The two attacks collided fiercely, and terrifying explosions suddenly sounded, echoing throughout the forest. The attacks of Air and Hawkins collided fiercely, and the terrifying energy collided fiercely in the void, leaving huge cracks. Chapter 211. Waves of powerful energy raged in the air, and terrifying energy storms continued to rage on the sea. Boom! Hawkins looked at Air, who had a calm face, and a flash of horror suddenly filled his eyes. How can this be? He actually blocked my attack. Shouldn't he be reduced to ashes by lightning? Hawkins looked at Air, who had a calm face, and his face was filled with incredible light. You damn waste. Go to hell. Hawkins looked at Air, who had a calm face, his eyes filled with anger. The terrifying energy storm was raging in the void, and the terrifying power continued to spread towards the surroundings. Air looked at the crazy-looking Hawkins, and a strong murderous intent suddenly appeared in his eyes. Damn bastard. Do you think you can run away today? Air looked at Hawkins, who looked crazy, with deep sarcasm in his eyes. There's no way I can escape. 5, but don't even try to kill me. There's no way I'm going to die in the hands of trash like you. Air looked at Hawkins, who looked crazy, with contempt in his eyes. I must kill you today. Boom, boom, boom. Hawkins looked at Air with a look of contempt on his face. His eyes were full of madness, and he waved his arms crazily. The terrifying energy continued to rage in the void. Damn it! This madman! Air felt the raging energy in the void, and a trace of panic flashed across his face. Boom! The terrifying energy storm continues to rage, constantly impacting Air. A series of terrifying explosions sounded, and the terrifying energy continued to rage, causing the surrounding land to be overwhelmed by the terrifying energy. Air looked at Hawkins, who looked crazy, his eyes filled with anger. Damn madman. So desperate. The energy storm raged in the void, and a series of terrifying explosions continued to sound, causing the surrounding earth to tremble. Air looked at the crazy Hawkins, with a crazy light on his face. Go to hell. Hawkins looked at Air, who looked crazy, with murderous intent flashing in his eyes. A series of terrifying energy storms raged again, sweeping towards Air. Die. Hawkins looked at Air, who looked calm, with deep hatred in his eyes. Buzz. Waves of terrifying energy continued to rage, tearing and shattering the earth within a radius of several kilometers. The terrifying energy storm raged in the void, and the surrounding trees were torn into pieces. Air looked at the crazy-looking Hawkins, with a sarcastic curve on his lips. Damn it! Hawkins looked at Air, who looked indifferent, with deep anger flashing in his eyes. The terrifying energy storm raged in the void, and everything around him instantly turned into nothingness. Deep ravines emerged one after another, and some small mountain peaks were instantly destroyed by terrifying energy, turning into nothingness and disappearing into the sky. Damn Air! Hawkins looked at the calm-looking Air not far away, with anger in his eyes. Hawkins looked at Air, who had a calm face, and a strong murderous intent suddenly appeared in his eyes, and terrifying energy raged in the void. Call out. The terrifying sharp blades shot towards Air instantly, drawing terrifying arcs in the void, and rushed directly towards Air with a thick whistling sound. This madman really wants to kill me. Air looked at Hawkins, who looked crazy, and a trace of anger suddenly flashed in his eyes. No, we must not let him succeed. Otherwise, I will definitely die in his hands. Air looked at Hawkins, who looked crazy, with a deep look of solemnity in his eyes. Death Realm. Air looked at the terrifying blade rushing towards him, and a terrifying field was instantly released from his body and enveloped the surrounding area. The terrifying energy blasted into the field instantly, and the terrifying energy tore the field apart instantly. Air looked at Hawkins with a crazy look on his face, and a series of terrifying sword energy rushed towards Hawkins. Hawkins looked at the crazy-looking Air. A dignified look suddenly flashed in his eyes, and a deep fear flashed in his eyes. Air looked at the sharp blade rushing towards him crazily, with streaks of purple-black thunder constantly shining on his body. Damn it, my body was actually corroded by those thunder and lightning. Hawkins looked at the corroded parts of his body, and a look of shock suddenly appeared in his eyes. Die. Hawkins looked at Air, who rushed in front of him, his eyes flashing with coldness. You are the one who deserves to die. Air looked at Hawkins, who was constantly approaching him, with deep solemnity in his eyes. Thunder Dragon Fist. Hawkins looked at Air, and a ferocious smile suddenly appeared on his face, and he waved his fists fiercely. Waves of terrifying energy spread out instantly, completely covering everything around him. The terrifying energy continues to rage. But he was punched so hard by Air that he spit out a mouthful of blood, with a hint of shock in his eyes. Is this the Death Domain ability? So amazing. It can actually tear apart my energy storm instantly. 167. Hawkins looked at the constant saboteurs around him, his eyes suddenly flashing with shock. Although he knew that Air had a terrifying ability, he still didn't expect that he could easily tear apart his attack. Air looked at Hawkins, who was retreating, with deep anger flashing in his eyes. Hateful. How dare you hurt me? Damn you bastard, I won't give up until I kill you. Air stared at the retreating Hawkins with cold eyes, his heart filled with strong, murderous intent. Terrifying energy bloomed in the void instantly, sweeping away in all directions, and waves of terrifying pressure instantly spread in the void. A series of terrifying thunder sounds resounded, forming terrifying thunder in the void. Air looked at Hawkins, who was retreating, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. The terrifying energy was raging in the void instantly, constantly shuttling in the terrifying energy storms. Bang, bang, bang. Terrifying energy continued to rage in the void, and huge ravines appeared one after another behind Air. Huge cracks continued to expand, and terrifying ravines continued to spread in the void. Air looked at Hawkins flying backwards, with a cold flash in his eyes. Chapter 212. Damn guy. Today I will drag you with me even if I die. Hawkins looked at Air with a cold face, his eyes full of anger. He is a powerful man of the 5 Emperors level. How could he be played by Air like this? Boom. I'm going to peel off your cramps. Hawkins looked at Air with a cold face, his eyes flashed with deep anger, and a terrifying aura continued to permeate his body. Death Realm. Damn it. This guy. Air felt the terrifying energy around him, and a hint of shock suddenly appeared on his face. Boom. Waves of terrifying energy continued to rage in the void, and the entire void instantly became fragmented, and violent explosions continued to occur. Mushroom clouds continued to rise in the sky, and destructive energy continued to rage in the sky. Damn, damn. Hawkins looked at Air flying upside down, with a flash of shock in his eyes. His strength had reached its peak, but he was defeated by Air with one punch. Hawkins looked at Air flying upside down, with a water-cool light flashing in his eyes. Boom, boom, boom. Huge explosions continued to erupt in the void, and endless energy raged around in an instant. Huge meteorites kept hitting each other, shattering the void. Air looked at the meteorites that kept coming, and streaks of red blood continued to flow from the corners of his mouth. This guy's ability is really weird. Air looked at the pale Air Hawkins, his eyes full of ferocity. Die. Air kicked Hawkins hard with his right leg, and terrifying energy exploded in his chest instantly. Hawkins opened his mouth and spurted out a mouthful of blood, and his figure instantly flew backwards on the spot. "Damn it! I am going to kill you." Hawkins looked at Air flying backwards, his eyes widened instantly. His eyes almost popped out. "Damn bastard. I'm going to peel off your muscles, then use sulfuric acid to cook your flesh, and then I'm going to break your bones into pieces and let you taste the pain." Ha. I believe only the dead can understand this tortured pain. Hawkins looked at Air with a ferocious, murderous intent on his face. "How dare you say such words when you are about to die? I will make you understand what life is worse than death." Air looked at Hawkins with a ferocious expression, his face filled with cold, murderous intent. "Get out of my way." Hawkins looked at Air not far away, roaring with anger in his eyes. He was a strong man of his generation, but he was defeated by a mere Air. This is simply a great shame and humiliation in his life. "Damn thing." Hawkins looked at Air, who was looking at him with a mocking look on his face full of murderous intent. Hawkins looked at Air, who was getting closer, with boundless anger in his eyes. He raised his arm, and huge thunderbolts continued to emerge from his palm. Huge thunderbolts rushed towards Air in an instant, raging out in the void. Air watched the thunderbolts impact towards him, with a solemn expression in his eyes. Although he could resist this move, he could not resist the other moves. Thunder Dragon Flash. Air looked at the huge thunders, his face filled with cold frost. Buzz! A huge purple thunder suddenly rushed out from the soles of his feet and wrapped tightly around his feet. Explosions continued to sound in the void, and huge thunderbolts instantly bombarded Air's body. Air looked at the terrifying thunder bombarding him, his face turned pale, and his figure instantly fell into the void. "Hateful! I will cut you into pieces." Hawkins looked at the falling Air, his eyes filled with boundless anger. A black mist constantly surged in his eyes. Thunder Dragon Break. Bang! Terrifying thunderbolts continuously bombarded Air's body, destroying his body continuously. Air looked at the terrifying energy that was constantly bombarding his body, and the expression on his face became even more ugly. What to do? Air looked at the constant bombardment of energy with a gloomy face, and the expression on his face became more and more ugly. Terrifying thunder continued to explode on his body, and terrifying power continued to rage. Cracked. Terrifying electric balls kept erupting in Air's body, and terrifying electric currents continued to rage in his body. Air spat out a mouthful of blood again, and his face became increasingly ugly. Letter to C Thighs guy is really awesome. If you don't use all your strength, you won't be able to deal with him. Air looked at the energy storm getting closer and closer, and the expression on his face became harder and harder to watch. He didn't expect this guy's fighting power to be so terrifying. His fighting power is even stronger than his own. Who is this guy? Terrifying thunder and lightning instantly struck Air, and endless arcs of electricity instantly traveled around his body, completely covering his body. How is this going? Air saw his body being instantly wrapped in an arc, and his expression instantly became extremely ugly. Who the hell is this guy? Air looked at the energy storm that was constantly attacking him, and his face became even more ugly. This guy has no ordinary ability. His strength is actually on par with mine. How is this possible? I am one of the 5 emperors. Is this guy really a person with special fruit abilities as rumored? No wonder he dares to be so arrogant. It turns out it has special fruit abilities. Air looked at the energy storm that was constantly heading towards the bombing, with a look of horror in his eyes. No, I have to get rid of him as soon as possible. It will be troublesome if we let him grow up. Air looked at the energy storms that were constantly bombarding him, and deep worry suddenly appeared in his eyes. Thunder and lightning slash. Wow! Countless rays of bright thunder and lightning were constantly jumping in the air, slashing crazily towards the energy storm in front of them, constantly splitting it apart. How can this guy be so powerful? You can actually force me to be like this. Air's face became extremely ugly as he looked at the thunder and lightning that kept rushing towards him. This guy is looking for death. Hawkins looked at the thunder that kept coming, his eyes full of cold light. Chapter 213. Countless thunder and lightning bloomed in the void, sweeping towards Air crazily. Not good. Air looked at the thunder and lightning that kept coming, and the pupils in his eyes suddenly shrank with a look of horror. He sensed danger approaching. Boom! Thunder and lightning continued to bombard Air's body, and his body was completely submerged. Air looked at the lightning that kept exploding on his body, and the expression on his face became ferocious. Thunderstorm. Terrifying hurricanes continued to appear around Air's body, swallowing up the thunder and lightning that kept exploding all around, firmly protecting his body within it. This guy is really awesome. Air looked at the terrifying thunder bombardment with a look of shock in his eyes. This guy's ability is really terrifying. Hateful. Air looked at the thunder bombardment with a gloomy look on his face. He didn't expect this guy to have such a powerful thunder fruit ability. I must kill you. Air looked at the thunder that was constantly bombarding him, and the cold light in his eyes became stronger and stronger. With deep anger in his eyes, he looked at the thunder and lightning that kept bombarding him. Thunder and lightning slash. Whoosh! Air looked at the thunder and lightning that kept bombarding him with a solemn look in his eyes. This guy's power is too tyrannical, so tyrannical that it even makes me feel a little heart palpitated. Countless thunder and lightning continued to explode around Air's body, bombarding Air continuously. Air looked at the thunder and lightning that was constantly bombarding him, with a smile on his face. No, this guy is too powerful. You can't let this guy continue to attack, otherwise, you will be killed by this guy sooner or later. Air's face became extremely solemn as he looked at the thunder and lightning that were constantly bombarding him. He knew that if this guy continued, he would be killed by him sooner or later. This guy is so powerful. Air looked at the continuous bombardment of thunder and lightning with a solemn expression on his face. His strength has been suppressed a lot, and in this case, there is no way he can withstand the constant bombardment of thunder and lightning. This guy must be dealt with quickly. Boom! Air looked at the thunder and lightning that was constantly bombarding him with a solemn look in his eyes, and his figure instantly turned into a bolt of lightning and flew towards the distance. A terrifying thunderbolt fell directly from Air's head and hit his body hard. Catcha! Thunder bombarded Air's body, tearing his body apart. No, this guy is too pervert. He can even absorb lightning. Air looked at the thunder and lightning that kept devouring his body, and the look on his face became extremely ugly. Although his physical defense is extremely powerful, it cannot withstand the erosion of thunder and lightning. Thunder and lightning kept tearing at his body and bombarded him from behind. Cracked. Air looked at the thunder and lightning that was constantly bombarding him, and the expression on his face became extremely ugly. This guy actually has such a terrifying attack method. How on earth did he do it? Impossible. Thunder and lightning are the most terrifying force in the world, and they cannot exist in the world at all. He actually has such a powerful attack method. Who is this guy? Air looked at the thunder and lightning that was constantly bombarding him, his eyes full of shock. This guy, he can actually absorb lightning. Impossible. How is this possible? I do not believe. Air looked at the thunder and lightning that was constantly bombarding him, with a look of disbelief on his face. He simply didn't want to believe that his body could withstand such a powerful lightning bombardment. Go to hell. Air looked at the thunder and lightning that was constantly bombarding him, his eyes full of resentment, and then he moved towards the thunder and lightning that was constantly bombarding him. Boom, boom, boom. Thunder and lightning continued to explode on Air's body, destroying his body. Air looked at the thunder and lightning that kept bombarding him. A look of pain flashed in his eyes. He felt that his body was in excruciating pain, as if his heart had been pierced by thousands of arrows. This guy is so scary. This kind of attack is unbearable. His power is more terrifying than mine. He really is the legendary guy. Air looked at the thunder and lightning that was constantly bombarding him, with a look of shock in his eyes. He never thought that he would be defeated by such a monster who appeared out of nowhere. I cannot be reconciled. This is absolutely impossible. Air looked at the thunder and lightning that was being bombarded continuously, and the unwilling look on his face became a little more intense. Haha, aren't you awesome? Let's see how long you can hold on. Hawkins looked at the bombed air with a look of ridicule in his eyes. This kind of power is the real thunder and lightning, as expected of the power of the god of thunder. This power of Haki. Only the god of thunder is worthy of possessing such terrifying power. Air's face became extremely gloomy as he listened to the taunts ringing in his ears. How on earth did this guy do it? It shouldn't be. How could such a terrible guy appear? No matter what, I can never lose to this guy. I must kill him. Kill him. I will never allow anyone to surpass me. I am the messenger of the god of thunder. No one in this world can surpass me. I must become the most powerful god of thunder. Air looked at the thunder and lightning that was constantly bombarding him. A crazy look flashed in his eyes. There was a crazy look in his eyes. Air's body rushed forward suddenly, directly tearing the lightning in front into pieces. Is this guy really not human? How could there be such terrifying power? Who the hell is this guy? No, we must leave this place as soon as possible. Air looked at the thunder and lightning that kept falling, with a look of fear in his eyes. His body is extremely strong, but this does not mean that he can withstand lightning attacks. After all, these thunder and lightning are not ordinary thunder and lightning, but the real power of the god of thunder. Thor is the most powerful force in the world. Although air can withstand the bombardment of lightning, it can fully withstand the power of lightning. The terrifying power contained in thunder and lightning is not something air can bear. Chapter 214. Buzz buzz. Thunder and lightning are constantly falling, bombarding air. Air looked at the thunder and lightning that kept bombarding him, and the expression on his face became even more ugly. His eyes were full of fear. Not good. I simply can't bear this level of attack. I have to get out of here. We must escape from this dangerous place. Air felt the thunder and lightning that was constantly bombarding him, with an anxious look on his face. He can't stay in this place anymore. Because this place is no longer within his control. Air, you can't escape. Hawkins looked at the thunder and lightning that was constantly bombarding him, with a strong look in his eyes. Get over here. My power is definitely not something you can compete with. Hawkins looked at the thunder and lightning that kept falling, his eyes filled with a deep sneer. Do you think you can withstand the bombardment of thunder and lightning? I'm not you. I am an immortal god. Thunder and lightning can't do anything to me. Hawkins looked at the thunder and lightning that was constantly bombarding him, with a cold look in his eyes. Boom! Thunder and lightning came again. Hawkins looked at the thunder and lightning that kept bombarding him, his face full of indifference. Do you think you can hurt me with these little tricks? I'm telling you, these attacks of yours are of no use to me. You better surrender to me obediently, otherwise I will make your life worse than death. Haha. You humble ant, how dare you challenge the great god of thunder? Court death. I will never let you turn over. Hawkins looked at the thunder and lightning that kept bombarding him, with a ferocious look on his face. I'll let you know how awesome I am. Thor's wrath. You will pay a heavy price. Boom! Terrifying thunder and lightning bombarded him one after another, slashing directly towards air. Impossible. How can this be? These thunder and lightning can't hit me at all. This is impossible. Air looked at the thunder and lightning that kept hitting him, and the expression on his face suddenly became a little more ugly. His strength is already very tyrannical, and his body is even more tyrannical. But now these thunder and lightning bombardments were unable to bombard his body. This result made him very angry. This is simply impossible. What exactly is going on? What the hell is going on with all these thunder and lightning? Air looked at the thunder and lightning that kept bombarding him, and the look in his eyes became even more ugly. I am immortal. There is absolutely no way I will perish. I will make you pay with blood. Air looked at the thunder and lightning that kept bombarding him, with a crazy look on his face. You ants must all die. You must die. This is your crime. These thunder and lightning are prepared for you. You all must die. Die. Air looked at the thunder and lightning that kept bombarding him, and a crazy look flashed on his face. Explode for me. Air's legs suddenly stomped the ground and disappeared instantly. Air turned into a hurricane and flew away into the distance. "Wanna run?" "Late. Today is the day you die." Hawkins looked at Air, who kept running away in the distance with a crazy look on his face. "I won't let you leave here easily. Die to me." Hawkins looked at the thunder and lightning that kept bombarding him with a crazy look in his eyes. Thunder and lightning continued to bombard down and continued to bombard Air. But Air's speed is very fast, not like the speed of ordinary people at all. Thunder and lightning were constantly bombarding the surroundings, but they were unable to hit Air at all. No matter how terrifying the thunder and lightning was, the bombing had no effect at all on Air. "I am invincible. I will become the greatest existence in God's domain. They all must die. You are all going to die. Do you think this little trick can stop me? You are so overestimating your abilities. My thunder god power is beyond your imagination. Zero, please give me flowers." Hawkins looked at the thunder and lightning that kept bombarding him, his eyes full of ridicule. The power of these thunder and lightning is indeed terrifying, but he is a god, and these thunder and lightning cannot cause him any harm at all. With the power of the god of thunder, even a god will die. There's absolutely no way I'm going to let you get out of here alive. All these thunder and lightning will become my nourishment. I'm going to kill everyone here. Everyone must die. Go to hell." Hawkins looked at the thunder and lightning that kept bombarding him, his eyes full of madness, and he roared crazily. "Do you really think you can stop me? This is simply wishful thinking. You have no chance at all." Hawkins looked at the thunder and lightning that kept bombarding him, with a ferocious look in his eyes. Hawkins looked at the thunder and lightning that was constantly bombarding him. He raised his hand and waved the thunder and lightning from his hand and bombed directly towards Air not far away. An earth-shattering roar resounded. I saw countless thunder and lightning bombing down, all heading towards Air. How could these thunder and lightning happen? Air looked at the endless bombardment of thunder and lightning, his eyes widened with shock. He was a superior god of thunder, and it was impossible for him to be trapped by such childish tricks, so he didn't take it to heart at all. His only purpose now is to kill Air, kill this guy who doesn't know how to live or die. Thunder and lightning rushed towards Air crazily, bombarding continuously. Air looked at the thunder and lightning that kept bombarding him, with a look of horror in his eyes. These thunder and lightning are so powerful. There is absolutely no way I will die in the hands of this kind of lightning. Air looked at the thunder and lightning that kept bombarding him, his eyes full of fear. Air, you are no match for me. Chapter 215. Hawkins looked at the thunder and lightning that was constantly bombarding him, his eyes full of madness, and he appeared not far away in a flash. Air looked at the thunder and lightning that kept bombarding him, and his heart was full of shock. "It's a small trick, Hawkins. I'll make sure you die." Air looked at the thunder and lightning that kept bombarding him, with a cold look in his eyes. "Explode for me." Boom! The moment the thunder and lightning struck, the whole world seemed to become quiet. Whether it was the thunder clouds or the void, even the surrounding environment became silent. Everything was still. Loud noises continued to bombard down, and all thunder and lightning continued to bombard down. There's absolutely no way I'm going to die with such a childish thing. I will never die. Air looked at the thunder and lightning that kept bombarding him, his eyes full of crazy, 093 color. Although these thunder and lightning are terrifying, he can still withstand them. I saw him clenching his fists, and the thunder and lightning that were bombarded by his fists shattered instantly. How can it be? These thunder and lightning can't hurt me. How so? Air looked at the thunder and lightning that kept bombarding him, with a look of horror in his eyes. He already knew how terrifying these thunder and lightning were. But what he didn't expect was that these thunder and lightning couldn't hurt him. Is Hawkins such a good person? Air's eyes were full of disbelief. He couldn't believe the scene before him. This was his exclusive fruit ability, Thunder God's Wrath. His Thunder God's Fury can be said to be the most powerful fruit ability, and no one can resist it. Even his father and brothers and sisters couldn't resist. How could such a powerful fruit ability not harm him? You can't hurt me. You are simply vulnerable. Air looked at the thunder and lightning that kept bombarding him, his eyes full of disdain. His thunder god's fury is the top fruit ability. Even his brother can't resist it. How could such a terrifying fruit ability not harm him? Even his mother can't stop him. There is absolutely no way he can't hurt him. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Hawkins looked at the thunder and lightning that kept bombarding him, his eyes full of disbelief. These thunder and lightning can't hurt him. How can it be? How so? This is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. These thunder and lightning can't hurt Air. How can this be? This is the wrath of the god of thunder. It is simply impossible that such a terrifying fruit power cannot harm Air. There is no way he can't hurt Air. How is this possible? Thunder god's wrath continued to bombard down, and thunder and lightning continued to bombard down. How can it not hurt you? Hawkins' eyes were full of disbelief. This is his exclusive fruit ability. How could it not hurt a mortal? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Hawkins was filled with disbelief. How can I not hurt you? How can it not hurt you? What kind of thunder and lightning is this? Hawkins looked at the thunder and lightning that kept bombarding him, his eyes full of shock. How could such terrifying thunder and lightning fail to harm him? This is simply a fantasy. Boom! Thunder and lightning continued to bombard down. Air looked at the thunder and lightning with an ugly expression. His thunder god's fury is his most powerful fruit ability. But what he didn't expect was that this terrible thunder and lightning could not hurt him at all. It was like a swarm of ants attacking a strong man. How could his thunder god's wrath not hurt him? Blow it up for me. Air looked at the thunder and lightning that kept bombarding him, with a crazy look in his eyes. Since he can't be harmed, then he will destroy this sea like this sky. Thunder god's wrath. Hawkins looked at the thunder and lightning that kept bombarding him, with a crazy look in his eyes as he slammed down with his right fist. This punch struck down, and bursts of bombing sounds suddenly came from the sky and the earth. I saw this terrifying force going straight towards the thunder and lightning that were constantly bombarding me. The thunder and lightning kept bombarding down, exploding and dissipating under the bombardment of this terrifying force. Hawkins actually had nothing to do. This is his fruit ability. Can't actually hurt Air shared. Impossible. How is it possible that my thunder god's wrath can't hurt you? Hawkins looked at the thunder and lightning that kept bombarding him, with a crazy look in his eyes. How could he not hurt Air share? His thunder god's fury is the most powerful fruit ability. Hawkins suddenly felt a pain in his head, and his whole face couldn't help but twitch together. Blood spurted out from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were full of disbelief. What kind of fruit power is this? Why is it so scary? Hawkins looked at the lightning in the sky, his eyes full of disbelief. This is Air's most powerful fruit ability. But his fruit power can't hurt Air shared. This is simply impossible. What kind of fruit ability is this? Hawkins' eyes were full of reluctance. His majestic prince was actually defeated by a mortal. This is simply a shame. Are you hurt? Air looked at the thunder and lightning that kept bombarding him, his eyes full of ridicule. Your thunder god's fury is indeed very powerful, but it is only very powerful. And your speed is not fast. This fruit ability simply cannot exert the power it should have. Although my punch is used to bomb you, I will also leave a trace of strength behind. Air looked at the thunder and lightning that kept bombarding him, with a look of mockery on his face. How could he let his thunder god's wrath hurt him? His thunder god's wrath is invincible. KR. When Hawkins heard Air's words, his face turned bad. Your thunder god's wrath is indeed very powerful, but I also have a trump card. Air's face was full of disdain. What trump cards do you have? Hawkins narrowed his eyes and looked at Air and asked coldly. Air also holds in his hands the most terrifying fruit power in the world. Air's current combat power is simply unimaginable. This guy actually still has this ability. Chapter 216. Your fruit ability is simply incapable of reaching the level that I feel threatened by. My body contains a cosmic core, and I got this cosmic core from that cosmic core. Air looked at Hawkins and said indifferently. Hawkins was stunned when he heard Air's words. Air actually controls a cosmic core, and it was obtained from the core of the universe. This is simply incredible. How could such a thing be born in this world? This kind of thing should not exist in this world at all. You are indeed very powerful. But it is simply impossible in this world to have this kind of fruit ability. Hawkins looked at Air with a gloomy face, his eyes full of disbelief. No matter whether this world has this kind of fruit ability, one day, everything in this world will become my possession. This kind of fruit ability is what everyone here dreams of. There is absolutely no way I will give up. You must die. Air watched Hawkins speak word by word. There is simply no such fruit ability in this world. This 5 fruit ability can only belong to him alone, and no one else is worthy of using it. 9. Air, so what if you have that ability? My Thunder God's Fury is the most powerful fruit ability in this world, and my Thunder God is unstoppable. Hawkins had a crazy look on his face, and his eyes were red. He has completely fallen into madness. I don't care how powerful your fruit power is, as long as I'm around, that fruit power can't be born. Air walked towards Hawkins step by step, and every step seemed to be stepping on the top of Hawkins' heart. No. Impossible. How can this be? Hawkins looked at Air walking step by step, with a frightened look on his face. There is no such fruit ability in this world. How could he have that kind of fruit ability? Air's footsteps were getting closer and closer, and there was a crazy killing intent in his eyes. Don't kill me, please don't kill me. Hawkins looked at Air, who kept walking in, and kept wailing in his mouth. Late. I won't let you go. Air grabbed Hawkins' head and slammed it to the side. Boom. Hawkins' body hit the ground hard, shattering the entire mountain range in an instant. The entire mountain range was torn apart by the impact, and huge boulders continued to roll in all directions. Hawkins fell to the ground and vomited blood. His sternum was almost completely broken, and his chest was sunken. There was a look of unwillingness on his face, and his eyes were filled with strong resentment. This bastard. He actually smashed his own head. He is an admiral, the top expert in the world. Now his head was smashed by someone else. This Air is really bullying. Air looked at Hawkins, lying on the ground, with a look of disdain in his eyes. You forced me to do this. You dare to provoke me. You are really looking for death. This is the consequence of offending me. Don't you always think that we aliens are ants? So today I will let you know how stupid your idea is. I won't let you go. Air looked at Hawkins, who was lying on the ground struggling, with a sneer on his face. You want to kill me? Haha, do you have that ability? You, an ant, can't kill me at all. Hawkins looked at Air standing in front of him, his eyes full of madness. He didn't believe that people in this world really had this terrible fruit ability. It was impossible for this world to give birth to this kind of fruit ability. Ant, let me show you the power of this fruit now. Air looked at the struggling Hawkins and sneered. Your fruit ability is indeed very powerful, but I am not weak either. Thunder God's Wrath. Air looked at the struggling Hawkins and walked to Hawkins' side step by step. A hand grabbed Hawkins' neck. Break it for me. As Air's low shout sounded, a dazzling thunder and lightning burst out from his right hand. F. Hawkins stared at the scene in front of him with wide eyes. His eyes were full of disbelief. His Thunder God's Wrath was easily destroyed by this guy. How could this guy's strength be so terrifying? Air looked at Hawkins with a look of disbelief on his face, with a playful look in his eyes. Break it open for me. Your ability is not good enough. Air had a sneer on his lips and clenched his right hand a little tighter again. Click. There was a crisp sound of bones breaking. Air looked at Hawkins in front of him and crushed him bit by bit. Poof. When Air crushed the last breath, Hawkins turned into a ball of blood mist and disappeared into the air. This kind of trash actually wants to deal with me. Air looked at Hawkins, who had disappeared. His eyes flashed with a cold light, and he murmured coldly. This kind of trash is also trying to compete with me for the Thunder God's Wrath. If that's the case, then I'll make this world look like something else. There will no longer be a Thunder God fruit in this world. Air looked at Hawkins, who had dissipated, with a cold look in his eyes. He no longer intends to hide any strength anymore. Air looked at the pirates around him with disdain in his eyes. 103, you all should die. The words fell. Air waved his hand, and lightning appeared in the sea forest. Under the control of Air, These lightning lights continuously shuttled and wrought havoc in the sea area. Everything in the path of these lightnings was destroyed, not even dust was left. This moment, all the pirates in the sea area were wiped out by Air. Air looked at the ruins in front of him, with a cruel smile on his face. This sea area is finally quiet. Air looked at the ruins in front of him, with an excited smile on his face. Now there is no one in the sea area. And this sea area has also become a ruin. I finally completed the task. Ha 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 ha, this feels so good. I want to make this world more chaotic. Air looked at the ruins in front of him, with excitement in his eyes. His eyes were filled with joy. There are finally no more pirates in this world, and this world is completely his own. Ha ha ha. This feels so good. Air looked at the ruins in front of him, his eyes full of excitement. It's such a great feeling. He felt like he was in control of the entire sea area, which made him enjoy it very much. This is a feeling that has never been experienced before. Chapter 217. Air looked at the ruins in front of him, his face full of excitement. Now that all the pirates are dead, no one can stop me. Air will control the sea. He felt like a high-altitude king, overlooking the whole world, and that refreshing feeling was so wonderful. This feeling is really great. He is the real master now, and the entire sea area can only be controlled by himself. He felt his chest filling with passion. I am the 5 emperors of this world, and no one can stop me. Air looked at the ruins in front of him and roared excitedly. Air, don't be complacent. Do you think all our people are dead? There are still many people alive in the sea area. At this time, suddenly a gloomy voice sounded, and the owner of this voice was the guy named Charlotte. The guy named Charlotte looked at the ruins in front of him with a cold look in his eyes. After Air heard Charlotte's words, he turned his head and looked at her and said, "You're not dead yet. I thought you were already dead, but I didn't expect you to be alive. But so what if you're not dead? Do you think you can still defeat me? You underestimate me." When Charlotte heard Air's words, a mocking smile appeared on her face. I am indeed not as weak as you think. But in this world, I can still defeat you. I want you to understand something. Your thunder god's wrath can't do anything to me. And the effect of my thunder god's wrath is several times more powerful than your kind of thunder and lightning. As long as you dare to take action, you will be completely overwhelmed by my thunder god's wrath. When the time comes, I will extract your soul. Then I will refine your body into a puppet. I will swallow up all your memories, and you will forget your past and only remember me, Air. Your thunder god's wrath will become my weapon. Air looked at Charlotte without fear. Although the other party is also one of the 5 emperors, what about him, Air? He is no ordinary thunder god. I am Air. He is the darling of thunder and lightning, and he has mastered the strongest thunder and lightning in the entire universe. He possesses invincible lightning abilities. Oh. Hear the words. Air looked at her and sneered. You still think your thunder and lightning can restrain me? You are wrong. My lightning can kill you directly. I do not care who you are. Now my thunder and lightning has arrived. The words fell. Pieces of thunder condensed behind him to form thick thunder dragons. Each of these thunder dragons was 3 meters long, with blue lightning all over their bodies. These thunder dragons were circling and flying in the air, and their power was very strong. I want you to know that you are just an ant in my hands. Air looked at the brontosaurus in the sky and smiled coldly. Under his control, the brontosaurus rushed towards Charlotte. Rumble tilde. Loud sounds were heard. When those razor snakes got close to Charlotte, they all exploded. Bolts of thunder attacked Charlotte. Charlotte waved her hand with a calm face, and thunderballs floated in front of her. Go. As Charlotte finished speaking, the thunderballs suspended in front of her collided with the thunder snakes. Boom, boom, boom. The roars continued. Those thunder beads and thunder snakes collided with each other, producing terrifying explosion sounds. At this time, everyone's eyes were turned to Air. I saw a mess over there, and the figures of Charlotte and Air disappeared. The 2 of them have disappeared. Seeing that Air was missing, all the marine soldiers around had a look of worry on their faces. Brother Air, will he be in danger? Lord Air is our strongest king. How could he fall so easily? Lord Air is our king. Yes, how could the king fall so easily? Master Air must have deliberately avoided our attack, so he disappeared. After seeing that Air was missing, the Marine soldiers suddenly showed fanatical looks on their faces. In the sky behind Air, Charlotte looked at Air with a mocking smile on his face. She didn't catch up. She knew that the power of Thor was no match for Air. Air is very fast, even she has a hard time catching up with Air. Air's strength is too strong, and she cannot resist it at all. And Charlotte has other plans. Her plan is to completely wipe out Air, and then harvest all the fruit abilities in him. So she stopped for now. Charlotte, do you think you won? Air looked at her with a smile on her face, and said with a confident expression. Charlotte looked at him and smiled and said, "At Air, stop pretending, you are no match for me at all. Because except for me, you have no way to defeat others in this world. And I can defeat you easily. You are not worthy of being my opponent at all." When Air heard Charlotte's words, the smile on his face grew stronger. "Do you think I'm really afraid of you? I just don't want to waste my time fighting you. I no longer need to fight this way, so now your fate has been decided." After he finished speaking, a cold smile appeared on his face. He slowly raised his right arm and then punched Charlotte. A powerful aura emanated from his body, and this aura filled the world. A thundercloud condensed on his right arm, and then he slammed into Charlotte. This thundercloud moved very fast and arrived in front of Charlotte in the blink of an eye. "Money is good." Charlotte looked at Air's attack with a disdainful smile on her face. She stretched out her palm and patted it in front of her body. A blue thunderbolt rushed forward instantly and collided with the thundercloud. Boom, boom. There was a violent roar. A blue ripple spread in the void. This is impossible." Air's face was full of unwillingness. His attack was easily neutralized by Charlotte. Air didn't expect that this time, Charlotte would actually use Thunder God's Wrath. This is a unique move of Thunder God's Wrath. It is very powerful, but it also has very serious side effects. This move requires the user to endure a certain amount of pain, and at the same time endure extremely terrifying backlash. The user must endure great pain and may even die. And Charlotte used this trick precisely because she wanted to kill Air. Thunder God's Fury, you actually know such a stunt. Chapter 218. Air looked at Charlotte with a shocked expression. The side effects of Thunder God's Wrath are too great. If you are injured by this move, even if it is not fatal, it will cause serious damage. And the side effects are extremely severe, and few people can tolerate this kind of backlash. Nothing in this world can keep a secret forever, even if you know it all. I can still tell all this to my companions, and then all of you will be alive. Charlotte looked at Air and said every word. You. Anger appeared on Air's face. He didn't expect Charlotte to threaten him. This was really abominable. Air, what I said is true. You are no match for me. Now you have only two choices. First, surrender to me, become my slave, and do anything, even be a dog. Second, just like you just did to me, use Thunder God's coming on me. We will meet in hell then. Charlotte looked at Air with a playful expression and said, "Presumptuous." After hearing Charlotte's words, Air's face showed an angry look and he stared at her tightly and shouted, "You are provoking me." 917. He didn't expect Charlotte to dare to say these words. How could he, the god of thunder, submit to others? And he also wants him to go to hell to be a dog. This is tantamount to naked humiliation. This is an insult to his thunder god dignity. This is simply more cruel than killing him. What do you think you are, the god of thunder? You can't just be someone else's lackey. You should understand what I mean. Charlotte said with a sneer, as if she was convinced of Air. Charlotte, do you really think you can beat me? I tell you, you can never defeat me just with your strength. Humph, in that case, let's let the god of thunder come. Air snorted, and a small blue flame suddenly appeared in his eyes. The small blue flame kept beating, and then flew towards Air. I know what your thunder power is, but my thunder power far exceeds yours. And this time I used Thunder God's advent. You will bear the punishment of Thunder God. Air's face was full of indifference. Oh. That's it. Charlotte frowned slightly. Although she knew about the arrival of the Thunder God in Air, she didn't know how powerful it was. I want to give it a try. This time, who is better, you or me? The corners of her mouth curved, then she raised her fingers at Air and said, "What a loud tone." Air watched as a look of anger flashed across Charlotte's face. He is one of the 5 emperors of thunder. How could he be looked down upon by a woman so much? Boom! A huge thunder and lightning fell from the sky, and the wolf bombarded Charlotte's body. The power carried by thunder and lightning is very huge, and these thunder and lightning are not ordinary thunder and lightning, but have powerful and destructive power. Charlotte looked at these thunder and lightning. The expression on her face did not change. She only saw a seal in her hand, and then she saw a ball of light appearing above her head. There are countless runes circulating inside the light ball, and these runes combine to form a huge light shield. This mask encompasses the entire sky. Thunder and lightning fell on it, making a loud rumbling sound. The huge thunder and lightning fell on it, causing a violent explosion. Not only did it destroy the light shield, but it also caused lightning to fall into Charlotte's body. Thor power. Yes, you are indeed special. You can actually use the power of the god of thunder. But you are still not as powerful as me, and at this level you are not afraid at all. Charlotte sneered. Thunder and lightning are coming. Air's hands are formed in a mudra. Immediately, endless thunder and lightning emerged from his body, blasting towards Charlotte. Charlotte looked at Air's of thunder and lightning, and there was still no worry on her face. She waved her hand, and dozens of thunder snakes immediately appeared around her body. The snakes swept towards Air. Boom, boom, boom. Seeing this, Air's face darkened. Thunder and lightning are the most powerful force in the world. Unless your thunder and lightning are more powerful than the opponent's, you will definitely not be your opponent's opponent. How is it possible that Charlotte's power can actually swallow up lightning? What exactly is her power? Do you think you can fight me at this level? How utterly stupid. Charlotte had a sarcastic smile on her face. Next moment, a group of black-robed thunder pirates appeared next to Air. Their entire bodies were covered in pitch-black scales. Each of them holds a giant sword in their hands. These swords are all engraved with a lightning symbol, each exuding a powerful aura. They were approaching Air step by step. The giant sword in his hand slashed towards Air, and there was a huge explosion. The explosion sound was like thunder, constantly ringing in the air. The people in your thunder pirates are really good. They can actually summon a thunder marine. Charlotte looked at the group of pirates, raised the corner of her mouth, and said with a very relaxed expression on her face. However, you are still a little weak. Break it for me. Destroy the sky sword technique, destroy the sky. A huge scythe suddenly appeared on Air's arm, and then he slashed forward. There was a rumble of explosions, and a terrifying force was transmitted from the scythe in Air's hand, and then blasted towards the surrounding marines. Countless marines were torn into pieces by that force. What? Charlotte's face was full of disbelief, and her eyes were filled with horror. She didn't expect Air to be able to use Marine's thunder god power so skillfully. However, she quickly adjusted her state and activated the thunder bead again. The thunder bead burst into dazzling light, and a huge thunder dragon rushed out from it. The Brontosaurus roared and flew towards Air. The Brontosaurus was extremely fast and was in front of Air in an instant. Air's expression changed slightly, and then he waved the sword in his hand to resist the huge thunder dragon. Click! The sword was swept by the thunder dragon's tail, making a crisp sound. The sword was full of cracks. Get out of my way. Air's expression changed when he saw the huge thunder dragon, and then he waved the sword in his hand and slashed at the giant dragon. Poof! Blood splattered everywhere. The giant dragon was cut in half by Air. Haha, your thunder dragon can't even withstand one of my moves. What a shame. Air looked at the dragon and sneered. Just now, he just used Thunder God's arrival casually, but he didn't expect that the other party actually blocked the attack. This made him feel very angry. Chapter 219. I don't believe how many times you can block it. Today I will let you see the gap between us and let you know how stupid you are. Air attacked Charlotte with a gloomy expression. He waved the fruit power in his hand and slashed towards Charlotte. A sharp sword wind shot out from the sword and blasted towards Charlotte. Charlotte looked at the Ling Jian Feng attacking her, and there was no trace of panic on her face. Instead, her face was filled with a mocking and teasing smile. Drudy. Then Charlotte raised her arm, and a light red light mask appeared on her arm. What is this? Air looked at the defensive force on Charlotte's arm with a look of shock on his face. He was sure that the sword he just struck was very powerful, but why was there no damage to the opponent's defense when it hit it? He was sure that the sword struck just now was extremely powerful, but why didn't the opponent's skin even get damaged at all? How is this going? It's strange. I am immune to all attacks. To me, your attack is just scratching an itch and not worth mentioning. Charlotte looked at Air and said calmly. Air's face was full of disbelief when he heard Charlotte's words. How is this possible? How can you be so powerful? No, I'm not willing to give in. My strength is invincible. It's impossible for you to defeat me. Air yelled crazily, releasing more powerful energy fluctuations from his body, and then the huge scythe in his hand kept spinning. Boo-hoo-hoo-hoo. Huge thunder and lightning condensed in the palm of his hand. These huge thunder and lightning gathered in midair, forming a series of lightning spears that shot towards Charlotte. Charlotte looked at the lightning spears shooting towards her, with no trace of nervousness on her face. Vulnerable. She waved her right hand, and the thunderclouds around her immediately rolled up and turned into a huge shield blocking Charlotte's body. Those lightning spears fell on the shield and made a loud rumbling sound. The shield was constantly flashing with a metallic luster, but was not damaged by it. Air looked at this scene, and the expression on his face became extremely ugly. The opponent's defense is so powerful. Moreover, the shield was still absorbing the lightning in his hand, which made him very annoyed. I want to see how many rounds of attacks your shield can withstand. Air's face was full of murderous intent. The huge scythe in his hand swung. Rumble. Those huge thunder spears shot towards Charlotte. The power of the thunder spear is very powerful. Continuous bombardment on the shield. The lightning on the shield became increasingly dim and seemed to be about to disappear. Seeing this scene, the expression on your face became even more ferocious. Broken me. Huge rays of lightning shot out from the lightning spears and bombarded the shield. Humph, I want to see how long you can last. This is my natal magical power. Air's face was full of pride, and the huge scythe in his hand kept waving. Bolts of thunder and lightning blasted towards Charlotte. Seeing those thunder and lightning, Charlotte still maintained a calm smile on her face. Do you want to destroy my shield with just this level of attack? You underestimate my defense. Thor is coming. A cold smile appeared on Charlotte's face. Around her body, countless thunder and lightning gathered together to form a huge blue ball of light, completely surrounding Charlotte. The blue light ball exudes a strong energy aura and looks very scary. Air's face became solemn when he looked at the blue light ball. He could clearly feel how powerful the energy contained in the blue light ball was. The blue light ball and the thunder spear collided. The collision between the two continued to cause explosions. Air's face turned livid. He discovered that Charlotte's thunder god was coming, and it turned out to be that kind of terrifying superpower. It was actually able to resist his lightning attack. This caused him great frustration. How could this guy be so powerful? Air's heart was full of doubts. Die to me. The scythe in his hand slashed towards Charlotte again. Charlotte looked at the scythe that Air had chopped off, with an indifferent expression on her face. You want to hurt me with such an attack? It's simply wishful thinking. 0. Boom, boom, boom. The lightning spear condensed in front of Charlotte, and then headed towards Air. Explode for me. Charlotte looked at Air shouting and clenching his hands into fists. A huge black hole appeared behind him, and a devouring power emanated from the black hole. Those thunder and lightning spears collapsed immediately. Not good. Seeing the black hole behind Charlotte, Air's face suddenly became extremely ugly. Whoosh! He backed away hastily. However, although he was very fast, he had no time to dodge. The black hole sucked in sharply. Those huge lightning spears were directly sucked into the black hole by Charlotte. F. An extremely miserable cry came from Air's mouth. You forced me to do this. 0. Charlotte looked at Air, her eyes and hands giving off a cold look. I saw her body moving slightly, and her body was emitting a dazzling silver-white light. The next second, her whole body seemed to turn into a meteor, flying towards Air. Air looked at Charlotte running towards him, his pupils suddenly tightened, and his face became extremely ugly. The huge scythe in his hand waved wildly, trying to stop Charlotte from approaching. But those huge thunder and lightning spears were attracted by the black hole and had no time to escape. Air could only watch those huge thunder spears being swallowed up, and then his face became even more ugly. "Crack it for me," Charlotte shouted, and those huge thunder spears exploded. Streams of huge energy soared into the sky, turning into a huge explosion storm and sweeping towards Air. Air looked at the scattered energy and let out a heartrending scream. Bang, bang, bang. The aftermath of the explosion blew away those onlookers one after another, and those pirates with low strength were directly smashed into pieces by the explosion and turned into a rain of blood pouring down from the sky. The corpses of the pirates continued to fall to the ground, splashing with bright blood flowers. Those stumps and broken arms were constantly floating in the void, exuding a disgusting smell. "Air, you lose." "Lose? Impossible." Air roared with an extremely ugly expression. His figure kept flashing in the void. Chapter 220. There are dense purple arcs on his body, which are constantly surging and making crackling sounds. "No matter what the cost, I will kill you. You must die." Air's face was filled with a crazy look, and he glared at Charlotte with bloodshot eyes. "Yeah. You are no longer qualified to make such a decision. You can only passively accept my attacks now," Charlotte said calmly. Then a blue giant sword appeared in her hand again, and then she slashed it towards Air. The speed of this sword was very fast, and its power was astonishing, and it struck directly at Air. Air looked at Charlotte's sword attack, and his face became extremely ugly. The power of this sword is too strong. He simply couldn't resist it with the scythe in his hand. "No, I will never allow failure. I still need to continue working hard on 903, otherwise I will never be able to break through to that state." Air's heart suddenly stirred up thunder and lightning. Rumble. Huge thunder spears fell from the sky, slashing towards the blue giant sword. "The god of thunder is coming." Air looked at the huge thunder spear and roared. The huge spear instantly merged into a thunder sword. The giant thunder sword slashed down towards Charlotte's giant sword. The huge sound spread to every corner of the coastline, and the luxury yacht was directly blown to pieces. Everyone on the luxury yacht was blown away by the impact. "Ha ha ha ha." Air stood in the void and looked up to the sky laughing. "You are dead. You despicable people actually took the opportunity to make a sneak attack. I will not be a human unless I kill you completely today." The pirates immediately cursed loudly. "Haha, how dare you idiots come to deal with us. You are really looking for death. I want you to know how powerful we are." The mercenaries looked at Air and cursed loudly. "Huh, you all go to hell." There was no expression on Charlotte's face, and the blade of the thunder spirit in her hand slashed hard at the thunder sword. The giant sword suddenly let out a stream of thunder. These thunders, supported by the huge thunder spears, turned into a thunder field and enveloped Air. "Break it for me." Air looked at the thunder domain with cold, murderous intent in his eyes. He gritted his teeth suddenly, and then the sickle in his hand started to spin crazily. Click. There was a crisp sound. I saw that the huge sickle instantly became several times larger. Its blade was 100 meters in diameter, and it slashed hard towards the lightning field. The thunder field was instantly shattered by the huge thunder god sickle, turning into little bits of thunder and lightning scattered in the air. The huge thunder sickle struck at Yuan Liu Wolf. Charlotte looked at the thunder god's scythe that was being chopped off, and she didn't panic at all. Instead, a cold smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. "Your strength has been almost exhausted. Now it's my turn." Charlotte shouted loudly. Her body suddenly became 100 meters high. She holds the thunder god's giant sword in her right hand and the blue giant sword in her left hand. The blue and purple giant swords collided, causing a terrifying roar. Charlotte's body shook violently a few times, and her face turned slightly pale. But she still stabilized her figure, swinging the two giant swords in her hands wildly and constantly striking the thunder god's giant sword. The offensive of the thunder god's giant sword was abruptly contained. Air looked at Charlotte with horror in her eyes. He had no idea that Charlotte had such terrifying fighting power. This guy is obviously an ordinary human being. How could he have such terrifying power? This made Air feel very shocked. Not only Air, but also the other crew members and pirates were stunned, completely unable to believe that this was true. They had no idea that Charlotte's fighting power would be so terrifying. The power of the thunder god's giant sword was suppressed by Charlotte. Air's eyes also became a little frightened. How can this woman be so powerful in combat? He felt very unwilling. Go to hell. Air shouted loudly again, and then made seals with his hands while mumbling something. Next moment, purple thunder and lightning condensed around him, and finally condensed into a giant dragon. The dragon bared its teeth and claws and rushed towards Charlotte. Charlotte held the blue giant sword and struck hard. The two giant swords collided together, making a violent explosion. At this time, Air's body changed again. His body actually expanded again, and then turned into the form of a huge monster. The shape of this monster looks very similar to the strange image Air cast just now. What form has this guy changed into again? What kind of ability is this? It's like a transformation. It's so terrible. Many crew members couldn't help but swallow their saliva when looking at the monster, with frightened expressions in their eyes. The huge monster opened its bloody mouth and swallowed the blue giant's sword into its belly. Then his body began to expand and soon turned into a body 100 feet long. The monster opened its huge mouth and bit into Charlotte. Bang, bang, bang. Charlotte clenched the blue giant sword in her hands and slashed at the monster's body crazily. The monster's body was trembling non-stop, with countless cracks appearing on its body. There were many scars on his body. Those scars seemed to have been cut by lightning, and the fields were hideous and terrifying. Charlotte punched the giant monster on the head hard. The monster was knocked back several steps, and then spit out several mouthfuls of dirty black blood. The pirate captain was overjoyed when he saw this scene. Although this monster is scary, Charlotte is not afraid at all. This is exactly what the pirate leader wants. The pirate leader never thought that he could kill Air. Because Air is the strong man that the entire Marine yearns for. Only when Air becomes a Marine can he add endless glory and achievements to their pirate group. Let's see how long you can last. Air sneered and rushed towards the monster. Death Scythe. The giant scythe in Air's hand passed directly across the sky and stabbed the monster's body fiercely. The pirate captain looked at this scene with a sinister smile on his face. What will you do this time? Die. Air's face was filled with a ferocious smile. He has completely controlled the rhythm of the battle. It only takes one gentle blow to turn that woman into scum. Chapter 221. The smile on Air's face had just bloomed, but suddenly the smile on his face froze. Because the blue giant sword slashed hard at the monster, it let out a shrill scream and then penetrated through his body. The blue giant sword slashed hard on the ground. Sword marks that were as deep as the bones emerged and then spread on the ground. What's going on? Why is this giant blue sword able to chop my sickle away? Is it because of the power of this giant sword? Air's face suddenly turned pale, and he couldn't help but feel a little scared when he looked at his weapon. This woman is terrible. He felt mortally threatened. Without any hesitation, Air's body instantly turned into a stream of light and began to escape into the distance. But Charlotte is not so easy to deal with. Her eyes shot out two blue lightning bolts directly into Air's body. The pirate captain couldn't help but pee in fear when he saw this scene and screamed with a pale face. What kind of move is this, and why is it so weird? Charlotte put away the blue giant sword and looked at Air in front of her coldly. Air's face looked very ugly. Charlotte is simply a freak. Go to hell, 05. Charlotte sneered and disappeared suddenly. The next moment she appeared next to Air, holding a blue giant sword and stabbing towards Air fiercely. Poof! Air looked at the giant sword in front of him with a look of disbelief in his eyes. How can it be? He simply couldn't believe this was true. His defense is extremely strong. Even armor-piercing bullets cannot cause any damage. His defensive power is absolutely comparable to that of myths and legends. But now he was injured by a woman. He couldn't accept this. Charlotte looked at Air and the corners of his mouth raised slightly, revealing a mocking arc. Her foot suddenly exerted force, which directly broke Air's heart into pieces. The pieces of the heart burst open and splattered everywhere. Air's body slowly fell to the ground, dying with eyes closed. Charlotte had an indifferent expression on her face and looked at Air, who fell on the ground. Air, do you know the difference between us now? There's no way you can win me over. You are no match for me. Air's mouth twitched slightly as he listened to Charlotte's words. But you should be satisfied. There was a faint smile on Charlotte's lips. You have been chasing me all these years, but now I stand in front of you. You know what? I am no longer the pirate I was back then. I am now the strongest pirate in the One Piece world. You will not be my opponent. The pirates were all stunned when they heard Charlotte's words. KR. You actually became the Pirate King. A Marine soldier couldn't help shouting. I don't accept it. There was an angry look on his face, and he obviously didn't want to believe that Charlotte had become the Pirate King. I am no longer the Charlotte I was back then. Now I am the Pirate King. You can't be my opponent. A cold smile appeared on Charlotte's lips. The group of pirates fell silent for a moment as they looked at her. One Piece. Ha. Are you the wife of the Pirate King? A crazy smile appeared on Air's face. Then, why don't you kneel down and admit defeat quickly, or I will let you die without a burial. Dit. I want to see how you let me die. Air's figure rushed towards Charlotte again. There was a ferocious smile on his face. Charlotte's strength indeed exceeded his imagination. However, he is still confident of defeating the opponent. Air's palms suddenly stretched out and grabbed Charlotte, trying to grab her back. Go away. Charlotte snorted coldly and slashed at Air with the blue giant sword again. Air felt a huge sense of oppression coming over him, and his expression changed drastically. His figure quickly retreated while waving his hands, and sharp sickles shot out from his hands. Ding ding dong dong. The blue sickles and the blue giant sword collided and exploded continuously. You are still so weak. The corners of Charlotte's mouth turned up slightly, revealing a mocking smile. Your strength really surprises me. Your attack power is stronger than before. But I'm not the same person I used to be. Air's face was so ugly that he couldn't believe that the woman in front of him had such terrifying strength. A cold smile appeared on Charlotte's face. I will tell you, you are so weak. You are not my opponent, because you are not worthy of being my opponent at all. Don't you understand yet? Air's body shook violently, the aura on his body became more and more violent, and his eyes became red. His fists kept swinging, and the extremely sharp sickle kept slashing towards Charlotte's body. Charlotte's body kept retreating, avoiding the extremely sharp sides. You are not worthy to be my opponent, so you must die. Air kept shouting. Then it depends on whether you have the ability. A mocking smile appeared on Charlotte's face. Charlotte waved her right arm, and a dazzling light emitted from the blue giant sword. Then a giant blue dragon leaped out directly from the giant sword. This giant dragon bared its teeth and claws 260 degrees. Its body was covered with blue scales, and its body was extremely huge. Air looked at the blue dragon, summoned by Charlotte, with a solemn look on his face. This giant dragon posed no less of a threat to him than that woman. How powerful is this woman? Da. The giant blue dragon roared and then pounced directly on Air. Charlotte glanced around coldly. All the pirates lowered their heads, their eyes full of fear as if they were afraid of Charlotte. The world is finally quiet. Air, go to hell. Let you know who is the second best in the world. Air, you don't deserve to be the Pirate King. The blue dragon heads straight for Air. When Air saw this scene, a ferocious look appeared on his face. In this case, I can only fight. You go to hell. Air roared and stretched out his left hand, then grabbed the huge dragon head. Click. The dragon's head was crushed directly by him. Blood and bone fragments were scattered everywhere. Air's pupils suddenly dilated, and a strong smell of blood filled the entire cabin. Don't you want to live anymore? Whoever resists again will die. Who else dares to disobey me? Charlotte's eyes looked around, her cold eyes scanning the whole place. Those pirates all kept their mouths shut. Chapter 222. But Air was afraid, and suddenly thunder and lightning wrapped around his body, filled with violent power. Air grabbed a boat and threw it towards Charlotte. Charlotte's figure flashed, and she avoided Air's attack. Air's face suddenly turned pale when he saw that Charlotte was fine. You all go to hell. Under the control of Air, ships one after another crashed crazily into the small cruise ship where Charlotte was. A ship controlled by Air crazily hit the small cruise ship. Charlotte couldn't help but smile. This guy is really interesting. You actually want to destroy my small cruise ship. A mocking smile appeared on Charlotte's face. She waved her hands, and the ship immediately disappeared. Air looked at Charlotte's actions with a hint of shock in his eyes that this woman actually had such ability. He wanted to continue attacking, but a feeling of danger came to his heart. He immediately turned around and retreated quickly towards the rear. Escape, it's too late. Leave it to me. Charlotte snorted and chased directly behind. A cold light flashed in Air's eyes, and his whole body instantly turned into a ball of black and disappeared. Escape. A cold light flashed in Charlotte's eyes. Her figure instantly turned into a streak of light and rushed out. Her speed was very fast, and she disappeared into the night sky in the blink of an eye. She didn't know where she went. Although Air's speed is fast, it is far behind her. I don't believe I can't catch you. Your identity has been exposed. At that time, you will no longer be the Pirate King, and your body will be hung on the city wall. I want to see how you die. There was a hint of awe in Charlotte's tone, but the words she spoke were extremely vicious. Air's eyes turned blood red, and he roared crazily and struck Charlotte hard with thunder and lightning. Bangs, bang, bang. Thunder and lightning kept hitting Charlotte's body, but Charlotte remained unscathed. He is worthy of being a master of the 5 Emperors level tilde. Your physical defense is actually stronger than steel. This is incredible. Air's eyes turned purple, and his whole body exuded monstrous murderous intent. I want you to die. Air's feet stepped on the seawater and instantly rose into the air and hung towards Charlotte. Charlotte looked up at the sky with a hint of disdain in her eyes. You are no match for me. Her body suddenly bloomed with a bright silver-white light, and her whole body was as majestic as the god of war descending. Charlotte directly met Air's attack, and the two collided in the void. Rumble. The whole ocean trembled. How can this be? This is not true. How could she block Lord Air's attack? All the pirates' eyes widened. They couldn't believe their eyes. Air's power can be said to be Marine's most powerful existence. He is the Pirate King Air. Air's strength is absolutely tyrannical. But now his attack actually didn't cause any harm to the woman. Air's attack landed on Charlotte's body and turned directly into dots of starlight. Air's face was gloomy. He didn't expect Charlotte's body to be so powerful. His figure kept flashing in the void. Every attack he makes will be blocked by Charlotte's defense. This made Air's face look extremely ugly. At this time, he thought of something. Does she have a strange fruit ability in her body? Otherwise, how could her body be so strong? Seeing Air's expression, Charlotte suddenly showed a disdainful smile. You just want to defeat me. Idiot's dream. Charlotte's figure flashed in the void, and a silver-white ball of light appeared in her palm. Air saw the silver-white light ball very quickly. He quickly ducked away. No, this woman is very fast. I have to end the fight as soon as possible. Air's figure flickered again. Don't run away, you ran away. Your speed is as fast as a snail in my eyes. Alice. Charlotte laughed wantonly. There was a sarcastic smile on her face. Sorry, you guessed wrong. My speed is nothing in front of you. Air's pupils narrowed. Charlotte is faster than him. My speed is really the best. Air's voice was full of confidence. The thunder and lightning on his body emerged again. He formed a lightning barrier around his body to protect himself, and then continued to use lightning style to escape. Boom, booms, boom. Charlotte's figure flickers in the void, and every attack can easily penetrate the lightning barrier. Charlotte's fist hit Air's body hard, making a muffled sound. Air kept dodging. Letter 2CB, I don't believe you can break through my defense every time. Air had a sneer on his face. Charlotte is indeed very fast, but this is also because she is physically strong. If it were other ordinary people, it would be impossible to do this. Charlotte's eyes were full of confidence. You're just dying. Although your body's defense is strong, it cannot stop my attack. Your body cannot withstand my attack. Charlotte's voice was cold, and there was a hint of impatience in her eyes. Yeah. Then give it a try. Charlotte slammed into Air. There was a hint of surprise in Air's eyes. He didn't expect that Charlotte would dare to approach him. Court death. Although your body is powerful, you are no match for me. Get out of here. Air waved his arms, and dense thunder and lightning suddenly appeared around his body. His palms directly grasped Charlotte's hands. "It's good." Click, click, click. Air's fingers suddenly exerted force and crushed Charlotte's palm. Blood spurted from Charlotte's wrist and dripped onto Air's face. A huge bloody hole appeared on Charlotte's wrist. "Ah. Hateful." Charlotte frowned. A piece of scale appeared on her wrist, directly filling the blood hole. Her body appeared in midair again. A sneer appeared on Air's face. His figure kept flashing, and terrifying thunder and lightning appeared in the void. Charlotte's body continued to smoke, and her body was directly swallowed by lightning. "How hot? So what if your body is getting stronger? You won't be swallowed up by my lightning. My lightning can easily corrode your body. You will be a lifeless mummy by then." Air had a proud smile on his face. Chapter 223. "Yeah." Charlotte's voice sounded slowly. Scales appeared on her body again. Her expression also became more ferocious. "Your thunder and lightning can't hurt me at all, just like I just said. Your attacks are like tickling. You want to use these attacks against me? It's so funny. I'll show you how awesome I am." As soon as Charlotte finished speaking, her figure disappeared again. Air's expression suddenly changed. He looked at the void in front of him with a hint of shock in his eyes. "Space movement. Hateful." Air was extremely angry. His attack landed in the air, making it impossible to launch his attack. Such a scene is very painful for him. "Your attacks are of no use to me. Now it's my turn to attack you." Charlotte's voice suddenly sounded in Air's ears. Air's expression suddenly changed. Boom, booms, boom. Charlotte's body appeared in front of Air again. Her fists struck Air fiercely, carrying rich dark energy. "Get out of my way." A terrifying aura erupted from Air's body, and Lightning 527 surged out of his body. Thunder and lightning condensed in midair to form a giant thunder Uzumaki. Lightning Uzumaki wraps Charlotte's fist in it. A cruel curve appeared at the corner of Air's mouth. This move is his strongest move. Just wrap this lightning Uzumaki. Charlotte must die. Boom! Raiden Uzumaki and fists collide. The two forces are constantly dissolving. A terrifying shock wave swept across all directions, and the entire island trembled. Charlotte and Air flew out at the same time. Charlotte's body fell to the ground, her face extremely pale. "How come you have such power?" Charlotte's face was extremely pale. She didn't know how Air did it. His thunder and lightning is obviously not what he is good at. "Of course I have my own power. This power of mine can still be used at will." Air looked at Charlotte with increasingly cold eyes. "You're looking for death." A cruel smile appeared on Air's face. His figure instantly came to Charlotte's side. "Go to hell." His right hand suddenly grabbed Charlotte's chest. Charlotte's expression suddenly changed. "Let go." A layer of golden scales appeared on her body, resisting Air's lightning attack. A sneer appeared on Air's face. His other palm moved towards Charlotte's body, pressing down hard. Charlotte's expression changed drastically. Her body quickly retreated. But Air is very fast. Almost in the blink of an eye, Air's palm had touched Charlotte's chest. Air's palm penetrated Charlotte's chest directly. There was a flash of fear in Charlotte's eyes. "Your strength is still too weak." A flash of disdain flashed in Air's eyes. A cruel smile appeared on his face. His palms suddenly exerted force. He was going to tear Charlotte's body apart. However, at this moment, a strange smile appeared on Charlotte's lips. "Your attacks are ineffective against me. My body is not only strong in defense." Air's expression changed. He felt his body become soft, and it seemed that even his soul had become extremely weak. "ELA." There was a look of disbelief on Air's face. Charlotte's body turned into a phantom. She suddenly appeared behind Air. 13,604,105, Felu 230, 1,540, 1,361. Air's body stiffened, and he didn't even have time to react. A cruel smile appeared on Charlotte's face. Her fist hit Air hard on the head. A look of despair appeared on Air's face. His eyes widened and his cheeks twitched. He didn't expect such a result. Why? Why is your body so hard? Why is your power so strong?" Air's heart was filled with confusion. A smile appeared on Charlotte's face. Because I have great power. You will never know how powerful my power is. You will never understand my true strength. A sarcastic smile appeared on Charlotte's lips, and she turned around to gather her fruit power and attack Air. Hateful. Air's face was filled with madness, and his arms spread out to form a huge thunder. Bolts of thunder condensed on his arms. The power in his right hand became more powerful, as if it was going to destroy the world. My strength has surpassed yours by far. The two of us are destined to not be on the same level. You will never understand my power. I am going to kill you. Air's eyes were red. Thunder and lightning appeared on his body, and countless thunder and lightning appeared around his body. Every thunder and lightning exudes extremely terrifying power. Go to hell. Air opened his mouth and spit out a terrifying bolt of lightning, which swept towards Charlotte. Charlotte dodged the lightning attack with one side of her body. Snort. You will never know why your body is so hard. It's because my body has the same ability as yours. Air sneered. He stretched out his hand and waved the thunder and lightning on his body, all converging on his left hand. His left hand slapped towards Charlotte. Thunder controller. She didn't expect Air's power to be the controller of lightning. Her hands were quickly filled with thunder and lightning. A ferocious smile appeared on Air's face. His lightning palm struck Charlotte's body. Charlotte's body was swallowed up by lightning and instantly turned into ashes. But Air's face darkened. Not that simple. Air's figure looked into the void again. His pupils shrank suddenly, and there was a look of horror in his eyes. In front of his eyes, Charlotte's body slowly emerged. What about the lightning controller? It's not the same failure. An indifferent smile appeared on Charlotte's face. Her right hand suddenly reached out, and a golden flame condensed in her palm. Die. With a flick of her hand, she threw the flames at Air. Air frowned. He quickly raised his right hand, forming a transparent shield to block the flames. It's useless. Your body cannot withstand my thunder and lightning. You can't stop it even if you die. I will kill you. Air's eyes flashed with cold, murderous intent. His right hand waved violently. Chapter 224. A bolt of lightning struck out from his hand and struck Charlotte's body. Charlotte's body was blown backwards by the bombardment. Your body is still too weak. Can't bear my thunder and lightning. A disdainful smile appeared in Air's eyes. His eyes were full of contempt and ridicule. However, since I can kill you once, I can kill you a second time. I don't believe you can be as lucky as last time. I will let you try it. The feeling of being torn apart by my lightning will be deeply memorable to you. A grim smile appeared on Air's face. His body quickly rushed towards Charlotte. Death to the controller of lightning. A ferocious smile appeared on Air's face. He slapped his right hand towards Charlotte. Thunder and lightning rolled across Air's palms. Streams of thunder erupted from his palms and struck towards Charlotte. Break it for me. Charlotte shouted angrily. She waved her palms suddenly. A black hole appears out of thin air. Bolts of lightning struck the black hole. Boom, boom, boom. Lightning strikes exploded on the black hole. Waves of energy spread in all directions. These energies surged in all directions, completely submerging the area. Air's body was pushed back hundreds of meters. Charlotte's strength is actually even more powerful than last time. No. This guy must be dealt with as soon as possible. Otherwise, if I delay any longer, my power will be exhausted. This trouble must be solved as soon as possible. Hateful. Air stared at Charlotte, a look of anger on his face. You are indeed very strong, but in the face of absolute power, any technique is in vain. I don't care who you are. You must die. Air's face became extremely ferocious, and an extremely terrifying thunder and lightning erupted from his body again. Bolts of thunder and lightning swirled around him. The thunder and lightning around Air's body became more and more terrifying. Charlotte's face was solemn. Her body kept flickering, dodging Air's attacks. But Air's attacks always find the right time to wrap up Charlotte's body. You can't kill me. Because my body is strong enough, I can recover even if it is destroyed. I'll let you see your blood evaporate. Let you know what true despair is. What is despair? A cold light appeared in Charlotte's eyes, and her body flashed again. Her hands were balled into fists. A huge thunder dragon descended from the sky, blasting towards Air with an extremely violent aura. A sneer appeared on Air's face. Is it just your strength? It's better to be a good boy and die. This is where you end up. I will not allow anyone to stand in the way of my plans. Air's expression turned ferocious. His right hand waved suddenly, and a thunder cloud appeared on his palm. Your thunder and lightning are more than just your own abilities. The thunder cloud on Air's right hand kept shaking. Thunder and lightning continued to roll around it. Go for it. Destroy everyone. The thunder and lightning cloud on Air's right hand bloomed with brilliant thunder and lightning. A halo of thunder and lightning appeared on his body, shrouding his body in it. His body turned into a bolt of thunder and lightning, which quickly struck Charlotte. Bolts of lightning struck Charlotte's body. Aza! Charlotte screamed pitifully, and her body continued to tremble. The pain was unbearable. Her body fell to her knees involuntarily. Air, I really underestimated you. You're really smart. Know how to use thunder and lightning to attack my weak points. My weakness is lightning. As long as my thunder and lightning are defeated, I will definitely lose. Charlotte looked down at her body. I admit that your thunder and lightning is indeed very strong. But I won't just sit back and die. Even if it means death. I will also take you to be buried with you. The corners of Charlotte's mouth curved into a ferocious arc. The clothes on her body began to fall apart, and her skin began to show burnt marks. Charlotte's body had been completely burned to ashes. There were patches of charcoal on the surface of her body, and her skin was burned. Wisps of white smoke emerged from the surface of her body and dissipated. The Brontosaurus roars. Go to hell. Charlotte's body flickered again. Her arm snapped toward Air. Zero, please give me flowers. Zero. Air's face was gloomy, and his palm struck Charlotte's palm. Their palms collided. Air's ability should be thunder and lightning. His lightning attacks are weird. But I'm not a vegetarian either. Let me see who is more powerful. Charlotte had a crazy look on her face. Two purple thunder dragons burst out from her arms. The two Brontosaurus entangled themselves and rushed towards Air. Thunderstorm. Thunder Uzumaki. Do you think my lightning attack is only that simple? Air's eyes narrowed slightly. His right foot stamped hard on the ground. Boom! The whole mountain was shaking. Huge potholes appeared under his feet. On the ground under his feet, ripples appeared in circles. This is my true power. Let you know what real thunder and lightning is. Air's voice dropped, and he clenched his hands into fists. His body once again erupted into a cloud of thunder and lightning, and streaks of thunder and lightning rushed toward Charlotte. The power of thunder and lightning intertwined in the air, and its power was several times stronger than before. Boom, boom. Charlotte's body was struck by lightning continuously, and a trace of paleness appeared on her face as she vomited blood. That's what makes it interesting. If it had been just now, I wouldn't have been able to stop your attack. Charlotte's body twisted in midair. Her body deformed rapidly. A strange smile appeared on her face. The Brontosaurus roars. Air's mouth suddenly opened, and terrifying thunder and lightning spurted out of his mouth. Thick thunderbolts rushed towards Charlotte. Charlotte's body was torn apart by lightning again, and disappeared into a bolt of lightning. This is my lightning attack. It's still a little bit worse, but it's almost there. I want to see how well you can resist my moves. Air's eyes flashed with a cold look. I don't believe it. Your lightning attack can last forever. My fruit ability is very abundant. My body is extremely powerful. Your thunder and lightning can't harm me at all. Charlotte's voice sounded. Chapter 225. Impossible. Charlotte had a look of disbelief on her face. His body retreated uncontrollably. He felt as if his body was being suppressed by an invisible force. The space around him was constantly collapsing. What happened? Charlotte's eyes narrowed. Is your fruit ability so strong? No, I have to evacuate. Let's go. The words fell. The space around Charlotte suddenly shattered. The people below also saw this scene. How is this going? Why did Air and Charlotte suddenly disappear? They seem to have escaped. This is so weird. It doesn't matter where they escape. As long as their strength is exhausted, they can chase them back. They will definitely die without a burial place by then. 667, this battle is destined to go down in history. Each Marine admiral was talking about it. Their faces were full of excitement. And on the other side, the Thunder Dragon roars. When Air saw Charlotte disappear, his face suddenly became extremely gloomy. His eyes fell on the spot where Charlotte disappeared. There was an angry flame burning deep in his eyes. I'm going to cut you into pieces. A crazy look appeared on Air's face, and the brontosaurus in front of him exploded violently. Pillars of light formed by thunder and lightning fell from the sky. Boom! The sky was blown into nothingness and collapsed. Air's figure appeared in the sky. Charlotte, suffer death. A ferocious look appeared on Air's face. He took out a silver gun in his hand and stabbed Charlotte. With destructive power, the silver gun tore through the air and charged towards Charlotte. Boom! A huge black hole was blasted out of the space that the silver gun passed through. Air's eyes were extremely cold, and his face was cold. There was no expression on his face. That's what makes it interesting. I want you to know what a real strong person is. My power can not only create illusions, but also swallow other people's powers. Air's body moved quickly in the sky. The spear in his hand was constantly changing its trajectory. Whenever Charlotte wants to dodge, the spear will instantly change its trajectory, making it impossible to dodge. His body flashed back and forth in midair, and shadows of silver spears flashed in the sky. Explosions continued to be heard in the sky, and bursts of thunder continued to sound. I have tolerated you for a long time. You always like to use sneak attacks. Do you think I am a fool? Charlotte's face was extremely ferocious, and her body kept turning in the sky to avoid the spear. Whoosh! At this moment, her body suddenly disappeared into the air. Gone. Air was stunned for a moment. How can this be? Air frowned. His body flashed rapidly, looking for Charlotte. Whizzing. His body kept moving through the air. Suddenly, a silver spear stabbed from his back. A look of disbelief appeared on his face. I do not believe. Air's body kept shaking. Charlotte's body slowly emerged from the air, and his body was wrapped in thunder and lightning. Her whole body was covered with silver-white thunder and lightning. Those thunder and lightning were like living creatures, swimming in her body. These silver-white arcs kept beating and making bursts of crackling sounds. There was a sneer on her face. How about it? Isn't the lightning energy very comfortable? There was a hint of amusement in Charlotte's eyes. Does the thunder fruit have power? Air had a look of surprise on his face. How come you have the power of the thunder fruit? And it's so powerful. How is this possible? Air's heart was filled with shock and confusion. He couldn't imagine it at all. His former enemy actually mastered such terrifying abilities. Don't be surprised, I will tell you everything. Let me educate you on these things. You should have heard of the thunder fruit. Charlotte had a faint smile on her face. She raised her right arm, and a crystal ball emitting dazzling light was condensed in her right hand. There were streaks of thunder and lightning wrapped around the crystal ball. Air's eyes fell on the crystal ball. BB. Thunder fruit. Could it be that Charlotte was able to defeat the thunder fruit power 0 because she mastered the thunder fruit power? If that's the case, wouldn't she be heaven-defying? Her strength has exceeded the limit of the lightning system. Does it mean that I can also possess the power of the thunder fruit? Air's eyes sparkled with excitement. Charlotte, you are not weak, but you are no match for me. You are indeed very fast, but in terms of speed, you will never be able to match me. Because I have the power of the thunder fruit. And all you have is speed. You are no match for me. Countless shadows of silver spears appeared around Air. The shadow of the silver gun kept spinning. They are constantly absorbing energy in the air. Under Air's control, terrifying thunder and lightning condensed in the air. Crack, click, click. Silver snakes flew in the air and swept towards Charlotte. Charlotte's figure continued to flicker in the air. Her feet kept jumping in the air. Lines of silver snakes flickered in the air. A cruel smile appeared on Air's face. Charlotte suffered death. Air suddenly waved the silver gun in his hand and stabbed it towards Yuan Liu Wolf. Call out. The silver spears stabbed towards Charlotte. A bolt of silver lightning struck down from the sky, smashing a silver snake into powder. What? Air's pupils couldn't help but shrink. 0 0.4. How is it possible that you can actually block my attack? Isn't your lightning ability at the highest level? Air's face was very shocked. So what? My lightning ability has long surpassed the power of the ultimate lightning system. You can't understand it at all. And you are just the prototype of lightning power. Even if it is lightning ability, it still requires a basic stage. You want to transcend this level. A mocking smile appeared on Charlotte's lips. I'll tell you now if I can do it. I will let you understand the difference between us now. Air's expression turned ferocious. His body transformed into lightning again and rushed towards Charlotte. Bang! Charlotte punched the silver gun directly. A huge rebound force was transmitted. Chapter 226. Charlotte's expression changed slightly, and she couldn't help but take a few steps back. Air stared at her indifferently, with a mocking look on his face. Charlotte, your power is no match for me now. I won't give you another chance. Today you must die. Air had a cold look on his face. Didn't you say you wanted to kill me? Then you should do it now. I'll just stand here and let you kill me. Charlotte's face was extremely cold. Her eyes were glued to Air. Air's face was uncertain, and there was a trace of greed in his eyes. He looked at Charlotte with intense eyes. The power of the thunder fruit is indeed very powerful. But this kind of ability is nothing compared to my lightning ability. Air's body was shaking. His mood became extremely excited. Haha, aren't you capable of lightning? I just want to see how strong your lightning ability is. The power of the thunder fruit is omnipotent. I do not believe. His body was constantly twisting in the air. 5 whoops. Dense thunder and lightning appeared on his body, reaching hundreds of meters in length in the blink of an eye. His body exuded a terrifying light of thunder and lightning. Although your lightning ability is powerful, it is not much worse than mine. Today, I will take away your lightning ability. Let you know what the price of fighting me is. Boom! Air's body is constantly changing. The silver gun in his hand kept flying through the air, drawing silver tracks. The silver gun turned into streams of light and stabbed towards Charlotte. Thunder and lightning abilities also have strengths and weaknesses. Although your ability is very powerful, you still can't resist my energy. Go to hell! Air shouted, and the silver spear in his hand instantly pierced the void. Laugh! A thick thunderbolt tore through the void instantly. Call out! The silver spear pierced through the space with an extremely sharp whistling sound and stabbed towards Charlotte. Whoosh! The silver gun paused in front of Charlotte. Charlotte looked up at Air with an extremely cold expression on her face. The lightning ability is indeed very powerful. But this is not all your strength. Next, I will make you feel how ridiculous your so-called invincibility is. Your ability is like child's play in front of my thunder and lightning. Boom! Cracked. Charlotte stepped forward and disappeared. The next second, she appeared in front of Air. Snapped. Charlotte stretched out her slender white hand and slapped Air on the cheek. Dig. Air's cheeks were extremely swollen. Blood bleeds from the corners of his mouth. His body kept flying backwards and fell hard to the ground. Puffed. He opened his mouth and spit out blood. Charlotte sneered and moved, then she was in front of Air. Air raised his head and stared at Charlotte fiercely. Aren't you a user with the lightning fruit ability? Why not use the fruit ability? Instead, use an ability that has never been seen before. What exactly are your powers? What kind of power fruit are you? Air kept vomiting blood from his mouth, and his face was filled with a look of horror. Don't forget that I am also one of the 5 emperors. Of course I have my own way. Charlotte's tone was filled with arrogance and arrogance. My power is lightning. Thunder and lightning can destroy anything, even the air. Thunder and lightning can destroy everything, including the air. Air's face was pale, with a look of deep fear and disbelief in his eyes. He couldn't believe it. Charlotte's lightning can actually destroy the air. Doesn't that mean that Charlotte's lightning ability is much stronger than his? When did you learn this ability? Why didn't I know? Air had a confused look on his face. Hee. Why should I tell you such a thing? Charlotte sneered and stepped forward. Her figure kept shuttling in the air and arrived in front of Air in the blink of an eye. DIA. Charlotte grabbed Air with her slender hands and instantly imprisoned Air in the void. Air's hands were grabbed by Charlotte. His face was full of horror. Air's body shook slightly, and he punched Charlotte in the chest. Bang! Charlotte's body was shot backwards like a cannonball, leaving a deep depression on the wall. Charlotte's body continued to spurt out blood. Your ability is good, but your strength is still too low. There's no way you can deal with me. So now I'm sending you on your way. Go to hell. Air's body was already in front of Charlotte. He raised his right foot high and landed heavily on Charlotte's head. Catcha! Charlotte's head exploded instantly, turning into a mess of blood and flesh. KJ! Air let out a miserable scream. You monster! How could this be possible? Air had a look of disbelief on his face. At that moment, a strong danger suddenly emerged in his heart. This danger made him shudder, and he immediately gave up the attack. This is impossible. You are just a newly promoted 5 emperors. Why do you have such strong abilities? This is definitely not something you can control. Why? Charlotte's pupils flashed with shock, and she stared at Air with a pale face. That's why it's all happening. Why do we encounter this disaster? Why is God so cruel to me? Charlotte's eyes were red, and anger was written on her face. Because I am the master of this world, and I can control this world. My command is the supreme will. Air's voice echoed in the space, carrying an irresistible momentum. Charlotte felt her whole soul tremble, as if she was being imprisoned. What did you say? Hearing Air's words, Charlotte was stunned for a while and then suddenly turned to look at him. What are you talking about, Master? How is this possible? Aren't you an ordinary person? I don't believe it, you lied to me. Charlotte kept shaking her head and couldn't believe that all this was real. But the man in front of him did give him an extremely terrifying sense of oppression. No, I don't need to lie to you. I said I am the top existence in the world. A faint smile appeared on Air's face. You know, I gained this ability in an accident. Chapter 227. From that time on, I became the strongest being in the world, mastering all thunder and lightning. In this world, I am the supreme 5 emperors. Anyone can be wiped out with just one word. Charlotte fell into a sluggish state, staring blankly ahead. Air's words echoed in his mind, and his voice sounded like a demon's curse. No, none of this is possible. None of this is possible. Charlotte's eyes gradually regained their clarity. This is a lie, this is definitely a lie, and I want to expose this lie. Charlotte yelled into the void, and a terrifying pressure burst out of his body. Next moment, Charlotte disappeared in an instant and appeared in a void. There is a huge portal next to him. Charlotte's expression changed for a moment, then she gritted her teeth and stepped into the portal. Want to escape? There was a cold arc on the corner of Air's mouth, and he suddenly waved his palm, and a black thunder fell suddenly. Boom! The sky is falling apart. The whole world shook violently, and the terrifying destructive power swept around, destroying some surrounding buildings and turning them into rubble. Under Air's attack, the originally solid and unusually solid surface was completely shattered and turned into a magma lake. Amazing! When Charlotte on the other side of the portal saw this scene, she couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. Although he had used all his strength just now, he still underestimated Air's strength. The next second, a thick bolt of thunder descended from the sky and hit him hard on the top of his head. Charlotte's figure immediately flew backwards and hit the cliff in the distance. A stream of hot magma flowed down from the mountain wall and fell to the ground, melting the boulders. Air stood looking at Charlotte indifferently from a distance. Don't try to resist, you won't be able to escape. Air's voice was full of indifference. Charlotte got up from the ground with difficulty and wiped the sweat from her forehead. There's no way I'm going to give up. Charlotte's eyes burned with blazing fire, and he gritted his teeth tightly. Even if I die, I will hold you on my back. Ha 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 ha. Looking at Charlotte's hateful expression, Air couldn't help laughing wildly. Stupid, pathetic, you don't know where you got the courage to die with me, and you still want to kill me. I really don't know how high the sky is and how high it is. Air had a look of disdain in his eyes, looking at Charlotte with disdain. No matter what method you use, you must save your life today. Air's voice was full of dominance and unquestionable. Charlotte looked up at Air, her eyes filled with madness. You underestimate me. Charlotte's eyes sparkled with light, and her whole person disappeared again. What? Seeing Charlotte's disappearing figure, Air's expression suddenly changed. He had just witnessed Charlotte being hit by a black thunderbolt, but this guy actually appeared in front of him alive and kicking again. What on earth is this guy? This is simply unbelievable. Air's face was gloomy and scary. He saw with his own eyes that the black thunder beat Charlotte into a pulp. But now Charlotte appears in front of him alive and well. This completely subverted his understanding. Air's brows furrowed. Charlotte looked at Air with terrifyingly cold eyes. You want to kill me, right? It depends on whether you have the ability. A dazzling light burst out from Charlotte's body, and his body instantly expanded and turned into a 100-meter-tall monster. Dull. Charlotte looked up to the sky and roared, and the scales on his body glowed with dazzling brilliance. His figure drew a strange arc in the air and rushed towards Air. A flash of horror flashed in Air's eyes. He didn't expect Charlotte to be so fast. The two huge claws collided together, making a deafening sound. What kind of power do you have? Air had a horrified look in his eyes. Charlotte's power is so overbearing, so powerful, that he can't resist it. This is extraordinary power, beyond the scope of your understanding. Charlotte smiled coldly. You can't imagine how powerful this force is. This is extraordinary power. Boom! Air was punched by Charlotte and flew away. He vomited blood and flew backwards in midair. Charlotte's body suddenly twisted in the air, and her whole body changed again and became its original appearance. Air's eyes widened suddenly. He never imagined that Charlotte would change like this. And the strength is several times stronger than before. How could this be? How is this possible? Why is your power stronger than before? There was deep disbelief in Air's eyes. Who do you think you are? Do you think you can do anything to me at this level? It's ridiculous, simply ridiculous. Charlotte sneered again and again. His face showed ferocity and madness. I am no longer the person I used to be. Let me end everything today. Charlotte rushed towards Air in a flash and slapped Air with a fierce claw. Air had a look of horror on his face. It's just a small trick. A sharp cold light burst out from his eyes. A pitch-black dagger condensed in Air's hand, and he slashed at Charlotte. The attacks of the two collided, causing a huge explosion, and ripples spread in all directions. Big trees were lifted up and smashed into the distant mountains and forests. Air spat out a mouthful of blood with a look of fear in his eyes. He didn't expect Charlotte's fighting power to be so strong. This is impossible. His heart was filled with disbelief. You guy. Charlotte took one step forward and chased after her. I won't let you hurt my people. Air's face suddenly turned red. What? He actually still has real fruit abilities. Charlotte looked at everything in front of her with wide eyes. What is going on? The Marine Admiral in the distance was also dumbfounded. Air, I'll fight you. Charlotte's eyes were red, and she roared in pain. Air had a mocking look on his face. His arms suddenly stretched out, and balls of blue lightning shot out from his arms and converged on his fists, forming an extremely sharp sword. Break it for me. An angry voice burst out from Air's mouth, and his huge palms suddenly waved. Blue electric snakes blasted towards Charlotte. Charlotte's body trembled slightly, and he opened his mouth wide and spit out streams of black mist. The black mist and the electric snake collided with each other, making a violent roar and a harsh sound. Chapter 228. A huge mushroom cloud rose and smoke billowed. Air took several steps back. Charlotte's body was as stable as a rock, but she was a little embarrassed. No, this is impossible. How can you have such terrifying strength? Air's eyes were full of disbelief. I have already said that we are the same kind of existence. You cannot be my opponent at all. Your power is nothing more than a firefly in front of me. Charlotte said coldly. Air's face showed deep reluctance. Impossible, I don't believe in this evil. I have advanced fruit abilities. How could I lose to you? Air once again burst out with powerful energy fluctuations, and his body suddenly lifted up. Boom! His whole body suddenly became tens of meters high, and his whole body exuded powerful power. I don't accept it. Air roared wildly and waved his arms violently. Buzz! The dark clouds in the sky seemed to be pulled by some kind of force and rushed towards Air crazily. Air's body kept changing, and the dark clouds around him seemed to be absorbed by some strange power. A huge storm formed, falling from the sky and shrouding Charlotte. HMPH, Little Trek 953. Charlotte had a mocking smile on her face. He raised his head and looked at Air with cold eyes. Air's arms suddenly grasped the black giant sword and then slashed towards Charlotte. The huge black lightsaber, carrying the power of destroying heaven and earth, slashed towards Charlotte. Charlotte sneered. Vulnerable. Charlotte held the black giant blade tightly with both hands and slashed hard. Boom! The huge black light beam and the black lightsaber collided with each other, making a huge sound. A huge shock wave spread towards the surroundings. The rocks on the ground were directly shattered, and large pieces of soil were blown away. But Charlotte's body flew backwards. Puffed. Her chest collapsed, and blood spilled from the corners of her mouth. Air, you are really strong. But your strength is too weak. You can only use such an attack to hurt me. It has no effect at all. His body slowly stood up. You are a monster. Air had an incredible look in his eyes. Monster, haha, I'm not. But my destiny is in my own hands, so I won't allow anyone to ruin my plans. No one can stop me, not even you. Charlotte's eyes were filled with murderous intent, and she charged forward again with the black giant sword in her hand. Your death has come. Air had a ferocious look on his face. Charlotte had a hint of disdain on her face. Are you worthy of it? His wrist flipped suddenly, and the black giant sword instantly turned into a sword energy that filled the sky, sweeping towards Air densely. Air's pupils shrank suddenly. Hateful. I want you to understand that you and I are not creatures of the same world at all. Air's body suddenly grew taller. A jet black arrow shot towards Charlotte. Little tricks. Charlotte sneered, and a silver bow and arrow appeared in his hand. Call out. A silver arrow flew away from the string and instantly shot through the black arrow. The silver arrow penetrated the void and disappeared. How is it possible? How is it possible? His face was full of disbelief, even a little rude. His eyes were fixed on Charlotte. How could this old witch be able to use such a terrifying weapon? This kind of thing can only be done by the legendary and top experts. Impossible. Air shook his head crazily, with deep despair in his eyes. You are no match for me. No, I want to resist. I want to change my destiny. I want my power to transcend this world. There was madness in Air's eyes. A fae. Charlotte's pupils suddenly shrank. Stop obsessing over the fact that you have already failed. She waved her palm violently, and the black giant blade struck Air again. The black giant blade this time was different from before. It seemed like a giant dragon with the power to destroy the world. Ridiculous. In that case, let's destroy them all. Air had a look of madness on his face. His body suddenly rose up, and he rushed towards Charlotte again. Charlotte used the black giant blade again. This time he didn't use any abilities, just ordinary hand-to-hand combat skills. Catcha. The black giant blade was torn apart like paper in Air's hand. He suddenly grabbed the black giant blade and threw it towards Charlotte like a wolf. Whoosh! A black light roared out from the giant blade, and then shot towards Charlotte. Charlotte's mouth was sarcastic. You are still too young. His figure flickered, and then he dodged suddenly. But at this moment, a black light suddenly appeared where he was originally. Charlotte's body immediately flew backwards. You're too fast. There was blood flowing from the corner of Charlotte's mouth, and she felt like all the bones in her body were about to break. Her body hit the ground hard, and then she got up little by little. Her eyes were filled with horror, and she felt like she could no longer figure out the other party's tactics. Ha. You have failed. Air laughed and looked at Charlotte. Are you kidding me? Charlotte gritted her teeth, eyes flashing with anger. She slowly stood up from the ground, and then rushed towards Air again with the black giant blade in hand. Air laughed again. Do you think you will win? A sneer appeared on Air's face, and a ball of black mist appeared in his hand with a flick of his finger. Go. The black mist turned into a giant python, opened its bloody mouth, and bit Charlotte's shoulder hard. Tusk. Half of Charlotte's shoulder was torn off directly. His expression changed drastically, and he quickly covered his shoulder. Charlotte shouted angrily, and he quickly took out a bottle of potion and poured it on his arm. Bah! Medication enters the body. The severe pain disappeared immediately and was replaced by a warm power flowing through his body. So comfortable. Charlotte laughed again. Yes, this is a treasure I obtained from the treasures in the pirate world. Not only will you recover after taking it, also doubling your strength, the effects of this potion are simply heaven-defying. What? Air had a look of disbelief on his face. Chapter 229. Your strength has increased a lot. Charlotte's voice echoed throughout the island. Behind him was a figure, a tall, slender, and hot-looking blonde boy. The boy's skin is wheatish in color and full of beauty. A pair of eyes that are very beautiful and full of intelligence. He was well-proportioned and dressed in black robe, looking unusually handsome and slender. Charlotte looked at the boy with a smile on his face. Foxy, long time no see. The two hugged each other. That guy. Didn't I beat him to death? How did he get out? Air's heart was full of doubts, and a look of solemnity appeared on his face. Your strength is developing very quickly. As expected of someone I know, his strength has improved a lot in such a short period of time. Foxy had a smile on his lips. As for you, your strength has improved a lot. Charlotte patted Foxy on the back. A look of helplessness flashed in Foxy's eyes. I'm just an ordinary person now. A wry smile appeared on his face. You are a guy who always likes to cause trouble for others. Charlotte sighed softly. Foxy said nothing. Where are your brothers? Foxy was silent for a moment. They were all taken care of by Air. There was a flash of coldness in Charlotte's eyes. Did you also kill the one named Jessica? Foxy nodded. Charlotte frowned. Didn't I tell you that Air is too strong? Even in my heyday, I may not be his opponent, and there are also those Marine admirals watching from the sidelines. So I must end the fight as soon as possible. Air killed these people. Foxy couldn't believe it. Charlotte nodded. Foxy was speechless for a while and wanted to say something, but in the end he couldn't. Air watched the conversation between the two, and the look on his face became even colder. You two bastards. My plan is about to succeed, and you are still chatting here. His eyes turned red, the muscles on his body instantly swelled into muscles, and his whole aura became extremely terrifying. I'm going to make you pay the price today and let you know the consequences of offending me. He punched the air hard, and countless black gravel exploded in the air and flew everywhere. Let's see how strong you are to resist my attack. Dark elements filled the air around Air's body, and the dark energy instantly turned into a huge black snake and rushed toward Charlotte. Boom! The black snake hit Charlotte hard and knocked him away. Puff! Blood spurted from his mouth. How can it be? His eyes widened with an expression of disbelief. He is a 5 Emperor's level warrior, and his strength is already comparable to that of Air, but he was injured in an instant. How could this guy have such a strong combat history? Charlotte fell from midair. Incredible, really incredible. How can your body be so strong? What the hell did you take? Air's face became extremely ferocious, and his eyes were filled with cruelty and cruelty. He raised his right fist again, and then struck hard at Charlotte. Boom! The punch hit the ground directly, and the earth shook. Numerous cracks appeared in the ground, and a long crack spread to the entire island. The earth is shaking. An island was directly penetrated. The huge force flew the entire island away, smashed onto the coast and into the sea. Air appeared in front of Charlotte again, his face full of arrogance. I will cut you to pieces with 1,000 knives. I'm going to cut you into pieces. Air roared crazily and punched Charlotte again with both fists. His fist roared like a violent wind, carrying a rich dark element. Bring it on. Charlotte didn't give in at all and also punched out. 13,604,105, Feilu 230, 1,560,1001. The two fists collided fiercely. The ground of the entire island collapsed a lot. How could your strength increase so much? Air's face was full of confusion. I've already told you how much my strength has increased. I have Foxy to contain you now, Air. You will not be our opponent. Charlotte said with a smile. I don't care about any constraints, I just know that you must die. Air roared. Really, you can try it. Zero, please give me flowers. Charlotte's eyes narrowed slightly, and his eyes suddenly widened. Buzz! Space suddenly becomes distorted. Charlotte and Air separated directly, one on the left and the other on the right. Air and Charlotte separate. What happened? Air was stunned. He saw blue light suddenly appear in Charlotte's eyes. Immediately afterwards, Charlotte rushed directly towards him. Not good. He quickly used his fruit power and left. Bang! Charlotte's speed was not only extremely fast, she caught up with Air in almost the blink of an eye. How so? Air's eyes were full of surprise and shock. Charlotte actually has the ability to teleport. And his teleportation speed far exceeded his expectations. Air, I told you, don't provoke me easily, because you will never be able to control your destiny. Charlotte snorted coldly. The shadow behind him appeared again, and then stepped on Air. The ground was directly trampled flat. A crack that was 100 meters wide had a diameter of 50 meters, as terrifying as an abyss. Air's figure disappeared out of thin air again. I want to run away. Charlotte's figure disappeared again in a flash. Now that you're here, how can you leave so easily? He directly used the fruit ability, and a strong attraction instantly pulled Air back. You crazy person! Air shouted angrily, and his robe instantly burned with flames, forming a black skin armor to wrap him up. His eyes were filled with resentment and madness. I am going to kill you. Air's body rushed directly towards Charlotte. He kept waving his arms, and each time he waved, he made a violent sound of breaking through the air. The huge force directly bombarded Charlotte's body, knocking him and Foxy away. Charlotte's chest was blasted with a bloody mark, and a large pool of blood spat out from her mouth. Air is safe and sound. He looked at Air with wide eyes and disbelief. Charlotte was actually injured by him. Air, we are friends, please don't make things so tense, okay? Foxy walked up to him and said 0. Chapter 230. Haha, okay. Friends, who is your friend? Since you want to be friends with me, then kneel down and kowtow and beg for mercy now. A crazy expression appeared on Air's face, and he took a step forward and came directly to Foxy's side. He raised his hand and hit Foxy hard on the chest. Foxy flew backwards and fell into the sea water. Haha. Charlotte, you loser, you were defeated by me. Air's face was filled with a crazy smile. Shut up. Charlotte's eyes were filled with anger. We are friends, don't act like enemies. You know my heart is not as vicious as yours. We are friends, so don't be so strangers. I don't want us to never be friends again. Charlotte's tone was serious. A painful 700 look flashed in his eyes, but then he became firm again. I'm really touched by what you said, but it's too late now. I will end your life with my own hands. I will destroy you with my own hands. Air's face was filled with a crazy look. I know there are a lot of secrets in you, and you should be very clear about what I want to know. I will definitely be able to find the answer, so I advise you not to resist. Otherwise, I will definitely tear you apart. Air's expression became extremely ferocious. Yeah. I just have some questions that I want to ask you. A smile formed on Charlotte's lips. A look of surprise appeared in Air's eyes. May I ask your question? Charlotte smiled faintly, and then he turned around and disappeared. Air's face was full of confusion. What the hell kind of ability is this? Why is it so weird? At this moment, Charlotte suddenly attacked him from behind. Air reacted very quickly. He turned around and grabbed Charlotte's wrist. Let me go. Charlotte's eyes turned red. All the bones in his body made a crackling sound, and his whole body became extremely violent. Your speed is too slow, my fists are not for show. Swish, swish, swish. 3 fist lights instantly attacked Air. Bang! Air's right fist hit Charlotte's right shoulder hard. Click! Charlotte's right shoulder broke instantly, and her entire arm was directly bombarded to pieces by Air. Charlotte groaned with a look of pain on her face. Your strength has indeed improved a lot, and the gap between us has been narrowed. Air grinned sinisterly. This still doesn't change the outcome of my inevitable death. I'm not willing to give in, I'm not willing to give in. Boom! Charlotte suddenly opened her arms and hugged Air, holding her tight with all her strength. Charlotte spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face was as pale as paper, and his body was hugged tightly. He felt the oppression of death. The two exploded at the same time. Countless tiny cracks appeared around their bodies, like pieces of lenses. 2 balls of minced meat exploded and scattered in midair. Air, this is your power. It's a pity that with Foxy's slow ability, there is nothing you can do against us. Air got up from the ground, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and said with a smile. Charlotte didn't speak, just stood there quietly. Ha ha ha, you finally lost. Now let's make an exchange. Air said with a laugh. I know your ability is a spiritual secret. Why don't you let me see what's in your head? A circle of golden energy appeared around his body, and he attacked Charlotte directly. Bang, bang, bang. Layers of protective shields appeared around Charlotte's body, resisting the opponent's attacks. The two figures were intertwined, and endless waves of energy erupted with every collision. What is your ability? How can there be such a powerful fruit? How come your body is so strong? You have many secrets. I want to know all this. Charlotte asked as she attacked. You don't need to know anything. Air replied calmly. Your strength is good, but there is a huge gap between you and me. You can't kill me. Really? Then let's give it a try. A sinister smile appeared on Air's face, and a large amount of electricity appeared around his body. Then he stretched out his left hand and punched Charlotte's body. Charlotte's body retreated quickly. Air's fist shook the space directly, and a fist mark left a groove several meters deep in the air. Charlotte's body hit the wall directly, blasting a big hole in the wall. His body slowly fell down, and he kept vomiting blood in his mouth. I won't let you leave alive. Air rushed over directly and blasted out his fist again. Charlotte's body instantly turned into nothingness. Whoosh! Next moment, he appeared directly behind Air. Your strength is not good either. Didn't I say that you are very strong? Why are you so weak? Ha ha ha, Charlotte. You are finally going to die in my hands. I'm going to pull out your soul and light it as a candle. Air had a crazy look on his face. I won't lose. Charlotte's body once again glowed with golden light. His whole person disappeared. Air's pupils suddenly shrank. His body jumped directly to the side. Charlotte's fist struck the same position, knocking him out of a huge crater hundreds of meters long. Didn't I tell you to stay away? Charlotte's body appeared directly above him, and he said coldly. Air had a sinister smile on his face. You are such a stupid guy. Now I'm going to kill you. It's as easy as squeezing an ant to death. After Air finished speaking, his legs suddenly stared, and his body soared into the air again. A golden dragon shadow appeared behind him, and the dragon roars were terrifying. Die! Air rushed directly towards Charlotte. A golden dragon charged directly towards Charlotte. Air's body spun quickly, and countless golden light spots appeared around his body. Countless golden light points aimed directly at Charlotte's body. Do you think my body is so easily broken? Charlotte's figure appeared and waved her hands, and suddenly black flames rushed towards the golden light spots. Flames and golden light collided together. How can this be? Air's face was full of shock. Chapter 231. He never thought that such a flame actually existed in this world. I told you it would be easy to kill you. Don't forget that you are just a capable person. Charlotte's body flickered again, and his hands waved rapidly. Countless golden flames rushed toward Air, swallowing his body instantly. No! An angry roar came from Air's mouth. His body began to burn. Haha, do you know how powerful I am now? Charlotte's figure fell directly to the ground, and his eyes looked at where Air was. Do you think you can escape my pursuit? Charlotte's voice echoed through the sky, and the entire sea fell into silence once again. Boom! Waves of thunder sounded in the room, and Charlotte's figure appeared in the sky above Air. I don't care how powerful you are, Foxy, but you are destined to die here today. Air's eyes suddenly turned red. Boom! Countless blue electric currents spurted out from his body, wrapping him directly, and a layer of light blue arc appeared on his body. Boom! 5. He flew directly towards Charlotte, the blue electric light on his body getting brighter and brighter. He exudes the aura of ultimate danger. Not good. Charlotte had a solemn look on her face. This guy is going to fight hard. The soles of his feet stepped directly on the sea water, and his body rushed forward like a cannonball. Air's body hit the ground hard, and a big hole was made in the ground. His body rushed out of the pit, with a ferocious smile on his face. Countless golden electric snakes appeared around his body. He directly raised his fingers and grabbed it downwards, and golden electric lights swept towards Charlotte's body. Charlotte's figure moved quickly. Countless golden electric snakes bombarded the ground directly, and large pits appeared one after another on the ground. Kaka. Cracks appeared on the ground and spread. Air's body rushed directly into the air, stepping on the air with his feet, and appeared directly in front of Charlotte. His body once again transformed into a huge blue golden dragon and rushed towards Charlotte. Charlotte rushed directly into the air, trying to avoid this huge blue dragon shadow. His body rolled several times in the air and landed directly on a rock. His body stabilized. Air's hands once again condensed countless golden electric balls and blasted them towards Yuanliut. One after another, golden electric balls rushed towards him, bombarding him continuously. Charlotte's body flew high into the sky again, and then fell quickly to avoid Air's attack. Charlotte's body fell hard to the ground, and blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. Air's mouth raised slightly, with a sarcastic smile on his face. I have already said that you cannot be my opponent. You still want to run away now, it's a dream. I will make you into my puppet. Air roared wildly. His hands once again condensed into countless golden electric balls, which bombarded Yuan Liu's body. Don't overestimate your capabilities. I will use a thunder blow to destroy your soul and make you sink forever. Thunder strike. Charlotte shouted, his whole body emitting blue electric light, and his hands pressed towards Air below. The sky turned dark and dark clouds suddenly gathered together. Countless rays of thunder poured down from the dark clouds, and countless thunder and lightning directly bombarded Air's body. Charlotte yelled. His body exploded directly under the thunder, and his body was directly chopped into ashes. Air sat on the ground and gasped for air. The battle just now consumed too much of his energy, and his current condition was very bad. His eyes looked into the distance. He saw the pirates rushing over crazily, but stopped in front of the power of thunder tribulation. Aren't these people afraid of death? A trace of confusion appeared on Air's face. 13,604,105, Felu 230, 1,561,301. But he soon felt relieved. Because the bodies of these pirates were trembling. They felt the threat posed by the thunder tribulation. I wonder how long they can hold on. You shouldn't be able to survive tomorrow, right? I hope Lord Air will kill Charlotte quickly. This way we can feel at ease. A group of Marines kept praying in their hearts, with excited looks on their faces. Thunder bombarded continuously, and the entire sky seemed to have turned into a thunderstorm area. Waves of destructive force continued to rage, and thunderclouds appeared on the sea. Thunder and lightning continued to fall on the sea, setting off huge waves and crashing into the distance. Everyone on the coast was stunned. This scene is really terrifying. What on earth is this? Isn't this too scary? I have never seen such a huge thunder. Countless people stared at the sky with wide eyes. They looked at the purple thunder, their faces filled with horror. What is this that has such a powerful power? Is this the legendary thunder? Legend has it that only those who have mastered the 5 emperors can activate thunder. Has Master Air already surpassed it? But Lord Air's strength has not surpassed that of the 5 emperors. Everyone looked at the thunderclouds in the sky, wondering whether Air was a strong man who could surpass the 5 emperors. But apparently, they didn't have the answer. The roar of thunder became more and more intense. Air's body kept flashing in the void, his figure kept flashing, and every time it flashed, a thundercloud would fall. Countless purple electric pillars bombarded Foxy. Foxy and Charlotte kept dodging. Purple lightning streaked through the void, and then bombarded the ground, causing the earth to continuously break and form large craters. At this moment, Foxy had been forced to retreat to the bottom of the sea. No, we have to leave. Foxy's figure kept changing positions and flying outside. Thunder and lightning field. Countless thunder and lightning fell from the sky, and then bombarded Foxy. Air's body kept flickering in the void, and then bombarded the surroundings. His figure kept flickering to avoid Charlotte's attack. Countless thunder and lightning continued to bombard from the sky, and Charlotte's body was continuously pushed back by the blast. Charlotte's body was struck by a bolt of lightning. A wound was ripped open in her chest in an instant, and his body kept retreating. What happened? Charlotte had a look of shock on her face. Chapter 232. Impossible. How could I lose to a brat? Charlotte's fists clenched. His body jumped directly into the air, and his feet stood in the void above the ocean. Countless electric snakes swam around his body, making his legs turn red. I don't accept it. Charlotte looked down at air again. Thunder and lightning field. Countless thunder snakes emerged from air's body, and then condensed into a purple thunder bead in the void. Go for it. Thunder and lightning. Countless thunder and lightning bombarded Charlotte. Boom. Countless thunder and lightning continued to bombard Charlotte's body, causing countless black holes to appear on his body. His body was constantly being torn apart. Boom. Endless thunder and lightning continued to bombard him. Charlotte's body was shaking continuously. His feet slowly sank into the water. The clothes on the surface of his skin were also torn to pieces, revealing the white and tender skin underneath covered with countless scars. Countless thunderbolts continuously bombarded Charlotte's body, constantly destroying his body. He is not willing to give in. He is stronger than some of the 5 emperors, but why can't he defeat this guy? A bolt of lightning struck her head directly. Charlotte's head was directly blasted into pieces, and her body slowly fell downwards. Charlotte! Lord Charlotte! The pirates shouted out. Air walked down from midair, with an evil smile on his lips. Is this your strength? How weak! There's only one Foxy left. Air looked at the pirates below and said, let's fight it out. The pirates looked at Air in midair, their hearts filled with despair and anger. Air, we will not give in. We will never give in no matter what Tilda. We will definitely resist to the end. The pirates shouted and attacked Air continuously. Hee. Do you think your strength can stop me? A ferocious smile appeared on Air's face. The next second, he swung his long sword and slashed down. Whoosh! Rays of blood-red light bloomed in the sky. Countless thunder and lightning struck in all directions. The bodies of those pirates instantly turned into flying ash, and they were blown to pieces without even letting out a scream. They died, not even believing it was real. They were bombarded to pieces, without even making a single attempt to resist. I have killed all the pirates, and the only one left is you, Foxy. Air's figure kept flashing in the air, and then rushed towards Foxy. Snort! You are not far behind if you want to kill me. Foxy snorted coldly, and a dazzling blue light erupted from his body. Endless blue thunder and lightning continuously surged out from his body and bombarded Air. Boom, boom, boom. A series of thunder and lightning bombarded Air's body, causing his body to continuously retreat, and the expression on his face became extremely ugly. Ha. That's right. Otherwise, why do you think I didn't use all my strength? Foxy laughed wildly. Air's face was very gloomy. Lightning-style lightning. Air's body disappeared instantly, and then reappeared thousands of meters away. His figure appeared in the air again, and then he slapped Foxy with his palm. Waves of thunder and lightning continued to bombard down. Let's go. Go find our captain. Fu Kexuan said towards the ships behind her. 13,604,105, Feilu 230, 1,561,421. These pirates nodded one after another, and they directly drove the boat to escape quickly. Damn it. This bastard. Why does he always survive? The faces of the pirates showed despair. They are no match for Air. Air's body kept moving back and forth. He waved his arms, constantly striking the pirates with lightning. Bang, bang, bang. One after another, the bodies of the pirates were exploded, and their bodies were directly turned into pulp. Air had a look of madness on his face. Ha. Tonight you will all die. Air let out a crazy laugh and chased directly after the bodies of these pirates. Air's body hit a pirate ship hard, smashing the pirate ship directly. A cruel smile appeared on his face, and his figure disappeared directly from the spot. Help. A pirate's body was smashed by Air's slap, and then he was directly absorbed into it. The other pirates looked at the scene in front of them in horror, their hearts filled with fear. These pirates looked at Air, and involuntarily took 2 steps back. Cracked. Air waved his hands towards the pirates next to him, and the ship they were on was directly chopped into pieces. No, leave quickly. Get out of here quickly. Several pirates yelled out. Their bodies turned directly into a stream of light and quickly left the coast. Air looked at the escaped Marines with a cold smile on his lips. Do you want to escape? You can't escape Foxy. Air disappeared directly into the air. He came near another ship. Air's right foot suddenly stepped on the hull of the ship, causing the hull to collapse and turn into ruins. I told you can't escape. Your strength is no longer enough to fight against me. Just be obedient and let's capture him. Air grabbed Foxy by the neck. No, don't kill me. I am willing to surrender to you. Zhao zhao zhao, Foxy's face turned pale with fear. He felt death approaching him. He didn't know what the strength of this air was, but he knew that it was a very terrifying existence. I want you traitors to die. I'm going to let you all know the price. Let all those pirates die. Air's eyes exuded strong murderous intent, and he strangled Foxy's neck with both hands. I'm not willing to give in. Foxy let out a scream of pain, his body twitching continuously. Go to hell. Let me end your life. Air said coldly. He punched Foxy hard on the head, causing blood to spurt out from his head. Foxy survived and used his slowness fruit ability to escape, but he was also seriously injured at the moment. The injury this time was very serious. If not treated in time, he would definitely die. Chapter 233. What kind of monster is this? OMG. The eyes of many pirates were widened, and they were completely shocked by the scene before them. Their hearts were beating violently, and their faces showed a look of shock. Air, what kind of monster is this? He actually possesses such terrifying power. Cull. Air's figure suddenly appeared in the air, and he raised his fingers and gently tapped Foxy's chest. Boom! Foxy let out a painful scream, and thick smoke came out of his body. It's FTB. He actually defeated Demon King Foxy with one move. Some pirates were shocked. Demon King. That's a legendary powerhouse. How could someone so weak be defeated all of a sudden? Is it because you are too weak? I don't think so. Many pirates were talking about it. Air walked slowly to Foxy. This guy is mine. This guy contains very powerful fruit power. I need to study it. Air stretched out his palm, grabbed Foxy's collar and lifted it up. Foxy let out a scream of pain and looked at Air in horror. Let me go, let me go. Foxy struggled desperately. He wanted to get away from Air and run away. Snapped. Air slapped him mercilessly. This slap is for those who died in vain. Air stared at Foxy coldly, with a cold light in his eyes. They all deserve to be punished. So let's operate on you now. Plop. Foxy fell directly to the ground, and the bones in his body continued to make crisp sounds. He screamed and was covered in blood. He lay motionless on the ground, with only a hint of anger and unyielding light in his eyes. Do you think you won't know if you don't tell me? I've already investigated it. You are all pirates. This is all your idea. You want to use my hand to get rid of the pirates. That's why you sent people to attack my ship. You are so despicable. Air's eyes became colder and colder. You rebels. Air's fists were clenched, a ferocious expression appeared on his face, and his eyes were cold. He walked towards Foxy step by step, his face filled with endless anger. Foxy's hands were pinched by Air, and his body was shaking with a look of horror on his face. You want to use me to kill pirates? I told you were wrong. Even if I'm not Air, even if I only have one leg, even if I become a walking zombie, I will definitely take revenge for Marine. I will not allow anyone to use me to do things that harm my family and friends. I'll make them pay. Let them know the consequences of betraying me. Air's body exuded a terrifying murderous intent. I know. Cold sweat broke out on Foxy's forehead. His body was trembling and his eyes were filled with fear. Snort. Air's voice came out lightly, with a cold smile on his face. Nothing will happen to you. I'll just make you pay. Your destiny will be rewrit. Stop resisting. Otherwise, I will make your life worse than death. Air's eyes became colder and colder, and his figure disappeared from the spot. Bang, bang, bang. He appeared in front of Foxy at an extremely fast speed, and his fists hit him crazily. Countless bruises appeared on Foxy's chest, countless fist marks appeared on his body, and bright red blood slowly flowed out from the wounds. Aza! Foxy screamed in pain, his face twisted, his hands covering his chest, his eyes full of despair. Do you know? People like you are the root of evil. Even your parents died at your hands, you are a heinous villain. Air stared at Foxy indifferently. You deserve the punishment you deserve. You're going to hell. I want you to die without a burial place. I will completely refine your soul into a puppet, and you will never be reincarnated. Go to hell. Air struck Foxy with punch after punch. Foxy's body was already dying, and the clothes on his body were in tatters, revealing the strong skin underneath. His chest continued to overflow with blood. Boom! Foxy's aura began to increase. The wounds on his body began to heal. Impossible. How can this be? What on earth did you do to me? Foxy's face was filled with horror, and his eyes were full of disbelief. He didn't expect that Air would use the forbidden technique on himself, turning himself into a puppet and causing his strength to plummet instantly. Air ignored him. His eyes were full of coldness. Is this how you pirates treat your compatriots? They deserve their death. You guys should all be punished. Let you know what will happen if you offend me. The energy in his body began to surge, and a violent shockwave of wind swept away in all directions. The entire ship was thrown off and hit the sea, causing waves. Aza! Foxy's body once again grew 1 meter taller, and his muscles became stronger. Amazing energy erupted from his body. He grew larger again. He turned into a giant man, more than 3 meters tall. His cheeks are covered with scales, and he wears black armor and has golden dragon patterns wrapped around his arms. Air, I'll fight you. The armor on Foxy's body made a buzzing sound. He charged at Air with a metal spear in hand. The corner of Air's mouth raised in a mocking arc. His feet stepped on the ground, and his body turned into an afterimage and rushed towards Foxy. The two collided hard. Bang! Foxy's body flew backwards, smashed several buildings, and fell heavily to the ground. You devil, I will definitely kill you this time. Make you pay for your actions. Foxy got up from the ground, his lips purple and his eyes white. I'm going to make you die without any body parts. His bursts of terrifying power erupted, and the scales on his body began to glow with dazzling golden light. His body was swelling, and the muscles on his body were as thick as buckets. The spear in his hand emitted a fiery golden light. The gun in his hand pierced the void, tearing out a black space and stabbing Air's heart fiercely. Go to hell. A sharp growl came from Foxy's mouth. Chapter 234. A violent aura erupted from Air's body, which was his thunder fruit ready to go. Boom! The swords in their hands collided together. Air's body took 2 steps back. But Foxy was ejected, and the scales on his body were shattered. You freak! Foxy's face showed shock. His body was covered in scars. Your body is made of steel, Tilda. You can actually withstand my attack. What kind of monster are you? Air's body was burning with blue thunder and lightning, and his body was filled with hot arrogance. The skin on his body was peeling off layer by layer. His eyes became deep and cold. You are also very strong, but in my eyes you are not worth mentioning. Air looked at Foxy and said calmly, Stop struggling, today is your last chance. Your life has come to an end. You must die, you don't deserve life. Air's tone was extremely cold. Foxy's eyes darkened. Ha ha ha, do you think you will win? Don't forget that I still have another ability. I am going to kill you. Foxy's body turned into a giant bat in midair and rushed down towards Air. Do you think I only have this little strength? You underestimate me. Let me show you my true ability. Aza! Foxy roared from his mouth, and a ball of golden light erupted from his body. His body turned into a meteor and crashed into the sea, leaving a huge crater on the sea surface. A small island appeared on the edge of the pit. Ripples spread out from the pit. A fishy smell wafted out, and the sea water boiled and roared. Foxy's body rushed out of the pit, his body burning with flames and his body becoming taller and burlier. His mouth opened to reveal a pair of sharp teeth, and he exuded a destructive aura. Is this what you're capable of? Air's eyes narrowed slightly. No. This is far from my full strength. What you will see next is even more terrifying. You will die under my fist. Foxy roared and turned into a bolt of lightning, rushing towards Air. Boom! Air raised his right hand and punched him. A violent energy burst out from his body, and this energy formed a golden fist, which collided with Foxy's fist. A huge shock wave swept across the seawater in all directions, causing it to roll and boil. The two figures continued to roll in the air. They collide from time to time. Again and again. The two kept fighting, and their fighting spirit became stronger and stronger. They both want to beat each other to hell. Their legs stirred on the ocean floor. Bang, bang, bang. The two bodies kept hitting each other. Foxy's body kept flying backwards, with a hint of bloodline at the corner of his mouth. The golden scales on his body also continued to fall off. A golden ray of light burst out from his body, and he spurted out a large mouthful of blood. I can't completely suppress you anymore. But you will not be my opponent after all. You will be defeated by me. The golden thunder and lightning in Air's palm grew stronger, and a cold light flashed out of his eyes like lightning. Whoosh! He came to Foxy's side, brandished the spear in his hand, and stabbed Foxy in the heart. Puff! Scales lit up on Foxy's body, and the golden spear in his hand pierced Foxy's body directly. Ah! Foxy let out a miserable scream, and bright red blood rushed out of his body. He felt that the energy in his body was being pulled out crazily, and his body was shaking violently. Am I going to lose? How can I lose to a freak if I don't want to give in? Foxy's eyes flashed with reluctance. Because your body is overwhelmed. Air looked at Foxy with eyes full of pity. A weakling like you doesn't deserve to live in the world. Go to hell. Air's eyes flashed with crazy murderous intent. A black energy burst out from his eyes, and at that moment, his eyes turned blood red. 13,604,105, Felu 230, 1,571,131. Air's palm tightened. Foxy's head suddenly exploded, and blood splattered from it. You monster! Foxy's eyes were full of resentment, and a trace of horror flashed in his eyes. This is just the beginning. Air's figure disappeared into the air. The next second, his body appeared above Foxy's head. A circle of light green flames appeared around Air's body, and his right hand slammed on Foxy's head. Zero, please give me flowers. Foxy's body turned into a golden light and disappeared on the sea. He was driven to the bottom of the sea by Air. Foxy's voice kept coming, but it has no effect. Air's right hand pressed hard on his head, completely suppressing him to the bottom of the sea. A smile appeared on Air's face. Ha. I'll see where you run this time. A sneer appeared on Air's face. He turned around and left shortly before arriving at Angian. He glanced at Foxy lying on the beach, raised the corners of his mouth, and flashed thunder in his palms. The thunderbolts wound toward Foxy. Air knew that Foxy was an undead person, so he wanted to kill Foxy first. These thunders wrapped around Foxy's body. Foxy's body suddenly exploded, and a crystal-clear bead burst out from Foxy's body. The bead emits bursts of soft light, as if it contains some kind of magical power. This bead is Foxy's fruit ability. Snort. Do you think this thing can withstand it? Air sneered and waved his left arm violently. Countless thunder and lightning shot out from his left hand, turning into raindrops all over the sky and hitting the bead. Boom, 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 boom. The bead made a muffled sound, and cracks appeared on its surface. Wisps of smoke rose from above. Do you think I can't do anything to you like this? You are wrong. I'm immortal, you can't kill me. You can't kill me. Foxy's voice came from the beads. Then I'll give it a try. There was a cruel smile on Air's face, and the thunder and lightning in his left arm shrouded the beads. Boom, boom, boom. Thunder and lightning kept hitting the beads. Foxy let out a shrill cry. There were more and more cracks on the beads, and he could no longer hold on. Air went on the offensive again. Endless thunder and lightning suddenly fell on the bead, making the cracks in the bead wider again. I am the fruit of immortality. Foxy's voice came from the beads, and his body kept struggling but could not escape from the lightning restraint factory. Chapter 235. Do you think I'm as stupid as you? You are nothing before me. If I say I want to kill you, I will kill you. Suffer death. Thunder strike. Air shouted, and the thunder and lightning in his left hand condensed again. Cracked. Foxy's body suddenly exploded and turned into pieces of meat falling from the air. Air let out a long breath. Ah. You devil. Foxy's body condensed and let out bursts of roars, and his body suddenly swelled. I told you I have the power of the immortal fruit. No matter what your abilities are, you must surrender to me. I am the strongest. Foxy's body exuded waves of terrifying aura, and his body suddenly swelled, turning into a 100-meter-tall giant in the blink of an eye. This giant 100-meter-tall, 343, man held a spear and stabbed Air fiercely. This spear emitted an icy cold light, and strong winds continuously spurted out from the tip of the spear, distorting the entire space. Break it for me. Air had a sneer on his face, and his figure turned into a remnant and hit the spear. Boom! His body hit the spear, and instead of retreating, he moved forward and hit the spear directly. Air's body directly smashed into the spear and swallowed Foxy's soul. The rest of the people watching this scene were stunned. Could he actually kill Foxy? Incredible! A sneer appeared on the corner of Air's mouth. Not only did I kill Foxy, I also swallowed his fruit power. Air had a smile on his face. This guy is really a troublesome existence. Air shook his head and waved his right hand. Purple-black light surged from his body and turned into a purple-black Uzumaki. Foxy was frightened by this Uzumaki. Is this Air really capable of killing him? Do not come. Otherwise, I will destroy this island. Just think that a few of you can resist me. My fruit power can control the entire island, and this island will be destroyed by then. Foxy's body began to tremble. A tremendous momentum surged from Air's body. That momentum completely covered the sky above the entire island, and not even a fly could fly out. Foxy's body trembled, and a flash of despair flashed in his pupils. Don't kill me, please let me go. I am willing to be a slave and a maid, making cows and horses for you. I'll do whatever you want. Foxy's eyes flashed with determination. Air's body was startled. Is this guy really willing to give in? Can you really be obedient? Don't lie to me. I won't believe a word you say. Foxy's body trembled slightly, and a trace of resentment flashed in his eyes. If you don't kill me, then I will destroy this island. My fruit ability is not a vegetarian. Once an explosion occurs, the entire island will become a pile of ruins. Foxy's eyes flashed with malice, and his body exuded a strong coercion. This coercion made everyone feel suffocated. You are indeed very powerful. But so what? Can you still escape? I won't give you a chance. Foxy's mouth opened, and his teeth suddenly stretched out and turned into 2 rows of sharp canine teeth. The speed of these canines was very fast, and they struck Air in front of him in an instant. Boo-hoo! Countless fangs penetrated Air's body directly, penetrating his body. I want you to taste this pain. Foxy roared crazily. His body suddenly moved, and he ran towards the distance. His eyes were full of excitement. The wounds on Air's body healed slowly. This disgusting thing. A flash of anger flashed in Air's eyes, and his body suddenly turned into a stream of light and chased Foxy. Bang! Foxy's body was hit by Air's fist, and his body flew backwards. His eyes were full of horror. This guy's speed is really too fast. It was so fast that he couldn't avoid it. No, you can't let him get close to my body. Otherwise, there will be endless trouble. Foxy's eyes flashed with a hint of haze, and his body stopped suddenly. What do you want to do? Do you want to destroy this island? I told you this is the underwater world. No one can leave here without my permission. You are no exception. Foxy stared at Air with fierce eyes. Ha. You think I'm afraid of you. Everything here belongs to me. You, a little devil, want to stop me. I think you'd better surrender obediently. Foxy's body shook suddenly, and his huge body turned into a golden lightning and rushed towards Air. I won't give you this chance. Go to hell. Go to hell. Foxy let out a pitiful cry. A faint light shone on Air's body. At this moment, Foxy's body hit him, and then his body was ejected. His body hit the sea water hard, breaking open a large area of sea water. Not good. This guy's fruit ability seems to be very weird. He actually transformed himself into a form. Foxy's face turned extremely ugly. His body rushed toward Air, and his arms struck the sea hard. Foxy kept waving his arms, attacking Air again and again. This move is enough to deal with trash like you. Although your fruit ability is very powerful, it is of no use in the ocean. Foxy's eyes flashed with mockery. Boom! Terrifying columns of water rose into the sky. Foxy charged towards Air while attacking. 2.9 Stop it. Don't force me to make a killing move. Air's eyes were filled with anger. He didn't understand why Foxy suddenly had such a strong ability. This guy's IQ is too low. He actually dared to provoke himself. Snort. In this case, I can only keep you. Foxy's body suddenly jumped into the sea, heading towards the air seal. A series of water jets continued to fall on Air's body, continuously impacting his body. Air's body rolled violently in the seawater. Your fruit ability is useless, no matter how you use it in front of me. Get away from me. Air's voice echoed across the ocean floor. Roar. Foxy roared and flew towards Air with a flap of his wings. Chapter 236. Air's figure disappeared instantly. He appeared behind Foxy again, and his palm turned into a blade and struck hard at Foxy's back. Boom! This time Foxy's body trembled suddenly, and the scales on his body shattered and blood dripped down his body. Even if you don't die this time, your strength will be weakened a lot. I don't believe this situation can stop me. Air's voice echoed in the seawater, and his body turned into a stream of light and rushed towards Foxy. His body directly cut off Foxy's arm. Ouch! Foxy let out a miserable howl, and his body suddenly rushed away. I don't believe I can't catch up with you. Air's voice echoed across the sea. His body swayed suddenly, and he chased Foxy. Foxy's speed is as fast as Ultimate, but the gap between his speed and Air is too big, and he can't get away from Air at all. His body swam wildly on the sea surface, trying to get rid of Air. But Air's body still followed him. This guy's strength is so strong that he can't get rid of him at all. This moment, Foxy finally felt panicked. I don't believe I can't catch you. 5, as long as I'm here, you won't have a chance. Foxy's mouth continued to spurt water jets, and he kept paddling in the water, trying to get around Air. But as soon as he crossed it, he found that his body was entangled with Air. Let me go quickly. Do you know who I am? I'm Foxy. You'll regret it if you mess with me. You humble ant. You are not worthy to be my opponent. Foxy kept struggling, roaring in anger from his mouth. Air sneered and said, I don't care who you are, as long as you dare to hurt my friends, I will make your life worse than death. Ha. It's so ridiculous. I don't believe I can't beat you. Go to hell. Air's body slammed towards Foxy, and balls of blue thunder and lightning erupted from his body. There was a sad look in Foxy's eyes. He is not willing to give in. How could he die so easily? Air's fruit ability can actually solidify the surrounding air. This is simply a huge nemesis for his immortality. Air must die. Thoughts flashed through Foxy's mind. His mouth opened like a crystal-clear gem, floating in the air and emitting a strange wave. Whoosh! Air's figure disappeared instantly. A deep scar appeared on Foxy's cheek, and the crystal-clear gem immediately shattered. His cheek was covered with dense cracks. Boom! Air's body appeared in the sea, his eyes fixed on Foxy in the sea. A tyrannical energy continued to explode. Foxy's body trembled violently, and he felt strong danger. His body fled away. Wanna run? Come back to me. Air's body turned into an afterimage and chased after him. His figure slammed into Foxy's body. Foxy's body flew forward involuntarily and spit out a mouthful of blood. His body fell hard into the seawater, causing huge waves. Whoops! Balls of white mist came out of his mouth, and his body floated again. His body suddenly twisted and turned into a stream of light, quickly escaping into the distance. Your fruit ability has no effect at all in front of me. Death to Foxy. Air turned into an afterimage and quickly chased after him, punching Foxy hard. Foxy's body fell into the sea again, and a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. You ant! Foxy roared violently, his eyes flashing with deep anger. The air on the sea continued to tremble, and black lightning continued to emerge from the sea. They kept bombarding the seawater, splashing into waves. Every time these black lightnings hit the sea, they will set off waves of powerful waves. They destroyed everything nearby, and even a long gully appeared on the sea surface. Foxy's body kept shaking, and layers of thunder and lightning continued to surge out of the surface of his body. His huge body quickly shuttled through the seawater and rushed towards Air. The two figures collided quickly. Waves of crisp sound sounded. Foxy's body was violently pushed back, the scales on his body continued to shatter, and bloodlines appeared on the scales on his body. This guy is so strong. No wonder the organization wants me to stay away. He's really tough. His body can actually resist my most powerful energy. Such a powerful attack couldn't kill him. This guy is really scary. Foxy's face grew darker and darker. Air's body rushed towards him again. The figures of the two people collided in midair, erupting with a powerful momentum. There were waves of 710 roars coming from Foxy's mouth. Air's figure continued to retreat, and his face became paler and paler. You can't do it. My energy is unlimited, and I'm not afraid of you. Foxy kept roaring. You are wrong. I have abilities that I can use continuously. And it's a very powerful fruit ability. This ability can provide a steady stream of energy, unlike you who only have a little energy. I can wear you to death. Just be obedient and surrender. A ferocious smile appeared on Air's face, and he rushed towards Foxy again. The thunder and lightning on his body broke out again and rushed towards Foxy. Foxy's huge body fell hard into the seawater, causing waves to fill the sky. Thick smoke continued to billow from his body, and the scales on his body had turned into pieces. No. You can't kill me. If you kill me, the entire pirate clan will not let you go. Foxy's body struggled desperately. So what if you don't let me go? My energy can sustain me endlessly. Air looked at Foxy coldly. There was a hint of coldness in his eyes, and the power in his body exploded again. Chapter 237. A loud sound sounded, and golden balls of light spread in all directions. Buzz! A blue light shield suddenly appeared on Fox. His body continued to release layers of light film, completely protecting himself. Boom! The golden ball of light kept hitting the light curtain, constantly hitting Fox's light curtain and shaking it, as if it would break at any time. There were traces of cracks appearing on Foxy's body, and it seemed that he would break at any time. A ferocious smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Air, you still have a lot to do. You can't defeat me. You will never defeat me. Because you are just a humble ant. And I am the king of the ocean. Your destiny is to surrender at my feet and listen to my orders from Foxy. There was a hint of fanaticism in Fox's eyes. His body was constantly vibrating, and powerful forces were released from his body. Cracked. Golden balls of light continued to explode from Fox's body. Fox's body continued to tremble, and his face became abnormally pale. Boom! Dazzling pillars of light erupted from his body, rushing towards the sky. Fox's body completely disappeared into the air. Air stood there with a frown on his face. What ability did Fox display just now? That kind of power is really too strong. If Air's body wasn't as strong as steel, he would have been turned into a pulp by him. A circle of golden runes appeared on his body, and the runes were constantly changing and emitting powerful energy fluctuations, constantly bombarding the surrounding void. Streams of golden thunder and lightning swept towards the surroundings, forming huge electric snakes in the air, continuously shooting towards the surroundings. Foxy's figure appeared in the sky. Waves of ripples appeared on his body, and layers of thunder and lightning continued to explode. You're still dead. I'll let you know the consequences of offending me. Fox's eyes were full of ferocious looks, and a sneer appeared on his face. You little insect, do you really think you can defeat me? You are too naive. What do you think your body is? You are a humble ant, you will never know my terror. I will definitely kill you. Fox's body glowed with a bright golden light. Boom! In the sky. Those golden balls of light kept exploding, tearing apart the surrounding space. Aza! Fox's body exuded black light, and jet-black thunder continued to spread toward the surroundings. The sea water on the island is constantly churning, and the waves are spreading in all directions. A tall tsunami formed around it. Countless water columns rose into the sky above the tsunami, forming thick water columns. Foxy's chest continued to spurt out blood, and scars appeared on his face. His body suddenly took a few steps back, his eyes staring straight ahead. There was a solemn look in his eyes. This air is really too strong. My body can't stop him at all. If I hadn't been strong enough, I would have died in its hands. Foxy took a deep breath, and pale golden light appeared on his body. A faint golden color appeared on his skin, and thin metal tentacles were constantly squirming on it. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. His body turned into a meteor and flew forward quickly. His body continued to emit a strong light, and he continued to fly forward. Air's body also exuded a powerful aura, and the thunder and lightning on his body became even brighter. His speed was extremely fast, and he appeared in front of Fox in less than 10 seconds. Air's fist struck hard on Fox's light screen. Silver-gray electric arcs emerged from his fists, and they hit the light screen hard. The light curtains shook violently. But all this is of no use. Fox's figure directly penetrated these thunder and lightning, and continued to rush forward. There was a ferocious look on his face. Bang, bang, bang. His fist struck again, and again on the light curtain arranged by Air. His fist landed heavily on the light curtain, shattering it. His body appeared directly next to Air, and a burst of light shone from his body. Die to me. Fox's palm grabbed Air. A look of disdain appeared on Air's face. How can it be? My body can't resist his attack. Letter 2 CB, it's interesting. A curious expression appeared on Air's face, and silver lightning spread in all directions. Fox's body was blown away. His body couldn't help but take several steps back, leaving a huge footprint on the ground with every step he took. Your strength is too weak. A sarcastic smile appeared on Air's face. You can't even block one of my moves. Is this your strength? Fox's heart was filled with rage, and he kept rushing towards Air with a ferocious expression on his face. Then let's see who kills whom first. The bodies of the two people were constantly intertwined. Powerful energy ripples continued to spread, and the surrounding space was exploded. Air's body continuously erupted with thunder and lightning, constantly bombarding them together and exploding. Pieces of sea area were blown to pieces. The seawater rolled crazily and rushed towards the surroundings, forming a huge tsunami. Fox's body kept retreating, promised. His face was very ugly. I cannot be reconciled. There was a crazy look in his eyes, and dazzling lights erupted from his body. He stretched out his hands suddenly, and condensed a ball of dazzling energy towards Air. The power of this ball of energy is very powerful. Groups of water splashes kept rising, constantly breaking the air. A powerful pressure enveloped Fox. Fox's face looked a little ugly. He didn't expect that he would lose to Air. No, I absolutely don't believe it. This is impossible, purchase. Fox roared wildly. He kept waving his palms. Whether it was fists, thunder, or other things, they all bombarded towards the sea. Bang, bang, bang. His body continued to fall towards the bottom of the sea, and a lot of water splashed up. Chapter 238. His body stirred up splashes of water in the sea, leaving huge holes on the bottom of the sea. Blood overflowed from the corner of Fox's mouth, and his body slowly emerged toward the sea. You lose. Air's figure appeared on the sea, with a sarcastic look on his face, and said contemptuously, With your strength, how can you be my opponent? A flash of anger appeared on Fox's face, and he gritted his teeth with a trace of resentment on his face. He didn't expect that he would actually lose to this human race. And it's still in the field that I'm best at. Impossible. His lips moved and the words came out. This is impossible. Fox's face showed a look of resentment. His eyes became gloomy, and his body drifted toward the sea again. Whoosh! His body kept swimming towards the sea. A layer of blue light glowed on his body, and he soon disappeared on the sea and headed towards the shore. There was madness in his eyes. "Wanna run?" Snort. Air sneered, and thunder and lightning flashed across his body. Thunder and lightning strike. Bolts of thunder and lightning struck towards Fox. Thunder and lightning struck Fox's body one after another, causing his body to continue to fall downwards. There was a look of fear on his face. He didn't expect air to be so powerful. He is no match at all. Boom! His body finally fell into the seawater, causing ripples in the sea. His screams could be heard from time to time in the sea. Boom! A blue light suddenly appeared in the seawater. This ray of light quickly grew in size, evaporating all the seawater on the sea surface. Fox's head emerged from the water in a state of embarrassment. There was a trace of ferocity and resentment on his face. "Air Wren, I must kill you. I will kill you at any cost." There was a crazy expression on his face, and he kept running away into the distance. "HMPH, do you think you can escape?" A sarcastic smile appeared on Air's face. "I knew you didn't dare to trouble me." Air's body shook suddenly, and a huge wing suddenly appeared on his back. His wings flapped slightly, and he flew away into the distance. Blue electric snakes flashed on their wings. Although Fox was very fast, he still could not catch up with Air. A ball of blue energy exploded in front of him. Fox's body kept rushing forward, constantly hitting the rocks on the sea. His forehead hit the rock, and blood splattered everywhere. "Ha-ha! This is the punishment you deserve." Air stood in the sea with a sarcastic look on his face. "You don't deserve to be human. Foxy, you are a scum. You don't deserve to be in this world. You're not worthy of a human being. I have long disliked you." Air looked at Fox's face full of displeasure, and couldn't help but feel a little bit of happiness in his heart. If he had underestimated the enemy at the beginning, he might have really died in the seawater. Puff! Fox spit out a mouthful of blood with a ferocious look on his face. "You despicable airs. I won't let you go. No matter what the cost, I will make you pay with your life." Fox's body emitted extremely powerful energy fluctuations, and his body emitted dazzling rays of light, constantly bombarding towards the front. A lot of seawater exploded behind Fox, turning into water columns and rushing high into the sky. His whole aura also became stronger. A burst of bright golden light erupted from his body, and a golden orb emerged, emitting streaks of golden light. This golden orb not only releases powerful light, but also exudes an ultimate ice energy. This energy surges forward and freezes the air, causing the air to solidify into huge ice crystals of fire. Fox's body floats in the air, points finger at Air, and opens his mouth in a roar. The ice dragon roars. A huge ice dragon burst out from his fingers and hit Air hard. "Huh, what a small trick." Air looked at the ice dragon with a sneer on his face. His body trembled slightly, and his body instantly became elusive. The ice dragon hit the sea hard, causing huge waves. Plop! Fox's body emerged from the sea. His whole body was stained with seawater, his face looked particularly ugly, and his mouth opened and spit out a mouthful of blood. The power of the ice dragon just now was too powerful and directly injured his body. There was a gloomy look on his face. "I don't believe it anymore. I'm not your opponent yet." His body twisted in midair and rushed towards Air's location. "Air, just wait for me. One day I will tear you to pieces." Fox had a ferocious look on his face. "Don't overestimate your capabilities." Air had a mocking smile on his face. He grasped his body with his palm, and a sharp dagger appeared in his hand. Under the sunlight, the dagger shone dazzlingly, with traces of light green mist on it. "ARU?" Air rushed towards Fox and appeared in front of him instantly. The dagger in his hand stabbed Fox's throat. "Call out." The dagger cut through the air with a sharp whistling sound and stabbed towards Fox's throat. Fox saw Air stabbing him, and he swerved to the side to avoid the dagger. Snapped. The dagger in Air's hand was nailed into the seawater, making a harsh sound. An icy chill continued to spread. Fox's body suddenly jumped into the ocean. Air's body immediately sank into the ocean. The two figures kept shuttling in the water, and in the blink of an eye they were above the sea. There was a hint of ferocity in Fox's eyes, and his body rushed towards Air, crazily regardless of his injuries. Air, I must kill you today. With a crazy look in his eyes, Fox kept rushing forward. You are asking for death. There was a mocking look on Air's face, and he rushed towards Fox. His body slammed into Fox's chest, and streams of frost energy spurted out from his body, striking hard at Fox. Fox was knocked out. A strong explosion sounded, and Fox's body fell hard to the sea. Chapter 239. Lines of blood continued to flow from the corners of his mouth, and he looked extremely miserable. Puffed. Air rushed towards him again, stabbing Fox in the heart with the dagger in his hand. Stop. Fox saw Air attacking again and shouted quickly. Whoosh. Air's dagger stabbed in his heart. Ah. Fox felt the severe pain in his body and let out an angry roar. Air, I curse you to forever lose the ability to love. You'll never get a woman. I curse you. I curse you to lose all women in your life. I curse you to lose the ability to love in your life. I curse you to never be able to get love in your life. Fox cursed Air several times. Curse me, ha ha ha. Do you think I will really be cursed by you? Do you really think I'd be afraid of your curse? Such a pity. Your curse has no effect on me. My curse will only have the opposite effect. My curse will arouse the hatred deep in my heart and inspire the deepest resentment in my heart. The stronger the curse, the stronger my hatred for you. So, I will not be afraid of your curse. It won't change. Air looked at the other person and said with a smile. Kr. Fox couldn't help but froze when he heard it. How about it? Would you like to try the pain of cursing me? I want to try. I wonder if you can bear it. Air said with a cold expression. No, I would rather be cursed than tortured by you. I don't want to suffer your torture. Fox said quickly. Haha, it's late. I'm going to punish you in my own way. Air clenched the dagger in his hand and stabbed Fox in the heart. Ah. Fox let out a shrill scream, and his face suddenly turned pale as paper. Haha, Air, you lost. You will never defeat me. So what if you have a divine weapon? You can never defeat me. Fox roared loudly. Yeah. That's not necessarily the case. Don't forget that I have 3 abilities. If I swallow your fruit ability, I wonder if my strength can be restored. No, do not want. Fox kept begging Air. Ha. How can a piece of trash like you deserve to be the 5 emperors? You are worse than a piece of trash. You are just a despicable human being. You are not worthy of being a god or 5 emperors at all. I will punish you with the cruelest means. Air had a cold look on his face. His eyes exuded cold, murderous intent, and the dagger in his hand stabbed Fox mercilessly. His body rushed forward and punched Fox in the chest with a wolfish punch. Cracked. Fox's chest was dented, and his body flew out, rolling hundreds of meters on the sea before stopping. Fox spat out a mouthful of blood. His chest had sunken, and blood dripped down the wound, causing ripples on the sea. My strength is still too weak. Otherwise, I can kill you completely. Air saw Fox lying on the sea gasping for air. He couldn't help frowning and said, Air, you are really strong. Fox said with a look of horror on his face. I won't let you go. I already carry too much hatred. You are the only one who can detonate the resentment in my heart. Your death will make my resentment even stronger. I'm going to make you pay a heavy price. Air's face was full of hatred. Ha, good. My power is not as strong as yours, but I have my trump card. As long as I die, your curse will be lifted. You are stronger than me. Your curse will certainly not have any effect. Fox's face was filled with madness. Air, don't forget that we are enemies. Alice. Fox let out a crazy smile. Air, you are a madman. You are not a normal human being at all. If we weren't enemies, the 2 of us would definitely become friends. But now we are enemies, and your fate is destined to die at the hands of my subordinates. Die. Fox waved his hand, and a ball of blue flame flew towards Air's body. 0, please give me flowers. Snort. Since my curse has no effect on you, then I will use my own method to kill you. Just go to hell. There was a hint of evil in the corner of Fox's mouth. He quickly formed seals in his hands. Buzz. As Fox's seal was completed, a thick black mist suddenly rose around him. The black mist quickly enveloped Air. Hoo-ho! Air felt a hot breath, which was constantly burning his clothes, and seemed to burn his clothes to death. I'm going to turn you into a corpse. Ah! Air let out a hoarse roar. You can never kill me. Zero. You are stronger than me, but I look at my strongest trump card. Even if your ability cannot be used, you can't even show your strength. Then I also want you to taste my power. Fox said ferociously. Boom! Air's aura suddenly surged. An extremely powerful energy wave was released from his body and enveloped the entire sky. Air quickly formed seals with his hands. A huge magic circle condensed above his head, and a strange aura emitted from the magic circle. Devil's sacrifice. Air whispered, and black light fell rapidly from the top of his head. Boo-hoo! Black flames spurted out from the magic circle. Fox suddenly felt an extremely hot flame wrapping around his body. Don't touch me, don't touch me! Fox shouted. He frantically avoided the black flames. You can't escape. Air said coldly. Ugh. Fox let out an angry roar, and then a huge black mist emerged from his body. He quickly spread around, trying to cover the area with darkness. I've already arranged everything. You must die today. Fox let out a shrill howl, and the black mist continued to shroud the place where he was. Do you think your ability can trap me? Chapter 240. It's just wishful thinking. Air looked at Fox's actions and sneered. He raised his finger in the void, drawing a strange trajectory as thunder and lightning continued to fall from the sky. Cracked. A bolt of lightning fell on the black mist. Zzzz. The black mist evaporated instantly. Fox looked at this scene with a look of horror on his face. My power cannot stop you at all. But I can make you lose all your power. I will make you completely disappear before my eyes. Air said coldly. Don't force me. Fox was furious after hearing Air's words. His eyes turned red, and he stared at Air with a ferocious expression. How dare you threaten me? Are you tired of living? Fox made an angry 940 sound, and then a layer of black mist appeared around his body. The black mist rushed toward his body quickly, forming a piece of armor in the blink of an eye. I am the king of the Black Mist Kingdom. I am the undefeated god. How could you kill me? Just wait to die. Currency, sine a circumflex currency, sine a circumflex currency, sine a circumflex. Fox looked up to the sky and roared. Black armor instantly shot out of his body and covered Fox's body. Bang! Fox suddenly stepped on the ground and jumped up suddenly. He spread his wings and quickly rushed towards the black clouds in the sky. The black clouds rotated rapidly, and the top of the black clouds continued to flash with a dazzling metallic luster. Boom! The black cloud rotated rapidly and hit Air's head. Air's eyes were extremely cold. He raised his palm and grabbed the black cloud. The black cloud was crushed instantly. The black clouds turned into streaks of black smoke and dissipated in the sky. Do you think that's all my strength? Fox looked at Air and smiled sarcastically. I have prepared some means here a long time ago, and I am just waiting for you to come and die. Air narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the black fog around him. A haze flashed in his eyes. These little tricks of yours are of no use. If you want to stop my attack, it depends on how capable you are. Go to hell. Fox yelled. His wings flapped rapidly, and he flew towards Air quickly. His body moved quickly, and his figure changed rapidly in the air. Fox's body kept changing in midair, and phantoms appeared one after another. These phantoms all carry an aura of terror. A solemn look flashed in Air's eyes. My power won't stop. Fox's body quickly shuttled through the air, heading towards Air. Air's body flashed with dazzling purple thunder. The black mist was constantly defeated by thunder and lightning. Fox wasn't feeling well either. There is a weak protective shield on the surface of his body to resist the terrifying thunder and lightning. But even with the protective shield protecting him, Fox was still knocked back. His body flew out quickly and hit the ground hard. Fox kept vomiting blood. His body was severely damaged and darkened. How did you become so strong? Fox looked at Air with disbelief. His face was very pale, and his lips were stained with blood. Hee. Do you really think I only have this little strength? The corners of Air's mouth raised slightly, and his eyes were filled with a hint of sarcasm. Air stretched out his right hand and instantly turned it into a palm condensed with thunder and lightning. The palm of his hand instantly turned into a thick thunder snake, charging towards Fox. Fox sensed the lightning attack and frowned slightly. The power of this force was beyond his imagination. He ducked quickly. Air's attack did not fail, and it made a violent roar when it landed on the ground. Boom! A deep crater was blasted into the ground. The thunder and lightning exploded instantly, erupting into a terrifying air current. Fox's body was knocked to the ground again. I won't lose to you. His body was changing rapidly. The black mist around his body was changing rapidly, and the aura on his body became stronger and stronger. Fox looked up to the sky and screamed, swinging his fists quickly, and countless black claw marks appeared on his body. These claw marks are constantly changing, with different shapes, exuding a powerful aura. Fox's body contains huge power, and these claw marks are constantly changing rapidly around his body, forming a variety of sharp claws. Fox quickly attacked Air. The sharp claws on his palms kept tearing away. Every swing of these sharp claws produces terrifying wind blades, which quickly sweep towards Air. Buzz! The black hole quickly swallowed everything and swept towards Air quickly. These wind blades tore through the black hole in an instant and swept towards Air quickly. The black mist is also disappearing quickly. Swish, swish, swish. The black mist quickly spread after the black hole disappeared and condensed into Fox again. The two people collided quickly. Fox's body quickly retreated. A bloody hole was punched in his chest, and blood overflowed quickly. His face was full of shock, and his eyeballs were filled with shock, which seemed very incredible. How can you have such terrifying power? How can this be? Fox kept shaking his head. He didn't believe that Air had such strong strength. This must be an illusion. It must be an illusion. Snort. You must pay the price today. I won't give up easily. Fox looked at Air coldly. His body continued to change, turning into black mist again and condensing into a man in black robes. Fox's body is constantly changing. His body rushed towards Air quickly, his arms waved quickly, and the two claw marks swept towards Air with a terrifying wind. The black-robed man formed by the condensed black mist slammed into Air's body and knocked him back. Air's body took several steps back, and cracks appeared one after another on his body. Fox quickly pursued Air. I told you had no chance. Judgment of death. Air's body trembled suddenly, black flames burst out from his body, forming a pair of huge demon wings behind him. Huge wings kept appearing behind him, and some turtles flashed strange formations in the darkness. Cull. Tornadoes of hurricane wind blew out of him. The demon wings behind him were flapping continuously, making a terrifying roar. Chapter 241. Don't even think about running away. I'm not willing to give in. This world should be mine. Why do so many people want to rob it? This is all because of you. I will never forgive you easily. Fox looked at Air and said coldly. A force of tyrannical force erupted from his body, and he stamped his legs violently, causing the ground to collapse immediately. Boom! Fox's figure kept getting closer. He rushed towards Air quickly, his arms covered with black scales condensing powerful strength. The two claws collided fiercely, making a loud noise. Fox's body quickly moved backwards, trying to stabilize his body. Go to hell. A ferocious smile appeared on his face, and his body continued to fly forward at extremely fast speeds. His hands slapped the ground quickly, and his body kept rushing towards Air. Whoosh whoosh. Two sharp claws condensed by black mist quickly cut through the void, grabbing Air with extremely fierce energy. Boom, boom, boom. Air quickly waved his arms kept waving. Bang, bang, bang. Huge roars continued to sound, and he waved his arms and collided with the sharp claws. The two of them fought quickly, with drops of blood splattering on their arms. You will not be my opponent. My power is far greater than yours, and there is absolutely no difference between the two of us. Air's eyes turned red, and their eyes were filled with power that surged out crazily. Dense black mist quickly appeared on his arms and rushed forward quickly. Bang! Lines of black mist condensed into sharp claws and struck hard on Fox's body. His body flew backwards quickly, and his body kept spurting blood. Fox's eyes were full of unwillingness, and his face was full of disbelief. This is his last trump card. The trump card he used against Marine. His power is very powerful, but there is no way to kill Marine's admiral. This is because Marine admiral is too terrifying, and there is no way to kill them. But this time it's different. This time the power is completely different. Boom! Fox's body hit the ground hard. There were constant dull sounds on the ground, and smoke and dust were floating everywhere. What's going on? How did you become so powerful all of a sudden? Am I dreaming? No, this is not a dream. Fox's face was constantly changing, and his eyes were filled with a strong light of fear. His body quickly retreated towards the back, his eyes fixed on Air's figure in front. This moment, he felt unprecedented fear. Air's body kept flying forward, catching up with Fox in a blink of an eye. Fox quickly ducked to the side, his eyes flashing with a look full of lies. No, it can't be done. Absolutely cannot be defeated. Fox's heart was filled with unwillingness, anger, and unyielding. Judgment of death. His palms kept pushing out, and the black runes on his palms were slapped towards Air's body. The claws condensed by the black mist collided hard together, making a crisp sound. A shocking explosion sounded continuously, and a terrifying energy spread in all directions. Fox's body quickly retreated backwards, with blood hanging from the corners of his mouth. What power is this? How can it be? Why is it so powerful? Fox's face was full of disbelief. His eyes flashed constantly, and his eyes were full of disbelief. I won't lose, I will never lose. I can definitely kill you. Fox's face became ferocious, and the power in his body surged rapidly. His body continued to rush forward, and the power in his body continued to impact forward. His face was filled with a ferocious look, and his eyes were shining with deep hatred. His body slammed into Air's body. His body jumped quickly and rushed towards Air's body. Air's body quickly dodged and retreated several hundred meters backwards before he stood still. As expected of my Fox's favorite prey. Your body is really very powerful, but you will still lose to me in the end. Fox had a ferocious look on his face. Buzz! Black power continued to surge out of his right hand, rapidly blasting towards Air's body. The black power in his right hand condensed into a sharp claw and stabbed towards Air's body. ABU! A black sharp claw stabbed towards Air's body. Air's eyes showed a cold look, and his body kept moving backwards. This move is already my strongest strength. No matter how strong your body is, you can't withstand my attack. There was a hint of evil in the corner of Fox's mouth. No. This is absolutely impossible. Air had a look of disbelief on his face. He didn't believe that 503 Fox had such power. Yes, I do have this power. But what does it matter? I want you to know that one of our 5 emperors is not something trash like you can provoke. Although your body is strong, your strength is extremely weak. Even if I have power several times greater than yours, there is no calendar to kill you. I will pull out your soul and live in torture and pain forever and ever. Fox's face was filled with hatred. The black energy in his body continued to surge, forming strange black symbols in the air, rushing towards Air's body quickly. Die! Fox's body kept moving, impacting and throwing towards Air. You won't succeed. I will never lose to you. Just wait for my revenge. Air roared loudly. His body retreated rapidly, and the wounds on his body continued to increase. Fox roared loudly and rushed forward quickly. His body kept rushing towards Air, and his hands quickly used the fruit's ability. Black hole Uzumaki. The space around his body was constantly distorting, and the air was disturbed. Chapter 242. The black hole Uzumaki is running rapidly, and a huge attraction is constantly generated. Air's body was quickly absorbed and disappeared into the black hole Uzumaki. You died. Fox's face couldn't help but relax a lot. But the smile on his lips didn't last long, and his face turned pale again. He felt the energy in his body passing rapidly, and his face became much paler. What the hell is going on? Fox's face was extremely ugly, and he felt the energy flowing rapidly inside his body. Don't know why this is happening. How could it be like this? How could this possibly happen? Fox felt a wave of coldness pouring into his body, as if cold lion majesty was gnawing at his flesh. No. Fox's legs couldn't help but tremble, and his body quickly took a few steps back. His forehead was covered with cold sweat. He never thought that he would have such a day. He couldn't imagine that if he continued like this, his body would completely collapse. You must not die. I still have so many plans that haven't come to fruition. How could I die here? Absolutely not. Fox's mouth kept roaring, and two groups of exquisite lights burst out from his eyes. A sinister smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, with a ferocious smile on his face. Go to hell. He quickly raised his arms, and the strength in his hands continued to surge. Boo-hoo! The black beam of light rushed towards Air's body quickly. The black beam of light continued to expand, covering the entire space in the blink of an eye. Air's eyes showed disbelief. Come out. Get out of here. Aza. Fox let out bursts of hysterical screams and yelled wildly. The light group rushed out of the black hole Uzumaki and appeared beside him in an instant. His pupils dilated slightly. A huge black hole is spinning rapidly. Fox's figure quickly dodged to the side, but he was still a little slower and almost got sucked into the huge black hole Uzumaki and disappeared. Cull. Fortunately, I hid quickly. Fox's face was full of joy. He didn't expect that he actually succeeded. His eyes were closed tightly with a faint smile on his face, as if he was enjoying this joyful mood. No, that's not right. Fox suddenly opened his eyes filled with horror. Impossible. How could it fail? You should obviously be devoured by me. Fox had a ferocious look on his face and stared at Air closely. This is impossible, impossible. This is definitely not the result I want to see. Fox's face was full of anger and unwillingness. He didn't expect that he would fail. All of this is entirely because of Air. He is not willing to give in. I can't die. Fox had an angry look on his face. He quickly took out a potion from his pocket and drank it. Fox had an excited look on his face. All this is thanks to you. But soon you will turn into ashes and completely disappear from my sight. Ha. Fox had a ferocious look on his face, and he kept waving his fists. His fists continued to exude terrifying power and struck in all directions. There were loud noises all around. Rocks and trees flying everywhere were shattered, and spider web-like cracks appeared on the ground. Boom! Fox's figure quickly ran away into the distance. He can't stay here any longer. He was afraid of being chased by Air. Whoosh! Fox's figure continued to shuttle quickly and continued to fly towards the distance. He felt that his body was very tired, and his face was full of exhaustion. He has used his last trump card. We can't go on like this. We must find a secluded place to rest as soon as possible. Fox had a deep look on his face. He knew he had to find a safe place, or he would die if Air caught him. Dru. Fox's figure kept shuttling back and forth, with a wry smile on his face. He knew that this was a deserted area, with no human habitation at all. We must not let Air catch us. As long as I hide in this mountain peak, Air will never be able to find any trace of me. There was a ferocious look on Fox's face. Boom! Fox's figure kept jumping in the air, and he quickly flew to the side. Soon he escaped and entered a mountain peak, with a trace of pride on his face. Air, I'll see how you find me this time. There was a smug smile in Fox's eyes. His body continued to fall downwards, his eyes fixed on Air. No matter how you search, you still can't find me in the end. Fox had a smug look in his eyes. There was a trace of ridicule on Air's face, and his eyes were fixed on Fox's figure. There was murderous intent in his eyes. He knew this was a must-win battle and would not give Fox any chance. There was a hint of panic on Fox's face, and he stepped hard on the ground with the soles of his feet. Huge energy burst out from the soles of his feet, causing his figure to flash sideways quickly. Not good. This guy is running away. We can't let it escape. Black hole Uzumaki's power is getting stronger and stronger, and the energy around her is getting more and more terrifying. Air had a cold look on his face, his eyes fixed on Fox. He has released his mental power, and pictures are constantly emerging in his mind. This is the memory that belongs to Fox, and he has clearly captured Fox's location. There was a trace of pride on his face. He would soon catch Fox pregnant. Stop it. Fox's figure fell hard to the ground, and his clothes were in tatters. His body was covered with dirt and dust, and he looked as embarrassed as a beggar. Air, don't force me to use forbidden tricks. You won't let me go. Since I can't survive, I will drag you to be buried with me. Chapter 243. Fox's eyes flashed with ferocious light, and his body kept moving forward. In front of him was the endless grassland, which was full of desolation. The depths of the grassland exuded an aura of fear. Fox's face showed a ferocious look, and a sneer formed on the corner of his mouth. Just stay in there obediently, otherwise I will turn this place into a purgatory. Fox said and flew forward quickly, with strong air waves constantly surging around his body. Fox's face was filled with a look of dismay. There was a grim look on his face. Once my forbidden moves are launched, nothing can resist them except the gods. I do not care who you are. You have to stay for me. As he spoke, Fox stretched out his arms suddenly, and black balls appeared in the void. The black sphere continued to condense and rotate. Fox's figure was running quickly. Soon, black dragons appeared in front of his eyes. The eyes of these black dragons were full of greed, and they opened their teeth and claws to bite Air. Air's figure kept dodging. His 633 eyes were fixed on the charging black dragons, with a gloomy look on his face. Nice move. Too bad you bumped into me. Air's figure quickly rushed to the sky, and his body continued to bloom with golden brilliance. Thunder fruit. Let me go. The golden light on Air's body became more and more intense. His body quickly rushed to the sky, and the entire sky seemed to tremble and turned into a ball of golden thunder. Tusk. The screams of the black dragons continued to sound, and the figures of those black dragons disappeared in an instant. Boom! Air's figure appeared in front of Fox again, and he kicked out the whole land, which was shaking. Countless amounts of magma are constantly surging outward, and the entire ground is boiling and rolling. Fox's figure fell to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Air looked at him, and his face became extremely cold. Not bad, you still have some ability, but now you have no room to resist. I advise you to just surrender. I'll give you a pleasure. Fox looked at Air and snorted coldly, his eyes full of coldness. I aft gave me a chance, but it's a pity that you didn't cherish it. I didn't kill Boren, but Boren died because of me. I decided to hand you over to Marine for trial. Just wait. I will let you know the consequences of offending me. Air's body continued to exude a strong aura, and his body continued to dodge thunder. Fox's body was pushed back, and black smoke continued to emit from his body. How hot? Aren't you awesome? I'll show you what the power of the gods is. Boom! Bursts of explosions continued to spread, forming huge mushroom clouds in the sky. The entire world was covered by a huge force, and the entire earth began to tremble. My body is going to burst. Fox's body was constantly changing. His body began to collapse continuously, and his whole person went crazy uncontrollably. His entire body was constantly collapsing, and traces of sparks were constantly flying out of his body. A sneer appeared on Fox's face. I'll show you my power. Fox's body was constantly changing as he roared wildly. His legs continued to grow, and his body continued to grow stronger. His mouth kept opening wide, and huge fangs spit out from his mouth. His body turned into a huge monster. What's wrong? Air couldn't help but think secretly in his heart. There was a look of shock on his face. He couldn't believe the scene in front of him. What exactly is going on? The bestiality fruit. My beast transformation fruit is an extremely rare fruit. I didn't expect it to exist in your body. Your fate is really great, but today you are destined to die. Air, go to hell. A ferocious smile appeared on the corner of Fox's mouth, and his face was filled with a ferocious look. The corners of his mouth kept cracking, and a cold smile appeared in his eyes. Fox's body jumped up suddenly, and his tail whipped Air's body hard. A dull voice sounded. Air's body hit the soil hard, and a huge scar appeared on his body. He raised his head and looked at Fox in the sky, with a hint of anger on his face. "It's time for you to die. I will treat you well and let you enjoy the feeling of being struck by lightning." Air's body floated slowly in midair. "Your health is no longer good. You'd better follow me honestly now." Fox looked at Air indifferently, his eyes constantly flashing a cold light. "I won't give in to you. I won't give in even if I die. Go to hell." Fox's face showed a ferocious look, and a dark iron rod suddenly appeared in his hand. The iron rod was none other than the Black Dragon's iron rod. When he held the iron rod, black light continued to flow from the iron rod. Fox swung the iron rod fiercely and smashed it towards Air's body. Air's expression couldn't help but change slightly, and his body quickly fled away into the distance. "Do you think you can run away?" Fox smiled ferociously. "Thunderstorm. Give an order." A thunderball suddenly appeared in Air's hand. The thunder and lightning kept spinning and crashing towards Fox's body. Fox kept spraying blood, and his body was shaking. "Although your attack is not weak, you can't hurt me at all." Fox swung the iron rod again and struck hard. Air's body was blasted several hundred meters away again, and his body kept sliding on the ground. Air, are you okay?" Nami watched Air's body tremble continuously. "Don't worry about me, I can handle it. I still want to protect my woman." Air's face showed a determined look. "Our strength is not enough, we can't help you at all. You should leave quickly. If you continue to fight, you will only die." Nami looked at Air, who was constantly being bombarded, with an anxious look flashing in his eyes. "Nami, don't worry. My strength has reached its peak, he can never hurt me." There was a look of pride on Air's face. Chapter 244. Your strength has reached its peak, but he also has the power of his peak. Although my strength is very strong, it is far from the peak state. You must leave here now, otherwise you will die in his hands. Nami had an anxious look on her face. There was a solemn look on her face, and she knew very well in her heart. If you continue to stay here, you will probably be killed by Fox. Her eyes fell on Air. The look on Air's face was still very confident. He knew that his power was at its peak. Moreover, he also has powerful defensive fruits. Even if he encounters the peak level 5 emperors and wants to kill him, it is not that simple, Tilda. Do not worry. My strength has reached its peak, there won't be any problems. Air's face showed a hint of confidence. No. You have to get out of here. Only if you are alive can you stop him. He won't stop. And I don't believe you can resist it. The power of this guy's attack is terrifying. This is a choice of fate. There was a trace of bitterness on Air's face. He didn't expect that his luck was so bad. It is a very difficult thing to encounter Fox at this time. His current situation is very dangerous. He knew that if he continued to stay here, his life would definitely be ruined. Nami, I won't leave you alone. I will never abandon you, even if I risk my life. If I really die here, please say I'm sorry for me. A sad look appeared on Air's face. Nami, this is fate. So you must take care of yourself. I don't want you to die because of me, understand? I love you. So I will never allow you to suffer any loss, even if it costs my life, I am willing to do so. Air said to Nami word by word. I will always remember you. Even if I turn into a ghost, I will still haunt your body. If I die, please live in my place and live forever. I will give you all my love. I will always be by your side. Air kept saying loving words, and he clenched his fists so tightly that his eyes turned red. I know you mean it. Don't worry, I will always remember you and never forget you. I will use my love to warm you, and use my life to protect you. Nami's face showed a look of love. She stretched out her slender little hands to cover Air's lips. Tears in her eyes kept falling, and there was a look of happiness on her face. Stop talking. Air, no matter what happens, I will never abandon you. Because you are my love. We will never be separated. You are also not allowed to abandon me. Nami's voice was filled with deep affection, and she hugged Air tightly. Won't. Air nodded heavily, and he hugged Nami tightly. The two held each other tightly, as if they wanted to integrate each other into their own bones. A cold smile appeared on Fox's face. A sinister smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. His eyes fell on the two of them, and a sinister look appeared on his face. You two go to hell. Fox snorted and crossed several kilometers in one step. Boom! A terrifying energy burst out and headed straight for Air and Nami. Nami, get out of here. Air's brows knitted together tightly, and his heart was filled with worry. You don't need to worry about me. All you have to do now is live well. How could I leave you alone? Nami shook his head with a look of determination on his face. But if you continue to stay here, you will be killed in the hands of Fox. I can't bear to see you die in front of me. Be obedient and leave quickly. There was a look of eagerness on Air's face. I know, but I won't leave you alone. Just like you said, the two of us are destined to share adversity. No matter what happens, I will stand in front of you and bear all the suffering with you. Zero, please give me flowers. No matter what kind of difficulty we get through together. The expression on Nami's face was extremely serious, as if she really planned to stay here and live and die with Air. Fool! Air's face was full of distressed expression, and his eyes were filled with strong tenderness. So I will love and protect you too. A happy look appeared on Nami's face. The two of them have the same thoughts, so how could Air not understand Nami's thoughts? Boom! Fox's terrifying blow struck instantly, and the entire void was filled with a terrifying aura of destruction. It makes people feel scared. Air struck out with a palm and collided hard with that terrible attack. The heaven and earth shook. Terrible energy fluctuations spread from the bodies of the two people, and both of them were severely rebounded by the other's attacks. Blood flowed from the corners of the two people's mouths, and their eyes showed solemn looks. A look of pain appeared on Fox's face, and he felt that the injury on his chest was getting more serious. A mouthful of blood sprayed into the air. His body kept retreating, and he retreated hundreds of meters before he stabilized his body. He lowered his head and looked at the scars on his chest. Fox could feel the pain coming from there, and the wound was indeed very painful for him. Hateful! I will definitely kill you. Fox's eyes were filled with anger. He didn't expect that he would be defeated by a little Air. His eyes were fixed on the two people, showing affection not far away. There was a monstrous, murderous intent exuding from his body. Air, I won't let you have a chance to escape. I will let you die in my hands today. Fox's eyes were filled with strong hatred. He didn't expect that he would be in the hands of a newly promoted 5 emperors. This was a great shame and humiliation for him. You think too much. Air looked at Fox with a look of indifference on his face. I never meant to run away. I am going to kill you. Air's body exuded a monstrous fighting spirit. His feet suddenly kicked out, and his whole body turned into lightning and rushed towards Fox. Chapter 245. His speed was as fast as lightning, and he appeared in front of Fox in the blink of an eye. Bang, bang. Air raised his fist and hit Fox hard on the chest. A dull voice resounded. Boom! Fox's body flew backwards and hit the ground hard. Fox's body spat out a mouthful of blood uncontrollably, and his entire face turned extremely pale. His body fell heavily to the ground, with a look of pain on his face. He spurted out another mouthful of blood. How is this possible? How is this possible? A man has just broken through to the level of 5 emperors. Why does he have such a powerful body? Fox stared at Air not far away with wide eyes. He never thought that Air's physical body would be so powerful as 653. One punch made him vomit blood. You must know that his physical body is considered to be the top strong one in the entire pirate world. But now, he has no resistance at all in front of Air. Let's continue. There was a bloodthirsty look on Air's face. His eyes fell on Fox, and his whole body was filled with a fierce and murderous aura. You know no one here dares to provoke us. If you provoke us, you will definitely die. So I advise you to follow me obediently. Otherwise, I guarantee that you will die in an ugly way. Air looked at Fox with a cold smile on his face. Do you think you alone can stop my attack? There was a trace of ridicule in Fox's eyes, and his face was full of contempt. Then let's give it a try. The words just fell. Air's body rushed towards Fox. Court deaths. Fox couldn't help but show a hint of ferocity, and kicked Air hard with his right leg. Boom! The two people collided again. Both of them couldn't help but take a step back. You two are no match for me. Fox wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and looked at Air and Nami with disdain in their eyes. The two of us are no match for you, but we have other ways to kill you. Air, the rest is up to you. Nami said to Air. Do not worry. I won't let anyone bully you. Just wait and see. A look of arrogance appeared on Air's face, and a terrifying force swept out from his fists. His fist hit Fox hard on the chest again. Cracked. A crisp cracking sound resounded. Fox spat out a mouthful of blood. His body kept flying backwards, and a stream of bright red blood spurted out from his mouth. A look of horror appeared on his face. He did not expect that he would be defeated by a punch. His body fell heavily to the ground, his body twitching involuntarily and causing severe pain. How can this be? You can defeat Fox with just one punch. How strong is he? The pirates behind Fox all had shocked expressions on their faces. They couldn't believe what they saw. You can actually defeat me. There was a look of fear on Fox's face, and his face became extremely pale. Why can't I? You are not qualified to know my strength, because it is too far away for you. You only need to remember one thing, that is, you must die today. There was a cold, murderous look in Air's eyes, and his arms suddenly stretched out. 13,604,105, Felu 230, 1,590, 1,551. Boom, boom, boom. A huge dark god appeared behind Air, with an extremely noble attitude on its face, as if it were a high-ranking god. You are from the Dark Council. Fox's eyelids were beating wildly as he finally realized this. You should understand now why there are so many Marines surrounding you. You are the culprit. How can I let you go? Air's body moved, and he appeared next to Fox in an instant. His fists were clenched tightly with terrifying power, and he smashed them hard towards Fox's chest. Fox's chest was immediately blasted, with a huge gap by Air's iron fist. Use your power. Fox's eyes widened, and a look of disbelief appeared on his face. Air's strength has improved so quickly. Such a training speed is simply terrifying to the extreme. His fist smashed down on Fox's chest crazily, and terrifying power instantly burst out, causing Fox's chest to collapse. His chest collapsed and his bones were shattered, and blood gushes out from it like spring water. His chest collapsed and blood spurted out like spring water, and his body flew backwards. His body hit the ground so hard that the hard rock was shattered into pieces. How much fruit power do you have? Fox's face was full of fear. His eyes were fixed on Air, and there was a strong look of fear deep in his eyes. He has never seen such a terrifying existence, and he was seriously injured with just one punch. Such strength is simply too terrifying. I am an existence that you will never be able to reach in eternity. Your death is already destined. I will use your blood to honor my companions. Make you minions of the devil pay the price. Air walked towards Fox step by step, his face full of ruthless expression. His body is surrounded by thick murderous aura, and his body is like a killing Shinigami. Kill me 5-5. You are just worried about my revenge. Fox looked at Air walking towards him, with a look of despair on his face, feeling as if his life was draining away inch by inch. I'm going to torture you for a while and let you witness your companions die one by one in front of you. Will you feel very excited? A cold smile formed on the corner of Air's mouth. You bastards will definitely pay the price for your actions. Fox's eyes were filled with anger, and he gritted his teeth and roared. He, a powerful man from the 5 emperors, was actually abused by Air. This is simply a great shame. At this moment, Fox felt that he had been greatly humiliated in his heart. His cheeks were swollen and red, and his eyes were full of resentment. Chapter 246. Air, just wait for me. Fox's voice was full of murderous intent. Just wait to bear our revenge. He turned around and turned into a bolt of lightning, quickly running away into the distance. Snort. What's the use of your revenge? You are no match for me at all, and your people will never even dream of setting foot in the world of One Piece. Air looked at Fox's leaving figure, snorted coldly, and disappeared in a flash. Boom! Fox shouted as he ran away. Catch that kid, I will make his life worse than death. Yes. The pirates around heard his order and immediately chased Air. Air! Go quickly, I'll stop them. Nami shouted and stood directly in front of Air. Nami! Air saw Nami standing in front of him, and a look of relief appeared on his face. Air, you're no match for this guy. 6, let me do it. Nami knows that Air is very strong, but there are too many people in Fox now. No matter how strong Air is, he may not be able to compete with so many people in Fox. Nami, you know my strength. The corners of Air's mouth raised slightly, revealing a faint smile, looking extremely confident. Are you really sure you want to stop me? Do you think you can stop us? When Fox heard Air's words, a sarcastic look appeared on his lips. Hee. I can't stop you, but none of you can leave here alive. Air stepped forward and stood in front of Nami, with a faint smile on his face. His eyes looked behind Fox, and the pirates who were chasing him jumped up lightly, and their bodies were suspended in midair. Ha. This guy actually really wants to fight. Are you really overestimating your abilities and thinking you are a god? With so many of us rushing forward, no matter how powerful he is, he will only die. Kill him and give our master some vent. Let him know the consequences of offending our pirate group. We will definitely chop up his meat and feed it to the dogs. When the pirates saw Air suspended in the air, their faces were full of ferocious looks. Kill him. These pirates roared one after another and rushed towards Air quickly. Air stood motionless, with 2 dazzling silver lights bursting out of his eyes. He raised his right palm, and 2 blazing balls of thunder and lightning condensed in his palm. Air's right hand was slowly raised, and the blazing ball of thunder light was thrown towards the group of pirates with his right palm. The blazing thunder ball of light instantly hit the bodies of the pirates, and immediately the pirates' bodies began to tremble violently, with black smoke billowing from their bodies. Ah! The miserable screams echoed across the sky. The bodies of the pirates exploded one after another, each one of them burning with blazing black flames, and their bodies were constantly twisting and struggling. The bodies of each of their pirates exploded, and clouds of blood mist fell in the air. Air, good teacher. When Nami saw Air perform such a powerful move, she couldn't help but look excited on her face, and her eyes shone brightly. Air's move just now made her heart beat wildly, and her breathing became rapid. You're not bad either. I will be your husband from now on, and I will protect you forever. Air declared his sovereignty to Nami with a domineering look. He glanced at the other pirates and said calmly, Kill whoever dares to bully you in the future, no need to be soft. I will protect you forever. Whoever dares to bully you from now on will be killed, without worrying about any consequences. Do not be afraid. I will definitely protect your safety. A domineering and arrogant look appeared on his face. Air, I love you. How about we work together to grow together, and conquer the entire galaxy together? Nami looked at Air happily, with excitement and admiration written on his face. They knew that Air was very strong, but they didn't expect that he would go to such an extent. The move he just performed was completely beyond Nami's understanding. That is a fruit ability that can be called a divine skill. Every little kid knows nothing. Fox's face darkened as he looked at the scene in front of him. A look of disdain appeared on the corner of his mouth. He glanced at Air coldly and ran away in the distance. Chase, be sure to catch him, don't let him escape. Otherwise, we will definitely suffer. The ability he just used is absolutely extraordinary and is definitely a treasure. You can only earn by robbing his fruit ability. Fox's eyes were fixed on Air in front of him, his eyes flashing with a crazy and bloodthirsty luster. The pirates followed them one after another. You all go to hell. Air looked at the pirates following him, his eyes narrowed slightly. His right palm slammed down towards the pirates. Whoosh whoosh. The pirates heard the sound of piercing the air behind them, turned their heads, and saw Air's right hand waving out violently. The 513 thundering balls of light passed through the void and landed on them in an instant. The pirates flew out one after another, their bodies twitching constantly with billowing black smoke. Their bodies were covered with dense scars, and their bodies were constantly shaking. Pieces of skin kept collapsing and breaking, revealing their bloody bodies. No, why does my body hurt like this? Why does it hurt like this? The pirates were rolling and howling on the ground, making heartrending wails. Ah, my body hurts so much. My body is no longer my own. Ah, my body. Their eyes were full of panic, and their bodies exuded a burning smell. They had never encountered such a weird thing before. This air was so terrifying that it almost made their hair stand on end. The bodies of a group of pirates kept shaking, their eyes bulging and their bodies shivering. This moment, they finally understood what a master is and what terror is. This time they hit the iron plate and were defeated by a young boy. They have never seen a person as terrifying as Air, who is simply not something ordinary people can resist. I don't care about the purpose of you pirates, I won't allow you to hurt Nami. You bunch of bastards are all going to die. Chapter 247. Air looked at the group of pirates on the ground, with a cold light shining deep in his eyes. His body was like an eagle, rushing towards the group of pirates with a strong wind. Fox looked at everything in front of him with a look of horror in his eyes. He did not expect that all the men he sent out would be killed within a few minutes. Even the pirate general he sent out was slapped to death by Air. How did you do that? His brows were furrowed and deep in his eyes. There was a deep look of disbelief. He didn't expect Air to be so powerful and kill the general's men so quickly. This is really terrible. I know how to do it myself. Air walked towards Fox step by step. You don't come over. Fox saw Air approaching him, and a strong look of vigilance appeared in his eyes. A fierce aura erupted from his body, looking like he wanted to kill Air immediately. Humph, you still want to kill me. Killing you is like stepping on an ant, and it's nothing to worry about. Air sneered and exuded a tyrannical aura, pressing Fox over. You. Seeing Air's disdainful expression, Fox's eyes were filled with anger. HMPH, I don't believe you can kill me. I will kill you with my own hands. He gritted his teeth and looked at Air, and he burst out with unparalleled aura and attacked Air. The surging energy fluctuations on his body caused the surrounding space to continuously distort and deform. I will not let you go. I will kill you with my own hands and cut you into pieces. Fox's eyes were filled with overwhelming anger and resentment, and extremely powerful energy erupted from his body, immediately rushing toward Air. His fist struck Air, and a destructive energy surged toward him. Don't overestimate your own capabilities. There was a look of disdain in Air's eyes. Dazzling blue thunder and lightning spread out from his body continuously. Surrounded by this thunder and lightning, the energy fluctuations released by Air became even more powerful. His right hand clenched into a fist, and he punched Fox's body. Click! A series of crisp sounds continued to come from the collision of their fists. The moment their arms came into contact, a terrifying wave of energy exploded, causing terrifying ripples around them. The pirates looked at what was happening in front of them, and their faces turned pale with fear. How so? Is this Air really so powerful that even their captain's men were killed instantly? This is terrible, this is terrible. Their faces turned pale, and their hearts were filled with fear and uneasiness as they watched that scene. Under the aftertaste of the energy shock wave, the pirates fell to the ground one by one and kept rolling and howling. How can you be so strong? Seeing that all the pirates sent out were killed instantly with one move, Fox showed an expression of disbelief. Ha ha ha, am I weak? That's because I don't want to expose my strength. Now I have begun to show my most powerful side under your nose. You should feel very honored. Air's eyes sparkled with a soul-stirring light. You're so strong, how much fruit power do you have? Fox's eyes were filled with madness and jealousy. Air's strength was so strong that he felt endless shock. The stronger Air is, the more dangerous his plans will be in the future. You'll find out soon enough. Air said indifferently. HMPH, I will never admit defeat, I will definitely beat you. I will also let you taste what it feels like to fail. A sarcastic sneer formed on the corner of Air's mouth, and he kicked off the ground with both legs, rushing towards him like a cannonball. Boom! There were waves of terrifying roars, and Air rushed towards Fox, setting off waves of terrifying waves every time he stepped on the ground. Layers of violent energy continued to rage on Air's body, increasing his speed several times. 013604106, Felu 001001201. Looking at Air rushing towards him, Fox's heart was filled with panic. Boom! He stretched out his hand to block the fists that were coming towards him, and quickly retreated backwards. His figure retreated as fast as lightning, but his speed was still not as fast as Air's. Air punched him in the chest. A A mouthful of blood spurted out from Fox's mouth, and his body couldn't help but fly back. His body fell heavily to the ground. He struggled to get up and coughed violently while covering his chest. "How dare you hurt me?" Fox's eyes were full of hatred and madness, and he walked towards Air step by step, showing a ferocious expression. "Do you think I really don't dare to kill you? I will send you back to the west now." The murderous aura in Air suddenly burst out. "Da." Next moment, in a flash, he rushed towards Fox and punched him hard. A terrible pressure swept over, and the air made bursts of bursts. "No." Fox felt this terrible power, with a look of despair in his eyes. His figure suddenly flew backwards. Poof! He suddenly fell to the ground, opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood again. Although Air's punch did not kill him, it also caused him severe trauma. His body was severely battered. "No, please don't kill me. I really don't want to die." He looked up at Air, his eyes full of panic and pleading. He doesn't want his life to disappear like this. He wants to live. "Oh, now I think of begging for mercy." "That's not what you said just now. I think you were very arrogant just now. Do you know how to beg for mercy now?" "I was really wrong. Please forgive me. Please forgive me." Fox kept kowtowing to Air and praying. Air looked at him kneeling at his feet, with a mocking sneer in his eyes. "That's not how you talked to me just now. You seemed very domineering just now, Yang. I thought you actually had some guts." Unexpectedly, he turned out to be just a coward. "But now I have no interest in playing with you. I will send you to hell now." Air's face suddenly turned gloomy, with a cold smile on his face. After he watched Fox say this, a blazing flame suddenly burned on his right fist. "Ah, help me." Chapter 248. Fox looked at the sudden blazing flames on Air's body and trembled with fear. The blazing high temperature emitted by the blazing flames seemed to be roasting him. He kept asking for help from the pirates around him, hoping that someone would come to save him quickly. But no one came over despite shouting, which made despair flow from his eyes. "Ha ha ha, just scream. No one will come to save you even if your throat breaks." Air looked at Fox's dying struggle, and the corner of his mouth raised an extremely cold arc. "Ah, don't kill me. Please let me go. As long as you let me go, I can do anything you want. Do not kill me." "Ah." Fox listened to Air's cold and biting words, with a look of despair on his face. He knows his current situation, and will definitely be killed by Air if he continues to stay here. "Let you go? It's a pity that I can't do it. Who told you to bully me, Nami, just now?" Air had a very cold look on his face. You actually really like her." Fox listened to Air's words with a toothy look on his face. "So what if you like her? Do you want to kill her? Then try to see how much you weigh." Air looked at him and sneered. Fox's face turned livid, and when he looked at Air, a trace of murderous intent that was as strong as the ultimate flashed in his eyes. He has no other choice now. Since Air is unwilling to let him go, the only thing he can do is to fight Air decisively. He believes that he can defeat Air. He is a pirate with absolute experience. Thinking of this, Fox took a deep breath and looked at Air with a solemn look in his eyes. "Good, very good. Since you are looking for death, then I will help you. I want to see how powerful you are as a clown." Air gave him a disdainful look. "Die." Fox's lips wriggled slightly, and a roar broke out from his mouth. A surging black mist suddenly emerged from his body, and his entire face instantly turned into pitch black ink. Wearing a black robe, he looked unusually slender, and his figure became unusually blurry. He looked like a black ghost. His figure quickly rushed towards Air, and a fierce fist tore through the air and blasted towards Air fiercely. Air felt that his body suddenly became illusory, as if he was about to disappear. His pupils narrowed slightly as he looked at the whistling wind of fists. As expected of the 5 emperors, he is indeed very mysterious. Air sighed secretly and swerved away to the side. Rumble. The wind from the fist brushed past his body, bringing with it a strong wind that roared past. The soil on the ground was rolled up by the momentum carried by the fist wind. ABU. Air dodged his attack and shot directly towards Fox with the tip of his toes. His body twisted in the air, and a bright brilliance shone from his arms, and he blasted towards Fox fiercely. Bang, bang, bang. Fox looked at the oncoming Air and waved his arms to resist it. But Air's fist contained destructive power, and his arm immediately shattered. Fox let out a scream and staggered back a few steps in midair. "You all, please don't let Air escape." Fox shouted at the pirates next to him. He finally understood what Air had said before. It turned out that this guy had prepared all this. When the pirates heard what he said, they drew their weapons and rushed towards Air. Each of them held a sword in his hand and slashed at Air with the weapon in his hand. "HMPH, since you don't overestimate your own abilities, let me show you my power today." Air looked at the pirates who were charging towards him and snorted coldly. He punched a stone and pressed it down hard with his palm. His body, Agdb, suddenly rose into the air, his figure rolled in midair, and a series of dense fists bombarded these pirates. His fists fell hard on the pirates like raindrops. Click, click, click. One after another, crisp sounds continued to come out. A pirate was hit by his fist and exploded to death. How is it possible? How can he be so strong? How can his fists be so powerful? His fist is too hard. Could it be that the physical strength has surpassed our fruit ability and reached the powerful force generated by air friction? No, he must have used some kind of ability to have such terrifying power. The pirates smelled of blood, and their eyes were full of horror and disbelief. "You all go to hell." Air smashed a pirate's head with one punch, and two cold gleams shot out from his eyes. His fists kept punching out, each punch containing terrifying power, and he hit the group of pirates fiercely, and those pirates were killed by him one after another. How is this possible? How can it be so strong? This is simply a monster. Is this the power that humans should have? The pirates were continuously bombarded by Air's fists, with frightened expressions in their eyes. A feeling of despair arose in their hearts, and they felt that Air's strength far exceeded theirs, and they were not able to compete with him at all. Kill him, his power is nothing to be afraid of. Fox watched a flash of solemnity in Air's eyes, roared and rushed towards Air. "If you want to kill me, you're not worthy." Air looked at him and sneered disdainfully. He swayed and retreated backwards, his body flying towards Fox like a cannonball. Boom! Fox punched Air in the chest. His fist collided with Air's fist, and the two figures flew backwards at the same time. "How is it possible? You can actually block my punch. How can your body be so strong?" Fox felt his arm, as if being hit by a giant elephant, and his eyes were full of horror. He felt a terrifying countershock force surge from Air's fist. All the internal organs in his body were severely injured, and he spit out a mouthful of blood. "Not only did I block your punch, but I also broke your wrist bones. Now you can die." Air looked at Fox with a sneer and said jokingly as he fell to the ground, "Impossible. I can't lose." Fox climbed up from the ground and stared at Air with gritted teeth. He never thought that Air's fist could be so hard. He is a person with the ability of hard fruit, and his head can be easily broken even by ordinary steel. But Air's fist was as hard as diamond. This made him feel unbelievable. He never expected to encounter such an enemy. Chapter 249. A feeling of despair emerged in his heart, and he couldn't believe the scene before him. His legs left two traces on the ground, and his body kept moving backwards. "Aren't you the so-called master of the 5 emperors? Aren't you always mocking me? Aren't you saying that there is no comparable gap between the two of us?" Air said with a sarcastic expression on his face. "How are you now? I'll make you arrogant." The air language is full of provocation. Go and save the boss. Air is too powerful." "Go and save." The group of pirates looked at Fox, who fell on the ground, their eyes full of horror. They finally understood now that the enemy they encountered this time was no ordinary person, but a super strong person at the level of a demon king. These pirates are no match for Air. Air ignored the group of pirates at all. He looked at Fox lying on the ground and said indifferently, "I don't care who sent you. As long as you dare to block my plan, you will die." A ferocious smile appeared on Air's face. "Haha, do you really think that with so many of us together we can't defeat you? Let me tell you, Air, I am the most powerful in this world. The rest are nothing in our eyes. Stop talking nonsense." Fox stared at Air with cold eyes, strong hatred flashing in his eyes. "Then I will show you whether I am the most powerful in your opinion." Air sneered, and his body suddenly turned into an afterimage. In the blink of an eye, he came behind Fox and punched him hard in the back. Fox's back was pierced by Air's fist, and blood continued to flow out. Ah. Fox felt an excruciating pain in his back. He regretted so much why he provoked Air, and provoked such a great terror. Do you know you regret it now? I told you it was too late. I'll send you on your way now. Air said solemnly. Oh no. Fox sensed Air's terror and felt deep fear in his heart. He felt that he would definitely die this time. No. Fox let out a shrill howl, and his whole body trembled violently. Booms, booms, boom. Air looked at the struggling Fox and punched Fox 3 times in the back. Fox's back was blasted out by Air, leaving big bloody holes one after another. His body kept rolling on the ground, and fresh blood kept flowing out from his back. Air stood there looking at Fox with a playful look on his face. Now you feel the pain of death, don't you? I punched with all my strength. You will definitely die in my hands this time. I tell you this is the last punch, and you can report to the Lord of Hell. Fox screamed wildly, jumped up from the ground, and kicked the doctor hard towards Air. With the sound of howling wind between his legs, he kicked Air hard in the chest. Air looked at Fox, who was flying towards him. A smile appeared on his lips, and his body leaned back slightly to avoid Fox's fierce attack. Bang! Fox hit the wall hard. His body hit the wall hard, and blood flowed along the wall and stained the entire ground red. Fox's whole body collapsed on the ground, breathing heavily. He felt severe pain all over his body and almost lost the strength to move. Aren't you convinced now? Air walked up to Fox and said with a sneer. Fox looked at Air's playful smile, his eyes filled with anger. Our pirate team will never let you go. We will definitely kill you. I will cut you to pieces with 1,000 knives. I will prevent you from reincarnation forever. Fox's eyes were red and wide-eyed as he looked at Air and said every word. Ha ha ha, it's a dream even if you, the little soldiers and crab generals, want to kill me. I'm just waiting for you to come to me for revenge. Air threw his head back and laughed. Air, don't be too arrogant. We, together, can kill you. The group of pirates looked at Air with a gloomy face, and one by one they moved towards Dr. Air. Their combined strength is unparalleled, enough to kill Air in an instant. With a faint smile on his face, Air moved his body and appeared in front of a pirate. He grabbed the pirate's neck with his right hand and twisted it hard. Zero, please give me flowers. The pirate's head exploded on the spot, and his body fell to the ground motionless. Oh my God, Air is so strong. He killed an admiral so easily. Too pervert. We, the pirates, unite together, but we are no match for him. Is this the legendary top master of the 5 emperors? I have only heard of his reputation before, but I have never seen it. The many pirates who were watching looked at Air blankly, their eyes full of shock. Air looked at the blank expressions on the faces of many pirates, and a disdainful sneer flashed in his eyes. Now I'm going to kill you. He rushed towards Fox with an arrogant look. Do not come. Fox looked at Air, who was rushing over, with panic in his eyes and fear on his face. Although he wanted to take revenge on Air, he didn't want to confront Air head-on. He didn't want to really die here this time. Fox wanted to turn around and run away, but his speed could not match Air's. Whoosh! Air punched Fox in the back. Fox's body suddenly flew backwards and hit a big rock hard. Lord Fox is injured. Air is awesome. So amazing. The surrounding pirates looked at Fox, who fell to the ground, and exclaimed in surprise. Let's get out of here quickly. Hurry back to the cabin. Every pirate was filled with fear. They just hoped to leave here as soon as possible to avoid Air's murder. They are now full of fear of Air and dare not fight with this terrifying guy. I told you that none of you can leave here alive. Air looked at these pirates cowering one by one and said with a cold snort. Air, don't be arrogant. With so many of us joining forces, no matter how powerful you are, you can't be in trouble. Quickly give up resistance. Many pirates looked at Air with great fear. 9. Since you don't have to drink wine as a penalty for toasting, I will make it happen for you. You all go to hell. Chapter 250. Air snorted coldly, clenched his hands into fists, and rushed towards the crowd like a cannonball. Boom! One by one, the pirates retreated towards the back, with panic expressions on their faces. We have to run for our lives now. Air is so scary. We have to get out of here right now. I don't want to stay in this damn place anymore. A group of pirates looked at Air's fearful expression and fled in all directions. Want to escape? Do you think you can escape? Air looked at the fleeing pirates and immediately chased them with his fists waving. We can't escape. The only thing we can do now is to delay time and let the adults resume bringing people to rescue us. Everyone looked at Air, who was chasing him, with a look of panic in their eyes. 300. It's too late to delay the delay now. Now you all go to hell. Bang, bang, bang. Air watched everyone fleeing in the distance. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he waved his fists at the pirates with an angry look. One by one, the pirates were unable to dodge, and their bodies flew out one by one, with blood gushing out and staining a large area red. No one can stop me now. Air looked at the pirate lying on the ground and walked towards the many pirates fleeing in the distance with an arrogant look. You guys all go to hell. Air chased these fleeing pirates all the way, constantly making terrifying loud noises. None of these pirates were an enemy at all. They fell to the ground motionless one by one. Fox saw that his people were getting fewer and fewer, and his heart was filled with despair. He knew it was over this time. A dull sound kept sounding. One after another fell to the ground, their bodies twitching constantly. Fox looked at the many companions who fell on the ground, opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood, eyes wide open. He never thought that he would die in the hands of a young man, younger than himself. These losers can't even catch one of my moves. Now you actually have the nerve to embarrass yourself here. It's just a shame for the pirates. If it weren't for the fact that you are still of some use, I would blow your heads off with one punch. Air walked to Fox's side with a look of disdain on his face. His body exuded a light blue light, and a powerful force was released from his body. You idiots, how dare you offend us, Marine? You are so tired of living. Air looked at the many pirates with a ferocious look on his face. With one punch, he blasted out a terrifying fist force that roared out and shrouded the pirates. The bodies of those pirates instantly turned into a puddle of flesh, with no bones left. We are not willing to give in. Why is this happening? Air, you and I are at odds with each other. Fox watched his subordinates die tragically one by one, and his heart was full of unwillingness. He didn't expect that everything would turn out like this. He, the mighty 5 pirate emperors, was actually defeated with one punch by a young man much younger than him. How could he survive in the future if word of this spread? Not only did he have to face the ridicule of the pirates, he also had to bear the blame of the pirates. I will never let you go. Fox looked at Air and roared through gritted teeth. How dare you pirates attack us? I will kill you all today. I want everyone to know the consequences of offending me. Air looked at the pirates who fell to the ground with a cold expression on his face. He knew that none of these pirates would be good, and he had to kill the chickens with thunderous force to scare the monkeys. No, I don't want to die. I haven't married yet and have children. I haven't enjoyed the glory and wealth yet. I don't want to die like this. Fox looked at the pirates killed by Air one by one, with a look of despair in his eyes. He knew he was doomed. Now is the time when we must fight tooth and nail, even if we die together. Fuck me. A crazy look flashed in Fox's eyes, and he roared and rushed towards Air. Boom. He punched Air hard in the body. Court death. Air looked at Fox, who was attacking him, with a cold look on his face. He punched Fox hard in the body. Cracked. Fox's body flew backwards, and he let out a miserable scream. He spit out a mouthful of blood and fell heavily to the ground. His chest sunk into a deep pit, and more than a dozen ribs were broken. His whole body lay motionless on the ground. Seeing this scene, a look of shock suddenly appeared on the faces of the group of pirates. Everyone looked at Fox, who was lying motionless on the ground, with a look of shock flashing in his eyes. They did not expect that their boss Fox would be seriously injured by Air's punch. This group of people is no match for Air. Looking at Fox lying dead on the ground, each pirate's heart was filled with deep despair. They finally understood why Air dared to come here to provoke them. It turned out that his strength was so terrifying that he actually hit Fox and was seriously injured when he came face to face with him. No, I don't want to die. A group of pirates howled in despair, their faces full of pain and despair. Sorry, that punch just now was just to test your strength. You ants are not worthy of fighting me. get out of here now. Air stood there with a look of disdain on his face, looking at the many pirates kneeling on the ground. I don't want to die yet. One of the 0.2 pirates had a look of despair on his face, and they all held their heads and cried bitterly. Miserable shouts continued to come from the mouths of a group of pirates. A crisp sound came from the mouths of many pirates. Pillars of bright red blood shot out, dyeing the surrounding sea water red. Their eyes were full of unwillingness, and they slowly fell to the ground one by one, shaking constantly. Everyone took a breath when seeing this scene, their eyes filled with disbelief. Although these pirates are all pirates with fruit abilities, they are even very powerful. But in the face of Air's terrifying strength, they had no room to fight back. You actually injured our boss. This is asking for death. You are committing a heinous crime by doing this. Chapter 251. Each pirate's eyes were full of hatred, staring at Air and shouting loudly. Ha! Have I committed a heinous crime? I think you are seeking your own death. Today I will show you what true strength is. You all go to hell. Air couldn't help but have a sarcastic look on his face when he heard what these people said. A surging aura suddenly erupted from his body. A huge momentum rose from his body. Feeling the powerful aura exuded by Air, these pirates had shocked expressions on their faces. They didn't expect that a small pirate captain would have such great strength and be able to suppress their threat. You losers, I told you not to piss me off, otherwise you will pay the price. Since you want to die so much, I'll give you a ride. Air looked at the pirates, kneeling on the ground with a playful look in his eyes. He glanced at them with a haughty look, looking down at the ants. After hearing Air's words, all the pirates' faces were full of horror. They didn't expect that this 6 young man would be so arrogant. The pirate was now completely frightened, and his heart was full of fear. Hee. Your lives are now in my hands, and I can do with you whatever I want. Since you can't wait to die so much, then I will make it happen for you. Go to hell. Air looked at the pirates kneeling on the ground. A bloodthirsty look appeared on his face, and he raised his legs and walked towards these people. Looking at Air walking towards them, a pirate turned around with fear on his face and was about to leave. Snort. The corners of Air's mouth turned up slightly to outline an arc, and he raised his right foot and kicked the man hard. Bang! The man was kicked out by Air and hit a building hard, spurting out a mouthful of blood. Ah! You devil, I will make you pay with your life. The pirate got up and rushed towards Air with red eyes. Air looked at the pirate rushing towards him, clenched his right hand into a fist, and waved at him like a wolf. Boom! There was a muffled sound. The pirate's chest collapsed, and his chest instantly deformed. No! The pirate looked at his collapsed chest. His eyes widened, and his face fell to the ground unwillingly. Now you are the only ones left. You should go and accompany your brothers. Air looked at the group of pirates with cold eyes. His eyes were full of disdain, as if he was looking at a pile of garbage. This group of pirates looked at Air walking towards them, with panic in their eyes. They looked at Air walking towards them, with a look of horror in their eyes. They never expected that this guy would be so powerful, as terrifying as a devil. Their hearts were filled with regret that they should not have provoked such a devil. Now I just hope Air can forgive them. Puff puff. Air walked up to the group of pirates and watched as they were all slapped to the ground by Air. One by one, the pirates vomited blood and flew out, falling to the ground and twitching continuously. Air walked towards them step by step, crushing a pirate's body with every step he took. Bang, bang, bang. One after another, the pirates fell to the ground, their bodies completely soaked in blood, and their eyes widened with expressions of death. No, you can't kill me. You will become the target of the entire pirate group. The pirate had a look of horror on his face, and looked at Air walking over step by step, and said in panic. Hearing what this pirate said, Air frowned slightly. Do you think I'm scared? With a mocking look on his face, he looked at the pirate and said with a sneer. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Are you insulting my intelligence or your own stupidity? The pirate was immediately speechless. Puffed. At this time, he couldn't help spitting out a mouthful of blood again, with a look of horror written on his face. He didn't expect that this seemingly harmless person could be so powerful. 013604106, Felu 001011141. He is no match for the opponent at all. Not only did he not hurt the opponent at all, but he was also seriously injured. He spat out a mouthful of blood again, a look of horror written on his face. "Don't worry, when I kill you, I will let you die quickly." Air looked at him with a sneer and said. The pirate's face suddenly showed a look of despair, and his heart was filled with unbridled fear. He knew that this time he was completely screwed. They pirates were as vulnerable as a child in front of this young man. He knew that his fate was doomed, and it was useless even if he begged for mercy. Seeing the desperate look on the face of the pirate in front of him, Air showed a cruel smile. He clenched his right hand tightly into a fist and punched him hard on the head. He knocked the pirate unconscious with one punch. Watching the pirates in front of him disappear, a ferocious smile appeared on Air's face. "You pirates are so weak. I just need to stretch out a hand, and I can kill you. You losers can't even hit your forehead. How can you rule this sea? It's better to die early to avoid wasting food. You idiots." Air looked at these pirates and said 230 with a sneer. The pirate looked at Air's sneering expression, and his heart sank to the bottom. He finally understood that this person was not a good person at all, and was not something they could fight against. Air's right foot stomped on the ground so hard that a huge boulder was shattered by him on the spot. The boulder cracked into countless debris and scattered on the ground, burying the bodies of these pirates. Looking at the corpses of these pirates, his eyes were full of disgust. How dare these rubbish be violent to me? Are they worthy? They can't even compare to me. My hands are really dirty. Air's eyes were full of contempt and disgust, and he looked at the corpses of these pirates and said coldly. He was indeed angered by this group of pirates just now, and they actually attacked him. This is simply courting death. He jumped up and ran quickly towards the distance. The faces of the pirates were full of horror. They looked at Air's killing figure, their eyes full of despair. "You idiots, you dare to attack me. You are just looking for death. Do you know you're afraid now? It's too late to be afraid now." The power of the air thunder fruit was released, violently shattering the bodies of the surrounding pirates, turning them into puddles of flesh and splattering on the ground. Chapter 252. You bunch of rubbish. Air walked towards the pirate leader and scolded the pirates. Air's voice was like a bell, echoing in the pirate leader's ears. His eardrums were so shocked that they hurt. He felt as if he was being pressed down by a huge mountain, making him breathless. The pirate leader looked at Air walking towards him, with a look of horror on his face. His body was shaking. Air looked at the frightened look on the pirate leader's face, his face full of mockery. "What, aren't you very awesome? Didn't you say you wanted to capture me and take me back as your little brother? You can do it now. Don't be afraid, I won't hurt you. Just come here and let me see how powerful you are," Air said as he moved towards him. What do you want to do?" "I advise you to let me go, otherwise you will regret it." The pirate leader looked at Air approaching him, with a look of fear on his face. "Ha ha. Regret? I won't regret it at all, because you are already a dead person." Air looked at the pirate leader and sneered. If you dare to kill me, I will not let you go." The pirate leader had a look of horror on his face when he heard Air's words. "There are more than 30 admirals in your pirate group, and among them, there are 2 of the 5 emperors who are not ordinary people. You'd better pray that I won't kill you, otherwise I will definitely make your life worse than death. Do you think I'm the type to be intimidated? Your threats have no effect on me at all. You'd better pray that those people don't mess with me, otherwise he will only die." Air looked at the pirate leader with a ferocious look on his face and said coldly. The pirate leader had a look of horror on his face after hearing Air's words. A look of despair appeared on his face, and his eyes were full of despair. "There are more than 30 admirals in our pirate group, and there are 2 masters at the level of 5 emperors. You actually said that you want our pirate group to be destroyed. You are simply dreaming." The pirate leader looked at Air and said angrily. "Agog. Since your pirate group has more than 30 masters, why don't you send some masters? Does it mean that your strength is too weak, so you don't dare to send so many masters?" Air looked at the pirate leader with a sneer on his face. "What did you say?" The pirate leader asked with a crazy look in his eyes as he stared at Air. "You should know very well what I say. If it weren't for your pirate group not daring to send out masters, how could you pirates end up in this situation? If it weren't for your pirate group being timid and afraid of getting into trouble, How could our pirate group be bullied by you? AI said with a smile on his face. The pirate leader's face turned livid, and his eyes shot out icy rays of light. You are looking for death. Since you are looking for death, I will help you. He suddenly opened his mouth and let out a roar, spraying a stream of black mist from his mouth, turning into pitch-black claws and grabbing at air. These jet-black claws exude a strong corrosive nature, and the air is filled with a disgusting smell. This is the Claw of Darkness in Marine 6 styles, which specializes in destroying souls and corrupting souls. Seeing the attack unleashed by the pirate leader, a solemn look flashed across Air's face. When he released the Fruits ability, golden flames suddenly burst out from his palms, turning into a golden fireball that hit those pitch-black claws. A violent collision sounded. The pitch-black claws shattered and turned into a puddle of black water, falling from midair. Snort. You want to kill me just because of these things. You underestimate my strength too much. Today I will let you see my strength. Air looked at the pirate and sneered. A powerful aura erupted from his body, instantly defeating the black mist and causing it to dissipate, revealing the true face of the pirate leader inside. He was wearing a jet-black robe and a pair of sunglasses on his face, looking extremely arrogant and domineering. Haha, let me see how you escape this time. Let me see where you are escaping this time. You actually killed a member of our pirate group, you must pay the price. You bastard, I will definitely kill you and cut you into pieces. The pirate captain looked at Air and said with a fierce look on his face. A fierce look flashed in his eyes. He pointed at Air's nose and cursed. I think you are looking for death. In that case, I'll send you on your way first. You guys go and catch him. The pirate leader looked at Air and ordered in a cold voice to the 4 men around him. Yes, sir. When the 4 subordinates heard what the pirate leader said, they nodded and came to Air's side in a flash. Whoosh! A flash of murderous intent flashed in the eyes of the 4 of them, and they slashed at Air with the weapons in their hands. The attack speed of these 4 people was extremely fast, and they rushed in front of Air in the blink of an eye. Air stood motionless, letting the 4 men's attacks fall on him. A harsh sound broke through the air, and the weapons of the 4 pirates were fiercely fired on Air's body. How is this possible? The 4 pirates looked at their weapons and slashed Air's body with expressions of disbelief on their faces. Their attacks did not cause any damage, but were easily blocked by Air. They felt that their attacks had no effect at all, just like hitting cotton. You 4 losers can't do anything to him, so what use do you, the kings, losers, have to me? Everyone get out of here. The pirate leader looked at his men and roared angrily. Yes, sir. The 4 pirates listened to the pirate captain's words and quickly turned around respectfully and left the area. They were very shocked. This kid's defense is so strong. He actually resisted our attack. Too powerful. 4 pirate hearts Chunin couldn't help but take a deep breath. They had used a lot of strength just now, but they still couldn't break through Air's defense. What kind of monster is this kid? Is his body made of metal? How can he have such a hard defense? The pirate leader looked at Air with a solemn look in his eyes. His figure suddenly swayed, and he rushed towards the pirate captain. Chapter 253. The pirate leader looked at Air's actions with a sneer on his lips. He stretched out his right hand and punched Air in the chest. Boom! Air's body shook slightly, but he did not suffer any damage. He looked at the pirate captain in front of him and sneered. You want to hurt me with this attack? Do you think I only have this little power? And my fighting skills are 1 level higher than you, low-level pirates. You can't even stand up to a single move in front of me. Air looked at the pirate in front of him and said disdainfully, Your fighting skills are very powerful, but everything is in vain in front of me. If I want to kill you, it's as easy as killing a chicken. The pirate leader looked at Air and said disdainfully, Even if I kill a chicken, I won't give you a chance. I will show you how powerful I am now. Air looked at him and sneered. Little bastard, today I must let you know the consequences of offending the pirates. Let me send you to hell to repent now. The pirate leader looked at Air, his blood-red eyes flashing with murderous intent. His figure appeared behind Air in a flash and slashed 560's neck with a knife. Air looked at the figure of the pirate leader with a faint smile on his lips. His body suddenly turned around and kicked hard behind him with his right foot. Bang! A dull sound came out, and his right foot kicked the pirate leader hard. The pirate leader's body flew backwards and smashed into the waves in the distance. Thump! His body hit the sea water hard. Air's figure appeared again next to the pirate leader and stepped hard on him with his right foot. Crack! A sound of broken bones resounded on the pirate leader's body. The pirate leader's throat felt sweet, and a mouthful of blood spurted out, and his face instantly turned extremely pale. How could you be so powerful? The pirate leader looked at Air and said with difficulty, You don't need to know who I am. Because you are going to hell to repent soon. Air looked at the pirate leader and said coldly, his tone full of murderous intent. You dare. The pirate leader looked at Air with a sinister look in his eyes. He took out a pill from his arms and swallowed it, and then a surging power surged out of him, and this power was running crazily in his body. He recovered quickly from his injuries and climbed up from the seabed to stare at Air. Your injuries are almost healed, and now it's time for your death. Air looked at the pirate leader and said coldly. His eyes fell behind the pirate leader, with a look of disdain in his eyes. You three, why don't you come to me quickly? Kill this guy. The pirate leader looked at his 3 men and said angrily. Yes. The 3 pirates responded respectfully after hearing his words, and the 3 rushed towards Air with their own weapons in hand. Court deaths. Air looked at these pirate cannon fodder. A flash of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. These guys just attacked me and almost cost me my life. He is now looking for someone to practice with. Whoosh! Air looked at the 3 pirates and suddenly disappeared into the water and appeared behind them. His figure moved quickly, and the sharp blades cut through their skin. Blood flowers bloomed in the air, dyeing the ocean red. Ah! The pirate screamed and was stabbed through the heart by the sword in Air's hand, and blood dripped down the tip of the sword onto the sea. The 3 pirates looked at Air's figure and retreated into the distance in fear. They didn't expect that Air was so fast and couldn't catch up with him. 013604106 Felu 0010111401. The 3 pirates were filled with fear and uneasiness. I want you to know what despair is. Now it's your turn to try my methods, and let me see how strong you are. Air looked at the other pirates and said calmly, HMPH, no matter how strong your methods are, you can't win over both of us. The pirate leader looked at Air and snorted coldly. He appeared behind Air in a flash and slapped Air hard on the back. Puff! The pirate leader's palm struck Air with overwhelming force. Air staggered and took a few steps backwards before regaining his balance. The injuries on his body were only serious. Ha ha ha, it seems that your strength is nothing more than this. With your little strength, you still seek death by going against our pirate group. The pirate leader looked at Air and said sarcastically, Iglg, you think you can defeat me on your own? Air raised his head and glanced with cold eyes. The pirate leader said coldly. There was a hint of amusement on his face. Based on your current injured strength, you may not be our opponent even in your heyday. What's more, you are seriously injured now and are no match for us. The pirate leader looked at Air and sneered. I told you 3 to go together, so as not to waste Leazi's time. Air looked at them with a sneer and said, Damn it, he's trying to lure the 3 of us into taking the bait. He wants to use provocation to make us take action first, and then he will take action against us. He must be afraid that the 3 of us would join forces to attack him, so he deliberately let us attack him first. When the pirate leader's 3 men heard Air's words, they looked at each other and winked. The 3 of them looked at each other, with a cunning look in their eyes. If this guy wants to provoke us into taking the bait, then we shouldn't let him succeed. He is now injured and his strength is greatly reduced. If the 3 of us join forces, we can definitely kill him. Then our contribution will be great. The 3 pirate captains looked at each other, then looked at Air and said. Air looked at the eyes of several people and couldn't help but frown. What do you want to do? Do you 3 want to go back on your word? Air looked at the 3 pirate captains and couldn't help but ask. Why are you regretting it? It's easy for our 3 pirate groups to unite and kill you. You haven't recovered to your peak condition yet. Are you still a rival for the 3 of us? The pirate leader looked at Air and said coldly and proudly. That's it, then the 3 of you come together. I want to see what the 3 of you are capable of, come one by one. Air looked at the pirate leader and said coldly. Chapter 254. It's a dream for you to try to provoke us into being fooled. I'm telling you, you can't escape this time. Even if you run to the ends of the earth, we will find you and kill you. You just lie down obediently now, and then let us take away everything you have on you. The pirate leader looked at Air and shouted coldly. A cold look flashed in his eyes. Then you all come together. I want to see how powerful you are. Air looked at the pirate leader indifferently and said, Court deaths. The pirate captain looked at Air and roared angrily, then rushed towards Air with the weapon in his hand, Tilda. Air looked at the pirate leader rushing over and sneered, then flicked his wrist with the thunder fruit. His ability exploded. Boom! A bolt of thunder condensed from in front of Air, bombarding away with an aura of destruction. This guy can actually summon thunder and lightning. The three of us can't let him use this skill, otherwise his combat effectiveness will increase a lot. The pirate leader looked at Air and snorted. The bodies of the three of them shook, and their robes swayed, and their figures turned into afterimages to avoid the thunder and lightning. Boom, boom, boom. Thunder and lightning bombarded several people, but none of them hit the enemy. Not bad, some strength. Air looked at the pirate leader, nodded appreciatively, and said, Since you two don't take the initiative, then I will take the initiative. You two have no chance to escape now, your death has come. Air looked at the pirate leader and sneered. As soon as the words left his mouth, he exuded a strong aura from his whole body and rushed towards the pirate leader. Damn boy, do you really think you can kill us with such a little skill? Today I want to see how capable you are. Death Scythe. The pirate leader looked at Air and shouted, waving the death scythe in his hand and slashing down. His death scythe directly combined with the thunder fruit ability, Jump Boy, to make a violent explosion. The power of this knife is extremely ferocious and terrifying. Once struck by this knife, even steel will be shattered. The fists of the two collided in midair, and each of them flew backwards. The ground beneath their feet was blasted out, leaving two deep ravines filled with dust. The pirate leader and Air both had looks of horror on their faces. The two of them flew backwards at the same time. The pirate leader's expression changed slightly, and he spat out a mouthful of scarlet blood. Oh my God, how could Brother Air become so powerful? Didn't he just get devoured by the giant dark dragon, and all his abilities were disabled? He has obviously just recovered his abilities now. Those Marines watched the two men fighting, and all of them exclaimed in disbelief. You just used the dark dragon's ability to suppress your own strength temporarily. Your current abilities simply cannot be used for a long time. And your injuries are still very serious now, so you can't support your current strength at all. You can't show your strength at all. Air looked at the pirate leader and said disdainfully, You're just bluffing. The pirate leader looked at Air and sneered. A bluff. Air looked at the pirate leader with a sneer and said, You are so arrogant, don't you want to scare the two of us? If you think so, then I won't explain anything. Now let you see how powerful I am. Air said as he kept turning his hands over, and beads appeared in his palms one after another. Air waved his hand, and the beads quickly rotated, and a huge Uzumaki appeared in front of everyone. Uzumaki kept spinning. It contains an unparalleled suction force, as if it wants to swallow up everything around it. What's this? What a weird power. Several Marines saw the beads in Air's hands and shouted in surprise, their eyes full of fear. What the hell is this power? How could he have such power? The pirate leader's expression changed drastically when he looked at the bead. When the pirates saw the beads Air took out, they turned around and fled around. They were afraid of being sucked into the giant Uzumaki. Zero, please give me flowers. Their speed is very fast, and they can escape from this place and flee to other places in the blink of an eye. HMPH, you want to run away? Do you think you can run away? Thunder and lightning. Air looked at the fleeing pirate leader and snorted coldly, and the thunder beads with hand seals on his hands began to spin rapidly. Waves of violent thunder and lightning emanated from the thunder bead in his hand, sweeping towards the fleeing pirates crazily. Earth-shaking roars resounded across the sky, and the fleeing pirates suddenly felt that the air around them had been sucked out. Their speed was suddenly greatly reduced, and their bodies hit the ground hard, causing smoke to fill the sky. Don't you pirates want to take me back as a hostage? I just made it impossible for you to catch me. Air's hands quickly changed the marks. The marks in his hands kept changing, and the thunder light kept jumping in the air. Under the jump of these thunder and lightning, the pirates who were originally escaping were suddenly struck by lightning. Waves of shrill screams were heard, and the pirates' bodies were split in half, and their bodies instantly turned into ashes and disappeared. When these pirates saw this scene, they all turned pale and looked at Air, whose expression changed drastically. They didn't expect that such a group of pirates would be defeated by this Air. This guy's strength is so terrifying, he can kill all of our pirates instantly. The pirate leader looked at Air with a gloomy expression. Although he knew that Air's ability was very powerful, he did not expect that his strength would be so terrifying. If he had been in his prime just now, he would have been killed long ago. How could he still be alive now? "You bastard is not dead yet." The pirate leader gritted his teeth and cursed with hatred. Snort. "You guys still have the nerve to say this. Didn't you guys let us go just now? You despicable guys, we marine people are not easy to bully. You can kill many of us this time, but you despicable and shameless guys will definitely not feel comfortable. HMPH, when we people return, we will definitely take revenge." Marine, who was watching the battle, kept laughing. Chapter 255. What's the use of talking about this now? You should just worry about yourselves. The pirate captain snorted when he heard these taunts, and said to them with a sneer, "Now you know how scared you are. Let me tell you, these shrimp soldiers and crab generals are no match for us at all." Air looked at the group of pirates and said disdainfully, "And we have 12 warships here." The pirate leader's expression changed slightly, and he said unwillingly, So what, no matter how many warships you have, what can you do? Do you still think that we Marines are really vegetarians? You pirates, aren't all of you killed by our Marines in the end?" Air said disdainfully, "HMPH, don't get too proud too soon, you will definitely lose in a battle. I think you'd better surrender obediently." The pirate leader, 953, looked arrogant. Air heard an unhappy look appear on his face. "Are you insulting me? You guys still want to insult me, it's simply wishful thinking. You have no room to resist now. Your destiny can only be controlled by me, so just feel free to be my slave." The pirate leader looked at Air with a ferocious expression. "Humph, I still don't believe what you say, because you are not worthy of belief at all. I think you'd better save your saliva. If you want to defeat me, it's still too early. After I defeat you, I will cut off your head and kick it as a ball." The thunder beads in Air's hands kept changing. The surroundings of his body kept condensing, one after another, huge beads flashing with light of thunder, sweeping towards the pirates. Boom, boom, boom. A series of roars kept ringing in the sky. Those lightning balls flashing with thunder quickly fell on the pirates. There were bursts of piercing wails. A group of pirates were rolling around one by one, with holes blasted out by lightning everywhere on their bodies, and blood flowing down the wounds. Each pirate looked at Air with expressions of shock on their faces. "I didn't expect that this guy's attack was so powerful, and could actually cause such horrific trauma to himself." The pirates looked at Air with eyes that became more solemn and fearful. "Do you still dare to look down on us now? HMPH, you bastards will let you know what despair means today. Even if you scumbags die, I will cut off your heads and hang them on the city gate tower. You pirates should all be punished." Air shouted loudly as he looked at the pirates who were badly injured after being struck by his own lightning. When the injured pirates heard Air's words, they gritted their teeth and stopped talking. "Now, you have all been repelled by my attack, and you have no right to be arrogant in front of me. I will give you 3 breaths now, otherwise I will ask you all to stay when I change my mind. Now you have 3 more chances, if you don't leave within 3 numbers. I will let Marine kill you all, and make you all Marines cannon fodder." Air looked at the severely injured pirates who were hit by his own lightning, and said with a cold snort, "HMPH, who do you think you are? You alone want to kill us all, it's unbelievable. There are so many of us, how can we pirates be afraid of soldiers and generals like you? We are all sons of the Pirate King, you are not worthy of being our enemy at all." The pirates roared with anger on their faces. Air looked up and laughed when he heard those pirates' words. "Do you really think that with your current power, you can compare with my Marine? What a joke, you pirates have no chance at all. HMPH, just you guys want to kill us. It's just wishful thinking." Air said with a cold face, "Do you think we will be afraid of you if you are arrogant? Our pirate group has 3,000 elite pirates. I think you are the one who will win in the end. Although you are very strong, your marine cannot resist the entire pirate group. Just you. Do you think marine only has those shrimp soldiers and crab generals? You really think too much. Just the soldiers and generals of your pirate group are not qualified to let marine take action. The so-called 3,000 elites of your pirate group, we marine can dispatch hundreds of warships at will and wipe out all your pirates. HMPH, you little soldiers and crab generals are not qualified to compare with our marines. You guys are just a bunch of rubbish. It's just wishful thinking to get us marine to take action. You are not worthy at all. Air looked at the pirates with disdain. Although their marines are not as numerous as each other, their strength is much stronger than theirs. HMPH, you arrogant and ignorant brat, let me personally teach you how you, one of the newly promoted 5 emperors, defeated our pirate group. Now I am going to tell you with facts what is true strength. Boom! Air shouted and stamped his feet on the ground. Whoosh whoosh. He kicked off his body with both legs and flew into the air, sweeping towards the pirates. The pirates saw Air rushing up, and they all rushed to greet Air. Bang, bang, bang. The two collided with each other in midair, and the sound of explosions continued to spread in all directions. The pirates quickly evaded in the distance, fearing that they would accidentally be affected by this powerful force. Not only that, they also fled quickly towards the rear, trying to get rid of Air's entanglement. You shrimp soldiers and crab generals dare to compete with me. How ridiculous. Air looked at the actions of the pirates and couldn't help but sneered loudly. I want to see how long you can hold on. Air shouted, turning into an afterimage and rushing towards the pirates. He punched one of the pirates. The pirate felt the danger coming and hurriedly moved to the side to avoid it. Bang! His body was hit on the chest by Air's fist, making a dull cracking sound, and his whole body flew backwards and fell to the ground. Poof! He spurted out a mouthful of blood, with a strong look of pain on his face. Damn kid, you dare to attack me this time, I won't let you go. The injured pirate roared loudly. Haha, do you think I will give you a chance to escape from my hands? Chapter 256. I want you all to be buried here. Air looked at the pirates and roared loudly, and rushed towards them again. When the pirates saw this, their expressions all became extremely gloomy. Let me cut this guy into pieces. The injured pirate leader roared angrily. He was completely furious now. In the confrontation just now, he clearly discovered that this Air's strength was extraordinary and was not easy to deal with at all. Fuck me. Don't let this kid run away, we must capture him alive. We must let him taste the power of the pirates. Kill. Many pirates roared loudly. Since you are determined to seek death, then don't blame me for destroying flowers with ruthless hands. I don't care who your backers are. Anyone who dares to bully my brother must be prepared to bear all the consequences. Boom, boom, boom. Air looked at the pirates, his eyes bursting with murderous intent. Die. Air roared angrily, and once again rushed toward a pirate. 06 yen. He punched out hard, directly punching through the pirate's body. F. You can't kill me. The injured pirate roared loudly. Snort. We will not let go of anyone in your pirate group. I will definitely kill every last one of you. Air's eyes were cold, and the power of the thunder fruit in his hand flashed, and he slammed into the opponent's chest. Aza. No, please help me stop him quickly, please help me stop him. The injured pirate looked at Air's attack, his eyes filled with deep fear, his face extremely pale, and the injuries on his body fester crazily. He let out a shrill wail, and his whole body instantly turned into a shriveled skeleton. You bastards! Don't you claim to be the strongest pirate group? Don't you claim to conquer the entire ocean? Are you all that cowardly? Air stood there and asked coldly. The pirates looked at Air's cold eyes and felt chills coming out of their bodies. They felt a huge pressure coming from Air. That powerful pressure made each of the pirates feel difficulty breathing, and a feeling of incomparable fear arose in their hearts. You cowards! You pirates are a bunch of cowards. You can't even protect your own comrades. You are just a bunch of trash. Air shouted loudly. The faces of the pirates all showed infinite fear, and his heart suddenly started to tremble. They are indeed pirates, and they are indeed a group of pirates who do all kinds of evil. But facing a master like Air, they are still very afraid in their hearts. You bastards, why are you still standing there? Hurry up and take action. Get him! The pirate captain who was killed by Air looked at the dazed pirates and roared loudly, with fierce glances shooting out of his eyes. His face was filled with endless anger and murderous intent. Yes. When the pirates heard the roar of the pirate captain, their expressions changed slightly and they came back to their senses. You idiots, go to hell. Air had a ferocious expression on his face when he saw this. He suddenly moved and rushed towards the pirates, waving his arms and punching them hard. Bang, bang, bang. His thunder power instantly blew away a group of pirates. The mouths of these pirates were filled with blood. All of their bodies were lying on the ground, spitting blood from their mouths, and their faces became extremely pale. I told you that your end would be miserable. You damn bastards, do you really think you are the strongest pirate group? You are just relying on your own strength, but in fact you are nothing at all. Air stood there and said coldly, 013604106, Felu 001021201. What did you say? These guys are so arrogant. When the pirate captain heard Air's words, he roared angrily. Your fighting power is not worth mentioning at all. You pirates are nothing at all, you are just ants in our eyes. You despicable bastards, you are just a bunch of trash. Air looked at the pirate leader and cursed angrily. Damn asshole. When the pirate captain heard Air's words, he roared even more angrily. How dare you insult us? You bastard, I will fight you tooth and nail. The pirate leader roared and charged at Air. For a moment, Air started a fierce battle with the opponent. The pirate group kept roaring and waving the weapons in his hands to attack Air. But no matter how they attacked, there was no way to break Air's defense. I advise you not to waste your efforts, because you have no chance of winning. Air roared loudly. Asshole, I'm going to tear you apart. The pirate captain roared loudly, waving his fists wildly and hitting Air continuously. Punch after punch landed on Air's body. You have no way to break through my defense, you will only get beaten 43. Let me tell you, I don't want to waste time with you anymore. Now your life is in my hands, I can take your life at any time. Get out of my sight now, otherwise death is waiting for you. Air roared at them while resisting the pirates' attack. The pirate captain's expression changed slightly when he heard Air's roar. There was an expression of extreme fear in his eyes, and he quickly retreated backwards. He knew very well that if he stayed here any longer, he would definitely be killed by the other party. Humph, you are so obedient now that I told you to get out. Do you really think you can survive today? Air looked at the pirate leader's actions and said with disdain, What on earth do you want to do? I am the pirate captain, you dare to kill me. Aren't you afraid that the forces behind me will cause trouble for you? The pirate captain's face became very ugly, and his voice trembled and he asked angrily, Do I need a reason to kill you? And I'm not afraid of pirates at all. Do you think they can stop me? Ha ha ha. What a bunch of idiots. Air laughed with a look of disdain on his face. Chapter 257. His voice was full of arrogant haki, but it was extremely harsh in the pirate's ears. This bastard actually said that he wasn't worried about the pirate force's revenge at all. How can this be? The Marine captain and the pirate group both possess extremely terrifying deterrent power. They are the strongest force in the pirate world. Where did this guy get the courage to say this? Bloody Air. Do you know how powerful our pirate group is? The pirate captain's face was extremely expressionless. He stared at Air gloomily and asked, Of course, I know how powerful your pirate group is. But I'm not afraid of you. You bunch of bastards have no right to do anything to me. Air sneered. He looked at the tone of the other person's words, with a strong look of disdain on his face. Presumptuous. It's not your turn, little Air, to talk here. Who do you think you are? How dare you speak so shamelessly in front of our pirate group? Our pirate group is the strongest organization in the pirate world. How dare you say that? You will regret it. The pirate leader looked at Air and shouted angrily. How do you want to make me regret it? Do you want to kill me? Ha ha ha. You bunch of trash don't deserve it. Air looked at the pirate captain and sneered, his face full of ridicule and disdain. You bunch of trash are not even qualified to be killed by me. You only deserve to be stepped on. Air's sneer showed strong confidence. When the pirate captain heard Air's words, he looked at Air with a livid face and gritted his teeth. Asshole, you damn bastard, do you really think you are the pirate king? I'm going to kill you. The pirate captain roared loudly, waving his arms and rushed towards Air. A terrifying wave suddenly erupted from his fists, accompanied by waves of violent wind howling. BANG, letter 3005 tilde. Every time his fist hit Air's body, there would be a violent explosion. But no matter how powerful the pirate leader is, he still looks ridiculous in front of Air. Air had no intention of avoiding it. He just stood there, enduring the attack from the pirate captain. KR. Damn it. Asshole. The pirate leader's face suddenly became extremely gloomy, and his eyes showed shock. His powers are completely unable to harm Air. Air is like a giant steel beast. No matter how his fist falls on the opponent, he cannot cause any damage to him. Instead, he was easily resolved by the other party. How can this be? He couldn't believe it and couldn't believe it. How about it? Don't you think you're being ridiculous now? Your power is completely vulnerable to me. Not only did you fail to defeat me, but you also refused to allow me to easily defeat your attack. You think this is your power? Air looked at the pirate captain and smiled jokingly. Hateful. The pirate leader gritted his teeth and growled. His face was filled with anger. His eyes were almost blazing as he looked at Air, and his heart was full of reluctance. He was the leader of the pirate group, but he was helpless in front of Air. If you're so powerful, why do you become so weak? Don't you think this scene is too funny? The pirate leader sneered coldly. Haha, do you really think you're smart? You misjudge my strength. Do you think you are my opponent now? It's just nonsense. You think what I just said was a joke. What I said is all the truth. I'm telling you. You bunch of rubbish are not qualified to fight against me. I will make you disappear from the pirate world forever. Air watched the pirate leader speak word by word, with an arrogant smile on his face. I'll show you what despair is. I will use my power to destroy you. I will make your pirate world completely fall and become my territory. You ridiculous pirate, you are so naive and clumsy. The pirate leader looked at Air's arrogant look, with a look of disdain in his eyes. He didn't take Air's words seriously at all. He has experienced too many battles over the years, and he has long been accustomed to mastering everything. He never thought he would lose this war, nor did he think this pirate group would lose this war. Boom! Air looked at the pirate leader in front of him, and the muscles on his body bulged instantly, and the blood and energy in his body surged crazily. If you want to fight, I'll be with you anytime. But I hope you can be prepared. My power is not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Air looked at the other party and said indifferently. The pirate leader looked at Air and sneered. What do you mean? Can your power be tripled? This is simply ridiculous. Triple power? Your power is too whimsical. The pirate captain couldn't help laughing mockingly when he heard Air's words. He felt that this was simply Air's fantasy. How will you know if you don't try? The corners of Air's mouth raised, and a mysterious smile appeared on his face. Snort. Do you think you are still the arrogant pirate leader you were back then? Do you think I'm still the same pathetic person as before? You are so wrong. The pirate leader looked at Air with a cold smile on his face. Do you think you still have a chance to make a comeback now? He, Zhao Mohao, looked at Air with burning eyes, a look of disdain on the corner of his mouth, and a sneer on his face. It seemed to him that Air had failed and had no ability to resist in front of him. This is his strength. He is one of the pirate kings, the ruler of the entire world, and the only strong man in the pirate world. This is an undoubted fact. Even though Air has now surpassed the 5 emperors, he is still not afraid of the opponent's power. How will you know if you don't try, Liang? Trash like you has no right to fight me. I'll break all your proud bones. Air looked at the pirate captain and said with a sneer on his face. Arrogant guy. The pirate captain's face was extremely cold, and he looked at Air with a look of disdain. In his eyes, Air looked like an idiot. In his opinion, Air is like a clown, vulnerable and not worth mentioning. Chapter 258. You think you can defeat me? It's just wishful thinking. My power has reached the level of a 5-star Marine, and you are just a 4-star Marine. No match for me at all. The pirate leader looked at Air and said disdainfully. His strength has improved so rapidly that he is already at the peak of a 4-star Marine, although it has not yet reached the level of a 5-star Marine. But he believes that sooner or later he will be able to reach the realm of a 5-star Marine. By then, he will become the Pirate King again. Become the Pirate King. The glory of becoming the Pirate King. This is the pride of a strong man. What qualifications does a little Pirate King have to fight against him? I can show you my power. Show you your ignorance and stupidity. Let you clearly see the gap between you and the Pirate King. I'll send you on your way now. The pirate captain sneered with disdain on his face. He stretched out his right hand and grabbed Air in the air, then crushed Air violently with a huge palm. Boom! Explosions continued to sound. The eyelids of the 500 Marines suddenly trembled violently when they saw this scene. How could Air's body disappear in an instant? The pirate leader had no time to react. He simply couldn't believe what was happening in front of him. What exactly is going on? You damn bastard. Damn bastard. You actually escaped my attack. The pirate leader suddenly roared angrily. Ha. This piece of trash doesn't deserve to live in this world at all. He is not worthy of being my opponent. He doesn't even have the qualifications to let me use weapons. Air's eyes flashed with cold, murderous intent. Since you are seeking death, I can only help you. Let you see my power. Air looked at the pirate captain, suddenly opened his arms and clenched his fists. Kneel down for me. You can't resist my fist. His fist struck out with terrifying power, and in an instant it had landed on the pirate captain's chest. Boom! At this moment, the whole island seemed to be shaking. A terrifying shock wave swept around, setting off huge waves, and the seawater boiled instantly. The entire island was enveloped by a terrifying air current, and the pirates looked up to the sky in horror. They saw a huge golden fist tearing through the ocean and slamming down on the pirate leader. Explosions sounded one after another. The pirate leader flew backwards with Air's punch. Air looked at the pirate captain, who flew out with a sneer on his face. I'll show you the difference between us. He stared at the pirate captain coldly, his aura rising crazily. Waves of terrifying power condensed in the air, eventually forming a terrifying thunder fist. Air took a step forward and appeared in front of the pirate leader. Air's body exuded endless terrifying power, and he punched the pirate captain. The pirate leader's pupils suddenly shrank. His face was full of panic, and his body retreated crazily. The pirate captain's face was full of fear, and he roared desperately. He never thought that Air could be so terrifying. He could not stop Air's move at all. The pirate leader was unable to dodge Air's punch, and could only forcefully shake Air's thunder fist. The two terrifying forces collided, and a deafening sound erupted. 013604106 Felu, 1,021,461. Circle after circle of terrifying air currents swept in all directions, creating a terrifying aura. This terrifying aura swept out, covering hundreds of meters in an instant and enveloping the entire island. The island fell into complete silence at this moment, as if it was imprisoned by something ageg. The Marines, watching from a distance, looked at all this with shock in their eyes. What happened? Why did this happen all of a sudden? We are actually enveloped by a terrible force. Many Marines felt this terrifying power, and their eyes widened. Who the hell is that guy? Why do I feel like this power is emanating from his body? What power is this? How could there be such terrifying power? A group of Marines looked at this scene with shock and horror on their faces. Air's power is so terrifying that they cannot understand it at all. He's Air. When the Marines heard these words, they suddenly realized that this terrifying power belongs to Air. This powerful man turns out to be Air. After the pirate leader was punched and sent flying, he vomited blood and flew backwards. His body fell hard to the ground. Bang, 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 bang. A series of dull voices sounded. The pirate leader's body hit the ground, creating a deep pit and splattering particles of dust. He was lying dying in the pit, obviously suffering serious injuries. The pirate captain raised his head with difficulty and looked at Air with difficulty. His face was full of unwillingness. He never dreamed that he would encounter a monster-level enemy like Air in his life. and he defeated him in just 3 seconds. This is simply a great shame. You are strong. Air looked at the pirate captain and said slowly, but you are no match for me. I'll show you what true despair is. Let me see how many people in your pirate group are on this ship, and I will kill them all at once. I do what I say. Air stared at the pirate leader with cold eyes. He was not joking at all, and he did what he said. If you dare to kill my brother, our pirate team will definitely not let you go. The pirate leader's eyes had a malicious look in his eyes. This is the pain of his life, and it is also the pain that he can never let go. He will never forget when his brothers all died. He watched his brothers die one by one. His hatred had penetrated deep into his bones, and he vowed to kill this abominable culprit. Agog, I would like to see how capable your pirate group is. I will make you pay a heavy price. I will kill everyone in your pirate group. Air looked at the pirate captain opposite and said word by word. His eyes were filled with a terrible light. Good, Air is really brave. Your strength is very good, but you don't regard our pirate group as the same thing. I will let you know how powerful my pirate group is. Chapter 259. The pirate leader roared angrily, waved his hand, and a sharp dagger instantly appeared in his control and sprinted towards Air. Call out. This sharp dagger, with a hint of cold light, instantly penetrated the void and stabbed Air fiercely. The sharp dagger was as fast as lightning and arrived in front of Air in an instant. Boom! Air looked at the dagger that was stabbing him. He slightly raised the corner of his mouth, stretched out his right leg and kicked hard, hitting the head with one kick before crushing it to pieces. Ah! The pirate leader let out a scream, with a ferocious look on his face. His body suddenly jumped up, grabbed a large stone next to him, and threw it towards Air. Air looked at the big stone and threw it hard. Whoosh! This big rock, with the sound of roaring wind, hit the pirate leader's head hard. The pirate leader's head was smashed by a stone, and his whole body fell from a high altitude and hit the ground. Crash! All the pirates on the entire island threw weapons at Air to kill him to avenge today. Air waved his hand, and a layer of blue thunder emerged and struck a big rock hard. The boulder was chopped into powder and turned into ashes. Boom! Air narrowed his eyes slightly and disappeared suddenly. When these pirates saw this scene, they all had horrified looks on their faces. His figure appeared behind a pirate, and with one movement of his hands, he slapped the pirate on the shoulder, grabbed his neck and twisted it hard. The pirate's head exploded immediately, and his entire brain burst out. The pirate's body fell to the ground, splattering blood and staining the ground red. All the pirates were terrified. What kind of monster is this? Why, how could he be so scary? This is just like the legendary devil. All the pirates were trembling. Air's power has exceeded their imagination. This is no longer a strength that humans can achieve. It is even more terrifying than their master marine. Air felt that he was completely vulnerable in front of him, and he couldn't even think of resisting. Air's eyes scanned the surroundings and saw the pirate captain lying on the ground. What you up to? All the pirates looked at Air with wide eyes, fearing that Air would kill them all. Air looked at the pirates indifferently and said slowly, I don't want to do anything, I just want to kill all of you trash. What? You want to kill all our pirates? All the pirates were stunned, completely unable to believe that Air actually had such ventilation. How dare he challenge their pirate group? He is really ambitious. Where's your boss? I want to talk to him. Air said indifferently as he glanced at the pirates around him. 9. Who do you think you are? How dare you speak so shamelessly in front of me? The leader of the pirate group stood next to a pirate and said with a look of disdain in his eyes. Det. Air couldn't help but smile a little when he heard this. I just want to meet your boss. If he doesn't want to, then you can all be buried with me. Air's eyes were filled with unparalleled confidence. Arrogant. The leader of the pirate group snorted coldly, his eyes filled with anger. Yeah. There was a cold arc at the corner of Air's mouth. Bayou. Next moment, Air's figure suddenly appeared in front of the pirate leader and punched him in the chest. The pirate leader immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, and his whole body flew backwards and fell to the ground, looking at Air with a horrified look on his face. That's the kind of person I am. What can you do to me? Air's tone was full of confidence. You, what the hell are you? The leader of the pirate group looked at Air with a livid face. You have no right to ask this. Since you are not qualified to know, then I am too lazy to tell you. I will decide your fate. Saying this, Air pounced on the pirate leader again. Bang! Air waved his right hand fiercely and directly knocked the pirate captain away. All this happened too suddenly and too quickly, and the group of pirates had not yet recovered from the shock. Air directly killed the pirate leader. His target is another pirate, Admiral. Zero, please give me flowers. Seeing this scene, all the pirates finally came to their senses, dispersed and ran away frantically. Air's speed is too fast. There was no way they could resist. Air stamped his feet on the ground, and the ground collapsed. He quickly caught up with all the pirates and punched them hard on the back. A loud noise resounded, and these pirates were directly knocked out by Air's punch, hitting the wall hard and killed on the spot. Air didn't even look at this group of people, and continued to chase the remaining pirates. There was another loud noise. One pirate was sent flying by his punch and hit the wall, killing him on the spot. In a blink of an eye. .00. There was only the last pirate left in front of Air. The pirate's face was full of panic, and he kept retreating and his body was shaking. Air's speed was so fast that he couldn't react at all. You can't escape. Air looked at the pirate and smiled coldly, and came to the pirate's side in an instant. Snapped. He slapped the pirate on the cheek and immediately flew the pirate away. The pirate was slapped by Air and flew out, falling directly into the ruins in the distance. Whoa! Air's body disappeared directly on the spot. The next second, he appeared in front of the pirate. Air raised his left foot and kicked it out, directly on the pirate's abdomen. The pirate screamed, and his body flew backwards and hit the ruins. Air pointed his toes in the ruins, then jumped up and landed next to the pirate. He stepped on the pirate's head and crushed the pirate's head. Hundreds of pirates have gathered on the island, including 2 powerful men in the 5 Emperors' realm. Air's arrival attracted everyone's attention. It was him, he was the one who killed our leader. Damn it, let's kill him together. He is very strong, don't go head-to-head with him, only by uniting can we deal with him. Okay, let's go together. These pirates shouted one after another, their eyes filled with resentment, obviously wanting to kill Air Zero. Chapter 260. Oh, you are all going to die. Air glanced at everyone indifferently, and his figure disappeared again. A stream of blood splattered out, and every stream of blood sprayed in the ruins. Just 1 minute. The island is covered with corpses. Air looked at the piles of corpses in front of him with a cold smile on his face. You are all going to die. You brought this upon yourself. After saying that, he crossed the space with a flash of figure and came to the front of these pirate captains. He stretched out his hand and grabbed these pirates into his palm, crushing them and bursting into a pulp. Who are you? The eyes of the pirate captains were wide-eyed, full of unwillingness and fear. They died too frustrated and miserable. It doesn't matter who I am. Your mission is over, I will send you back to Hades. Boom! Air's figure disappeared, 7 or 80 in place, and came to the front of the leader of the group of pirates. There was another scream, and dozens of corpses of pirate captains fell to the ground dead. What's going on? Watching their men die one by one, the remaining pirates finally understood what kind of noble being they had provoked. Their faces were full of deep despair. What do you want to do? A pirate in black robes stared at Air and asked. I just want to kill you. The corners of Air's mouth turned up slightly in disdain. Kill us, haha. The black-robed pirate smiled coldly. You are too arrogant and domineering. This world is not a place where you can run wild. You can try. Air raised his palm and patted the black-robed pirate. You dare. The black-robed pirate was directly slapped by Air and flew out, hitting the ruins and almost dying. I really don't dare, but I can make your life worse than death. After saying that, Air's figure moved and appeared directly in front of the pirate. No, don't come over here. The black-robed pirate's face was full of fear, and he felt a chill hanging over his head. This pirate didn't even have the strength to stand up. What do you want to do? The pirate's eyes were full of fear, and he even had the illusion of suffocation when looking at Air in front of him. I want to kill you. Air stood up slowly, looked at the pirate with a calm face and said, Do you know who I am? The pirate yelled in horror. I know. You shouldn't mess with me. Air said calmly. What? The pirate had a puzzled look on his face. Air's eyes scanned the whole body of the pirate, and his voice became extremely cold. Do you know that it was because of your provoking me that I hurt so many brothers? Say it. Air's body moved and rushed directly into the pirate's body, crushing him into pieces. A burst of blood flowed from Faw's body, and the pirate didn't even have a chance to scream. No. A scream echoed across the island, and the pirate's body was torn in half. At this moment, Air's body turned into black smoke and disappeared. Next moment, appearing above a cargo ship. The cargo ship was preparing to leave the island. Air reached out and grabbed the freighter. Boom! The cargo ship was torn apart by Air. A ball of flames burst into flames, swallowing up the entire freighter and turning it into ashes. Air appears on the island again. There were several cargo ships sailing on the island, and these pirates had shocked looks on their faces. They never thought that someone could destroy the freighter. Who is it? Come out. Come out and don't hide from us. What kind of hero is hiding? Air's body slowly descended on the island. What you up to? If you don't want to die, run away. The faces of the pirate captains on the island changed, and they all stepped back, looking at Air in front of them with endless fear in their eyes. You don't need to remind me. I have killed all your pirates. From today onwards, your lives will disappear. I will kill all of you and throw your bodies into the ocean to feed the fish. Hearing Air's words, a group of pirates suddenly felt cold sweat breaking out all over their bodies. They never thought that Air in front of them would be so crazy. These pirates knelt on the ground one after another, looking at him with fear and prayer in their eyes. Aren't you very strong? I will let you know how strong I am right now. Air raised his right hand and punched the cargo ship directly. His right arm turned golden, exuding a powerful aura like a dragon. The wave of his right arm seemed to contain unparalleled majesty. This majesty seems to come from ancient times. Is this an ancient fruitability? A pirate looked at Air with disbelief in his eyes. Ancient fruitability. This is the ability of the ancient gods. He is AI, and you are the recipient of the ancient fruitability. The expressions of the other group of pirates became even more frightened, and the eyes of the group of pirates all widened. Air raised his palm. Snapped. With a wave of his right hand, the group of pirates exploded. For a while, Air seems to be a demon walking from hell. This scene fell in the eyes of the pirates on the island, and they were all trembling with fear. They had never seen such a powerful Air, and there was an infinite fear in their hearts. Air turned around and scanned the group of pirates with a bloodthirsty smile on his lips. You all deserve to die. Air raised his steps and walked towards the next pirate. No, don't kill me. Watching Air walking towards him, the pirate had fear on his face. ABU. Air's right leg kicked out directly, crushing the pirate's neck. This scene fell in the eyes of this group of Marines. Everyone felt their hearts beating violently, and a look of horror appeared on their faces. This scene is so shocking, it is as good as 1.2 scenes in the movie. This kick broke the pirate's neck and threw him into the sea. Air turned around and looked at the remaining pirates, his eyes extremely cold. I've already said that I don't want to see anyone messing with me again. Now I give you a chance to live. Now you can kill yourself. But next time, I will kill you without mercy. While talking, Air waved his right hand violently, and a huge wind blade surged out from his body, instantly tearing the pirate captains in front of him in half. All this happened so fast that everyone was instantly killed before they could react. This is what you get for messing with me. My power is beyond your comprehension. Look at the corpses all over the place. A cold light flashed in Air's eyes. Chapter 261. What? He actually killed the pirate captain. Who the hell is he? How could such a powerful person exist? One of the pirates looked extremely embarrassed. He didn't expect to encounter such an evil star this time. This time, they sent pirates with the purpose of killing Air. But he never expected that the person he sent would be killed by Air. Air, you'd better surrender now. Otherwise, you will die miserably. A Marine stood up and threatened. His strength is also very strong. Although he is not top-notch, he is still the overlord of one side and is used to being arrogant. Surrender. You are really naive. Now your lives are completely in my hands. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Now let me ask you again, do you want to live or die? If you want to live, get back here now. If you don't want to live, just stay here and play with me. Air is filled with endless murderous intent. Hear this. The faces of this group of pirates became extremely ugly. This doesn't sound like a begging for mercy. It's completely forcing them to choose a dead end. Don't think that because 6 killed a pirate captain for you, you have the right to shout in front of me. Do you think I dare not kill you? Do you really think you are invincible if you have a powerful fruit? This group of pirates was extremely angry. I tell you, powerful fruit ability does not mean invincibility. Don't forget who your opponent is. I am Dofrin Mingo. You actually want to kill me, you are just looking for death. Brother Ming is a frightening man. His identity and background are extremely complicated. No matter what force he belongs to, he must bow his head and bow to him. Brother Ming. Hear the name. Air's pupils shrank slightly, obviously shocked by the name. Who is Brother Ming? Air asked. A guy with a powerful fruit actually dares to call Brother Ming a name worthy of his name. A pirate shouted coldly. Air also snorted after hearing these words. If you don't want to tell me, then go to hell. After he finished speaking, he directly raised his right hand and waved it, and suddenly a terrifying wind blade surged out. These wind blades seemed to turn into sharp swords, killing several pirates around them. Blood spurted out. Seeing this scene, the other pirates on the island were all silent and pale. Is that human being? Such power is simply too terrifying for them to accept. Good. It was actually possible to kill all these pirates in just one breath. Brother Ming had a look of admiration on his face. You are very smart. I really like smart people like you. You should know that if you offend me, your fate will be very serious. Now you just have to go and kill him. Brother Ming said with a condescending attitude. Air snorted after hearing these words. Do you think you're worthy? I only kill those who deserve to be killed. I can let you go, but you have to kneel in front of me and kowtow 3 times before you can leave. Air said and pointed to the body on the ground. I can give you this opportunity. You can choose to use your head as a bargaining chip in exchange for my forgiveness. Brother Ming said calmly. Air's expression changed. He could disdain such despicable behavior, but he couldn't help but care about Nami. This is his only weakness. How's it going? Have you thought about it? You only need to kowtow 3 times and you can leave. This is a very good deal. Brother Ming saw Air's silence, and a look of ridicule appeared on his face. He is indeed a very conceited person. In his eyes, Air is just an ant that can be easily crushed to death. What's your decision? Make a decision quickly and don't waste my time. Brother Ming kept urging. See this scene. The surrounding pirate group members also showed expressions of gloating. Air, ignore that scoundrel. We can help you with him. Nami and Marine Admiral tried to dissuade him. You don't have to worry. It's just a small thing. I can handle it myself. Air said with a smile. These pirate group members felt Air's confidence, and their doubts became more serious. Air suddenly became confident. Could it be that he really has extraordinary strength? They couldn't help but think. What do you want to do? When Brother Ming saw Air walking towards him, he couldn't help but frown and asked cautiously. You know exactly what I want to do. Since you are unwilling to surrender, this is the only way to end your life. Because only a dead person will never betray his master. Air's voice was cold to the bone. What are you going to do? Brother Ming felt a hint of danger and couldn't help but take a few steps back. You'll find out soon enough. Air said with a sinister expression, and then he raised his arms and 2 violent storms formed instantly. 2 powerful energy storms hit Brother Ming directly. Rumble tilde tilde tilde. 2 hurricanes swept through. The cruise ship immediately fell apart. Everyone in the boat was blown away. Hundreds of cracks also appeared on the cruise ship. Air's strength is so terrifying that the cruise ship simply cannot bear it. Air, don't mess around. We are a super strong pirate team, you can't do this. All the pirates threatened Air. I have given you many opportunities, but you have provoked me again and again. This time, you should be prepared to pay the price. Air's eyes flashed with bloodlust. He is a madman. Not only did he want to kill this brother Ming, but he also wanted to devour his devil fruit. These two people must die, and they must be killed before his eyes. This made him feel humiliated. I will cut you into pieces. Brother Ming's voice echoed through the sky. His body moved and he disappeared from the spot, then reappeared in front of Air. Air's reaction was not slow, and he dodged directly. Brother Ming's attack failed, and a flash of surprise flashed in his eyes. This Air is quite powerful. But this only aroused the anger inside him. If that's the case, then you must die here today. Brother Ming roared and waved his fist suddenly, water bullets spitting out from his fist. Each water bomb carries powerful power, making the entire sea area boil. Seeing the water balloons coming from the sky, there was no fear on Air's face, but a hint of amusement on his face. Do you think you can hurt me with just these? Chapter 262. You are underestimating our strength. Air said that he quickly formed seals with his hands, and black and red lines appeared around him. Black and red lines intertwined into a giant net, heading towards the water polo in the sky. Rumble. There was an explosion. The water ball collided with the black and red lines, and a violent explosion caused the sea area to become distorted. The power of this explosion is comparable to a strike from a 5 Emperors level expert. This scene. Brother Ming and others couldn't help but look surprised. This actually had such terrifying destructive power. Stop playing tricks. Your strength is nothing in front of me, just like an ant gnawing on an elephant. Air said with a smile. Seeing his confident smile, Brother Ming frowned tightly. He felt that Air seemed abnormal. Who the hell is this guy? Why is there such a terrifying power? Could he be the rumored heir? But this is simply impossible. He's not much older than me. Brother Ming felt very uneasy. But at this time, he could only fight to the death. In that case, let me show you my true strength. Dragon King Namikaze ability. You are a piece of trash, you have no right to be my opponent. As Brother Ming spoke, he used his special move, and giant dragon shadows appeared around him, roaring towards Air. Your strength is nothing more than this. Just let me give you a ride. Air said disdainfully, then he stretched out his right hand and waved it gently. A strange wave appeared in the palm of his hand. After this strange wave appeared, the flying dragons suddenly stopped in the air. What's going on? Brother Ming stared at this scene with wide eyes in horror, a look of shock on his face. His attack was completely blocked. He couldn't get close to Air at all. His attack had no effect on Air. How is this going? Let me tell you, this is a very weird ability called Ability Isolation Tilde. Your attacks are of no use to me. This moment, he seemed to have transformed into a demon-like existence. What is your ability? Brother Ming asked with panic on his face. It doesn't matter what my abilities are. What's important is that you must die today. Air said coldly. Ha ha ha, what a loud tone. I want to see how you kill me. Brother Ming laughed. A ball of flame also appeared on his body, which was his third strongest ability. Go. A flame condensed out, forming a 100-meter-long flame bird. This is an ability used by strong people with fire attributes. The flame bird opened its teeth and claws and went straight to Air to kill him. Seeing the flame bird attacking, Air raised a smile on his lips. He waved his hand gently. Call out. A black sword energy flew out, and the sword energy directly penetrated the flame bird's head and killed it in half. How could you possibly do it? Brother Ming stared at Air with disbelief. Even he couldn't do that knife just now. It's not difficult, it just takes a lot of my ability, but your speed is too slow. Air said, making fists with both hands and punching Brother Ming. A flurry of punches and kicks. The bodies of the two people continued to collide in the sky, erupting with violent roars. Air's fist was so terrifying that he knocked Brother Ming to the ground. However, Brother Ming did not die, but stood up. A ball of flame came out of him and enveloped him. His face was a little pale, and it was obvious that he had been hit hard just now. Your ability is indeed very powerful, but it is nothing more than that. You are no match for me at all. Air snorted coldly, with overwhelming murderous intent pouring out of him. Your death is coming. Air said that he directly used the fruit ability, his eyes filled with coldness. You actually have such terrifying abilities, but so what, you can't defeat me at all. Brother Ming sneered. A ball of flame burst out from his body, and his legs turned into blazing flames. This is an extremely weird ability. 0136041006, Felu 001, 031481. However, his ability has no effect on Air. Air's fists continued to pound at him. The two had another hand-to-hand fight, and in the end Brother Ming was punched out by Air and hit the rock wall, with blood overflowing from his mouth. His strength is indeed not as good as Air, but he is not weak and can be ranked in the top 20 among Marines. His strength is much stronger than the average 3 emperors. But at this moment, he was defeated extremely miserably. Now it's my turn to kill you. Air walked towards Brother Ming slowly. What on earth do you want to do? Don't come over here, I won't give in. Your strength is still far behind. Brother Ming shouted. Although Air is powerful, after all, it is impossible for only one person to defeat him. Really? Then I will send you to hell to repent. A ferocious look appeared on Air's face. Next moment, Air's right hand slapped suddenly. His body instantly appeared, and a huge beam of light bombarded down. You are dead. Whoever you are must die. I am the king of pirates, and I will make you pay for the mistakes you made today. Brother Ming used his ability to resist and roared crazily. Hee. Your death has come. Air said disdainfully. His right hand swung out again. The huge beam of light bombarded down, and Brother Ming had no way to resist and was instantly blown away. Brother Ming spat out a mouthful of blood. There was a trace of despair on his face. He never expected that Air had such a powerful power. The punch just now left him seriously injured, and now there was no room for resistance. This human being is so terrifying. You give up struggling. I can keep your body intact and give you a happy death. But if you continue to resist, I will not show mercy. Air said calmly. He has lost his patience and is ready to kill. I won't give in. Brother Ming roared, and the flames on his body surged again. A layer of crimson flames surged out of his body, and his whole body turned into a god of fire. A huge pair of wings appeared behind him, and the wings spread out to cover the entire sea area. He is like a mythical god. This is the fire feather in myths and legends. I didn't expect that you still have this ability hidden in your body, and you can actually use the superpower of fire feathers. The surrounding Marines suddenly exclaimed. They have seen this ability before. It is a fruit ability that belongs to the mythical age. Air couldn't help but secretly clicked his tongue when he saw Brother Ming's ability. I didn't expect that the other party would hide it so deeply. His strength is actually so much stronger than mine. Chapter 263. Your move is not bad, but it is too weak to hurt me at all. You can never escape. Air's eyes were as cold as knives. He moved his finger slightly, and countless ice arrows suddenly appeared in the air. Under Air's control, these ice arrows rushed towards Fire Feather instantly. Not good. Hugh felt the threat of the ice arrow, and the flames on his body suddenly converged, and at the same time his body also shrank to its original size. Puff, 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 puff. Ice arrows bombarded Brother Ming's body, one after another. His clothes instantly tore and blood flowed out. Fortunately, Brother Ming's defense was extremely high, so although his body was damaged by the ice arrow, Quokka was fatally injured. You can't defeat me. I will bring you to the pirate headquarters and God will punish you. Let all pirates destroy you completely. Brother Ming roared. Large swaths of flames burst out from his body, and the wounds on his body healed instantly. Not only that, the ice arrows that were bombarded on the body actually melted in the flames and turned into liquid. How can it be? What kind of ability is this? Brother Ming couldn't understand it anyway. These ice arrows are made of water and metal and are as hard as bullets. But it was easily melted by these flames. 973. This situation is so unbelievable and unheard of. This is my ability. My ability is called fire. My power can burn everything. Air said calmly. His eyes were full of arrogance. He is the Pirate King. Air, you are so hateful. I will cut you into pieces. Brother Ming's angry figure flashed towards air. The two people collided together instantly, and the two energies collided in the void. Boom! The two figures flew out simultaneously. Brother Ming spat out another mouthful of blood. His face looked extremely ugly, and his figure staggered. How hot? You can hardly hold it anymore. Your body has started to burn, and you can't hold it for much longer. I will stop you when you are completely burned out. My power is eternal and invincible. Brother Ming's voice echoed throughout the void. The flames on his body grew stronger and stronger, and the whole person seemed to become the god of fire. Air laughed. You are too naive. I am not an ordinary person who can be compared to you. Air instantly turned into a fire dragon and rushed towards him. Bang, agak bang, bang. The two people collided together instantly, causing a deafening explosion and sparks appearing in the sky. The scales on Brother Ming's body were constantly damaged, and scars appeared on his back. These scars were very dense, and it could even be said that it was shocking that blood was dripping continuously. This is just an ordinary flame. But even so, it could not withstand this attack, and many of its scales had been damaged, exposing dense bones. I told you I'm the Pirate King. Brother Ming roared angrily, and a large amount of flames erupted from his body. His figure instantly increased several times. A flaming bird appeared behind him, its wings flapping and making a whistling sound. This flaming bird is Marine's ability, which can summon powerful flames. Go to hell, my pet. Brother Ming roared and grabbed Air. Little tricks. A smile appeared on Air's lips. The next second, he raised his palm and pressed lightly. Click. The head of the flame bird exploded instantly, and its body quickly disintegrated and disappeared into the void. Brother Ming's face was full of disbelief. He is a bird of fire. How could he be killed by air so easily? But he was thinking secretly in his mind, I wonder if a miracle will happen. Air sneered again and again. His body turned in the void and came to Brother Ming again. Rumble tilde. Air's body jumped up, and the wolf's shock hit Brother Ming. Puff. Brother Ming spat out a mouthful of blood again and flew backwards. His body collapsed in the middle of the process. A ball of flame emerged from it and condensed into a human form. This was the last trace of Brother Ming's soul. He looked at Air with helpless eyes. I am willing to accept defeat if I lose this battle, but I have a request. What request? Make me your follower. Brother Ming wants to be Air's man. Do you think that's possible? Air shook his head disdainfully. I'll give you whatever you want, even my body for you to study. Brother Ming said categorically. I just wish I could be your servant. Brother Ming added again. This is impossible. My patience is limited. If you persist in persisting, don't blame me for being rude. Air sneered. You won't agree, right? In that case, let me show you what the real flame is. Brother Ming spit out a ball of fire from his mouth. His body suddenly swelled up, and his entire body became 3 meters long, and his skin was covered with red lines. A huge fireball appeared above his head. There's nothing special about your flame, it just can burn my body. Air snorted, raised his right foot and stepped forward. A huge black hole appeared under his feet, and the flames were sucked into it and disappeared. Then there were bursts of thunder from the black hole, and thunder and lightning kept falling down. Crackling. A bolt of thunder struck Brother Ming's body, and Brother Ming let out a shrill scream, and his body exploded instantly. Although your flame can burn me, it has no effect on me. There was a mocking smile on Air's lips. A huge flaming phoenix appeared behind him. This flaming phoenix is huge, with its wings spread out to a width of 100 meters. It made a loud phoenix sound. Its tail swept hard towards the ground, and a large number of potholes suddenly appeared on the entire island. There are countless magma surges in these pits, as if a river of magma is flowing. This is Air's ability. His ability is to control fire. Air, this guy is indeed the power of the Pirate King. We should join forces to deal with him. But it seems a little inappropriate to do this, right? It doesn't matter, he must die anyway. We don't have to worry about his ability at all. I don't think there is anyone in this world who can stop me. Brother Ming suddenly said with a smile. My flames have a restraining effect on you. You also feel the heat coming from my body, right? Every muscle in my body has extremely high temperature. I can melt your body. Your abilities have no effect on you. Air, you don't have to hold on anymore. Brother Ming had a ferocious look on his face. Chapter 264. It doesn't seem to be the case now, although my flames have no effect on you. Of course this is a slow process, but I believe your body will be slowly swallowed by me. When the time comes, you will turn into a cold skeleton and never be able to be resurrected. Brother Ming's face also became extremely gloomy. Your ability is very weird, but after all, your ability is just a support. I can easily crack it. I want to see how long you can hold on. Air also laughed. Air, I advise you to be obedient. I will love you very much. Mingji rushed towards Air with open arms. Get out of here. Air sneered and rushed out. Bang, bang, bang. The two of them were intertwined. Brother Ming's fist hit Air's body hard, and then Air used his body to fight and bounce him away. How can it be? Brother Ming couldn't help but widen his eyes. He stared at Air in disbelief. Your flames are of no use to me. I will win this battle with you. Air said arrogantly. I admit that I can't beat you. Brother Ming sighed. So, do you have any last words? Air asked. I hope you can tell your master about my abilities. I think she will definitely agree. I don't mind letting you die with dignity. Brother Ming's face flashed with a look of madness. You bastard. I will never let you go. I'm going to kill you, kill all the demons, and I'm going to make you all my slaves. Brother Ming's eyes were filled with resentment. Ha ha ha, do you think I'm afraid of you? I am not just a demon. My name is Brother Ming. My strength has reached the peak of the 5 emperors. You are no match for me. Strong flames burst out around Mingji's body, and those flames formed a fire dragon and rushed towards Air. Are the 5 emperors strong? Air's face looked slightly disdainful. I am also a powerful 5 emperors, but my flames are invincible. Brother Ming shouted confidently. It doesn't matter how powerful your flames are. I am also a powerful 5 emperors. You will die today. Air's figure disappeared from the spot. A tyrannical flame spread towards Brother Ming, and the speed of the flame was as fast as thunder. Brother Ming was horrified. The flames quickly wrapped around his body. This is impossible. Brother Ming roared crazily. His body instantly became charred, and his soul was burned to pieces by the flames. I am no match for you. Brother Ming's soul was trembling. His consciousness gradually blurred, but he still retained a trace of clarity. My abilities have no effect on you. No one in this world can restrain your flames, otherwise you will never be able to defeat me. Don't even think about escaping, because your soul will be completely burned by the flames. What Air said is true. Brother Ming's soul was wrapped in flames, and his body had been melted and turned black. It is indeed impossible for him to escape in this situation. I will remember your name, and I will definitely tear you apart with my own hands. Brother Ming shouted desperately. Haha, you don't deserve it yet. If it weren't for the fact that you are a powerful 5 emperors warrior, you would have died in this sea a long time ago. Now even if you want to take revenge, you have no chance at all. Air had a mocking look on his face. I will never let you go. Yes, there will definitely be good things next, and there will definitely be a lot of pirate masters. Brother Ming's eyes lit up. He has stayed in this world for too long, so he has become accustomed to treating this world as his own territory. But now the marines in this world have been destroyed, so their ships will definitely not come to this world again. Otherwise, we will be really in danger. But even if they come to this world, we can still avoid them. Brother Ming said confidently. His eyes were full of greed. Let's clean up the pirates on the ship first, and then go look for treasures elsewhere. I'm going to rob these pirates of all their wealth. Brother Ming had a look of madness on his face. Okay, let's decide like this. Air agrees. Then it's such a happy decision. Air smiled, and then he stretched out his palm and patted Ming-ji on the shoulder. VR. How dare you do this to me? 0. Brother Ming shouted angrily. There's no need to show mercy to trash like you. Air said with a smile. Then go to hell. Brother Ming's body exuded an extremely tyrannical aura, and that aura was directly crushed away, as if it was about to submerge the entire sea area. His body instantly appeared next to Air, and then he punched Air in the chest. This is the difference between you and the powerful 5 emperors. I don't know what qualifications you have to shout pirates, but you can never surpass me. Brother Ming laughed wildly and chased Air, the attack coming down like a violent storm. I am also a powerful 5 emperors warrior. Do you think your flames are useful to me? That's ridiculous. Air's figure flickered, dodging Brother Ming's attacks and taunts. 0. Brother Ming's eyes flashed with a hint of unwillingness. I am a powerful 5 emperor. I will not lose to a newly broken through 5 emperor Air. And my abilities can continue to evolve, completely restraining the newly promoted 5 emperors like you. I will teach you a lesson then, and let you understand the majesty of the 5 emperors. But you also want to surpass me. It's just nonsense. I will kill you. A look of ferocity appeared on Brother Ming's face, and his figure suddenly accelerated. Humph, just go ahead and try it. A smile appeared on Air's lips. He waved his right hand suddenly, and a ball of flame quickly gathered into a giant flaming sword. I want to see how you, a loser, can compete with my flames. Brother Ming roared and slashed hard with his giant axe. Boom! There was a shocking loud noise, and the flaming giant sword instantly collapsed into nothingness. Air's figure also appeared immediately. Ha ha ha, your strength is nothing more than this. You are really too weak. Brother Ming mocked with a look of contempt on his face. Not everyone can resist his flames, not even the powerful 5 emperors can resist it. Air sneered. How dare you say such a thing? Air had an ominous premonition in his heart. His pupils shrank, and he quickly backed away. Impossible. I am the powerful 5 emperors. How can your strength be so weak? Brother Ming shouted in disbelief. Chapter 265. Impossible. I am the powerful 5 emperors. How can you be so strong? Brother Ming shouted in disbelief. Ha ha ha, what I said is the truth. Air laughed with excitement in his eyes. Brother Ming's eyes were full of fear. I will never admit defeat. No matter what tricks you have, I will never defeat you. Brother Ming shouted angrily. You want to resist me? What a crazy dream. Air sneered. His body disappeared again. Damn it. Why are you missing again? Brother Ming shouted in panic. At this time, a fierce lightning bolt whizzed away from his back like a swimming dragon. Brother Ming's eyes were so wide that he didn't react at all. Puff! A bloody arrow sprayed out from Brother Ming's body. His body fell straight down, hitting the deck and breaking all the iron chains. Blood stained the deck. How is it possible? I am obviously the strongest of the 5 emperors. Why did you die? I don't believe it. I absolutely don't believe it. Why is this happening? Brother Ming's eyes were red, and he didn't want to believe this fact no matter what. Only you. Air's figure slowly emerged from the sea. A person like you is worse than an ant, yet you still try to compete with me for the position of Pirate King. Dream. How dare you call yourself the Pirate King? Air looked down at Brother Ming, and his tone was extremely cold. Brother Ming's face turned red. No, I didn't mean that. I just didn't want to admit it. My strength is not much worse than yours. Why did I lose to you? Brother Ming murmured. You lost to me because you are not worthy of the title of Pirate King. You are not even the 5 emperors, so what qualifications do you have to be called the Pirate King? Hehehe, I'm not qualified. Only I, Air, can rule the world in this world. You, a piece of trash, actually want to be the king. It's so ridiculous, so ridiculous. Brother Ming's face was ferocious, and his eyes were full of resentment. He never thought that he would be defeated by a newly promoted 5 emperors. Then let me tell you how big the gap is between the 5 emperors. A ferocious light burst out from Air's eyes. His body swayed, and he disappeared instantly, appearing in front of Brother Ming. You, why are you here again? Brother Ming's face was full of panic. I told you are worse than trash. I will kill you. Get out of my way. Brother Ming's eyes turned red, and he waved the giant axe in his hand desperately to chop at Air. But Air ignored him at all and punched Brother Ming directly. Bang! Ming-Ji's body was punched away by Air. Air followed up with another kick, hard on his chest. Click! The sound of bones breaking came, and Brother Ming's chest collapsed and blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. Stop struggling. Your strength is simply not enough to compete with me. Even if you become the captain of the 6-star pirates, you can't be my opponent. I advise you to give up this idea, otherwise you will be the one who dies. No way I can lose. Brother Ming roared and wildly activated the flames in his body. The surface of his body was burning with flames. I won't let you defeat me, absolutely not. Brother Ming roared. Then let me see what trump cards you have. I'm also looking forward to your strength. Brother Ming's body shook, and his skin quickly cracked, revealing his white bones. The surface of his skin is covered with scales, like armor made of scales. I'm going to tear you apart. Brother Ming's whole aura suddenly increased several times. His breath reached its peak in an instant, and the tail behind him turned into 2 huge tentacles. This is his trump card, the ability to transform into fruit. Go to hell. Brother Ming's figure rushed out instantly. My power is no weaker than yours, so what if I am the captain of the 6-star pirates? Brother Ming roared, raised his 2 thick arms, and hit Air hard. Boom! Air's body was smashed into the water by Brother Ming and rolled several times in the water, splashing waves several meters high. You're going to lose. There was a hint of joking in Brother Ming's eyes. Your strength is indeed good, but compared to me, you are still far behind. Do you dare to challenge naval headquarters with just this ability? You are simply looking for death. Air stood up and jumped directly in front of Brother Ming. Aza. Brother Ming's body struggled wildly, but no matter how he tried to break free, it was to no avail. Air stretched out a finger and pointed on Brother Ming's forehead, injecting a powerful ability into his head. Brother Ming's eyes gradually began to twist. My strength is more than that. All your attacks are vulnerable to me. Air's voice rang in Brother Ming's ears, frightening the hair on his body to stand on end. How is it possible? I have the title of 6-star pirates. Why can't I even defeat the newly promoted 5 emperors? Brother Ming was full of doubts. You know how powerful I am now, right? Air looked at Brother Ming with a smile. HMPH, so what if you have the title of Pirate King, you are still my loser. The corners of Brother Ming's mouth curved into a mocking arc. A burst of terrifying power suddenly erupted from his body. A powerful wave of energy swept around. His figure instantly became blurred and turned into dozens of phantoms rushing towards Air. An attack of this magnitude does nothing to me. I will trample you under my feet and ravage you severely. Air's figure rushed into the phantom, and his claws grabbed Mingji fiercely. Brother Ming screamed, and black smoke continued to erupt from his body. His hands were grabbed by Air and violently broken off. I said you are no match for me in 2.9. Air walked over with a smile. You forced me to do this. Let you taste my true strength. Brother Ming's body suddenly expanded, and his body was covered with a layer of metal armor. His body transformed into a huge monster. Da. The monster roared angrily, opened its huge mouth, and immediately bit into Air. Air's pupils constricted. What an awesome guy. A trace of solemnity flashed in Air's eyes. He did not retreat, but moved towards the monster. Break it for me. Air slapped the monster's forehead hard with both palms, and the monster immediately let out a scream and fell to the ground and twitched. This monster was condensed by Brother Ming. Air's move directly destroyed the phantom. My body is not as fragile as yours. My body is immortal, and my will is indestructible. Chapter 266. Today I will show you my true power. Brother Ming roared, and his whole body suddenly grew in size. I am the leader of the pirate group, I have endless lifespan, and I will make you pay the price. Aza. Go to hell. Brother Ming's figure suddenly accelerated, and he rushed in front of Air in an instant. You're dead this time. Brother Ming's fists hit Air hard. Air hurriedly dodged, but was still a step too late and was almost hit by Brother Ming. My body is unshakable, this injury is nothing to me. Although your body is very powerful, my Brother Ming is the strongest pirate king. There was a hint of disdain on the corner of Brother Ming's mouth. He is stronger than Air, so he is confident that he can crush Air. You're so naive. You are the leader of the pirate group, let's just play defense, okay? Air had a bright smile on his face. Game. What game? There was an unpleasant feeling in Brother Ming's heart. Quite simply, my ability is to divide. I can divide your body into 18 pieces, and then each piece is mine, so you can't kill me. No matter how powerful you are, you can't kill me because my body can be resurrected indefinitely. My power can also be enhanced without limit. Do you want to try my segmentation ability? Air had a smile on his face. What? Brother Ming exclaimed with his eyes widened. I do not believe. I am the Pirate King, and it is impossible for my body to split. Brother Ming roared angrily. Then just try it. You will die sooner or later anyway, so why should I waste my energy playing games with you? Air's voice fell. Whoosh! He disappeared instantly and reappeared in front of Brother Ming. Ah! Brother Ming let out a shrill scream, and his body was divided into 18 pieces by Air. Brother Ming's body suddenly recovered. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to beat you into a sieve. Brother Ming roared and rushed towards Air. Hee. Air sneered and disappeared instantly, then appeared behind Brother Ming the next second, waving his hands again to chop at Brother Ming's left and right shoulders respectively. Cracked. Two crisp sounds. Ming Ji's shoulders and neck were chopped off by Air. This is impossible. Brother Ming let out a scream of terror. Your body is indeed unshakable, but my body is not a vegetarian either. Our bodies can fuse with each other and absorb each other so that you can never be separated. Air said with a smile and suddenly waved his arms, dividing Ming Ji's body into 18 parts. The next moment, Brother Ming's body recovered again. Why can't I tell my body apart? Brother Ming's face was extremely ugly. He didn't believe that Air had really gone that far. He thought that his body must not be under his control. His eyes were fixed on Air's body, trying to get clues from Air's body. You want to see through my body? An evil smile appeared on Air's face. You are still too weak to pry into my secrets, so you should continue to be a dead person. I am the Pirate King. I have an endless lifespan. I will never lose to you. I'm going to disintegrate your body to see how rampant you can be. Brother Ming's eyes turned red, and his body suddenly grew larger. Boom! Brother Ming's body grew larger again, and huge Japanese penises emanated from his body. His fists smashed towards Air crazily, each punch containing destructive power. There was a hint of impatience in Air's eyes. Your strength cannot penetrate my body at all. I advise you to kneel down and admit defeat, otherwise I will tear your body apart. A ferocious look appeared on Brother Ming's face, and he punched Air one after another. His fists were like indestructible swords, and no grass would grow wherever they passed. His body already had an absolute advantage. Just give him some more time, and he can completely defeat Air and tear it apart. I'm not an ordinary person. Air smiled and stretched out his fingers to pop out gently. A bolt of lightning appeared on Air's palm. Lightning strike technique. Brother Ming's body trembled suddenly. The power of thunder and lightning is more terrifying than this. Brother Ming's face was full of fear, and there was a look of struggle in his eyes. He wanted to give up the resistance for fear that he would die, but deep down, he was unwilling to give in. No, I can't die, I must win. I will use my strength to conquer ants like you. I am the invincible Pirate King. Brother Ming's body flew towards Air fiercely. But just after he flew a few meters, his body stopped in midair. Bang, bang, bang. Brother Ming's body kept falling to the ground, then he got up and continued to rush towards Air. You will only make your body weaker and weaker. Your body has been riddled with holes by lightning, and it can no longer support you for much longer. And I can use thunder and lightning continuously, and I can easily cut you into pieces. So you lose. A look of ridicule appeared on Air's face. Brother Ming's face became paler and paler, and his forehead was covered with beads of sweat the size of peas. Boom! In the end, Brother Ming's body collapsed to the ground. Hatilda. It's finally over. Air released his hands. You won't do anything by doing this. I can kill you in minutes. Brother Ming 060 looked up at Air, his eyes flashing with hatred and malice. He was not willing to die like this. He will use his own power to resurrect himself. Then I'll give it a try. A smile appeared on Air's lips. The sole of his foot suddenly stomped the ground. The ground shook violently, and tentacles condensed out of thin air. My body is not so easily destroyed. If you want to defeat me, you must break down my defense first. Brother Ming roared. Bang! Countless tentacles suddenly attacked Air. Snort! Air snorted and drew out his fingers again and again. Boo-hoo! Countless thunder and lightning shot out, instantly cutting off all the attacking tentacles. Good. Some strength. But you still can't defeat me. Brother Ming yelled. I said that your body is mine, and no foreign object can separate it, including your soul. Air's voice was emotionless. He appeared in front of Brother Ming. Air stretched out his index finger and middle finger, and a wisp of thunder and lightning burst out from his fingertips. Zizzy! The thunder and lightning instantly turned into a long lightning column, and the wolf's impact hit Brother Ming's chest. Da! Brother Ming's body was knocked out and hit the ground heavily. Chapter 267. I won't lose again. I won't let you bully my men anymore. Brother Ming gritted his teeth and looked at Air and shouted. Yeah. Air sneered. Then I will kill you first, and then I will kill you with those cute pirates. Brother Ming's pupils shrank suddenly. If. There was a hint of despair in his pupils. Boom. Air's two fingers drew out again, and a bolt of lightning attacked Ming. Brother Ming's scream sounded. His entire face instantly turned into charcoal, and then quickly turned into a pile of ashes. Ha tilde tilde tilde. Air let out a breath. This battle was not difficult for him. Just easily split him into pieces. I wonder if this guy had any last words when he died. There was a look of anticipation on Air's face. My body has been eroded by lightning, but I have no will. After Brother Ming finished speaking, a black shadow quietly appeared behind Air. The black spear pierced Air's back as fast as thunder. The black spear almost pierced Air's back. Air frowned and slowly turned around, his eyes falling on the man in black behind him. I didn't expect you to be alive. My plan failed. Brother Ming's body slowly stood up from the ground. I have already guessed that you are not so easy to deal with. So I saved my last move. Although your body is strong, it's still not enough. Air's body turned slowly, and a black Uzumaki suddenly appeared behind him. Wow! Water balls flew out of Uzumaki and bombarded towards Brother Ming. Water balls bombarded Brother Ming's body and exploded, leaving his body riddled with holes. As expected of one of the three great Uranus figures among pirates, this body's ability to withstand blows is still very strong. Air sighed. This is the second time he has used Marine 6 styles. The first time he used it, Ming Ji was already injured. This time he didn't use it. Boom! A terrifying wave of air suddenly erupted. Brother Ming's body exploded directly. Ha tilde. Air's body was suspended in midair, his eyes scanning around. Why are those pirates missing? Could he be hiding in the dark to spy on my heroic appearance? No matter what, I won't allow anyone to see me looking so handsome and charming. I am the most handsome man. A look of confidence appeared on Air's face. His body floated into the distance. A blue lightning flashed across the sky. Call out. The next moment Air appeared on another island. Hi. There is actually a ship here. There was a look of surprise on Air's face, and he looked towards the ship. There was a young man sitting on the deck of the ship. Who is it? Why do I think this person is so familiar? Have you seen it somewhere? Air scratched his head and looked distressed when the young man sitting on the deck raised his head. Their eyes immediately collided. It's you. The young man's eyes widened. It's you. A look of ecstasy appeared on Air's face. Do we know each other? I don't seem to know you. I guess we haven't met before, right? The young man looked at Air, slightly confused. You really don't remember me. Air's expression turned dejected. He stared at the young man with a depressed expression, as if trying to find the answer on his face. Do we really know each other? But I don't know you. Are you sure? Have you forgotten how we met? Air asked with a depressed look. There was a look of confusion on the young man's face. His eyes looked into the distance, and a picture appeared in his mind. A blue lightning suddenly came, and before he could react, he fell into the sea water, and then his body began to rot and eventually turned into a pool of flesh and blood. How did we meet? The young man muttered to himself. What is going on? Why can't I remember what happened between us? Air's face was filled with confusion. Are you sure you don't know me? Air's face was full of suspicion. I have no idea. The young man's brows furrowed. All right. Consider you lucky. I saved your life. If you are willing to be my servant, I will let you go. Otherwise, I will kill you. Air had an arrogant smile on his face. Ha 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 ha. I should be the one to say this, right? Why do you want me to be your servant? There was a look of ridicule on the young man's face. I am Marine Ensign. With my marine medal. Air stretched out his right palm with a marine medal lying quietly in his palm, emitting a dazzling light. You. After the young man saw the medal, his eyes suddenly widened and he was speechless for a moment. How about it? You have earned it by being my servant. Air had a look of pride on his face. Dream. You want me to be your dog unless I die. The young man shouted coldly. Are you sure you don't want to think about it? Being my servant is much safer than being my enemy. Air looked at the other party with a seductive look on his face. I bothered. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? The young man spat. I don't know how to praise. Since you don't have to drink wine as a penalty for toasting, then don't blame me for destroying flowers with my ruthless hands. Boom, boom, boom. Water bombs bombarded the young man one after another. Get the damn stinky fish and shrimp out of here. The young man roared and waved his arms, and a terrifying aura surged out of his body. Each water bomb was shattered into powder and disappeared. You are actually a Marine. Wangs, who are you? I'm not a pirate, just an ordinary person. The young man looked at Air with fear. I don't care who you are. If you dare to hurt me, you must pay the price for your own recklessness. It's still too late to kneel down and beg for mercy, otherwise. There was a cruel look on Air's face. Snort. Don't even think about scaring me into yelling. How can I, the majestic Marine Ensign, be afraid of trash like you? Today I will kill you here to eliminate harm to the people. The young man shouted angrily and rushed towards Air. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of him and punched him. Air blocked the opponent's attack with his left hand, held the opponent's right hand with his right hand, and hit him hard on the chest. Cracked. There was a crisp sound of bones breaking, and the young man's body flew out like a kite with its string broken. The young man spurted out a mouthful of blood, covered his chest, and stood up quickly, looking at Air in horror. Chapter 268. How can it be so powerful? Who are you? Pirate. Air approached step by step, with a ferocious look on his face. You bastards dare to call me a pirate. Do you know who I am? I am Shichibukai of the Grand Line, Air, the Pirate King, one of the newly promoted 5 emperors. How dare you bastards insult me? You are really looking for death, Air said as he rushed towards the young man. One of the new 5 emperors. How come I've never heard of it? The young man looked at Air with a confused look on his face. Because I'm so powerful, you don't even know I exist. I will kill you all today, so that you will never dare to provoke me again. A cruel smile appeared on Air's lips. Snort. Only you. You are simply wishful thinking. Suffer death. The young man's figure flashed, and in an instant he was in front of Air and started hitting him. Boom. Air stretched out his palm and struck him hard with his fist. A heavy sound sounded, and the young man stepped back with a look of surprise on his face. Why is your body so strong? But you are still no match for me. Just wait to die. I will tear you to pieces 357 with my own hands. I will use your blood to honor my brother. Air glared at the other person with frost on his face. Yeah. The young man moved in front of Air and kicked him in the abdomen. Das pass des. Air stepped back several steps in succession, and a series of dull sounds erupted with each step he took on the ground. Not bad. You can actually resist my kick. But this is just an appetizer. Aren't you known as the uncrowned king among pirates? I want you to understand what despair is. Go to hell. The young man roared and rushed towards Air again. Boom. The two met again, and the terrifying fruit power overflowed. A series of dull sounds echoed around. Air held the opponent's shoulders with both hands and pushed towards the ground with all his strength. Plop. The young man's body hit the wall hard. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his expression turned pale. F. How can it be? I Marine Ensign actually lost. The young man looked in disbelief. What about Pirate Ensign? I'll still beat you until you're full of teeth. Didn't you say I'm trash? Now I'll let you know what real trash is. Go to hell. Air's body turned into a phantom, and it came in front of the young man in an instant and punched him. The young man's body was smashed to the ground, and his head hit the wall hard and blood spurted out. KR, are you the Pirate King Air? You, how dare you, dare to kill me? I am the newly promoted Marine Rear Admiral. Marine Rear Admirals? Air looked at the other party with a sarcastic face. Marine Rear Admirals? Haha, it's so funny. You're just a soldier and you're trying to be a Marine Rear Admiral. I am the new Pirate King Air. What is a Marine Rear Admiral? I'm going to let you know today what real garbage is. Air punched the opponent again. 2 crisp fracture sounds were heard. The young man's body hit the ground hard, and blood began to spurt out in an instant. What about Marine Rear Admiral? I'll kill you anyway. Aren't you going to kill me? Come. You should come. Killing you is as easy as squeezing an ant to death. Air laughed ferociously. You dare to kill me. Do you know who is behind me? It. The words have not yet fallen. Air raised his foot and kicked towards the opponent. Agedge. Bang. The young man was kicked and fell heavily to the ground, and blood spurted out. Aren't you very arrogant? I'm going to kill you today. Shows you what real garbage is. Air sneered and raised his leg again and stepped towards the ground. Let me go, please. Please don't kill me. Let me go, please. The young man howled in pain. My patience is limited, and I will give you 10 more seconds at most. If you don't tell me who the backer is, then prepare to go to hell and repent. A sinister smile appeared on Air's lips, and he slowly raised his foot to step on it. At this time, a voice suddenly sounded in my ears. Stop. Air's movements stopped abruptly, and he turned his head to look at the end of the corridor. Who are you? Air asked with a wary look. Agog. You are my little follower Air, right? I know your name too. But I don't know you. Air was stunned, and a look of doubt flashed in the depths of his eyes. You are lying. You're the guy who killed Rayleigh. How dare you say you're not the Pirate King Air? Do you still dare to say that you are not from the King of Pirates? I tell you, as long as I live, you can never leave. Air stared at the other party fiercely, exuding a monstrous evil aura. XR, why are you here? Are you uncomfortable sitting in the Marine Rear Admiral seat? Stop being stubborn. A tall, thin man wearing black tights slowly walked out of the cabin door. It's you. Air's eyes were focused on the other person, his eyes filled with resentment. I will personally send you to hell. I will send you to see Marshal Marine right now and let him deal with you, you bastard. You dare to touch me and try it. I will cut you into pieces with 1,000 knives, and your life will be worse than death. Da currency, sine circumflex currency, sine circumflex. Air couldn't help laughing wildly when he heard this. Why are you laughing? Don't you think I'm qualified? Air snorted coldly. I am the newly promoted Pirate King. Do you know who I am? Igog. How dare you ask me about my identity? Do you know who the Marine Rear Admiral is? You are just a despicable bastard. You are not worthy of being my opponent at all. There was a loud noise. Air once again unleashes his lightning fruit power. Chapter 269. This moment, Air seemed to have become a god of war, exuding a monstrous evil spirit and domineering spirit. Go to hell. Your death has come. Boom. Another bolt of thunder struck Air. But it was smashed to pieces by the opponent's palm, and it was impossible to hurt the opponent at all. Air raised his hand again and slapped it. Cracked. Air concentrated the lightning energy again and hit the opponent's chest hard. Once again, the lightning energy was broken. How can it be? My powers. Why is your power so strong? No, you are just an ordinary 5 emperors. How could the ordinary 5 emperors have such strength? You are simply a monster. It must be because you secretly learned magic. Brother Ming roared crazily. Air looked at everything in front of him indifferently. I am one of the 5 emperors, and you are a bastard. Today you must die here. Air raised his hand and punched through the opponent's chest again. Impossible. Brother Ming stared at his chest with shock and disbelief. Whether you admit it or not, the outcome is already decided. My power does not allow any infringement, not even the strength of the 5 emperors. It's not something you, a bastard, can insult. Air snorted and punched out again. Boom! Another punch. Brother Ming's heart seemed to be about to jump out of his throat, and his pupils dilated slightly. This is impossible. This is simply impossible. How is this going? Why is it like this? Air's body was filled with a terrifying aura, like a peerless god of war dominating the world, looking down at all the ants. His body suddenly lifted up, and a pair of iron fists were like Optimus Prime, and they hit Brother Ming's head hard. Boom! There was a muffled sound. Brother Ming's head exploded, and blood splattered and dyed the entire corridor red. All of this has just begun. You people, you all deserve to die. Air glanced at the surrounding Marines indifferently. His face was ferocious, like a demon from hell, and his whole body exuded a strong, murderous intent. For a moment, the pirate soldiers were so scared that they peed. Run for your lives. All these pirates screamed crazily, turned around and jumped in all directions. Wanna run? Dream. Die. Air shouted loudly and punched hard with both hands. A terrifying shock wave swept around. All the pirate soldiers flew out one after another, and their bodies fell heavily on the deck. IZZI. The faces of the soldiers were full of horror. They didn't understand why Air had such terrifying power, and was defeated without even the slightest ability to resist. I want you all to die. Air walked towards the remaining pirates step by step. What do you want to do? A pirate yelled in panic. Air's mouth curved with a hint of evil, and he stretched out his hand to pinch the other person's neck. What do you think? I was wrong. I shouldn't have messed with you. Please spare my life. OSOSOS. I will definitely be obedient from now on. Air snorted and let go. KR, how come you have such power? The pirate soldier looked at Air with shock on his face. Nothing is impossible in this world. A strange smile formed on the corner of Air's mouth. 7773. A group of pirates were completely dumbfounded watching this scene. He felt this power, which was much stronger than him. This group of people is no match for Air. You trash. Get out of here. The bodies of several pirates hit the wall hard. They spit out a mouthful of blood, turned pale, and looked at Air in disbelief. Are you really the 5th Emperor? What is your ability? Why is my sense stronger than that of the 5 emperors? Why do I, a pirate like me, act like a child in front of you? What are you capable of? There was a trace of sarcasm on Air's lips. Do you think I will tell you? Okay, you are awesome. A group of pirates left in despair. They are filled with fear. Air's strength is too strong. They are no match at all. Who the hell is this guy? Zero, please give me flowers. Is it true that he has surpassed the 5 emperors? At this time, a burly pirate came out, exactly the same person who had followed Brother Ming before. What do you think? Air looked at the pirate calmly. The pirate's face was shaking violently, and he dared not speak. If I wanted to kill you, I would have killed all of you. But I didn't do it. Because I want to capture you alive. Why? The pirate was stunned. Although you guys are not strong, you are the talents I need most. Air sneered. I know what you're worried about. Do not worry. I just want to use you against Marine. I don't want to kill so many people. It will arouse Marine's vigilance. As long as you obey my instructions, I guarantee that you will be safe and sound. I will also accept you as my subordinates. As long as you behave well, you will all become my men and fight for me. A smile appeared on Air's lips. Really? The faces of each pirate showed joy. You are all smart. But if you have any ideas, feel free to think about it. You won't succeed. I'll take everything you have. Ha ha ha, we are willing to join you. As long as I can survive, I can do anything. I would like it too. Another pirate shouted immediately. I do too. One by one, the pirates stood up. I admire you very much. Air was slightly startled when he saw the man who had just appeared. You came here to seek revenge from me after all. I never thought we could meet again, and under such circumstances. The man stood up slowly. Yes, you are right. I should indeed seek revenge on you. A cold smile appeared on the corner of the man's mouth. Your strength is not weak, and you have the ability to surpass the 6 emperors. D1 euros. Your opponent is me. Besides, you are destined to fail. No one in this world can stop my sword. Chapter 270. The man's figure suddenly shook and turned into a black mist, rushing in front of air in the blink of an eye. His speed is too fast. You are the strongest human being I have ever seen. I admit that I underestimated you. But I haven't lost yet. I want you to know that you can never win. The man waved his palm, and a powerful force condensed in his palm to form a huge fist, hitting air with unparalleled majesty. Break it for me. Air met the man's fist with a hard punch. The fists of the two collided together, and a huge shock wave suddenly burst out. Boom! The walls of the hall collapsed directly into it, and the castle seemed to begin to shake violently. Cracked. All the lights in the hall went out. Air and the man flew out at the same time. How is this possible? 520. How could you defeat me? How can you defeat me? The man's face was full of disbelief, and his eyes were full of surprise and fear. He simply couldn't believe this scene. Air actually defeated him. This is impossible to happen. Nothing is impossible in this world. So you're just lucky. We are enemies this time, and enemies will never show mercy. The man looked at Air coldly, and a murderous intention emerged. A spear appeared in his hand. In that case, let you try my powerful weapon. He charged at Air first. Boom! The two attacks continued to collide, erupting with loud noises. The entire sea castle was shaking. This guy's weapon is very strong. Air frowned. I have tried my best, but I still can't suppress him. It seems I have to go all out, otherwise we will be crushed. Air's eyes flashed with a pair of blue eyes, suddenly blooming with a captivating light. I will show you my horror. You idiot only deserves to be stepped on by me. Air roared like a high-speed chariot, killing the man crazily. The two collided again. The huge impact was deafening, and the entire castle was shaking. The two figures separated. A flush appeared on Air's face. Obviously, he was seriously injured. Your strength is indeed extraordinary, but I won't let you succeed. I will never lose. The man gritted his teeth. Yeah. Then let's keep fighting. Let me see, where are your limits? Fruit, death, demonic energy. Air looked up to the sky and roared, releasing a dark aura from his whole body. This breath seems to be able to swallow everything. Impossible. How could you have such an aura on your body? This is impossible. The man's expression changed drastically. His body was shaking, and he could feel the dark power released from Air. This dark power made him feel terrified. How could you have such power? The man's eyes were red, and he felt like he was about to collapse. This kind of power is definitely beyond the existence of the 5 emperors. How could there be people in this world who are beyond the level of the 5 emperors? This kind of existence cannot exist in the real world. There is no way he has such power. Air stared at the other person indifferently, with a hint of sarcasm on his lips. Even if I don't have such power, but you can't win me over either. Go to hell. Air's figure disappeared instantly. Bang! The next second, Air slapped the man's chest hard. Blood spurted out, and the man's body flew back like a cannonball. His chest sunk in. The whole person fell into a coma. You actually defeated me. The man opened his eyes with difficulty and looked at Air with a ferocious smile on his face. I'll make you pay. I will let you die without a burial place. Currency sign Aya. This is who your stupidity thinks you are. Who else in this world can defeat me? Unless there are existences like the 7 guardians in this world, no one can defeat me. The man smiled wildly, with strong disdain in his eyes. Do you think I dare not kill you? I'll kill you now. Air roared angrily and rushed forward, grabbing the man on the ground with his right hand. Air's right hand burst into a blinding white light. Do not kill me. The man struggled desperately, but to no avail. You can't escape. Die to me. I will kill you. Destroy your soul completely. Air said coldly. No. You can't do this. The man panicked. He couldn't imagine what would happen if he was killed. A thunder exploded, and Uzumaki suddenly appeared in the sky, and Uzumaki conveyed a powerful attraction. Whoosh! One after another, men in black flew out of Uzumaki, each of them exuding a terrifying aura. The 7 guardians, they appeared just in time. It seems my mission is about to be completed. A faint smile appeared on Air's lips. Who are you? Why are you meddling in our marine affairs? Air looked at the men in black and asked coldly. We were just passing by. One of the men in black said. Passing by? Do you really think I'm a fool? If he was just passing by, would you help this person? Are you kidding me? A sneer appeared at the corner of Air's mouth. Lord Air, this matter really has nothing to do with us. We were just passing by, 3.6. Another man in black said. Haha, were you passing by? Why do I feel like I'm acting? Air smiled sarcastically. Don't make excuses. In that case, then I will let you know that lies will be punished. A ball of dark energy appeared in Air's hand, and then he threw it towards Xuan Hua. A series of explosions sounded, and Uzumaki formed in the air one by one. Damn it! What on earth do you want to do? What you're doing is against the rules. The 7 men in black shouted angrily. Breaking the rules? So what? Do you think you are really qualified to take care of me? I was personally selected by Marshal Marine, the best Marine. Why do you stop me? Air said coldly. Chapter 271. You are indeed excellent, but you are not Marshal Marine, and you are not qualified to order us. You are just a puppet. We are the most loyal Marine. The man in black said with disdain. Yeah. Do you really think you are awesome? I think you are nothing more than this. Air said sarcastically. You wanna die. Several men in black were furious, and their bodies instantly expanded to dozens of feet tall. This is the latest special ability developed by Marine. As long as we use this ability, we will become the most powerful force. Your power is not worth mentioning at all. Today we will destroy you. Air heard this and sneered. It's impossible for you to destroy me, because I have more power than you. I want your lives. Go to hell. Air's figure suddenly rushed forward, and his right fist hit one of the men in black with a terrifying punch. Boom! There was a muffled sound, and the body of the man in black flew backwards and smashed into the sea. Damn it! How could he be so powerful? The remaining 6 men in black were stunned. They had no idea that Air's power could be so terrifying. Let's go together. We must not let him survive. Our mission is to protect the 7 guardians, whether he is Marshal Marine or the 5th Emperor Air. We all must kill him. A man in black said in a deep voice. The other 3 nodded in agreement. A series of explosions sounded on the sea, and the combined power of several men was extremely terrifying. Air snorted and waved his right arm violently. Bright golden rays of light burst out, each ray of light containing endless energy. The pirates on these islands have already fled, and they are unwilling to get involved in the war. But even so, they still hid from a distance and watched the battle. Such a scene is enough to shock everyone's heart. Suddenly, Air had the upper hand. There's no way you can defeat me. My strength is beyond what you can imagine. I'm going to kill you all today. Let everyone know your ugliness and hypocrisy. Air roared as he fought. Boom! The sea surged with huge waves. Rays of golden light rose from the depths of the sea, rising into the sky like golden dragons, drawing golden tracks in the sky. This is Air's unique ability. Marine's signature martial arts. That's right. This is Marshal Marine's unique skill, Golden Lightning. This is their most powerful force, which can break through all defenses. This is truly Marine's strongest martial art. They can't do it at all. Because they are not qualified to perform it at all. Air looked at them indifferently. Is this the stunt you're talking about? This is rubbish. With your power, you are not worthy of being a pirate. You are not a Marine at all. Shameless guys. Air said mockingly. Upon hearing these words, the faces of the men in black instantly darkened. How dare you insult us? I will let you know what pain feels like. The 6 men in black roared angrily. What qualifications do you have to make me suffer? You are just humble ants. I can crush you to death at will, Air said arrogantly. There's no way we can be crushed to death by a loser like you. Our power is beyond your imagination. The 6 men in black roared angrily, and their bodies suddenly expanded into giants several hundred meters tall. Their eyes were bloodshot, and their bodies exuded a terrifying aura. Kill. I want everyone to know who is the king of pirates. I am the most powerful pirate king. I am the greatest pirate king. The 6 men in black exuded an extremely terrifying aura. 6 men in black rushed towards Air, each of them unleashing a powerful attack. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying energy raged on the sea, setting off a huge tsunami. No, run. These monsters are so powerful. Help. I don't want to die. The surrounding pirates fled one after another, but were still injured by the terrifying energy. You are no match for me. Go to hell. Air roared and punched the man with terrifying power with his right fist. Terrifying explosions spread in all directions, and a huge pillar of flames rose into the sky. The body of a man in black flew backwards and fell hard to the ground. A terrifying big hole appeared in his chest. Life was rapidly passing away, and his eyes slowly closed. Die like this. My buddy. The remaining 4 men in black screamed in horror. Air punched with terrifying force, tearing through the void and rushing toward the 2 men. His fists contain terrifying power, and everything will be shattered once hit. Their bodies suddenly exploded, with bright red blood and minced flesh flying all over the sky. I am the pinnacle existence that you can never touch. 913. You can only surrender under my feet. Air yelled and disappeared again. The body of another man in black was hit by his punch, and his body suddenly exploded. I am the king of this sea. I will rule them all. Air shouted loudly. Many pirates around were horrified. When they saw the man in black dead, their hearts were filled with infinite fear. That is the legendary Marine Admiral. His strength is unparalleled, and he can defeat all pirates. But now he was punched to death by this guy. We shouldn't trouble him. We are no match for him at all. We can't stay here any longer. Escape. The remaining 4 men in black ran around frantically, their eyes filled with infinite terror. They have been scared out of their wits by Air's terrifying strength and do not dare to compete with Air. Only then did they realize how stupid they were. How dare these men offend the great Air? They are simply asking for death. They now finally understand that their destiny will be rewritten. Wanna leave? It's not that easy. Don't even think about leaving. Air said with a sneer. Chapter 272. He caught up with him again in a flash, and a man in black punched him in the body. Boom! The body of the man in black exploded. Immediately afterwards, another man in black was hit by him, and his body exploded instantly. You, what on earth do you want to do? Why did you kill so many of my companions? We were really just passing through. The trembling voice of the man in black echoed. Snort. You still want to lie to me? Your strength is obviously much weaker than before. You must have sneak attacked me when I left, and then killed other companions. Your purpose is very clear, which is to seize my body and become the true king of pirates. In this case, there is no need for you to live. Go to hell. Air's figure flashed and rushed towards the last man in black. I was wrong. Let me go, please. I will never dare to go against you again. Please let me go. The man in black shouted in panic. It's too late. Now you have become my target. Although your strength is not bad, it is still not enough to surpass the 5 emperors. Your fate will be in my hands. Air once again fired a terrifying punch, penetrating the body of the man in black. The body of the man in black instantly turned into a pool of blood, and he was too dead to die. Hatilda. Air turned to look at another man in black. I am the Pirate King. I cannot succumb to your power and must fight. I want the world to know who owns this sea area. Air's body erupted with terrifying light. Die. He shouted and threw himself towards the man in black. The body of a man in black exploded, and blood mist filled the void. Ha. It's finally over. Lord Pirate King, I finally completed my mission. A man in black shouted excitedly. What happened? Suddenly Air's expression changed drastically. I saw that mass of blood mist condensed into a figure, slowly falling down. Air, you are indeed a bastard. This figure looked at Air indifferently and said, You're not dead yet. Air asked in horror. I am much stronger than you, how can I die so easily? Brother Ming said with a sneer. But you are also seriously injured now. Do you still want to continue to resist? Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Air snorted coldly. You are indeed not afraid of me. But you are afraid of your companion. His strength is much worse than mine. I can kill him easily, but you can't kill me. Brother Ming said calmly. What? Air was shocked. He had expected this. I advise you not to continue resisting, otherwise your companions will be killed. You better pray you get out of here alive. Brother Ming sneered. Don't try to scare me. I will not be threatened by you. I'm going to kill you. I don't believe you can kill me. Ha. A loser like you doesn't deserve to be the Pirate King. Brother Ming mocked. You don't even deserve to be the Pirate King, let alone kill me. You don't have to scare me, I know you don't dare. You can only kill me once at most. I will kill you slowly. Air gritted his teeth and stared at Brother Ming. I can give you a chance. But you must promise me two things. The first thing is, you have to help me regain my strength and help me win the title of Pirate King. Second, you must obey my orders and do not betray me. You can get out of here now. I don't want to see you again. Air grabbed Mingji with his big hand, trying to catch him into the space crack. Haha, you waste. I advise you to run away quickly. A layer of blood appeared around Air's body. A deafening explosion resounded throughout the sky. Brother Ming was thrown violently and fell heavily on the sea. I told you were going to die. You loser is no match for me. Air's figure looked down at Brother Ming in midair. How come you have such terrifying power? Brother Ming struggled to stand up and said in shock, he did not believe that such a heaven-defying person could exist in this world. This is simply impossible. Why do I have such great power? Because I have a body that can be called a monster. And I still have endless life. Air sneered. You are just a humble fish. Why can you compete with me for the position of Pirate King? I am beyond your reach. You are nothing but a lowly reptile. You can only look up to me forever. I am the real Pirate King. Daya. Air laughed wildly. Air, you despicable fellow. How dare you kill me? I will tear you apart with my own hands, cut off your head and feed it to the fish. And your companions, I will also let them die and be buried with my companions. Brother Ming roared angrily. Haha, if you want to kill them, then it depends on whether you have the ability. Do you think all my companions are as stupid as you? They have already guessed your true purpose. Air said with a laugh. What's the meaning? Brother Ming's expression became ferocious. Do you think you can really control everything? They've even planned everything in advance. I just need to control their actions in the dark. Air said with a smile. What are you talking nonsense, good Li Zhao? Brother Ming roared. Do you dare to check my nonsense? I'll show you the situation my companions have arranged. Air sneered and waved his finger. A ray of white light swept in from all directions, forming a huge picture. This picture shows two figures. These two people are Nami and Robin. The two of them are discussing how to deal with Brother Ming and have made everything. Every move they made was well calculated, and every move was so subtle that Brother Ming couldn't even guard against it. This can't be listed. Brother Ming's eyes widened. There is no way your companions can win against me. I do not believe. You are deceiving me. It's okay to deceive a group of weak people, but it would be too disrespectful to deceive me. Brother Ming said angrily. Trash like you doesn't understand. I'm just teaching you a shameless person. Air said disdainfully. Chapter 273. Do you know how small you are? Every word I say is enough to rewrite a tragedy and make you disappear from this world. Why do you think I've been holding back all these years? I just don't want to attract attention. It's a pity that the current situation does not allow me to keep a low profile. Air shouted loudly. His voice resounded throughout the sky, as if the entire valley was shaking with joy. Brother Ming was stunned immediately. Doubly, what do you want to do? What on earth are you planning? Are you Marine's spy? Air sneered. If you are really Marine's spy, then you will definitely die miserably. Brother Ming couldn't help but take a few steps back. It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that you're going to die soon. Ha. I will let you die without a burial place. Air said with a laugh. You crazy person. I don't believe you can kill me. Just because you're such a loser. I am the beloved of the gods. How could you possibly kill me? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Ming Ji shouted hysterically and was filled with fear, because he knew that his destiny was changing. But there was nothing he could do. This is just the beginning. In the next period of time, you will live in dire straits. 397. Air sneered. You devil, you beast. I will kill all of you, including your companions. Brother Ming roared crazily. Haha, people like you will only know regret if you die in despair. Because you don't know what kind of wrong choice you made, and no matter what you do, you can't change the outcome. Air scoffed. Nothing in this world is perfect. Do you think everything you do is flawless? I tell you, your machinations cannot be carried out under absolute power. This is fate. You are just a pawn in our hands. No one in this world can go against the will of fate. Your only fate is death. This is impossible. How could I lose to you? I will definitely make you pay the price. I will cut you to death with 1,000 cuts. Brother Ming shouted loudly. Yeah. I hope so. Air snorted disdainfully, and with a wave of his hand, the entire image turned into nothingness. Brother Ming's face became even paler, and his eyes showed a look of fear. Ag. How is this going? Am I really going to die? How can I be willing to do this? Brother Ming screamed in despair, his heart full of resentment and unwillingness. Do you think I really don't dare to take action? It only takes a matter of minutes to kill you. You can try it. The corners of Air's mouth curved into a cold arc. I cannot be reconciled. Why are you always in control of everything? Why can I never win against you? Is this destiny? Brother Ming roared. There is no destiny in this world. You are just a toy that I used to play with while applauding. Air smiled teasingly. I don't believe it. I'm not willing to accept it. Please remember it for me. I will find an opportunity to settle this account with you. Brother Ming said through gritted teeth. You better pray I don't see you again. If not... Air frowned slightly, showing a dangerous look. How else? Brother Ming asked angrily. Otherwise, you will die miserably. I could have easily killed all of you back then. You should know this. So what? Can you still resist? Brother Ming said with a sneer. Do you think I wouldn't dare? I'm looking forward to it. You better pray you don't die in my hands. Then let's wait and see. I'll keep an eye on you. Our game has just begun. I'll just stand there and wait for your revenge. I want to see how you kill me. Brother Ming laughed. Okay. I am looking forward too. I hope you can live until then. After saying that, Air left. Brother Ming stood there blankly, his eyes full of confusion and confusion. Why? Why do you always defeat me so easily? Why am I not your match? What did I do wrong? Brother Ming murmured to himself. Did you forget something? Suddenly, Brother Ming woke up with a start. Did I forget something? Forgot what? Brother Ming thought hard, but his mind went blank. No, it's impossible. Impossible. I am a holy god. How could I lose to an evil guy like you? This is absolutely impossible. Ming Ji roared hysterically. So what if you don't believe it? Everything about you is under my control, and everything about you will belong to me. Air said with a sneer. Do you think you can threaten me like this? You are so whimsical. I will never lose to you. Even if I die, I will support you. Brother Ming yelled crazily. Oh. Then I'll wait and see. But before I die, I will let you know what pain and despair are. Air said calmly. Then I'll wait for your challenge. Alice. You better not disappoint me. If not, your end will definitely be 100 times, or even 1,000 times, more miserable than those two brats. Brother Ming roared crazily, his eyes widened as he dared not imagine that scene. Good. I want to see how powerful you are. Air laughed. Brother Ming's pupils suddenly shrank, with a horrified expression on his face. He kept shaking his head and desperately moved back. It's too late to react now. Now you only have two paths. The first way is to surrender to me. The second way is death. Which one do you choose? Air looked at Brother Ming coldly. You devil. Why did I meet you, a devil? Brother Ming said tremblingly. Your life is destined to be unable to escape this fate. You can't even try to control me. I will resist. I will never let you succeed. Brother Ming shouted through gritted teeth. Haha, I'm always waiting for you. Chapter 274. I will torture you to death, and then make your life worse than death. Air said with a sneer. You dare? I'll show you what despair is. I will definitely let you taste the feeling of being manipulated by others, and it is worse to live than to die. I will make you feel what life is worse than death, what life is worse than death, and what despair is. Air said with a ferocious smile. Then just take your time and enjoy it. I look forward to the moment when you kneel at my feet and beg for forgiveness. Currency, sign a circumflex currency, sign a circumflex currency, sign a circumflex currency, sign a circumflex. Air looked up to the sky and roared. Words fall. The thunder fruit ability on his body exploded, and thunder and lightning chains wrapped around Brother Ming. The war is about to break out. Brother Ming tried his best to resist, but unfortunately the thunder and lightning chains came like a tide, and he couldn't get rid of them. You despicable, shameless, insidious bastard. You are a complete loser. Brother Ming roared. I don't care what I look like, but I will never allow others to insult me. Anyone who insults me must die. You are no exception. Air said ferociously. You will pay for your actions. I will make you want to live but not to die, and not to want to live but not to die. Air laughed maniacally. Brother Ming tried his best to resist the thunder and lightning chains, and his whole body was already scarred. However, his will became stronger and stronger. He must not lose to the enemy. He is a superior god and must not lose to this devil. Die! Brother Ming roared and slashed hard with his giant sword. Boom! Thunder and lightning exploded. But then countless lightning chains struck again, binding him again. Brother Ming once again fell into boundless darkness. Brother Ming let out a shrill scream, rolling and struggling in the darkness. No, I can't lose to you. I will never lose to you. Brother Ming let out a miserable roar, and the bright red blood kept sliding down. The crackling sounds of thunder and lightning could be heard from time to time in the darkness, mixed with Brother Ming's angry curses. Damn it, just wait for me. I won't let you go. One day I will make you regret it. Brother Ming shouted unwillingly. In the dark night, Brother Ming is trapped in a cage. This is a thunder cage. No matter how hard Brother Ming tries, he can't break through. Brother Ming roared hysterically, his eyes full of hatred. I will kill everyone who has anything to do with you. Brother Ming shouted angrily, his eyes red like a wild beast. You are all going to die. I will make everyone who has anything to do with you die. Leave no one behind. Brother Ming said ferociously. I must rush out. Ming-ji yelled hysterically, continuously beating the sides of the iron cage. Cracked. From time to time, crisp sounds came from the iron cage. At this time, Brother Ming had no choice but to rely on brute force to vent his anger. But at this moment, suddenly a roar fell from the sky. Immediately afterwards, Brother Ming's body suddenly stiffened, and then exploded into a mass of blood with a loud bang. Hatilda. The thunderclouds gradually dispersed to reveal the dark night sky. The moonlight shines down on Air's face, and the ferocious and twisted cheek looks even more terrifying. Brother Ming roared crazily and looked gloomy and terrifying. Air, you forced me to do this. No matter who you are, I will kill everyone around you. Especially the women around you, they will become the objects of my play. I will definitely make their lives worse than death. His figure slowly disappeared. Where do you think you can hide? Even if you escape to hell, I will find you and kill you. Air's voice sounded in Ming-ji's ears, making him tremble slightly and shiver involuntarily. I will definitely not lose to you. Brother Ming clenched his fists in anger, his eyes flashing with madness and unyielding look. He will never let his plan fail, and he will never allow his life to end. Waves of extremely powerful aura emanated from Brother Ming's body, which was suffocating and depressing. Brother Ming's figure gradually condensed and turned into a tall and burly man, wearing silver-gray armor and holding a silver-white long knife. "Zero, please give me flowers. Air, I won't admit defeat. No matter how you torture me, I will never give up even if I die." There was a cold light in Brother Ming's eyes, and his voice was firm and unyielding. He wants to kill everyone who has anything to do with Air. Leave no one behind. We will not let Air's conspiracy succeed. He wants to punish Air in the most cruel way. He must kill him with his own hands. If you persist in your stubbornness, then go to hell. Go to hell. Air made a cold voice, and there was a cold, murderous intent in his eyes. With a slap of his palm, the entire thunder dragon exploded suddenly, and the power of the lightning explosion spread to all directions instantly. The surrounding houses were directly blown to pieces and scattered with powder, and the thunder and lightning turned into countless thunder snakes and shrouded Ming-ji. Damn it! Brother Ming's expression changed. The razor struck down. But just when the thunder and lightning were about to touch Brother Ming, a figure fell from the sky. A huge flame came suddenly and hit the thunder snake hard. Razor was directly evaporated by the flames. Boom, boom, boom. The flames raged around, burning all the razor snakes completely. What? Air looked at the figure falling from the sky in shock, with a look of disbelief on his face. What are you? How dare you stop me? Air roared ferociously and stabbed the person opposite him with the spear in his hand. Bang! A muffled sound suddenly sounded, and Razor collapsed and turned into smoke and dust that dispersed in conction. The thunder and lightning dissipated. A look of shock suddenly appeared on Air's face. Who are you? You are so strong, you can destroy my lightning with just one move. Air said in disbelief. He didn't expect that he would fail. And his opponent is much stronger than him. It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that you are going to die in my hands soon. The black figure behind Brother Ming said calmly. Although Air is powerful, he is still no match for this black shadow. That's not necessarily the case. Air said quietly. Air, one of the 5 emperors. The corners of this dark figure's mouth are slightly raised. Chapter 275. He did not expect that he would encounter a strong man who was one of the 5 emperors as soon as he left the Thunder territory. But, so what if the other party is one of the 5 emperors? This is the Thunder territory after all, and the strength of the 5 emperors can only be limited to this. Since you have come to my minefield, you have to pay the price. Air laughed ferociously and waved the sword in his hand again. Buzz! There was a layer of light cyan halo on the sword blade, and a fierce and unparalleled wind swept around from the tip of the sword. Boom! The void was torn apart and small cracks continued to spread, as if to tear the space in half. Boom! A thick purple thunder snake suddenly slashed down and headed directly towards the black shadow. The black shadow stretched out his right hand and shook it, and the purple thunder snake collapsed on the spot and dissipated into wisps of energy. Not bad, you can actually use the Thunder Dragon fruit. As expected of one of the 5 emperors, 017. But that's not enough for you to win. The shadow said calmly. Then try it. A dazzling light bloomed in Air's hands. An extremely terrifying wave surged out from the long sword, as if it contained some kind of power that could destroy the world. Whoosh! Air grasped it gently with his palm, and the long sword turned into a stream of light and flew towards him. The sword blade slashed into the void. The space was split into 2, as if a giant axe was chopping away. An unparalleled impact directly smashed the void into pieces. The thick thunder dragon, which was 100 meters long, kept spinning and roaring in the air as if it was about to bite it down. The black shadow stretched out his left index finger and tapped it lightly. Call out! A huge stone burst through the void and flew towards the thick thunder dragon. The stone exploded instantly. The thick thunder dragon was directly shattered. Ha! Air laughed arrogantly with sarcasm in his eyes. How dare you be so arrogant with this little ability? Is this the extent of your strength? What rubbish! What a waste of my expression. The black shadow said indifferently, with strong disdain and ridicule flashing in his eyes. You wanna die. The muscles on Air's face twitched, and the sword in his hand suddenly shot out. There was a loud noise, and a 3-foot-long sword slashed hard at the black shadow. You actually blocked my attack. The shadow raised his eyebrows in surprise. Thunder fruit. Air roared, and the lightning in his hand burst out with a violent explosion again. A bolt of lightning condensed in the air and turned directly into a 100-meter-long thunder dragon. Go to hell. Air swung his arms, and the brontosaurus charged at the black shadow with terrifying power of thunder and lightning. The black shadow waved his arms, and an even more terrifying aura surged out. The brontosaurus was directly shaken to pieces. However, the black figure's chest was also severely injured, and his clothes were torn with holes. What? The black shadow's face changed drastically, and his eyes were full of disbelief. He was injured by the other party as soon as they met, which was beyond his expectation. A dark iron spear of thunder and lightning fell from the sky and pierced his chest. Puff! The black shadow spurted out a mouthful of blood, and the whole person flew backwards and fell hard to the ground. Iz. Air got up with difficulty, the corners of his mouth were bright red, and his face was full of strong resentment. He never expected that he would be defeated at the hands of one of the 5 emperors. This is simply a shame. You little bastard, go to hell. A solemn look flashed in Haiying's eyes. This Air is indeed a bit tricky and not easy to deal with. Kiang. A huge black stick swept across and directly intercepted the lightning in Air's hand. Crack, click, click. The thunder and lightning were directly shattered into streaks of light and dissipated in the void. How can it be? Air's face changed, and his eyes were full of disbelief. You can actually block my thunder and lightning. I've long heard that you are good at using lightning, but I didn't expect you to be so strong. It's really surprising. The black shadow smiled contemptuously, with deep disdain in his eyes. No matter how strong you are destined to fall today. Die! Air shouted, and the thunder and lightning in his hand burst out again, and he stabbed away with an indomitable aura. The huge black stick swung out and collided hard with the lightning sword. The black shadow's body was smashed directly into the ground. A mouthful of blood spurted out from his mouth, and a look of pain appeared on his face. He never expected Air to be so powerful. He is clearly in the early stage of the 5 emperors. No, I have to escape. This black shadow already felt powerful. He is definitely not the opponent's opponent. If we continue to fight, we may not even be able to save our lives. With a thought in his mind, the black shadow suddenly turned into a burst of black mist and disappeared in place. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the distant mountains. Air's expression changed drastically when he saw this. He never expected that the other party would run away. Wanna leave? It's not that easy. Leave it to me. Air roared angrily, and with one step he shot up into the sky, so fast that Ultimate caught up with him in an instant. However, the black figure was obviously an experienced expert and kept hiding in this area. Damn it! There is such a thing. Air's face changed, and his eyes flashed with deep fear. But you can't escape. Air shouted angrily and punched hard. But the black shadow was not afraid at all. HMPH, don't you have a thunder and lightning fruit? I think people with thunder and lightning fruits are just shy and only bully the weak. This time, I will let you take a good look at how powerful my fruit ability is. The shadow sneered. A strong wind howled. The black shadow's body suddenly expanded and turned into a monster dozens of feet long. It was purple-black in color and exuded an extremely powerful aura. This is 5.3. Air was shocked and never thought that this guy could be such a thing. His figure instantly retreated, looking shocked. Is this your thunder and lightning? Then go to hell. The monster let out a wild laugh and slammed down its huge claws. Hateful. Does a piece of trash like you deserve to be called the 5 emperors? Don't you know the rules of this world? As long as you can leapfrog the challenge, you are the winner. You are not worth mentioning at all. The monster's ferocious eyes flashed with a cold light. I bothered. You are the most despicable and shameless guy. You actually use despicable methods to sneak attack. Guys like you are just rubbish among rubbish. Air roared angrily. You are indeed very strong, even much stronger than the one named Brother Ming just now. Chapter 276. But my ability is endless. No matter how strong you are, you can't resist it. Boom. The words just fell. A thick bolt of lightning spit out directly from Air's mouth, carrying a destructive pressure. The black shadow's body flew backwards again, and a trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. You are no match for me. The monster's eyes were full of sarcasm. It all happened so fast. Damn, I'm going to kill you. There was infinite hatred in Air's eyes. At this moment, he truly felt what pressure was. This feeling of powerlessness drove him crazy. Die. Black Shadow's eyes flashed with madness. He suddenly reached out and grabbed Air. A terrible force suddenly came from the void, and the huge pressure made Air's heart tremble. He only felt the breath of death hanging over his heart, making him feel extremely aggrieved. He tried his best to resist the terrible force. Damn it, you're still alive. But even so, I will send you on your way. Thor's hammer come out. The Black Shadow's eyes flashed with cold, murderous intent, and a vast and majestic power burst out. As his voice echoed around, a bright golden gem actually appeared in the void behind him. A bolt of thunder appeared out of thin air and fell hard like a hill. This is Thor's hammer, it's really powerful. As expected of the 5 emperors, this move would probably make even an admiral hate him. Oh my god, Air is as good as this guy, it's incredible. This world is really getting crazier and crazier. Is even a thunder fruit so powerful? I see that Air's situation is not optimistic. This is a powerful man who surpasses the 5 emperors. So what, is it possible that he can still make a comeback? I'm afraid Air won't be able to survive an attack of this magnitude for a few seconds. Yeah, I guess I won't be able to hold on for a few seconds, although Air's strength is very impressive. No, that monster obviously hasn't used his trump card yet. Many strong men watched the battle in the sky and talked about it. That guy really didn't use his trump card, he just used Thor's hammer. Air is indeed powerful, but the monster's strength is even more terrifying than Air. There is a huge difference between the two. The Black Shadow's offensive did not end. He once again used Mjolnir and struck hard at Air. Waves of powerful thunder and lightning energy condensed in the void and turned into a huge hammer. The giant hammer carried a terrifying majesty and carried boundless thunder and lightning as it fiercely suppressed Air. Don't you know that I am the ancestor of Wan Lei? A trace of disdain appeared in Air's eyes. He waved his arms suddenly, and a huge sword with a thunder structure suddenly emerged to face the giant hammer. When the giant sword and the giant hammer collided together, making a deafening collision sound. The violent power raged, and circles of ripples visible to the naked eye spread in all directions. Not bad, you actually caught my attack. It is indeed a thunder and lightning fruit, but your strength is limited after all, and you are no match for me. Go to hell. A ferocious look flashed in the Black Shadow's eyes, and the giant hammer fell hard again. Thunder and lightning condensed in the void, turning into terrifying meteors and slamming down hard. There was a hint of intoxication in Hai Ying's eyes, as if he had seen the scene where he ruled the world. But soon the fantasy in the Black Shadow's eyes disappeared, replaced by endless anger and murderous intent. Damn, these thunder and lightning are so weird. I was forced to retreat continuously. Air gritted his teeth and said, "This is just the beginning." The Black Shadow showed cold, murderous intent in his eyes. Crash! Endless thunder and lightning gathered together, and terrifying thunder snakes rushed towards Air. Air's clothes were torn apart, revealing his strong muscles, and his face turned livid. 013604106, Feilu 001071-071. He could feel the terror of these thunder and lightning, and even his body began to be unable to cope with it. If this continues, my body will inevitably be destroyed, and then this body will be finished. Air gritted his teeth. Break it for me. He suddenly roared and surged out of his body, and a powerful aura blocked the thunder snakes. But those thunder snakes are gathering more and more, and they are so densely packed that it seems endless and impossible to cut them off. This will never work. I have to find a way to get out of trouble, otherwise I will be dragged to death by this Black Shadow today. A trace of fear flashed in Air's eyes, This guy is so scary, he is a pervert. Damn it, you're looking for death. At this moment, an extremely cold voice sounded, and a silvery white light suddenly bloomed. Buzz! Countless silver-white light spots float in the void, forming a silver network. The silver-white network of light trembled violently and shrank instantly. What is this? How could there be such terrifying power? What is this ability? Why do I feel the smell of death? Is it that guy? Many strong men were stunned. Look! Suddenly, someone pointed at the silver-white light ball in midair. There was a layer of silver light dancing on the surface of the light ball. 707, what is that, could it be? Everyone's expressions changed wildly. That's not a god-level fruit ability. Impossible. I saw that its aura is somewhat similar to Thor's hammer. Is this mysterious man the recipient of the Thor fruit? The eyes of a group of people showed intense horror. That's Thor's hammer, the fruit of the power known as the King of Gods. This mysterious man actually obtained Thor's hammer. Thor's hammer fell again, and terrifying thunder and lightning energy swept over. The silver-white light suddenly lit up, and waves of terrifying devouring power burst out. Under the influence of this devouring power, all the lightning energy dissipated invisible. What? How can this be? A group of people looked shocked. This devouring power is so terrifying. It is simply not a power that ordinary people can possess. This is the power of the thunder fruit. How dare you interfere in my affairs? A trace of fear flashed in the Black Shadow's eyes. Although he is a dark creature, the opponent's strength is not weaker than his own, and is even scarier than those at the Admiral and 5 Emperor levels. Do you want to stop me just with this kind of rubbish? A look of disdain appeared on Air's face, and a thunder knife appeared in his hand. There were strange runes flowing on the thunder knife, exuding a terrifying sharpness. Chapter 277. The strange runes on the thunder knife were flowing, exuding a terrifying sharpness. Thunder knives. A solemn look flashed in the Black Shadow's eyes. Is it the weapon of the Thunder God's messenger? It seems that this time it is really going to be serious. After speaking, the Black Shadow clenched his right fist, and a majestic momentum emerged from it. Boom! He punched Air hard. The vast momentum swept across the entire world, as terrifying as Mount Tai collapsing, making people panic. Get out of my way. There was a look of unwillingness on Air's face, and he slashed hard with the thunder knife in his hand. Boom! The two weapons met in the void and made a loud noise. A terrible shockwave passed by, and the entire island began to shake. The black figure paused, with a look of disbelief on his face. Air actually blocked his own blow. No, this is impossible. This is Thor's hammer. How can this kid resist? Everyone's eyes were filled with horror. I won this time. A look of excitement appeared on the corner of Air's mouth. What? You actually blocked this move. The Black Shadow's pupils suddenly shrank, with a hint of disbelief in his eyes. His power can be said to be the strongest attack, even more terrifying than the average admiral. But the opponent actually blocked his attack. You don't need to know who I am. Now I'll give you a chance to hand over the thunder fruit and surrender to me, otherwise you will die. Air's face was filled with a look of arrogance, and his eyes looked down at the dark shadow in front of him. There was a hint of ferocity in Haiying's eyes. He is the most elite being among dark creatures. How can he easily surrender to others? He will never allow this kind of shame. Then I'll have to send you on your way. A cold light flashed in Air's eyes. Shua. A silver ray of light flashed past and instantly turned into a huge silver-white disc suspended above his head, emitting terrifying devouring power. The silver disc swirled, and the terrifying devouring power was released. What the hell is this guy doing? Everyone had a look of surprise on their faces, not understanding what Air was doing. What is this? The Black Shadow also noticed the changes around him and looked horrified. His physical body is more powerful than the average admiral, even comparable to the body of a god. But the silver disc in front of him actually swallowed his body. This terrifying degree made him feel uneasy. He raised his arms and smashed them towards the silver disc. The terrifying force hit the silver disc, and a circle of silver light appeared on the disc without any damage. It is worthy of being a god-level fruit. This kind of defense is comparable to the defense of the 5 emperors. What a pity, you are still bound to lose. A sneer flashed in Air's eyes. Thunderstorm. The thunder knife in his hand suddenly struck down, and the terrifying thunder and lightning energy burst out crazily. Da. The black shadow was shrouded by this terrible attack. Not good. This is the power of thunder and lightning. My skin is actually melting away. Black Shadow's expression changed greatly. But this is not the end, because the power of the thunderstorm has not yet fully exploded. There was a terrifying thunder and lightning explosion, and the skin on the black figure was directly scorched. Ah! A scream came. This is impossible, this is impossible. There was a look of horror on the Black Shadow's face. He is a user with extraordinary fruit abilities and is famous in the pirate world. To be injured by such a weapon. He was certain that this was no ordinary god-level fruit. Who are you anyway? A look of fear flashed across the Black Shadow's face. It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that your life is now in my hands. You must know that I can kill you at any time now. I advise you to be obedient. Otherwise, don't blame me for destroying flowers with my cruel hands. Air said with an evil look on his face. The Shadow's eyes narrowed slightly. He can be sure that he is no match for the opponent, but it is impossible to make him surrender. If that's the case, then go die. A sinister flash flashed in the Black Shadow's eyes, and he clasped his hands together and emitted a dazzling light. Wrath of Darkness. A ball of terrifying blood-red energy emerged, turning into countless black tentacles and sweeping towards Air. There was a hint of coldness in Air's eyes. You Marines are quite capable, but you are vulnerable to me. Break it for me. The thunder knife in his hand waved, and the terrifying thunder knife energy burst out, colliding with the blood-red energy, and erupted into dazzling sparks. An aura of destruction filled the air, and the Black Shadow's body flew upside down. He landed on the ground and made a huge hole, coughing blood from his mouth. Air stepped forward step by step. You don't come over. There was a look of fear in Hai Ying's eyes. This man was so weird that he didn't even see clearly how the other person acted. This made him feel extremely frightened. Haha, I forgot, you are a waste. A cruel smile formed on Air's lips. What do you want to do? There was a hint of fear in the Shadow's eyes. There was a biting cold feeling on his body. He felt that his skin was aging rapidly, and the blood in his body seemed to be drained away. This is a loss of life. There was a hint of fear in the Black Shadow's eyes. His body began to age gradually, and eventually turned into a pile of rotting corpses lying on the ground. The rules of this world are that the strong are respected, and the weak only deserve death. Air stretched out his hand indifferently and sucked it in, and a dark fruit, Li Wangzhao, flew into it. The black fruit was crushed by him. Congratulations to host for getting the swallowing fruit. Swallowing fruit. After eating this fruit, you can completely devour the energy in your opponent's body and turn it into your own use. Note, this fruit has the effect of swallowing other energy of the same level. The fruit level, S shaking level. Number of uses, 2/10. Effect, devour the opponent's energy and convert it into your own use. Looking at the black fruit in his hand, Air showed a look of relief. He has fulfilled the condition of devouring the fruit. As long as you eat 2 more, you can successfully break through to S level. However, although the devouring fruit is precious, it is a rare treasure that can only be found. He had no intention of continuing to devour it. He can feel that there is still a lot of thunder energy in his body, and he can also devour many strong people. He believes that sooner or later, he will be able to completely convert the thunder energy into his own power. Chapter 278. You actually killed me. The Black Shadow looked at Air, who was walking slowly from a distance, his eyes full of malice. You are too arrogant and want to kill my friends. I will kill you. Is there any problem? Air said coldly, with disdain on his face. What do you want to do? Whoever you are who provokes me will die. Air shouted coldly. If you dare to touch a hair on my head, my companion will personally chop you into pieces. The Shadow's eyes were filled with anger. Oh, who is your companion? You do not know. There was a sarcastic look on the Black Shadow's face. No matter which companion you are, as long as you dare to provoke me, you must pay the price. Air's eyes were filled with cold light, and his body was filled with lightning. My companion is. Black Shadow's eyes rolled around. He wanted to take revenge on the young man in front of him. He already knew that air had the ability of thunder and lightning, but he didn't think that air could kill him easily. My patience is running out, and I will give you one last chance. Tell me who your companion is, otherwise you will die without a burial place. Air's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He didn't want to waste any more time. HMPH, you want to know who my companion is? I won't tell you. The shadow shouted through gritted teeth. Very well, you're looking for death. Air's face was gloomy, and he raised his grenade knife and slashed it down hard. Cracked. The terrifying thunder and lightning blade cut through the void and fell on the ground. Large rocks shattered to form a deep trench. The Black Shadow's body was cut directly in half by the thunder knife, turning into a pool of blood mist and dissipating. Ding tilde. Tip, congratulations on upgrading your ability to current level IV5. Hearing the notification sound in his mind, Air had a look of surprise on his face. It feels good to upgrade. As expected, the power of the level 5 fruit is simply heaven-defying. Is this the benefit of swallowing energy? I will continue to devour and increase my power to its peak. However, although this devouring method is very powerful, it is also extremely dangerous for you. If you are not careful, you will suffer backlash. And that will not be a good thing. Air touched his chin, with a hint of thinking in his eyes. These things are good, but they are too dangerous, so he must be cautious. A layer of purple thunder glowed from Air's body. Boom! The purple thunder light condensed into a giant dragon, raised its head and roared, causing a thunder and lightning storm. Next moment, Air rushed towards the pile of minced meat. A huge devouring power surged out of his body, instantly covering a large piece of minced meat and began to devour it crazily. The Black Shadow's body continued to tremble, and he felt that his body could no longer support it. He let out a shrill scream. What, didn't you say you won't tell me? Then I will turn you into ashes. Let you try my thunder prison burning technique. The purple thunder sword in Air's hand was slashed down suddenly. The Black Shadow's body was burned by lightning and turned into a ball of black smoke floating in the air. I finally got rid of this guy, and it's finally quiet now. Air breathed a sigh of relief. I need more devouring energy to evolve the devouring fruit to level 5. Air sighed secretly and turned around to walk out of the valley. There is no value here anymore, so he is too lazy to stay here and is ready to leave. Swish, swish, swish. The soles of his feet suddenly stepped on the mountain wall. The earth cracked and soil flew everywhere, and he rose into the air. Is this kid so fast? Who the hell is this guy? What is his origin? A white-robed young man's eyes fell on the place where Air disappeared. His eyes narrowed, and there was a hint of fear on his knees. Who is this person? He has such strength, no wonder he dares to act so arrogantly in front of us. Several other young men in white looked at Air's back, with a flash of fear agged in their hearts. Unless you are the kind of transcendent and holy being in this world, ordinary people cannot compete with this kid. The young man in white's eyes sparkled. What do we do now? A young man asked. Don't worry, let's follow him first. When he appears in the city, he will die. A cold smile appeared on the lips of the young man in white robe. There was a violent explosion in the valley, and the deafening sound caused the surrounding trees to break. Air's figure appeared in the valley. The valley is now in ruins. He stood in the valley and looked down, with doubts in his eyes. These people run pretty fast. He looked at the mess below with a smile on his face. This scene now saves him a lot of trouble. Air looked towards the forest to the left, with a hint of hesitation in his eyes. This man possesses the strength of the 5 emperors and has a very high status among pirates. Pirate Island. Third brother, 2 people just broke into our pirate island and killed many of us. I suspect that those 2 people are probably the pirate captains. A young man in white said to a young man next to him. Oh, pirate captain, it seems like they are really determined and won't give up. There was a look of intense hatred in the young man's eyes. Fourth, you should contact the captain now and report this matter. Good. The old man nodded and turned to leave. You don't have to wait to contact the captain, just let me take care of it. These 2 pirates are so rampant that they deserve death for killing our brothers in the pirate group. We not only want to capture them, but we also want to kill their captain. Hahase. At this time, a group of white-robed men wearing black robes walked out of the forest holding various weapons. This group of white-robed men numbered 700 to 800. The leader was wearing black armor, with silver wristbands on his arms and a ghost mask covering half of his face. He is one of the famous 5 emperors in One Piece, and he is also a demon fruit power with peak 5-star strength. These people are none other than Marine Admiral Iskandar. Behind him were a group of Marines. Iskandar's eyes scanned the surroundings. Second child, third child, clean this place up. Yes, boss. The black-clad Marines all responded. Where are our brothers? Where did they die? Iskandar asked coldly. Report to the boss, those guys died here, but their bodies are gone and only a skeleton is left. A Marine bowed. What? A flash of anger flashed in Iskandar's eyes. Okay, very good. It seems this guy is very dishonest. Give me the information to track down this person, and be sure to capture him. Yes. Air was running in the jungle, and suddenly he stopped and his eyes became alert. Chapter 279. Why do I feel like someone is following me? Is it Iskandar? Iskandar is far more powerful than me. There is no need for him to follow me. Air frowned slightly. Then it can't be the other people in white robes. He muttered. A voice suddenly sounded in Air's ears. Hey kid, you finally came out. I thought you would hide for the rest of your life. This is the voice of a young man. Who are you? I don't seem to know you. Air asked with a slight frown. I am a pirate of the Black Tiger Pirates. These are the pirates you killed. You must have heard of the Black Tiger Pirates, right? The young man smiled. Heard about it? Air nodded. I once participated in the annihilation of the Black Tiger Pirates. I wonder what you want from me. Of course it's revenge. The young man sneered and said, These guys killed my brother. Of course I can't let them get away with it. Your brother? Air's eyes became strange. Yeah, not that long ago, they didn't want to kill you. The young man said calmly. Oh, so it's them. Since they want to kill me, I will naturally give them a ride. You can't kill us because our boss is Iskandar, one of the 5 emperors. The young man snorted and said with a haughty expression. One of the 5 emperors. He is indeed strong, but I am not afraid of him. Air's face was full of confidence. Hahase. The young man couldn't help laughing. Okay, in that case I want to see how powerful you are. But before you defeat him, I will make you pay the price. The young man said coldly and turned around to leave. Air's eyes were focused, staring in the direction where the young man disappeared with a solemn look on his face. He felt an inexplicable pressure shrouding the top of his head. Although this momentum does not come from the 5 emperors, it is definitely no worse than the 5 emperors. Iskandar. So, what if one of the 5 emperors is one of them? I also want to try how powerful these so-called 5 emperors are. Just wait and see. Air murmured softly and continued running towards the depths of the forest. He knew that his actions had been discovered, and he would be surrounded sooner or later if he stayed any longer. Brother, this Air is very strong and difficult to deal with. No matter what, he must be killed, otherwise he will threaten everyone's lives sooner or later. A man in white robes spoke. Yes, he is my biggest threat. We need to solve this hidden danger quickly. Iskandar thought for a moment, and then a cold light flashed in his eyes. I will go out personally. I want to see if he can still escape. Brother, what do you mean? The expression of the man in white robe changed slightly. Iskandar didn't answer and just waved his hand. Everyone spread out to search for the boy's whereabouts and kill him at all costs. Yes. The Marines immediately responded respectfully. Second brother, you stay and protect me. The rest of the gang will attack with me and get rid of that kid completely. Iskandar smiled coldly and led the remaining Marines away quickly. I hope that boy named Air will not disappoint me. Otherwise, I will definitely cut him into pieces. His eyes flashed with a fierce light. Above the sea, Iskandar and others quickly flew towards the forest, and then several huge warships emerged from the sea level. On 2 of the battleships, there were Marine Admiral and 6 men in white robes. Report. We found a town nearby. There are many Marines here who are very powerful. Do we need to send pirates to support? One of the white-robed men, with a centipede scar on his face, asked. Sending people to support must not alert the enemy. Our plan does not allow for any mistakes. Iskandar said coldly. Clear. Several people in white robes nodded. They are not fools. Of course they know what it means to alert others in the sea. That would definitely be tricked by air. Lord Iskandar. At this moment, a burst of rapid shouting reached everyone's ears. 013604106 Felu 001071441. What's going on? Iskandar's face turned ugly. No, Lord Iskandar, that air actually took advantage of the chaos and stole our fleet. The fleet has been hijacked. Everyone in the fleet was killed. A captain ran in with a pale face and said, Zero, please give me flowers. What? Iskandar's eyes widened. Who is he? Iskandar gritted his teeth and roared. He's hiding in this area. Our fleet was robbed by him. Lord Iskandar, please find a way to catch him. I suspect that kid is lurking in the sea area. The crew member said hurriedly. Asshole! How dare you rob our ship? Iskandar's fists clenched. Brother, he killed the people in the fleet. What should we do now? A pirate asked in a low voice. You are all ready to start massacring the people of air tonight. Everyone replied in unison. Zero. Air, just wait. I will definitely kill you with my own hands. Night falls. There were dark clouds in the sky. The sea breeze blew and rolled up waves, as if it might rain at any time. Fourth brother, you go notify the other crew members and ask them to set traps around the island. Once there is a conflict on our side, you will immediately go to the island and kill all these enemies for me. The white-robed man named Laosi responded respectfully. Iskandar did take action against us, but I'm not someone to be bullied. Air said coldly. You guys will attack with me. Kill. I will use their blood to examine the dead brothers. Iskandar shouted coldly, and immediately 7 or 8 battleships quickly sailed towards the depths of the forest, while the remaining ships were on alert outside the coastline, ready to attack. Iskandar, your opponent is me. Air said coldly. His body turned into a meteor and flew through the void in an instant. Court deaths. Iskandar snorted coldly, and the golden fist force of the sun fist blasted through the air. As expected of the 5 emperors, they are really powerful. Air sneered and punched in the same direction. Boom! The fists collided and exploded, and powerful energy ripples spread. Impossible, you can actually resist my punch. Iskandar looked at Air with a shocked expression. I can not only resist 1 punch from you, but I can also resist 2 punches from you. Chapter 280. I'm going to give you a taste of my true power. Get out of my way. Iskandar roared angrily, turned into a shooting star, and punched out hard several times. Rumble. The sound of fist force colliding with thunder and lightning exploded, and the terrifying air waves set off huge waves thousands of meters high. For a while, the figures of the 2 people passed each other in midair as fast as lightning. Bang, bang, bang. The collision of fists and feet was like a gunpowder keg exploding, and terrifying energy waves rippled out, causing countless mud and rocks to fly. So strong. Air's pupils shrank suddenly and he was shocked. This Iskandar is worthy of being the 5th emperor, and his combat power far exceeds his expectations. He originally thought that his power should be comparable to the 6-star Marine Admiral, but he did not expect that Iskandar was more powerful than him. You have a lot of combat experience. You don't look like a recruit. Who are you? Iskan 217. Dar stared at Air with cold eyes. Ha ha ha, you should know my secret. Air's eyes were full of madness. My secret can only be told to you by myself. You all go to hell. Ha 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 ha. A terrifying laughter echoed in the forest, full of endless publicity. What? Iskandar's expression changed, feeling the terrifying aura faintly coming from the forest. A sense of danger arises. Everyone be on alert. He yelled and turned around to run away. Where to run? A cold voice suddenly came from the forest, and then a black afterimage shot out quickly. Boom! Iskandar had no time to react. His body was directly knocked out, and he vomited blood and fell to the ground. How dare you attack me? Do you know who I am? I'm Iskandar. Iskandar's expression was extremely ugly. This heir can not only withstand his attacks, but also injure him with one move. You must know that he is at the level of 5 emperors. He has been roaming the sea for many years, and has never encountered such a strong enemy. You are the 5th emperor, so what? You are just a dog. Heir smiled coldly, and the terrifying demon flames burned up, sweeping across his body and covering him in an instant. There was endless hatred and murderous intent in his eyes. Heir, you can't do this. I am the 5th emperor, the Marine Admiral. Iskandar struggled desperately, but the more he struggled, the more intense the magic flame burned. Heir snorted coldly. Go to hell. His eyes suddenly opened, and his hands suddenly shot out. The magic flame palm prints fell heavily on Iskandar's body, and a destructive energy burst out from his body. Iskandar's body was instantly blown to pieces, and his soul was also wiped out. Iskandar was killed like this heir is so strong. The power of the 5 emperors cannot be violated. He dared to kill the 5 emperors in front of them. He simply didn't want to live. Now they will suffer. The many Marine soldiers in Marine were all surprised. This time, Iskandar's large-scale search for Heir has shocked Marine, and Heir killed Iskandar in front of them. Lord Heir, now you have caused a lot of trouble. Lord Iskandar will definitely not let you go. Yes, Master Heir, run away. The Marine soldiers all said anxiously. Iskandar, is this the power of your Marines? You are so weak. Iskandar, you idiot, I will crush you to ashes. I want you to die without a burial place. I'm going to kill all of you Marines, and let you know the consequences of offending me, Heir. A ferocious look appeared on Heir's face. You villain, how dare you? Iskandar shouted angrily. I just dare you to do anything to me. Heir sneered. I must catch you and make you into a puppet. I will make you suffer to death every day. 013604106 Felu, 1,080,1011. Ha 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 ha, then you should try it. Lord Heir, we'd better leave quickly, otherwise we won't be able to escape once Lord Iskandar's reinforcements arrive. A Marine soldier reminded hurriedly. Snort. Heir snorted coldly, his figure flashed, and he quickly disappeared from the spot. This guy actually escaped. A Marine soldier couldn't help but curse. He clearly saw Heir's figure appearing next to him just now, but then disappeared. This is too strange. You idiots. Another Marine soldier shook his head speechlessly. These guys are really brainless. You losers, follow me quickly and hunt down this bastard Heir. Iskandar was furious and shaking with rage. Yes, General. Let's go after that bastard. The other Marines nodded and said, then chased in the direction where Heir disappeared. Whoosh whoosh. Heir's speed is very fast, but Iskandar's speed is not slow at all. 2 hours later, they finally tracked down Heir. Iskandar, you must die in my hands today. I will never allow anyone to ruin my plan, otherwise you will all die. Heir looked at Iskandar and said coldly. Heir, you are so stupid. I am the leader of the 5 emperors. Do you think you can kill me? But today, I will also let you taste the pain of being refined, and let you understand what life is worse than death. Iskandar laughed. Refining me. You deserve it too. My demonic flames are not something you can bear. The words fell. Heir suddenly waved his arms and the demonic flames swept out, instantly surrounding Iskandar. Damn it, how dare you refine me? Iskandar was shocked. Refine it for me. Heir shouted, and the terrifying magic flames suddenly poured in. Ah! Iskandar let out a shrill scream. You, give me 0.1 death. Heir's face showed a sinister look. His demonic flames contained powerful power, enough to completely refine Iskandar's body. This kind of pain can only be understood by being there. Iskandar was burned by the terrifying demonic flames, and his body gradually shrank and finally became charred black. Look, Heir really killed him. It's true, our Lord Iskandar has been refined. The Marines were shocked. Unless they are terrifying beings like the 5 emperors, few people can easily kill the powerful 5 emperors. But Heir killed one of the 5 emperors, which is simply incredible. My strength has reached the level of the 5 emperors. I will be able to break through the 5 emperors in a while. Iskandar, I want you dead. A ferocious smile appeared on Heir's face. Chapter 281. He has already begun to think about his next plan. Although Iskandar is the leader of the five emperors, his actual strength is far inferior to him. He was confident that Iskandar would be killed. My plan will succeed soon. Iskandar, just be prepared to accept the move. Air was in an extremely happy mood. I will turn you into a corpse and make you live in pain forever. A cruel and bloodthirsty smile appeared on Air's face. Lord Air is so awesome. The Marines looked at Air in admiration and awe. Air can easily kill Iskandar and is said to be invincible. Lord Air's potential was simply beyond their expectations, and they simply couldn't believe it. Iskandar, today is the day you die. Go to hell. The corners of Air's mouth curved into a cold arc. Rumble. A loud noise suddenly spread all around, and the entire sea area seemed to be shaking. No, Lord Air 6 was attacked. This is the momentum of Lord Iskandar, one of the five emperors. His strength has been restored. Damn it, let's go and save Lord Air. The expressions of the Marines suddenly changed drastically. Air is their hope. If something goes wrong with Air, they have no hope of survival. I'll hold Iskandar back. You guys hurry up and support Air. A Marine shouted in a deep voice. Because. All Marines responded quickly. They immediately dispersed and rushed towards Iskandar's position. Boom, boom, boom. The violent collision exploded on the sea. The location where Air and Iskandar fought, a devastating wave erupted. The Marines' bodies were trembling. They continued to use spells to bombard the two of them, trying to help Air. But Air's identity is too special, and no one dares to act rashly. After all, Air is one of the five emperors. Who dares to mess with him? There was a constant roar. The location where Iskandar and Air fought, an even more powerful wave erupted. Air is getting stronger and stronger, while Iskandar is getting weaker and weaker. The seawater stirred up huge waves again, and some Marines who were closer were hit, and their bodies were turned into pieces. The death of a Marine made all Marines feel scared. Lord Air is so strong. Lord Iskandar is no match for him at all. He is too powerful and terrifying. He is simply not something that these ordinary pirate warriors can fight against. The faces of each Marine were full of horror. At this moment, Air is like an invincible god of war descending. His strength is unparalleled, and Iskandar's strength is no match for him. There were several more confrontations. Air finally gained the upper hand, punching Iskandar away and smashing Iskandar into the ground. Iskandar was hit so hard that he vomited blood. Iskandar, you will definitely die today, even if you break through the five emperors. Air laughed arrogantly. He knew he had defeated Iskandar. Air, you actually killed me. You will pay the price. You will definitely pay a heavy price for the decision you made today. You're dead. Iskandar roared and roared. He never thought that he would fall into the hands of a newly promoted five emperors. What's more important is that he is still a powerful five emperors warrior, which makes him feel ashamed. Ha ha ha, Iskandar, I know I underestimated you this time. But don't forget that you are only the fifth emperor, and you have not fully recovered yet. It is simply impossible to kill me. Air laughed wildly and said with ridicule in his eyes. He knew that Iskandar's current state was definitely not at his peak. Air, don't be too happy too early. I'm not your opponent yet, but we still have a chance, and I will defeat you when I return to my peak. Iskandar roared angrily. I'll wait and see. Let's talk about it when you return to your peak. Air smiled coldly. His eyes scanned the surrounding Marines, and he wanted to use the hands of these Marines to kill Iskandar. Several Marines among the Marines looked at Air with deep fear in their eyes. Iskandar, you are no longer qualified to continue to be your fifth emperor. I advise you to surrender to Marine. Otherwise, you know the consequences. You are too weak to be the leader of our Marine. Iskandar, you are already a dead person. No one will help you anymore. Just die slowly. Air shouted loudly. His voice echoed around. The surrounding Marines were stunned for a while, and then felt a burst of contempt and gloating. They were sure Air was there, challenging their Marine leader. Lord Iskandar is the supreme leader in their hearts, but Air dares to act so arrogantly in front of him. Their fists clenched and cracked with knuckles. Air, I will make you regret it. Iskandar strode out of the Marine fleet. His face was filled with a gloomy look. Let's follow too. This lowly Air must be punished. This is how we can reduce the anger in our hearts. A group of pirates shouted angrily. Air actually openly humiliated the leader of Marine. This is an absolutely unforgivable crime. Air looked at Marine, who was getting further away, with a sneer on his face. Iskandar, when I catch you, it will be your end. I will use you to honor my comrades. Air's tone was filled with overwhelming hatred, as if he had already seen Iskandar's miserable end. 650. Haha. Lord Iskandar will definitely win. The Marine crew members cheered one by one. They all firmly believed that Iskandar could defeat Air. Although Air is very powerful, Iskandar is one of the 5 emperors. They all firmly believe that Iskandar will win. Iskandar is their idol. Air's strength has caused a backlash from the pirates, and they must let Lord Iskandar win. Istandal's face was very ugly, but he couldn't say anything. Istandal, just accept your fate. You are destined to be my stepping stone. My life belongs to me, and no one can stop me. A cruel sneer curled up at the corner of Air's lips. Iskandar is nothing but a dog. Iskandar's majesty among pirates is no longer what it used to be. Okay, since you are so stubborn, don't blame me for being rude. Iskandar sneered. Air, I want to see how many trump cards you have. Iskandar said loudly. A gloomy look flashed across Air's face. Then let's give it a try. The battle between the two sides completely ignited. The fighting between the two sides was extremely fierce, and many pirates were even killed directly. Marine's casualties were more severe than expected. Chapter 282. Istandar's injuries were so severe that he was unable to resist Air's attack. Air's offensive became more and more fierce, and his expression became extremely ferocious. Iskandar, you are dead. Air's roaring attacks became faster and more violent, and Istandar kept dodging and retreating. Air, your end has begun. Istandal had a look of madness on his face. As the son of Marine Admiral, how could he be defeated by Air? Istandal frantically used the remaining power in his body, using up his last bit of strength to fight Air. Air, I will kill you here. Ha. Istandar threw his head back and laughed, his eyes full of madness and disdain. Death to Istandal. Air crazily activated the power in his body, and an extremely powerful aura emerged from his body. This aura was several times or even stronger than before. Iskandar's face changed drastically, and a look of shock appeared in his eyes. How could this happen? Iskandar murmured, his eyes becoming dull. How could Air's abilities improve so quickly? This is simply incredible. Did Air take the wrong medicine? Maybe he had some kind of adventure. Istandar guessed in his heart. Ha, Istandal, I told you, you will definitely lose. All your efforts are in vain, I am the final winner. Air laughed wildly and summoned the flagship of the Marine fleet with a wave of his hand. Come over, kill all these Marines, and behead them in public. He issued an order, and hundreds of Marine fleets immediately headed towards Istanbul. Damn it, kill me. Iskandar roared and wildly activated the power in his body. His body suddenly swelled into a giant, and his legs stood like Optimus Prime. He slapped his palms on the ground, and his body disappeared instantly. Next moment, Iskandar's figure suddenly appeared, and he smashed one of the Marine fleet's flagships with both hands. The fleet's flagship suddenly exploded. A stream of blood splashed out, dyeing the entire sea area red. Iskandar's power became more and more terrifying, destroying several Marine flagships in succession. The other Marines fled. Istandal did not intend to let them go. He chased wildly. Marine flagships were reduced to rubble one after another. Lord Istandar, please stop chasing them. Doing this will add losses to our war. A sailor hurriedly tried to persuade him. Shut up, who are you to order me around? Istandar's roar echoed in the night sky, making all the pirates' eardrums buzz. Air's face was very gloomy. These damn guys dared to go against his wishes. A strong, murderous intention emerged in his heart, and he continued to unleash attacks while pursuing. Boom! A bolt of thunder shot out from the sea and hit the deck of the Marine flagship. The deck was torn apart, and thunder exploded on it. Help! We are going to die. Thousands of sailors screamed repeatedly, and the blood spread in the ocean, making them extremely embarrassed. Air sneered. He continued to kill the sailors with his thunderbolts. The sailors kept screaming, and their blood was scattered in the ocean after they were all shattered by Air's attack. Damn it! Air's face was extremely gloomy. His eyes longed to kill all the pirates. Their life and death has nothing to do with them, but they ruined their plans. Istandol's strength is too terrifying, he is no match at all. No, it must not be like this. Once he escapes, the consequences will be disastrous. Air secretly thought and decided to take the risk. He decided to take a gamble. Istandar, look at my new abilities. Air shouted low, and his figure disappeared in a flash. What? Istandar's pupils shrank suddenly, and he saw Air disappear. Damn it! I was deceived by him again. Istandar cursed angrily. He was about to rush over to look for traces of Air, but found that he could no longer move. Air has blocked the surrounding space, leaving Istandol in trouble. Istandol's heart tightened, and he understood that he was really done this time. Istandol, I'll make you pay for your stupidity today. Air's figure emerged. His eyes were filled with coldness and chill, and there was a look of madness in his eyes as he stared at Istandol. XRR. What do you want to do? Istandar shouted. His body trembled slightly, and the hairs all over his body stood up. It's simple, you have to pay for your ignorance. Air looked at Istandar coldly. Air, don't mess around. I am Marshal Marine. If you dare to do anything to me, our Istandar family will not let you go. Istandar's tone became stronger. Air laughed. Istandol, I admit that your Istandol family is very scary. But do you think you, Istandar, can protect me? Do you think you can keep your position? Do you think I am afraid of your Istandol family? Air gave a sarcastic smile. KR. Istandar's face turned livid. He knew that he was no match for Air, and he could only hope that the Iskandar family could support him. He was unwilling to lose at the hands of Air. Istandol, I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Then don't blame me for destroying flowers with ruthless hands. Air's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He is not a kind person, and will show no mercy now that he has chosen to take action. No one can stop me from killing you. Iskandar, go to hell. Air suddenly jumped out, clenched his fists, and punched Istandar on the head. Asshole! Istandol was so angry that he struggled desperately, but to no avail. Bang! Two muffled sounds were heard. Istandol was hit hard. We win! Many Marines on the Marine ship shouted excitedly. Istandol was defeated by Air. Lord Air is so powerful. This guy's strength is really beyond imagination. Istandol was defeated by him. Our hero was defeated by him. The pirates all looked pale and frightened. They knew that they were really in trouble this time, not only offending Air but also Marine. Their hero was defeated at the hands of Air, and the thought of this group of pirates couldn't help but tremble. Naval Headquarters. Ha, this idiot was finally caught. Chapter 283. This guy is indeed very powerful, but it also depends on which stage he is at. His strength is at most equal to mine, and I am the second best at Naval Headquarters. The number 1 master is the 7th Marshal of the Naval Headquarters, and his strength is even more terrifying. We are saved this time. The Marines cheered one by one, their faces filled with joy. They know who Marine's top player is. Marine Marshal Istaport, Although the two are almost the same, Istandol is stronger. After all, Istandar is the 7th Marshal of Marine, and his strength is second only to the top 2 in Marine. Although Air's strength is very strong, it has not yet reached a level that can compete with Istandol. Air was able to barely suppress Istandar because of his use of secret techniques. If it were in a normal state, Air would never be Istandar's opponent. Air, I will kill your whole family to take revenge. Istandar's face was full of anger. He was a Marine Marshal, but he fell into the hands of Air, which made him lose face. No one can accept this ending. A cold arc formed at the corner of Air's mouth. Istandol, you are seeking death on your own this time, so I have no choice but to send you on your way. Air's eyes became more and more fierce. 10 Air, what do you want to do? If you dare to hurt me even a hair, the Istandol family will never let you go. Istandol was terrified. He has never regretted it as much as he does now. If he had known that Air's strength was so terrifying, he would never have easily provoked him, let alone treated him as an enemy. It's just that it's too late. Air snorted coldly. His right hand suddenly grabbed Istandar. I want to die with you." Istandar yelled. Boom! A shocking loud noise was heard. Istandar turned directly into fly ash and disappeared into the void. Air's body stood motionless on the spot, as if it had not moved at all. His eyes were shining with crazy fire. "Istendal, I want your Istendal family to be completely destroyed." Air's body erupted with a power that destroyed the world. His face was extremely ferocious, and his eyes were full of murderous intent. The words fell. Air's body suddenly disappeared. The next second, the headquarters of the Istendal family was blasted to pieces by air. Boundless flames rose, the entire city was devoured, and endless, Ajef, pirate corpses fell down. This scene deeply stimulated all Marines. Air's performance was so cruel and bloody that it made the Marine soldiers feel terrified. Air has a title among Marines, that is the Devil. He is an absolute devil. His killing speed is suffocating, and he is synonymous with devil. The Istandar family was wiped out by Air. Air's strength shocked the entire pirate group and greatly reduced the pirate group's combat effectiveness. His target is the 7th Fleet. "My strength is far better than Istendal. Istendal can't stop me at all. 7th Fleet, I'm here to take your heads." Air sneered and turned into a meteor and rushed towards the location of the 7th Fleet. "Damn it, hurry up and send a battlecruiser to chase him. Be sure to kill him." The commander on a small aircraft carrier roared. "Air, this damn guy. How dare you take action against the Istandar family? The Istandar family will never give up. His end has come. This guy will die without a burial place. The Istandal family will not give up, and our martial Marine woman will not agree." The commanders of the small ships opened their honks and roared crazily at Air in front of them. How fast is Air? His figure instantly appeared above the 7th Fleet. Boom! He stepped on it several times with his right foot. The entire small ship was directly destroyed by his steps. 013604106 Failu 0010814451. No, impossible. This is not true. How can you be so strong? This is absolutely not true. I don't believe it. I'm not willing to give in. Hurry up and send battlecruisers to support us. We must stop Air's behavior. The pirates who saw this scene all opened their eyes wide. They couldn't believe this scene. Air was so vicious that he directly destroyed the battlecruisers of the 7th Fleet. "Quickly, notify our battlecruisers immediately. We cannot sit back and watch Air massacre the Istandar family. Otherwise, we will die miserably." The pirates started shouting. Their hearts are filled with anger. Air is simply provoking all of them pirates. This moment, all the pirates believe that Air's situation is very dangerous, because this is a provocation to them. Once discovered, Air will die without a burial place. "Air, you're done. It's a foul for you to do this. You'll be sentenced to death for doing this. Air, why don't you run away quickly? If you continue, you will be sentenced to death." A group of pirates clamored, hoping that Air would stop this stupid behavior. But Air turned a deaf ear and continued to fly madly in the direction of the 7th Fleet. The fruit abilities fell on Air one after another, but they caused painless damage to Air's body, not even a single hair on his body. These abilities cannot break Air's defenses at all. "Air, you bastard, get out of here, Layazi." A commander cursed in his heart when he saw Air's crazy appearance. Air's body flashed an afterimage in the void. He appeared again on a small ship and smashed the ship's main gun with one punch. A mushroom cloud rose into the sky. Air once again turned into a stream of light and flew past. The small ship was exploded by Air's punch, causing countless wreckage to scatter. Seeing Air's crazy appearance, the remaining small aircraft carriers were stunned. They dare not approach Air at all. "Damn Air, you are so arrogant. You will definitely pay the price if you continue like this." The commanders on several small ships no longer care about the shouts of the commanders. They just want to delay time and add reinforcements to the pirate group to make the war more intense. This is a bunch of useless trash. Air's face was full of ridicule. He didn't bother to pay attention to these Marine commanders and still ran towards the direction of the 7th Fleet. His purpose is very clear. As long as he defeats all the ships here, he can easily leave. Air's speed is extremely fast, and his attacks are also very sharp. Small ships were bombed one after another, and pirates were beheaded, and their heads were splashed in the void. Air has killed Red Eyes. Chapter 284. In his eyes, except for the Istandar family, everyone else is trash. Boom! Air blasted another small ship with one punch. Finally, another aircraft carrier was shattered by Air's punch, and Air flew into an aircraft carrier. His body was suspended in midair, overlooking the sea with a hint of madness in his eyes. Istandar family, I will completely destroy you. Air's voice spread to every corner, and his eyes were full of coldness and bloodlust. In his eyes, the pirates are nothing but trash tilde. Air's eyes fell on the last ship of the pirate group, a large ship. On that large ship, the 3 pirate commanders were all wearing black robes and their faces covered with veils. Traitor to the Istandar family. You are traitors to the Istandar family. No one can save you today, and you will all die. Air stepped into the large ship and pressed his palm against the large ship. Buzz buzz. An invisible wave was released from his palm. This wave swept through the entire large ship and instantly enveloped the bodies of the 3 pirate captains. The 3 pirate captains let out shrill wails. Air's attack hit them directly, and several people were unable to resist Air's attack. They could only watch helplessly as their lives passed by bit by bit. Air's ability fell on this large ship and crushed it in an instant. 1 pirate captain was crushed to death. These pirate captains didn't even have room to fight back, and were slaughtered by Air. 14. A sharp cry of terror rang out, and small ships fled frantically. Among these small ships are members of the pirate group, as well as core members of the Istandar family. Run away. Air's devil fruit ability is so terrifying, you can't resist him at all. No, we are not leaving. We have to protect this place and will never abandon our comrades. A group of pirate group members fled crazily, and some pirate group members picked up weapons and shot Air wildly. But these attacks had no effect on Air, and everything seemed to be a joke. Boom! Rays of fire rose around Air. The main guns of these small ships all spit out cannonballs and attacked Air crazily. Sorry, I've already prepared it. There was a hint of amusement at the corner of Air's mouth. Infinite thunder suddenly appeared on his body, and a pair of huge wings stretched out behind him. The violent aura raged in the body. Whoosh! Air suddenly flapped its wings, and a hurricane suddenly appeared. The shells were blown away and could not harm Sharing at all. What? His wings can actually cover the sky, and they are indestructible. Could he have the legendary fruit power? He can't have such a terrifying fruit. After seeing Air's wings, all the pirate group members were stunned. Ha ha ha, you are all going to die. You are all going to die, you humble ants. Air roared crazily, and his body moved toward the small ships ahead. Whoosh whoosh. Cannonballs bombarded Air's body one after another, but they did not pose any threat to Air at all. Air's body still sprinted forward. A scream sounded. A Marine member was directly smashed by Air, and his body was torn in half instantly with a claw. Air's body flashed through the void, sparks shooting out. Another small ship was smashed to pieces by Air. No, I am willing to surrender. Please don't kill me, I am really willing to surrender. One of the pirate group members shouted in panic. Seeing Air's powerful attack power, these pirate group members knelt down and begged for mercy without daring to resist. They all feel that Air is like a Shinigami and can kill them with just one thought. Air's feet stomped the ground hard, and the earth collapsed, leaving deep pits and cracks spreading toward the distance. Rocket shells exploded in front of him. This time the explosion was even more powerful, and fireballs exploded in the void. Do not kill me. I am willing to be loyal to you. A group of pirate group members frantically begged for mercy. Another violent explosion sounded, and the fireball was crushed by Air casually. Zero, please give me flowers. His body was surrounded by purple thunder and lightning, and his energy shattered the air. Cracked. A Marine member just couldn't avoid it, and was immediately smashed into ashes by Air's palm. No. The members of the pirate group screamed in horror. They did not expect Air to be so cruel. Air's figure appeared on another ship, and he raised his hand again to grab the small ship. Another giant ball of fire fell from the sky. This small ship exploded directly, and the pirate group members inside were also annihilated. No. Seeing their companions falling one after another, the remaining members of the pirate group roared crazily. I'm not willing to give in. No, I don't want to die. One after another, the pirate members roared crazily, using their crazy abilities to desperately use various means to save their lives. It's a pity that Air's speed is too fast, and Air's own strength surpasses the pirate admiral. There is no way these pirates can escape. Air sneered and punched out. The small ship exploded again, and all the pirates were killed. Air raised his hand and grabbed a fireball. The fireball exploded in the air instantly. At this moment, Air was like a Shinigami, and his aura became more and more tyrannical. The group of pirate members at Air's feet began to cry crazily. They have no way to survive. They can only pray that Air will not kill them again. They soon discover that they overestimate themselves. Because Air's fingers once again grabbed a fireball and blasted it towards one of the pirate members. Another violent explosion sounded, and fireballs exploded in the air. One after another, members of the pirate group died, and their bodies piled up in mountains and stained the sea red with blood. Ah, damn it, what kind of monster is this, and why is he so strong? I am willing to surrender and be your slave. Ah, don't kill me. All the pirates were begging for mercy frantically, and they were so frightened that Air was approaching like a Shinigami. Air's figure stepped out slowly, and the ground shook with every step.